Chapter 1. Fortuity. As night descended, Hachin returned to Wuun village, burdened by fatigue, that he had procured a mountain chicken and 2 mountain hares from the treacherous cliffs of Wuun Mountain. At the tender age of 16, Hachin had already begun his journey in the arts of literature and martial prowess under the tutelage of his grandfather. He often ventured into the mountains for hunting, his skills sharpening with each expedition. The Dangsha Ridge, a natural barrier, stretched across millions of miles in the northwest of the Tianyuan continent, separating it from the southeastern region. Wuun village, nestled within the northern territory of Dangsha Ridge in Yunzhou, has sustained a lifestyle of fishing and hunting since ancient times. Hachin's grandfather, Hao Yunlong, was a martial artist of considerable renown within the modest confines of Wuun village, home to a few hundred families. Many years prior, he embarked on a hunting expedition with his fellow practitioner and villager, Qiu Wanchan. In the end, he returned alone, tattered and weary. Upon his return from the mountains, Hao Yunlong fell into a melancholic state, plagued by episodes of despair that fluctuated over time. Eventually, the villagers grew accustomed to his condition, neglecting to acknowledge his plight. As time drifted by, the tale of Hao Yunlong faded from the collective memory of the villagers, becoming a forgotten chapter of their history. Their humble abode lacked substantial furnishings, save for the ancestral tablet resting upon an altar, a solemn tribute to Qiu Wanchan, who had perished during that ill-fated hunt. Alongside Hao Yunlong, each day, Hao Yunlong would sit in quiet contemplation before the tablet, often alone, caressing a dark-hued short sword. No one comprehended his thoughts, nor did anyone show interest in the enigmatic object. His solitary ritual involved the repetitive caress of the obsidian blade, a figure lost in reverie before the tablet. Only Hao Yunlong understood the significance of that sword. Only he knew that, during that fateful year, he and his dear friend, Qiu Wanchan, had inadvertently stumbled upon a mysterious cave. Hao Yunlong surmised that the cave was the dwelling of a practitioner of the mystical arts. The short sword in his possession was a relic obtained from that enigmatic place. He speculated that the sword must possess extraordinary qualities. Despite years of silent searching and exploration, the secrets of the blade remained elusive. Nevertheless, Hao Yunlong was unwilling to relinquish his quest for understanding. Upon returning from his hunting expedition in Wuun Mountain, Hachin found his grandfather once again engrossed in the study of the enigmatic short sword. After dinner, he approached Hao Yunlong and ventured, "Grandfather, may I take this short sword with me for protection during tomorrow's hunt?" With a heavy sigh, Hao Yunlong seemed uncertain, neither affirming nor denying the request. Gazing into his grandson's eyes, he turned his head, silently fixating on the ancestral tablet, tears welling up and cascading down his cheeks that he and Qiu Wanchan shared a bond of deep friendship, often training and hunting together. Qiu Wanchan, 2 years the senior of Hao Yunlong, had always been a person of audacity and meticulousness that in their daily interactions. Hao Yunlong regarded Qiu Wanchan as an elder brother. Following his lead in all matters, one day, the two of them pursued a severely injured first-tier demon beast, the cold mountain pig, into a mist-laden valley. As they tracked the creature and arrived beneath a cliff in the valley, they found no trace of it. While searching for the beast, Qiu Wanchan pushed aside vines and weeds, revealing the entrance to a cave. "Yunlong, come here quickly. There's a cave the demon beast may have fled inside," he called out to Hao Yunlong. "Indeed, it's likely it has entered the cave," Hao Yunlong replied, hurrying over and examining the cave's entrance closely. The two did not venture inside immediately. Instead, Hao Yunlong picked up a stone and tossed it into the cave, but no echo returned. After throwing several stones without any response, he remarked, "It seems quiet. Do you think the beast bled out and perished inside? You stay outside and guard. I will go in and take a look," Qiu Wanchan said as he approached the cave entrance. Glancing back at Hao Yunlong, he lit a torch and stepped into the cave, discovering the demon beast had already succumbed by the cave's threshold, prompting him to call for Hao Yunlong to enter. Upon hearing the call, Hao Yunlong ignited his own torch and entered the cave. Seeing Hao Yunlong join him, Qiu Wanchan proposed they explore further inside. "Let's go. We shall venture together," Hao Yunlong declared, and the two, torch in hand, proceeded deeper into the cave. After traveling several paces, they encountered a stone door blocking their path. The two then endeavored in every conceivable way to discover a means to open the door. After much effort, they finally located the mechanism and managed to unlock it. Upon opening the stone door, they found a spacious chamber adorned with a stone table, stone stools, and a stone bed, beneath which lay a withered corpse propped against the foot of the bed. How Yunlong gazed at the decaying body with a chill running down his spine, sensing something was amiss. "I'll go take a look. You wait here," Xiao Wanchong said, holding the torch aloft. As he approached the bed, Xiao Wanchong noticed the corpse clutched a short sword, dark as pitch and emanating a sinister aura. He bent down and grasped the sword, attempting to wrench it from the corpse's grip. Unbeknownst to him, he exerted too much force, pulling the corpse into his embrace. At that moment, a wisp of malevolent energy surged from the corpse and enveloped Xiao Wanchong's body. A cry of despair escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground. It turned out that the corpse harbored a lingering deathly poison, and within mere moments of its introduction into his system, Xiao Wanchong's vitality waned. Hao Yunlong, believing Xiao Wanchong had succumbed from the shock of the corpse, was paralyzed by fear as he beheld both his companion and the corpse crumpled on the ground. He quickly turned to flee towards the cave entrance, but halted abruptly as he reached it. He was unwilling to part with the dark short sword, his greed compelling him despite the peril. He ultimately could not resist the allure of the enchanted sword, trembling as he approached the two lifeless bodies and extracted the pitch-black dagger emanating a sinister glow. Upon securing the sword, Hao Yunlong turned and fled, disregarding everything else, fearful of unforeseen calamities. At the moment he burst through the stone door, he promptly pressed the activation button, hastily escaping the cave and seeking a path out of the valley. As dusk descended, coinciding with the dinner hour, Hao Yunlong returned alone to Bakwun village. A young boy dashed out from a house at the eastern end of the village. Upon seeing his grandson come forth to greet him, warmth flooded Hao Yunlong's heart. He affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, beaming with joy as he led his grandson back home. Hao Yunlong speculated that the mysterious cave they had discovered must be the dwelling of an immortal practitioner, concealing secrets unknown to others. Yet, he dared not venture into that eerie cave alone, unwilling to share the secret with anyone else. Thus, he resolved to wait until his grandson was older to discuss it. Years of patience ensued, concealing the cave's secrets while diligently honing his martial skills and seeking opportunities to revisit the enigmatic cave. He was certain that untold treasures lay hidden within. Hao Yunlong, having journeyed across the land, possessed a modicum of knowledge, familiar with tales of immortal practitioners and having witnessed celestial beings soaring through the skies. As Hachin matured, Hao Yunlong entrusted him with a treasured ancestral jade pendant, hoping it would bestow upon him robust health, free from afflictions. He imparted his martial principles to Hachin and presented him with a secret manual titled Breath of Qi into the body, encouraging him to commence his cultivation from young. Aged a decade swiftly passed. During these 10 years, Hachin, born into a humble family, repeatedly participated in the discipleship examinations of various sects, yet his aspirations remained unfulfilled. Despite the setbacks, Hachin refused to abandon his desire to cultivate within his sect, resolutely attending the triannual disciple assessments. However, regardless of whether it was Yunhai sect, Danyuan, Huayang sect, or Yuhing sect, Jiang sect, Qinyu sect, or Huiyuan sect, they all deemed Hachin to possess a useless five-element root, refusing him entry into their ranks in the Tianyuan continent. Many without innate talent for cultivation have joined the ranks of martial practitioners, with records of those who have succeeded in martial arts. Transcending into the celestial realm. The martial realm is categorized into 10 levels. Martial apprentice, martial warrior, martial master, great martial master, martial sect leader, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial king, martial emperor, and martial deity. Each advancement requires rigorous trials and tribulations. The path of martial cultivation is arduous, with only 1 in 10,000 able to endure the hardships that others cannot. With the sects unwilling to accept him, Hachin resorted to self-cultivation. He diligently practiced the martial techniques imparted by his grandfather, studying the Breath of Qi into the body manual and experimenting with his training. By the age of 16, Hachin had achieved commendable results in his martial pursuits, having reached the realm of a novice martial apprentice in both external prowess and internal strength. His accomplishments were noteworthy, even when compared to the older generation, according to the cultivation method of introducing Qi into the body. After an entire decade of practice, there had been no notable achievements or progress whatsoever. As he observed Hachin growing day by day, Hao Yunlong pondered, "It is time to venture to the Nameless Valley. After all these years, surely no one has taken note of my whereabouts." For several consecutive days, Hao Yunlong accompanied Hachin to the nearby mountains for firewood and hunting. He realized that no one seemed to be watching him anymore. Yet adhering to the principle of caution, he chose to remain patient for a while longer. One day, upon returning from the hunt, Hao Yunlong summoned Hachin to his side, kneeling before the offering table to respectfully bow several times before the spirit tablet of Xiao Wanchong. "This dagger conceals a monumental secret, and now that you have grown, it is time to unveil this secret to you," Hao Yunlong stated, retrieving the short sword from the altar and presenting it to Hachin. Thus, Hao Yunlong recounted his unintentional journey into the Nameless Valley and the discovery of the mysterious cave to Hachin. "I am certain that the enigmatic dwelling I visited harbors secrets unknown to others," Hao Yunlong solemnly declared to Hachin.
Then let us journey to the nameless valley and explore the secrets hidden within that mysterious abode. Hachin suggested, looking towards his grandfather. Take a moment to feel this dagger and discern its uniqueness. Hao Yunlong instructed, handing the dark-hued short sword to Hachin. It does possess a certain distinction from an ordinary sword. Upon receiving the dagger from his grandfather, Hachin sensed a subtle thrill as he caressed the blade. This short sword is what I obtained from that cave. Hao Yunlong remarked, gazing at the dagger in Hachin's hand. Let us prepare tomorrow. We shall venture into the mountains. Indeed, very well. Hachin began to earnestly pack his belongings in preparation to accompany his grandfather into the mountains to investigate the mysterious cave. Chapter 2. Into the mountains. Hachin followed his grandfather into the mountains. The distant hills were lush and verdant, yet entangled with creeping vines that impeded their progress. Moving through the thicket was slow and cumbersome. Following the route etched in his memory, they sought the nameless valley. The mountains loomed high and the forests were dense, obscuring their line of sight. It was only by dusk that they stumbled upon the campsite from the year they had ventured into the mountains for hunting. The forlorn remnants of walls and bare frameworks revealed that human activity had once thrived here. Gazing at the overgrown weeds and the desolate state of the campsite, Hao Yunlong felt a pang of sorrow. Though the tales of that year had faded, the memories of the hunt remained etched in his heart, those smiles of companions, the trivialities of life, lingering like shadows. We shall make do here for the night, and resume our search for the nameless valley at dawn, Hao Yunlong declared as he picked up a machete to clear the campsite. Hachin busied himself nearby, gathering firewood and kindling a fire, while dismantling the framework and tossing it onto the flames. The thick smoke enveloped the campsite. Wild beasts feared the light of the fire, serving both as warmth and a deterrent. With the nightingale singing and the partridge softly cooing, moonlight poured down, enveloped by evening mist, creating a serene beauty as the fragrant breeze wafted through. On this enchanting night, Hachin felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Although the day was exhausting after traversing the mountains, Hachin diligently practiced a set of tiger roar fist before settling near the campfire to meditate and cultivate his skills. It is said that the practice of martial arts began in the village long ago, with villagers engaging in various techniques such as dragon fist, tiger fist, 8 steps linking fist, and killer palm. These eclectic styles, though lacking in renown, proved practical for enhancing physical strength and combat prowess. Hachin devoted himself to the meditation technique entitled drawing qi into the body, persisting despite a decade of seemingly fruitless efforts. He adhered to the rigorous training prescribed by the method, firmly believing that perseverance would ultimately yield success. In truth, the technique he practiced was merely a rudimentary method crafted by the sect for registered disciples yet to be initiated, not a genuine martial art. For ordinary individuals, mastering such a technique could lead to fortuitous outcomes. More capable families could invest in superior techniques, accumulating various spells and methods over time, thereby fostering a prosperous lineage that gradually established its own influence. Unfortunately, Hachin was not so fortunate and could only rely on the secrets of drawing qi into the body for his training. After 10 years of relentless practice, he had achieved little, yet a single phrase resided in his heart. The essence lies in persistence. The following morning, the grandfather and grandson arose early, hastily consuming some provisions before embarking on their journey. The trek from their campsite to the nameless valley would take the better part of the day, and many years had dulled Hao Yunlong's memory of the precise route, recalling only the general direction. During that time, they had been in a frenzied pursuit of a severely wounded first-tier demon beast, the cold mountain pig. Hao Yunlong remembered that by following the current upstream, they would find their destination. The dense forest was lush, mist rising around them, and the cool stream water mingled with the mountain air, creating an expansive bathing area for the local wildlife. The arrival of the grandfather and grandson seemed to disrupt the animals' grooming rituals, causing them to shyly retreat into hiding. However, 2 antelopes at the water's edge regarded the duo as guests. They raised their heads slightly, offering a nod of acknowledgement, and upon determining that all was well, leisurely moved away. After traversing the rugged terrain for much of the day, they had covered roughly 30 miles. In the vicinity of Wuun Mountain, there were no formidable beasts within hundreds of miles, let alone hike-ear demon creatures. Those that occasionally appeared had long been slain by cultivators. The pair encountered no fearsome wild animals, only a few mountain chickens and hares, which Hachin skillfully handled without requiring Hao Yunlong's intervention. Utilizing a bow for distance and a short sword for close encounters, Hao Yunlong provided occasional guidance, while his iron spear served as a walking stick. As twilight approached, they sought a sheltered spot near water to set up camp. After cleaning and preparing their catch over the charcoal fire, the enticing aroma of roasted meat attracted the curiosity of nearby small creatures. A young deer, still without antlers and slightly larger than a hare, stood nearby, entranced by the scent of the meat, reluctant to leave it. It is a reindeer, emerging only during the dawn and dusk, hiding amidst the grass during the day, subsisting on foliage and fallen fruits. How could it possibly be tempted by the aroma of meat? At a glance, Hao Yunlong discerned that it was a young reindeer. Hawa, however, was filled with childlike wonder. He casually tore off a small piece of mountain chicken and tossed it to the young reindeer. The creature, driven by hunger, disregarded the potential danger and snatched the meat, savoring it slowly. The two watched in astonishment as the reindeer consumed the meat, spellbound by the sight of a herbivorous creature indulging in flesh for the first time. Having finished its morsel, the little creature approached Hawa, bleating eagerly, seemingly asking for more. Hawa, amused, tore off another piece of wild rabbit meat and threw it. The young reindeer, in its desperation, gulped it down and gradually came within a yard of Hawa. This young reindeer has no antlers, but does have two prominent bumps on its head, suggesting the budding of antlers. Hawa observed closely, noting the creature's peculiarities and sharing his findings with his grandfather. Hao Long, intrigued yet indifferent, merely glanced at the reindeer before resuming his drink. As Hawa engaged playfully with the little creature, they grew increasingly familiar with one another. After lunch, they continued their journey, and the reindeer showed no intent to leave, following closely behind. The nameless valley, though it ought to bear name, remained unknown to Hao Long. The valley's entrance revealed a slender gap between towering cliffs, with water cascading from the rock crevices, forming rivulets that converged into a stream flowing out of the valley. The nameless valley, remote and seldom traversed, was lush with verdant trees and abundant vines, shrouding the entrance. The two paused at the valley's mouth, where Hao Long spoke to Hawa. I have visited this place before, but did not scrutinize the terrain. After so many years, I am unaware of any changes. To be prudent, we shall rest here for the night and venture into the valley at dawn. Shinur. This is your first visit here, and we encountered no formidable beasts along the way. However, the valley is different. It has remained undisturbed for many years, so there may be formidable creatures lurking within. Before nightfall, I will enter the valley to investigate, Hao Long declared before leaping into the valley. In matters concerning their safety, Hawa naturally heeded his grandfather's advice, dutifully sitting at the valley's entrance to meditate, while the young reindeer lay at his feet, gazing askew. As dusk approached, Hao Long returned to the entrance of the valley. Noticing the gleam of joy between his grandfather's brows, Hawa understood that he must have found cave. I discovered the cave and have observed it for a while without noting anything unusual. Let us rest well tonight and regain our strength. Tomorrow, we shall enter the valley early to explore the cave, Hao Long said, leaning against the rock wall to rest. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the Shieling Peak of the Yunhai sect, two young women whispered in a cave. Master has been away for nearly a decade, and there's been no word of him. I wonder what has transpired, spoke Xiao Yu, a disciple of the Yunhai sect, already a 7th level Qi refinement practitioner at the tender age of 17. If only Master were here, how wonderful it would be. Did I miss him dearly? 2 years ago, I accompanied Senior Sister to Haoshou and had my family inquire about Master's whereabouts. Yet to this day, there has not been a whisper of news, sighed Yuan. 10 years have elapsed since Wang Ziyu departed from Yunhai sect, and the two young ladies were merely 6 or 7 years of age then now. They have blossomed into enchanting young women. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Ziyu had met with a tragic end a decade prior. The perpetrator was none other than her junior brother, Luo Yun. Although he did not directly take her life, he bears an undeniable share of culpability. Wang Ziyu, Luo Yun, Feng Xiaonan, and Gu Yulin were all disciples of Shieling Peak. Among the 5 peaks of Yunhai sect, only Tiyun Peak was composed entirely of female disciples, while the other 4 peaks included both male and female practitioners. Both Wang Ziyu and Luo Yun harbored affections for their junior sister, Feng Xiaonan, yet it was Wang Ziyu who captured her heart. As the eldest brother, Gu Yulin was preoccupied with his own affairs and spent little time with his 3 junior siblings. Wang Ziyu, Feng Xiaonan, and Luo Yun frequently gathered to practice their techniques and refine their spells, which gradually stoked the flames of jealousy within Luo Yun. A decade ago, upon returning from the trials, Wang Ziyu had not yet had the chance to organize her spoils within her storage pouch when she received an invitation from Junior Sister Feng Xiaonan to visit the Danyun marketplace. Wang Ziyu's return indicated the conclusion of the trials. Many disciples returning from trials typically visited Danyun market to sell items acquired during the trials that they no longer required, thereby exchanging them for essentials needed for their cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Ziyu accepted the invitation and set out. For the sake of winning Feng Xiaonan's affection, Luo Yun had long since dispatched individuals to shadow Wang Ziyu's movements. At this juncture, Luo Yun had attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement and was but a step away from establishing his foundation. As soon as Wang Ziyu exited the sect, Luo Yun received word and followed her trail. Both Wang Ziyu and Feng Xiaonan had reached the initial stages of foundation establishment. After several hours of sword flight, they arrived at the marketplace. While strolling through the market, Luo Yun also reached Danyun marketplace and made his way to Huaiyue Inn. The inn's attendant had already been bribed by Luo Yun. Upon learning that Wang Ziyu and her companion had secured a room, the long-planned scheme was on the verge of execution, filling Luo Yun's heart with elation. He handed the prepared sleeping powder to the attendant, waiting for the opportune moment to mix it into their drinks. For added safety, Luo Yun provided the attendant with a packet of bone-softening powder, instructing him to blend it into the dishes as a dual precaution. It is worth noting that even if Wang Ziyu were merely at the foundation level, she would still fall prey to such treachery. While perusing the stalls in the marketplace, Wang Ziyu's eye was caught by an exquisite sword, an ancient artifact of remarkable beauty. In the realm of mortals, this sword would be a formidable weapon of legend. Yet, in the eyes of cultivators, it was merely an ordinary blade. For a practitioner, even the most rudimentary flying sword could be exchanged for 100 or more such remarkable weapons. Wang Ziyu felt a profound connection to the sword, and the stall owner, seeing a potential buyer, was eager to part with it. This sword had remained in his possession for several years, untouched and unappreciated. After negotiating, the sword, originally priced at 100 yuan stones, was acquired by Wang Ziyu for a mere 60. Feng Xiaonan, too, found an item to her satisfaction. Having made their selections, the two hurried to the Huaiyue Inn as midday approached. It has been half a year, yet the business here remains remarkably prosperous, Wang Ziyu remarked to Feng Xiaonan, observing the bustling atmosphere of the inn. Each time he visited the market, Wang Ziyu would indulge in a meal at this establishment. However, dining was merely a fad. The true purpose was to gather intelligence. Only in such a crowded locale could one uncover the secrets they sought. From all corners of the world, practitioners of martial arts, immortality, and the science of noble families congregated here to eat and drink, disseminating peculiar tales and revealing hidden truths. Here, not only could one gather information, but Wang Ziyu also relished the opportunity for clandestine meetings with his young disciple, a sentiment shared by Feng Xiaonan. Upon arrival at the market, Luo Yun promptly settled into the inn, securing a street-facing private room on the third floor of the tea that moment. Luo Yun sat by the window, observing the patrons entering the inn. During lunchtime, he spotted Wang Ziyu and Feng Xiaonan arriving together. He quickly signaled the innkeeper, instructing him to execute their prearranged plan. Chapter 3. Entering the cave. On this visit to the market, Wang Ziyu, almost as if guided by fate, found himself once again dining at the Huaiyue Inn, the site of his frequent rendezvous with his young disciple. Wang Ziyu had a penchant for sitting in the bustling first-floor hall before his meal, listening to the tales shared by patrons from distant lands, while subtly employing his spiritual senses to uncover unexpected secrets of the cultivation world. As was customary, he sought a seat in the hall, while Feng Xiaonan proceeded to the second floor, where she awaited him in the reserved green garden private room. Once the dishes arrived, Feng Xiaonan sent a message to Wang Ziyu, urging him to hurry back to the green garden. While waiting for Wang Ziyu, dishes flowed in like a stream. Growing impatient with his absence, Feng Xiaonan sampled each dish as it arrived, indulging herself as she waited alone. By the time Wang Ziyu reached the private room, Feng Xiaonan had already tasted everything on the table. Having consumed a cup of wine, she appeared somewhat inebriated, her usual demeanor as a foodie now entirely abandoned. After another drink, Wang Ziyu sensed something was amiss with the food and realized that Feng Xiaonan had already downed 2 cups of wine. "Ziyu, I feel dizzy and weak. Is something wrong?" She slurred before resting her head on the table and drifting off to sleep. Observing her state, Wang Ziyu began to piece together the situation, recognizing that they had been ensnared in a trap. "Someone in the green garden private room has been poisoned swiftly. Save her," he shouted before leaping through the window to escape. Wang Ziyu vaguely sensed that the plot against him was specifically directed at himself and posed no threat to Feng Xiaonan. As his consciousness swept through the inn, he discerned the presence of Luo Yun. Realizing that Luo Yun would come to rescue his junior sister, he felt reassured and set off. However, unexpectedly delayed downstairs, he arrived too late, missing a cup of wine, which thwarted the poisoner's scheme. Wang Ziyu understood that should he tarry any longer, once the poison took effect and fell into the hands of the assailant, it would lead to his irrevocable demise. Without hesitation, he leapt from the window, conjuring his flying sword, and soared toward Wuun Mountain. By a twist of fate, while pursuing a demon beast, Wang Ziyu inadvertently stumbled upon an unnamed valley, where the beast darted into a concealed cave. To his astonishment, this hidden cavern turned out to be an abandoned cultivation retreat, prompting him to restore the cave. This secret refuge was known only to him, a secret he had not even disclosed to Feng Xiaonan or his father. With the remnants of his strength, he hastened toward the nameless valley of Wuun Mountain. As the saying goes, when misfortune strikes, even a sip of water can choke one to death. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, Wang Ziyu was already too fatigued to fly on his sword, forcing him to sheath it and descend to the ground like a tea that moment. He could no longer suppress the effects of the poison within him and instinctively sought water to regain his clarity, leaning over the stream at the valley's mouth to drink. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, as he was bitten by a small green snake frolicking by the water's edge. In haste, Wang Ziyu retrieved an antidote pill and swallowed it, then drew a short sword from his storage pouch to incise the site of the snake bite, allowing the venom to drain. With all his remaining strength, he entered the cave and sealed the stone door behind him. Intending to recuperate quietly, he found that the effects of the tranquilizing medicine and bone-loosening powder began to take hold, rendering him incapable of channeling his energy to suppress the snake venom. With the last vestiges of his strength, he approached the stone bed, but lacked the energy to climb upon it. Thus, he leaned against the foot of the bed, tore a piece from his garment, and managed to bite his finger to scrawl a few words, tossing them into his storage pouch before succumbing to unconsciousness, never to awaken again. The reason the corpse discovered by Hao Yunlong and Xiu Wanchang remained intact was that the snake venom within Wang Ziyu had not been fully expelled. The potent toxin deterred insects, and due to the cave's arid conditions, his body slowly transformed into a desiccated corpse. Entering the valley, the enchanting scenery was captivating to the eyes and intoxicating to the heart. The dawn was suffused with warmth. Mist wove through the woods, and the cacophony of birds chirping and rodents scurrying filled the air, while the little deer frolicked playfully, in front and behind. Upon reaching a hollow in the eastern part of the valley, as Hachin was about to inquire further, Hao Yunlong waved his hand, saying, "Let's not concern ourselves with anything else. For now, Chin'er, follow me. Perhaps today fortune smiles upon us, and we may discover something useful within the cave." Heeding his grandfather's words, Hachin realized they had arrived at the cave his grandfather had mentioned. He turned to the little deer and instructed, "You stay outside the cave and do not enter. If danger arises, just alert me, all right?" Leading the way, Hao Yunlong pushed aside the overgrown grass and vines obscuring the cave entrance, beckoning Hao Yin to follow him. The two of them, brandishing torches, ventured into the depths of the cave. Upon entering, they discovered the remains of a first-tier demon beast, the cold mountain pig, its fur long gone. After advancing several paces further, they came upon a stone door. Recalling the mechanism from memory, Hao Yunlong successfully opened the stone portal. Upon inspecting the ground, they found two skeletal remains, bleached and grim, with nothing of value aside from a small pouch. Hao Yin struggled with the pouch for some time, but was unable to open it, ultimately conceding defeat. The pair searched exhaustively, illuminating the cave inside and out, scrutinizing every table and bed, yet found nothing of use. After a brief respite, they commenced another round of searching, but still, fortune eluded them, leaving the duo somewhat disheartened. Faced with such an exquisite cave abode, Hao Qian felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He retrieved his grandfather's pitch-black short sword, poking and prodding the surroundings in vain, unable to discern any peculiarities in this place. After a while, feeling disheartened, he kicked a stone bench beside the northern stone table in frustration. With a resounding crack, a 3-foot square opening unexpectedly appeared in the ground beneath the northern wall. A musty odor wafted from the opening, and as the scent dissipated, the two approached to find a downward passage. For safety's sake, Hao Yunlong found a stone in the corner of the room and tossed it into the passage. After a prolonged silence with no further disturbance, Hao Yan ignited his torch and cautiously descended the steps. The passage was not long. After 7 or 8 paces, they reached its end. Within the passage, Hao Qian discovered another stone door, but presented no visible means of opening, no cracks, or seams to be found. As he pondered, he suddenly recalled that the entrance to the cave had been controlled by a mechanism. After a lengthy search yielded no results, he reluctantly decided to return to the surface. Hao Qian was consumed with thoughts of how to unlock the door to the subterranean chamber. However, as he reached the exit of the underground passage, he forgot to lower his head and collided with a protruding stone above that moment. He heard a commotion behind him and turned to see the stone door rising with a grinding sound. Before him lay a stone chamber, roughly 10 feet square, illuminated by a luminous pearl hanging from the ceiling, casting a clear light throughout the room. On the stone table, alongside a tea set, lay a scattering of several books. Realizing that the treasures had been concealed below, Hao Qian hurriedly called for his grandfather to descend. Together, they transported the items from the stone chamber to the stone bed on the surface, and after ensuring nothing else remained to be moved, they finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Let us first tidy this cave abode and rest before proceeding," Hao Yunlong suggested to Hao Qian. Hao Qian nodded in agreement. The two then bowed respectfully towards the two corpses on the ground. Hao Yunlong removed his outer garment, wrapping the remains of Xiu Wanchang within it, and dragged the body outside to bury it on the western slope of the mountain. Hachin also emerged from the cave, enveloping another corpse in his clothing, laying it to rest nearby. Unaware of the deceased's name, he could only erect a nameless wooden marker. After tidying the cave, the two finally settled down to examine the items placed upon the stone bed. Hao Chun immersed himself in the collection of books, discovering that they predominantly encompassed topics of martial arts and immortality. Engrossed in this literary realm, he remained oblivious to the dimming light until he realized it was already evening. At that moment, he noticed his grandfather ascending from the underground passage, holding a luminous pearl that instantly brightened the cave. While Hao Chun was absorbed in his reading, Hao Yunlong had ventured out, armed with an iron spear, patrolling the vicinity and skillfully hunting a few wild creatures. As night descended, the valley resonated with the melodious calls of nightingales and the echoes of beastly roars, creating a somewhat lively atmosphere. The soft chirps of nearby fawns stirred a grumble from Hao Chen's stomach, signaling that it was time for a meal. Stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of a vibrant campfire, with the aroma of roasted hare wafting through the air. Upon seeing Hao Chun emerge, Hao Yunlong tore off several pieces of the cooked meat, wrapping them in leaves before offering them to his grandson. As Hao Chun ate, he shared knowledge of martial arts and cultivation with his grandfather, drawing from the wisdom he had gleaned from the books, particularly the detailed accounts found in Tian Yuan Yishe. The techniques were generally categorized into three types: cultivation, attack, and defense, and were further divided into four ranks: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Heaven-tier techniques were exceedingly rare and sought after, while earth-tier techniques could serve as the treasured foundation of a sect. Naturally, the efficacy of a technique corresponded to the practitioner's level of mastery. In the Tian Yuan continent, the cultivation levels were sequentially: gathering yuan, refining qi, establishing foundation, forming dan, nascent soul, transforming spirit, dividing spirit, merging, crossing tribulation, and great ascension, with even higher tiers existing. The quality of a practitioner's technique significantly influenced their capabilities, thus, higher-tier techniques were invariably superior. Moreover, a well-crafted technique could compensate for deficiencies in one's cultivation level. For instance, a practitioner at the 7th level of refining qi could rival one at the 8th level, or even the 9th level, by virtue of superior technique. Among the texts, Hachin also discovered two techniques. Point 1 was the Gathering Yuan formula, authored by the Yunhai sect, which he recognized as an exquisite and authentic technique. The other was a rudimentary handwritten manuscript titled Kenli San Xianju, which, due to its rough nature, did not capture Hachin's interest. As he recounted the knowledge of martial arts and cultivation from Tian Yuan Yishe, he casually picked up the Gathering Yuan formula and began to read it aloud to Hao Yunlong. At this moment, the Gathering Yuan formula that Hao Chun recited was, in fact, the complete method of directing qi into the body from the Yunhai sect, rather than a standalone technique. At this moment, in Hao Chen's eyes, this book had been recognized as a manual for cultivation, and he speculated that it was, at the very least, a rudimentary technique of the yellow rank. The methods of cultivation are categorized into four ranks: heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow, each of which can be further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced techniques. The levels of cultivation are classified as Gathering Yuan, which encompasses the early, middle, late stages, and great perfection. The refinement of qi is divided into 12 levels, culminating in great perfection, while the foundation establishment is categorized into early, middle, late stages, and the pinnacle of the late stage. As Hao Chun recited his incantation, Hao Yunlong had already immersed himself in his cultivation. Observing his grandfather enter a state of cultivation, Hao Chun also began practicing the Gathering Yuan technique from the Yunhai sect. However, after a complete week had passed, Hao Chun felt no inclination for qi to enter his body. Reluctantly, after another week of effort, he found himself unable to progress and thus decided to abandon this attempt at cultivation. Chapter 4: The Pursuit of Cultivation, Part 1. In his endeavors to master the Jiyuan Ju technique of the Yunhai sect, Hao Tian found himself making no progress whatsoever, prompting him to abandon this path of cultivation. Instead, he turned his attention to the handwritten manuscript of the Kenli San Xianju. It was revealed to him that this manuscript was a transcription of the secret scriptures of the Kenli San Xianju. The document encompassed only the first part of the cultivation techniques, including methods for qi induction, both low and high levels, Jiyuan techniques, divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced sections, and qi refining methods, ranging from the 1st to the 12th layer. The Kenli San Xianju embodies the elements of water and fire, with Kan representing water and Li representing fire. Upon delving into the manuscript, Hao Tian realized that his previous attempts at cultivation through the Yin Qi Ru Ti Xi and Fa secret scriptures were fundamentally flawed, as success was unattainable with his current approach. Possessing a body attuned to the 5 elements, Hao Yan's water and fire attributes were particularly potent, causing conflicts when attempting to practice conventional techniques, which hindered his progress. However, the Kenli San Xianju not only addressed the challenges posed by his overwhelming water and fire elements, but also offered a dual cultivation method for both martial and magical prowess, perfectly suited to his needs. The primary obstacle now lay in Hao Yan's achievements in martial arts, as his internal energy was vigorous and flourishing. Engaging in the Kenli San Xianju required the absorption of primordial energy, rather than relying solely on the internal cultivation of true energy. This dual cultivation demanded a harmonious balance and integration of primordial energy and true energy within his body. As he diligently studied the Kenli San Xianju, Hao Yan progressed gradually, committing only a few characters to memory each day, slowly grasping the complex and obscure phrases. After attempting to practice the techniques outlined in the Kenli San Xianju, he began to sense that genuine success in cultivation might indeed be within his reach. When he finally comprehended the qi induction methods of the Kenli San Xianju, more than half a month had elapsed. Within the cave of the Nameless Valley, only Hao Yan and Hao Yunlong remained. Immersed in his cultivation, Hao Yan lost all sense of time, fully absorbed in the Kenli San Xianju. While understanding the literal meanings of the text was not overly challenging, the true difficulty lay in the cultivation process itself. Although the qi induction technique was designed to cultivate primordial energy, without a substantial foundation of energy, Hao Yan found it impossible to draw primordial energy into his body or to circulate the techniques according to the prescribed pathways. Despite his inability to draw qi into his body, Hao Yan persisted with unwavering determination, exhibiting a remarkable dedication to his practice and holding himself to rigorous standards. His strict regimen entailed sitting on the ground to meditate, refusing to cease until he was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Even when he paused for rest, he would soon resume his seated practice. It must be noted that while Hachin's aptitude for cultivation was rather ordinary, his ability to endure the tedium and hardship of rigorous training was a feat that many novices could not achieve. He firmly believed that if he continued to persevere, he would ultimately attain significant accomplishments in his cultivation practice. Throughout history, those with great perseverance have achieved great things. The arduous process of seated meditation is akin to scaling treacherous peaks. One must either advance or regress. Sweat streamed down his body, with large beads cascading from his face. Unable to bear it any longer, he lay down on the ground to rest. After a brief respite, he resumed his meditative practice. Through diligent training, he finally reaped some rewards by the 20th day, as Hachin successfully sensed the faint currents of natural energy entering his body. Although that delicate thread of energy barely lingered before dissipating, it signified progress in his cultivation. After several more days of practice, he found that he could not retain the energy within, as his dantian persistently repelled its entry. Was this a result of his inferior aptitude? Doubts began to creep into Hachin's mind. Despite having trained for a considerable time and sensed energy entering his body for over 20 days, he had achieved nothing after another 10 days of relentless effort. It had been more than a month since he began his practice, which was why Hachin felt a sense of urgency. Ultimately, he resolved that worrying was futile and chose to continue his diligent training. I believe I can accomplish this, he reassured himself inwardly. It must be acknowledged that Hachin was indeed a fervent practitioner, dedicating every moment of his day to training, aside from eating and sleeping. Time flew by, and nearly 2 months had passed since arriving in the Nameless Valley. His martial cultivation had reached the intermediate stage of a martial apprentice, and he felt the stirrings of energy entering his body. On yet another morning filled with auspicious purple chi, Hachin sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Drawing from his previous experience of transcending from a mortal to a martial apprentice, he prepared with ease and made his way to his usual training ground. Engaging in the practice of the Canli San Xianju technique, he focused on the part that draws energy into the body. With a concentrated intent, he summoned the energy, feeling the familiar swelling in his meridians once more. Instinctively, he quickened the pace at which he absorbed the energy. Perhaps he was drawing in the energy too swiftly, or perhaps he was too forceful in his practice of the Canli San Xianju. He felt a subtle gasp penetrating his body. A cool stream suffused with an inexplicable power. Overjoyed, Hachin hastened to activate the energy-inviting techniques of the Canli San Xianju and continued his cultivation. Gradually, as a complete cycle passed without significant obstruction, this force moved freely within him. He attempted to guide it into his dantian, yet no matter how he urged it, the energy refused to settle there. It was as if a powerful repulsion within his dantian obstructed the energy's entry, exhibiting signs of dissipation. At this moment, Hachin contemplated. His martial body had already formed, and the true chi within his dantian was stronger than the newly entering energy. The energy-inviting techniques were inadequate for integration. He needed to cultivate a more advanced technique to resolve the phenomenon of true chi repelling the energy. Having grasped this understanding, Hachin began to delve into the higher-level techniques of the energy-inviting section of the Canli San Xianju. Fortunately, with a decade of cultivation behind him, he found it not too difficult to comprehend, and soon he had mastered the advanced techniques of drawing energy, promptly attempting to practice them. Indeed, the effects were instantaneous. The advanced chi drawing technique made him resemble a spinning top, propelled by an unseen force. The vital energy of the universe gradually coalesced, creating a swirling current of air that surged wildly into Hachin's body. Simultaneously, he sensed the jade pendant on his chest emanating a peculiar energy that intertwined with his own vitality. Go! Hachin suddenly opened his eyes and shouted with fervor. In that instant, the fused energy surged towards his dantian under the guidance of his will. Although the energy cultivated through martial practice was relatively potent, the external vital energy combined with the extraordinary energy from the pendant was far beyond what his internal true chi could withstand. Boom! At last, a resounding sound echoed within him as the incoming vital energy broke through the barriers of his true chi and flooded into his dantian. In that moment, his dantian was in turmoil, with true chi and vital energy clashing incessantly, causing a chaotic dance of two essences within. This turmoil was tormenting for Hachin. He felt as though he were being torn apart. After several hours of struggle, perhaps the two energies grew weary, or perhaps they found a reluctant camaraderie. Gradually, Hachin sensed a sense of calm settling in his dantian. Lying on the ground, he felt feeble yet overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy brimming in his eyes, as if he were about to float away. Indeed, Hachin had achieved a breakthrough. He had concurrently advanced in both martial and spiritual cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of martial apprentice and entering the realm of chi gathering in his spiritual practice. This was beyond his expectations, leaving him astonished. Could the pendant be partly responsible for this? Hachin, however, did not allow himself to become overly ecstatic. Instead, he endeavored to maintain a tranquil state of mind. Slowly, he began to draw the abundant vital energy from the surroundings into his body, directing it into his dantian. At this point, his body was no longer solely comprised of true chi. The fusion of true chi and vital energy birthed a novel essence known as true elemental energy. With just a thought, he could manifest this power, which was significantly stronger than the singular true power he had previously wielded. letting out a long breath. Hachin opened his eyes, feeling invigorated and perceptive, as the world around him became vividly clear, as if he had gained mastery over everything. What an exquisite sensation. He savored this indescribable feeling, reflecting, truly, this is an advanced technique, and it is profoundly transformative. Just by practicing for a moment, his cultivation had improved slightly. Could it be that this counts as true cultivation? A mix of surprise and joy washed over him, prompting him to retrieve the tome on fireball technique to study it. Eager to attempt harnessing the true elemental energy within his dantian. However, he found himself disheartened, as the intricacies of spellcasting were daunting. It seemed that his true elemental energy was rather unruly, making it exceedingly difficult to manifest any spell power within. Growing impatient, he felt a surge of blood and energy rising within him, prompting him to halt his practice in alarm. Perhaps it is unwise to be overly ambitious. I can now cultivate the Canli San Xianju technique. Surely, spellcasting requires a substantial accumulation of true elemental energy to be effectively invoked? It would be prudent not to experiment recklessly. Complications arising from improper spell practice are no trivial matter. Hachin reluctantly stored away the fireball technique, hesitant to delve further into its mysteries. With the cultivation method firmly established, he felt a profound sense of joy within. As long as he diligently practiced the Canli San Xianju, he would swiftly absorb the primordial energy and undoubtedly elevate his cultivation level. Consequently, Hachin's strength surged remarkably, not only significantly enhancing his true essence, but also doubling the potency of his movements. His footwork became remarkably swift, allowing him to leap 2 zhang in a single bound. And a strike from his tiger roar fist could pierce through a small tree. Even more exhilarating was the considerable enhancement of his spiritual awareness. With closed eyes, he could discern the rustling of insects nearby and perceive the leaves falling behind him. This seemed to be the miraculous effect of the Canli San Xianju, rendering everything distinctly different from before. Grandfather, I have reached the stage of primordial energy entering my body. I can cultivate primordial energy now, Hachin exclaimed in excitement, rousing Hao Yunlong from his meditative state. At this moment, Hachin had merely completed the phase of gathering primordial energy into his body, unaware of its true level, as no one had elucidated it to him. The grandfather and grandson duo, within this nameless valley, embarked on a self-taught journey, navigating the path of cultivation like crossing a river by feeling the stones beneath their feet. Chapter 5, The Exploration of Cultivation, Part 2. As the crescent moon ascended the treetops, Hachin found himself once again enveloped by a rich aura of primordial energy. The energy coursed through his body, saturating his dantian, which resisted the influx of additional primordial energy that sought a place for storage. The challenge lay in guiding the wandering energy into the dantian, necessitating an expansion of its capacity to accommodate a greater influx. Should he succeed in enlarging the dantian space to hold a substantial amount of primordial energy, it would signify a further breakthrough in Hachin's cultivation. Expanding the dantian was akin to inflating a balloon. When the strength is feeble, the initial effort to inflate the balloon is arduous. Yet, after great struggle, one witnesses the birth of the balloon, reminiscent of the gathering Yuan stage. To continue expanding its capacity and allow more air within, one would encounter a resistance from the existing air inside. This is known as the threshold. Only when the external force surpasses the internal pressure can one continue to fill the balloon. Successfully introducing air into the balloon signifies an expansion of space, transforming it into a true balloon, just as progressing from the gathering Yuan stage to the Qi refinement stage heralds the emergence of a genuine cultivator. Upon entering the Qi refinement stage, the dantian takes shape, though in terms of quality, it remains merely a sea of energy. As cultivation progresses, it can be nebulized and thickened. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, it transforms into an energy mass, and at the Yuan Dan stage, this mass condenses into a Dan. Once the Yuan Dan undergoes nurturing, it transitions into the Yuan Ing stage, akin to a chick hatching from an egg. The intention guides the primordial energy within, all converging at the threshold, resembling a closed gate. The manner in which this gate is unlocked relies on Hachin's accumulation and application of the primordial energy within. Feeling that the vital energy within him had accumulated to a significant level, he concentrated his power and began to make an attempt. After several consecutive attempts, he still could not channel the vast amount of accumulated vital energy into his dantian. The dantian remained in the state of gathering energy, unable to accommodate the influx of energy. Hachin had given it his all, yet his first attempt to break through to the Qi refinement realm had ended in failure. With a sense of helplessness, he ceased his cultivation and stepped out of the cave to breathe in the fresh air. The morning breeze was gentle, and mist enveloped the distant mountains. He gazed at the mysterious mountain haze, watching as a sliver of colorful light peeked through the thin veil. Although this light was enchanting, Hachin had no time to appreciate this mesmerizing scenery. Instead, he sat down and earnestly reflected on his experience in attempting to break through from the gathering energy realm to the Qi refinement realm. Perhaps it was too soon after his recent breakthrough. The foundation of the gathering energy realm had yet to solidify, leading to his unsuccessful attempt at entering the Qi refinement realm. Having deduced the underlying reasons, Hachin abandoned his pursuit of the Qi refinement realm and continued to cultivate the Canli San Xianju, reinforcing his achievements in the gathering energy realm. As the days turned into nights, time slipped away unnoticed. Hachin felt that his cultivation in the gathering energy realm had stabilized. and the vital energy of heaven and earth was once again stirred, forming a vortex of energy above his head. The swirling vital energy from the surroundings continuously flowed into his body. His limbs felt as though they were immersed in warm water, an indescribable comfort enveloping him. However, as the vital energy surged in, that pleasant sensation began to fade. He felt as though his body was a balloon, swollen to the brink of bursting. And the most terrifying part was that the vital energy continued to pour in. Nevertheless, in pursuit of becoming a true cultivator, Hachin gritted his teeth and endured the pain of his cultivation. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, plopping onto the ground, but he paid them no mind, fiercely absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth into his being. The influx of vital energy finally reached a critical point once more. Hachin guided the energy within him to surge against the barrier. At that moment, a peculiar energy burst forth from the jade pendant hanging on his chest, merging with the vital energy entering his body, and together they clashed against the barrier. With a resounding pop, he heard an explosion within himself, followed by the vital energy from the surroundings and the unique energy from the jade pendant flooding into his dantian like a tidal wave. When the dantian reached saturation, a true essence of energy, having been purified within the dantian, burst forth, creating a brand new storage space within his body to contain the overflowing vital energy. However, Hachin could not yet ascertain whether this new storage space was a newly opened meridian. At that moment, an indescribably pleasant sensation spread throughout his body. Hachin stood up in delight, laughing and exclaiming, "I have broken through. I have finally broken through." With a single leap, he shattered the barriers of cultivation, entering a brand new world as a dual cultivator of both martial arts and the chi refinement realm. As the halo dissipated, the vital energy of heaven and earth finally settled quietly within the dantian, merging with the innate true energy contained therein. At this moment, Hachin had gradually become adept in the practice of the Kenli San Xianju, accelerating his cultivation progress. After breaking through the first layer of chi refinement, Hachin examined the jade pendant hanging on his chest, only to be utterly astonished. The pendant had significantly dimmed in color following his breakthrough. All these years of diligent cultivation had not been in vain. Unbeknownst to him, the arduous training over the years had resulted in all the vital energy being absorbed by the pendant. Today, he finally reaped an abundant reward, as the energy concentrated within the pendant was beyond his imagination. Observing the pendant's dull hue, Hachin decided to pause his cultivation, uncertain whether the pendant would be rendered useless once its energy was depleted, thus opting for caution. After recalibrating his mindset, he resumed practicing the Kenli San Xianju to solidify his foundation. 3 days later, Hachin rose, stretching luxuriously. At that moment, he sensed a discomfort throughout his body. Upon inspection, he discovered a murky darkness and a strange odor assaulting his senses, prompting him to hasten to the water's edge for cleansing. After refreshing himself, a wave of revitalizing comfort washed over him. A smile, difficult to suppress, graced his face. He had achieved breakthroughs in both martial and magical arts, especially in his ascension through the realms of cultivation, now entering the chi refinement stage. Indeed, what a delightful sensation it was to be a cultivator at the first layer of chi refinement. With his newly attained status, Hachin could hardly contain his eagerness to open his storage bag. The bag bore the user's spiritual mark, a unique imprint akin to a fingerprint, allowing only the owner to access its contents. To open the storage bag, one could either erase the user's spiritual imprint or decipher the password. It was easier for those of higher cultivation to dispel the marks of those of lower cultivation, and vice versa proved challenging. Now possessing the cultivation of the first layer of chi refinement, Hachin took out the storage bag, eager to see if he could unlock it, supported by his true essence. He spent several hours and, after much effort, finally managed to open the bag. The ability to access it was due to the prolonged time since the original owner's demise, which had caused the spiritual mark on the bag to fade, thus allowing Hachin to gain entry. Upon opening the storage bag and spilling its contents, both he and his companion were taken aback. "Ah, there is truly a plethora of items," Hachin exclaimed in surprise. Gleaming golden coins, a sword shimmering with cold light, and several stones rich in vital energy were among the treasures, one of which was particularly exquisite, crystalline, and teeming with vitality. The stone Hachin beheld was, in fact, a Yuan stone, a natural formation of heaven and earth. When a low-grade Yuan stone reaches a certain size, it ceases to grow, whereas a mid-grade Yuan stone does not evolve from a low-grade one. We might consider the mid-grade Yuan stone as a different, superior fruit that also halts growth upon reaching a specific size, which holds true for high-grade and supreme-grade Yuan stones as well. In the realm of cultivation, the essence stone is akin to salt in remote mountainous regions, where salt serves as a general medium for trade. The essence stone essentially fulfills the role of salt, facilitating exchanges while also serving as a consumable item. Alongside this, there are 3 jade slips, several secret manuals, and a multitude of miscellaneous items scattered about. A piece of torn cloth on the ground caught the attention of the 2 individuals. Hachin reached down to pick up the fragment, which bore the inscription, "The one who harms me is Luo Yun." Upon reading the words, Hachin casually handed the cloth to his grandfather, Hao Yunlong. Surprised, Hao Yunlong examined the cloth. He not only recognized the name Luo Yun, but had also encountered the individual in question. Many years ago, an elder named Luo Yun from the Yuhai sect had visited the village, inquiring whether Hao Yunlong had seen a wounded cultivator who had come to recuperate. Yun long refrained from recounting this tale to Hachin, instead passing the cloth back to him with the advice to keep it safe, for it might prove useful in the future. Hachin, not placing much importance on the cloth, casually tucked it away in his storage bag. At that moment, he was engrossed in studying the secret manuals and the 3 jade slips. The manuals included techniques for swordplay, profound formations, and alchemy. But Hachin could only decipher the contents of Tian Yuan Yi Shi, while the others remained inscrutable to him. One yellow jade slip piqued Hachin's immense interest. It contained a complete dual cultivation technique. This was the Kan Li San Xianju, which encompassed the entirety of the method he was currently practicing. The Kan Li San Xianju delineates water as Kan and fire as Li, with the 3 mysteries representing the sun, moon, and stars. Its essence lies in the principles of naturalness and non-action, emphasizing respect for the inherent nature of things and advocating against the interference of human will in the natural course of development. Therefore, non-action does not equate to inaction. Rather, it entails active guidance, embodying the concept of achieving everything through non-action. The Kan Li San Xianju is a technique for cultivating true essence energy. From the preface inscribed on the jade slip, it is understood that only those who cultivate true essence energy in dual cultivation can practice this method. Cultivating martial and spiritual energy involves condensing true energy within the body, while cultivating celestial energy utilizes the energies of heaven and earth. Practicing this technique requires a balance of true essence to proceed. This method is divided into 5 levels. The first level focuses on refining qi, the second on foundational building, the third on forming the elixir, the fourth on the half-step to the nascent soul, and the fifth on reaching the nascent soul stage. Chapter 6, Exploring the Path of Cultivation, Part 3. The notion of dual cultivation in both law and martial arts refers to a method where martial practitioners refine their bodies and skills, while cultivators hone their celestial energy and spells. Nowadays, it is widely believed that reaching the pinnacle of cultivation allows one to ascend to the celestial realm. Thus, the pursuit of cultivation is regarded as the mainstream path, with dual cultivation in both law and martial arts also referred to as the dual cultivation of essence and martial arts. However, a rare few believe that perfecting martial skills alone can lead to ascension, with a select group wholly dedicated to martial cultivation in hopes of transcending to the celestial realm. Dual cultivation, therefore, signifies the simultaneous mastery of both magical arts and martial techniques, culminating in formidable strength upon successful cultivation. The dual cultivation of both magical and martial arts imposes stringent requirements. Firstly, individuals endeavoring to master both disciplines must possess the inherent talent. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. Consequently, true practitioners of dual cultivation are quite rare. Secondly, those who attempt to simultaneously hone their magical and martial skills risk falling into madness, necessitating a resolute mindset. Furthermore, there exists a significant drawback to this dual cultivation. The simultaneous training in both arts makes progress exceedingly arduous, often several times more challenging than focusing solely on either magic or martial techniques. Additionally, there are 2 jade slips, Tai breath control technique and Haoyan spirit refinement method. According to the introduction of the Tai breath control technique, it encompasses 3 stages. The portion observed by Haoyan is merely the first stage, which includes skills such as breath control, concealment, and transformation techniques. Upon diligent study, Haoyan discovered that the application of the first stage could reduce one's cultivation level to the 5th stage, rendering individuals of a higher tier unable to discern any anomalies. In essence, anyone below the foundational level would be oblivious to the practitioner of the breath control technique, which is indeed a remarkable asset. Mastering this technique is imperative. Utilizing a day to intermittently memorize the contents of the jade slip, he began practicing this technique. After several days of cultivation, he gradually became acquainted with the method and could adeptly employ the breath control skills of concealment and transformation, although still lacking in finesse. Haoyan was nonetheless satisfied and ceased his training in the breath control technique. He then shifted his focus to the Haoyan spirit refinement method, which is designed for cultivating one's consciousness. The stages of cultivation are categorized from 1 to 9. First stage, Qi refinement. Second stage, foundation establishment. Third stage, essence Dan, golden core. Fourth stage, nascent soul. Fifth stage, spirit transformation. Sixth stage, divine separation. Seventh stage, body integration. Eighth stage, tribulation crossing. Ninth stage, great completion. Each level of consciousness cultivation is further divided into 4 phases: early, mid, late, and peak stages. In the Qi refinement stage, the practitioner has yet to generate consciousness, with the 1st to 12th layers of Qi allowing for a consciousness range of approximately 300 zhang. At the initial stage of foundation establishment, consciousness can extend 1 to 2 miles, achieving a speed of 50 to 60 zhang in a single breath. In the early essence dance stage, consciousness can reach 50 to 60 miles, with a speed of 410 zhang in a breath. At the initial nascent soul stage, consciousness can extend over 100 miles, not exceeding 140 miles, and can travel several dozen miles in a breath. In the early spirit transformation stage, consciousness spans around 1,400 miles, with a speed of approximately 200 miles per breath. During the early divine separation stage, consciousness ranges from 6 to 7,000 miles, covering about 900 miles in a single breath. In the early body integration stage, consciousness can reach 20 to 30,000 miles, achieving a speed of 3 to 4,000 miles per breath. In the early tribulation crossing stage, consciousness can extend to 100,000 miles, traveling 7 to 8,000 miles in a breath. Finally, at the early great completion stage, consciousness reaches around 200,000 miles, able to cover 10,000 miles in a single breath. The cultivation of consciousness not only hones the six senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and thought, but ultimately necessitates the refinement of the practitioner's intent and perception. Through the cultivation of the senses, practitioners ultimately attain mastery over their intent. Focusing intently, he condensed the essence of his consciousness into exceedingly slender threads, employed to seal objects and inscribe spiritual marks. Through the refinement of the mind, he enhanced his consciousness and cultivated spiritual techniques, devouring divine substances for nourishment. In shaping the formless into form, he wielded consciousness blades and needles. Mastering the divine, he manipulated his consciousness outwardly, commanding swords and objects alike. Mastery and cultivation was imperative. Seated in meditation upon a mat, Hachin concentrated all his mental faculties within his mind, experiencing a profound clarity. Following the principles of his cultivation method, he gradually slowed his breathing and heart rate. Slowly, he felt himself fading from the earthly realm, merging into another world. Here, an endless expanse of crystal-clear ocean stretched before him. At that moment, Hachin was seated upon the pristine surface of the water, which represented his sea of consciousness. Adhering to the techniques of spiritual cultivation, he meticulously began to condense the ocean's waters into a thread so fine that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. This was his consciousness. This marked the creation of Hachin's first strand of consciousness. Subsequently, through immense effort, he produced several more strands that danced upon the air above the ocean's surface. By evening, wearied and with a head throbbing like 1,000 needles, he recognized that his mental energy had been significantly depleted. He had reached his limit and reluctantly decided to pause his cultivation. The elements of consciousness cultivation also stated that the early stages of refinement were arduous. Each strand of consciousness required painstaking extraction. However, once a certain quantity was achieved, advanced techniques would allow for the utilization of that consciousness, enabling the sea of awareness to autonomously refine new strands without the need for laborious extraction, thus permitting the practitioner to focus solely on enhancing their spiritual techniques. Regarding other techniques of consciousness cultivation, Hachin merely skimmed through them before relinquishing the pursuit, acknowledging his lack of formidable consciousness. He was aware that his current abilities were insufficient and that mastery would not be attained overnight. He resolved to take his time in the future. Retrieving the tome Essentials of Alchemy, he gleaned that alchemy was a costly endeavor. Even the tome indicated that crafting simple elixirs required the use of spiritual herbs and medicines. Given Hachin's present capabilities, he could not even identify low-grade spiritual herbs, let alone engage in alchemy. To ensure access to superior cultivation resources in the future, he diligently devoted himself to studying the intricacies of alchemical practices. Over many days, he absorbed vast amounts of knowledge about elixir creation, memorizing numerous technical terms and commonly used recipes. Fully aware that cultivation was inextricably linked to elixirs, Hachin resolved at that moment to master the art of alchemy. Solely engaging in cultivation without practical experience left certain concepts lingering in the realm of theory. This superficial understanding hindered his progress, prompting him to allocate substantial time to the study of spells. While organizing the texts within his cave, he discovered that the collection contained not only martial arts manuals, but also those pertaining to immortality cultivation. In the realm of martial arts, various techniques such as spear play, swordsmanship, and knife techniques abound. In the domain of spells, one encounters incantations like the flame technique, wind blade technique, ice arrow technique, and stone explosion technique, among others. However, the cultivation of these spells is far from simple. The initial attempt to channel fire attribute energy into the body feels akin to swallowing a burning ember, searing the flesh both inwardly and outwardly. This sensation is quite unpleasant. Fortunately, with his robust physique as a martial artist, Hachin endured the torment within 3 hours. Despite diligently practicing the flame technique for several days, the fireball he conjured resembled merely the size of a broad bean, and its effective range barely extended 2 steps. The lack of potency was disheartening, and the fireballs often veered off course despite repeated attempts. In contrast, the cultivation of the ice arrow technique proved somewhat more manageable. Invoking the ice attribute energy into his body was less agonizing, with only a chill-inducing shivers for an hour before his body acclimated. However, the resulting ice arrows were nowhere near the envisioned potency, resembling small, pointed hailstones rather than true arrows, and their range barely reached 1 jong. Whether it is the fireball technique or the ice arrow technique, the force exerted falls significantly short of the descriptions found in texts. To truly harness their potential, continued practice is essential. Attempts to master the stone explosion technique yielded no results, as the earth attribute energy stubbornly resisted entering Hachin's body, leaving him with no choice but to abandon this endeavor. Inwardly, he resolved that once his cultivation improved, he would find a way to master it. It is worth noting that Hachin, as a novice without a mentor's guidance, recklessly pursued the cultivation of both the fire attribute fireball technique and the ice attribute ice arrow technique. For anyone else, the clash of water and fire would likely lead to dire consequences. Unbeknownst to Hachin, his ability to cultivate 2 disparate elemental spells stemmed from the Kan Li San Xianju technique, with Kan representing water and Li symbolizing fire. His body had adapted to these two contrasting elements, creating a harmonious blend of ice and fire within him. During his time in the valley practicing spells, Hachin occasionally spent 3 consecutive days outside. Each spell cast would deplete his internal energy entirely. In his spare moments, he trained in martial techniques with Hachin, having reached the level of a martial artist. Yet, regardless of whether he wielded a sword or a knife, he often met with failure. Although Hachin had entered the realm of martial artists, while Hachin was merely at the pinnacle of martial apprentices. The latter's years of immersion in spear techniques rendered him vastly superior in close combat. In terms of practical experience, Hachin remained a novice. After a half-year of rigorous training in the valley, having reached the first stage of chi refining, Hachin found it no easy feat to advance to the second stage. Recently, his progress with the Kanli San Xianju had stagnated. In truth, Hachin had hit a bottleneck in his cultivation. To break through, he needed to seek opportunities. At that moment, he remained unaware that with a mentor's guidance, he could achieve twice the results with half the effort, ultimately leading to a transformed version of himself. Observing his growth in the first stage of chi refining, various aspects of his cultivation continued to ascend. Hachin sighed, lamenting that his pace of cultivation resembled that of a snail. Little did he know that, having surpassed his 60th year, achieving the entry of vital energy into the body was, in itself, a commendable feat. A mere mortal, relying solely on the method of vital energy induction, could ascend to the gathering essence realm. Such an accomplishment would render one a distinguished figure even within a sect. Especially considering that Hachin had only begun his cultivation after his 60th year. Hachin intended to impart the Kanli San Xianju technique of energy refinement to Hachin. However, Hachin was unable to cultivate this particular method. At present, he was only suited to practice the gathering essence technique of the Yunhai sect. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily endure and continue his training. Once he achieved success in his cultivation, if he still could not practice the Kanli San Xianju, he would then consider selecting another technique for his grandfather to cultivate. What should he do in the absence of progress in his training? Hachin found himself engulfed in confusion. Chapter 7. Trouble arises from within. Hachin yearned to venture forth, to explore distant realms and seek opportunities. Hachin, upon reflection, found this reasoning sound. Since Hachin wished to leave, remaining alone in the valley would be rather lonely. Moreover, had they not endured these years in search of opportunities and treasures within the cave, with their goals now achieved, it would be prudent to take the opportunity to return home for a visit. In just over 2 months, the time would come for the Yunhai sect's triannual recruitment of disciples. During this period, the inhabitants of several nearby villages would gather in Dongxing town, awaiting the sect's recruitment. Hachin believed it was indeed time to return and participate in this year's assessment for external disciples. Discussing their future plans, Hachin suggested to his grandfather that it would be wise to relocate their base to Dongxing town. Having already stepped into the realm of cultivation, it was not unlikely that they would attract enemies in the future. Thus, a populous area would facilitate their concealment. They would need to assume new identities upon moving to Dongxing town for the sake of convenience in future endeavors. Hachin proposed to invert his name and adopt the name Chen Hao. When you travel to Dongxing town, simply look for Chen Yuxuan from Qinjia village, he added. Hachin had also thought of a name and shared it with Hachin, knowing it aligned with his own wishes. Hachin pondered that this would indeed spare them future troubles. Embarking on the path of cultivation could potentially invite adversaries, which would be detrimental to their family. Once everything was packed and the cave was concealed, the two departed from the nameless valley, with gold coins acquired from their storage bags. Hachin led the pack deer back home, leaving Hachin to wander alone through the Wuun Mountain range. Wuun village lay to the north of Wuun Mountain and bordered Wuun Mountain to the south, and Hachin was quite familiar with the terrain of both mountains. However, his familiarity was limited to collecting firewood and hunting at the periphery of the mountains. The villagers were well aware that the depths of the distant mountains were not places for mere mortals, as the beasts residing there were beyond their capabilities to confront. As he traversed the paths that were both familiar yet tinged with strangeness, Hachin felt a twinge of nostalgia. In pursuit of the martial and immortal path, he had not ventured beyond the confines of the nameless valley since entering it in search of opportunities. It is likely that the villagers presumed something unfortunate had befallen my grandfather, or that he had ventured to distant lands. The neighbors probably have forgotten about Hachin entirely. On the road, I encountered several disciples clad in the attire of the Yunhai sect. Upon seeing Hachin wandering in their vicinity, they approached him with a sense of vigilance, requiring extensive explanations before allowing him to depart. To evade unnecessary trouble, Hachin chose to traverse narrow paths, seeking secluded areas away from the throngs of people. Indeed, along the way, he was no longer subjected to the vexatious inquiries, allowing him to wander freely and further afield. As he gazed upon the breathtaking scenery, so distinct from that of the valley, and listened to the melodious chirping of various birds, all his worries faded into oblivion. Suddenly, distant sounds of clashing weapons and shouts of encouragement echoed from a relatively concealed cliff nearby. Such an isolated location, so many people gathered together, and such a raucous uproar. Hachin's curiosity ignited. No longer fearful of being questioned, he followed the sounds of the fray to the vicinity of the cliff. What a grand spectacle! He was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the scene before him. Beneath the cliff, entirely obscured by trees, dozens of individuals were congregated. This modest area was teeming with people. And even among the nearby larger trees, some individuals stood upon the branches, gazing down. Within the circle of onlookers, two groups were facing off with palpable hostility. 7 individuals on the left and 3 on the right. Observing the crowd, whether spectators or participants, he noted that their ages were akin to his own, all appearing to be in their teenage years. A smile crept across Hachin's face. What a coincidence. Amidst this throng, he easily recognized several familiar faces from his village and neighboring ones. Qiuping, once dark-skinned, had transformed into a fair youth. Lu Su, a snotty child resembling a flower butterfly, had also blossomed into a respectable figure. Xiaomei had remained unchanged, exuding a gentle beauty, her slender silhouette complementing her lively eyes, still turning heads effortlessly. Hachin stealthily climbed a tree to observe the familiar faces below. 2 bare-handed youths were engaged in a contest of fists between the 2 factions. One of them was Li Yu, his cousin from the village. Despite being considered a prodigy in the nearby village, at Yu Hai sect, he was merely an ordinary disciple. Hachin watched as Li Yu displayed agility and formidable skill, his fists cutting through the air with a menacing force, accompanied by shouts of encouragement. The opposing fighter, a robust young man, executed his moves with grand gestures, exuding confidence as he took his time, seemingly intent on wearing down Li Yu's stamina. Seeing his cousin embroiled in combat, Hachin naturally found himself rooting for Li Yu. After watching for a while, and noticing that Li Yu was not at a disadvantage, he felt a sense of reassurance. He glanced around, seeking someone to inquire about the unfolding events. Not far from the tree where he stood, a young boy perched upon a large stone, gesturing animatedly while observing the duel. He chattered excitedly, exclaiming, Li Yu, your punches are far too slow. How did you learn your footwork? Oh dear, truly a foolish pig. Yes, execute a low kick, strike with force. His enthusiasm was palpable, suggesting he was an ally of Li Yu. Hachin, intrigued by this individual, descended from the tree at a leisurely pace and approached the boy. Pray tell, do you know the combatants here? What is the reason for their duel? He inquired with an earnest expression. Why ask? Do you think I, Wang Pang, am unfamiliar with anyone? They are, of course, fighting over. Hey, who are you? I have never seen you before. Are you new here? No. You are not from the Yu Hai sect. Who exactly are you? The boy's confusion quickly shifted to alertness as he realized he had never encountered Hachin before. I am Hachin. The individual competing, Li Yu, is a friend of mine. Hachin replied with utmost seriousness, refraining from mentioning that Li Yu is his cousin. Li Yu's friend? I know all of his acquaintances, but I do not recognize you. The boy questioned, still wary. Haha. It is quite normal that you do not know me, as I am not from the Yu Hai sect. Hachin responded with a friendly smile. The boy cast a glance at Hachin's attire, seemingly convinced by his words. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the young lad could not resist divulging the circumstances surrounding the duel. My friend, you might not be aware, but this turmoil arose from the mischief of a beautiful woman. Let me recount the entire affair in detail. Wang Pang began, narrating the saga involving 2 individuals, Li Yu and Luo Lin, both disciples of the Yu Hai sect. Both young men had fallen for Lu Su, an outer disciple. Lu Su and Li Yu, hailing from Baoquan village, had loved each other long before entering the Yun Hai sect. However, upon her arrival at the sect, Lu Su caught the eye of Luo Lin. In a bid to win her affection, Luo Lin challenged Li Yu to a duel. Bolstered by his grandfather's position as the second elder of the Yu Hai sect and the master of Shieling Peak, Luo Lin was determined to possess whatever he desired. He gathered a group of unruly disciples from the sect to challenge Li Yu, who readily accepted the duel. Subsequently, Luo Lin spread the word, seeking skilled fighters to aid him. Li Yu also had a few friends within Shieling Peak. Many sympathized with Li Yu's plight and willingly came to support him, while others, drawn by the spectacle of this unfair contest, gathered to witness the duel, taking clear sides. From the boy's tone, Hachin discerned a significant rift between the privileged disciples and those of lower status within the sect. Such a contest, fueled by jealousy, attracted a considerable audience. Hachin, is that truly you? As I was intending to approach for a closer look, Yimei unexpectedly dashed through the crowd. In truth, she had noticed Hachin the moment he descended from the tree. It was quite impossible not to see him, especially with Wang Pang flailing his arms in excitement nearby, which had already caught Yimei's attention. It's me. I'm here in the mountains for a hunt, and somehow ended up here. Upon seeing Yimei rush over, Hachin felt a surge of joy. Yimei, hailing from Dongxing Town, was the esteemed daughter of the Yi family and was of the same age as Hachin. Due to his dealings in mountain goods, Hachin frequently visited Dongxing Town, where serendipity led him to meet Yimei. On one occasion, after selling mountain goods at the Yi family shop, Hachin was meandering through the town when he encountered a runaway horse cart careening down the street, perilously close to colliding with Yimei, who stood by the roadside. Fortunately, Hachin was nearby and swiftly pulled Yimei to safety, thereby averting a potential disaster. From that moment on, their friendship began to blossom. Although this area was technically under the jurisdiction of Yu Hai sect, hunters from nearby villages occasionally ventured into its territory. The Yun Hai sect's domain was vast, encompassing several towns, and Baoquan village was merely 1,000 miles away. Many of the locals were familiar with each other, and occasionally, the Yu Hai sect sourced supplies from surrounding villages. As the two engaged in cheerful conversation, an unpleasant voice interrupted them. You dare to lay eyes on my little Mei? You commoners? Lung Yun approached, disdain etched on his face as he addressed Hao Chun. Who is your little Mei? Mei retorted coldly. Who are you? Unperturbed by Lang Yun's insolence, Hao Chun did not even glance in his direction, casually responding before returning his focus to Mei. This infuriated Ling Yun, who seethed inwardly. How dare this mere mortal speak to me in such a manner? His eyes shimmered with malice, seemingly wishing to pierce Hao Chun with a glare. However, Out of respect for Yimei, he refrained from resorting to violence, though he silently vowed to remember Hachin. You will regret this, he muttered, walking away while casting a menacing gaze at Hachin. Who was that person speaking to you just now? Long Yun coldly inquired of Wang Peng. Observing that Yimei and Hachin continued their conversation. That person is Hachin, a fellow townsman of Liu, Wang Peng replied nonchalantly. Indifferent to Long Yun's demeanor, Hachin glanced back at the gambling arena, reassured that neither victory nor defeat posed any mortal danger. Yimei, tell you that I have come and am now departing. Hachin understood that a mere mortal could not linger long in the realm of cultivation. Yimei also recognized that she could not persuade Hachin to stay, and could only watch helplessly as he turned to leave. As Hachin bid farewell to Yimei and retraced his steps, a pair of shadowy eyes inscribed his name onto a death list. Chapter 8. Striking when unprepared. Long Yun was also from Dongxing Town, his family well off and without want. He had harbored a secret affection for the Yi family's eldest daughter for quite some time, yet had never found the opportunity to approach her. 3 years prior, the Yunhai sect had recruited disciples from the town, and with commendable aptitude, Long Yun, alongside Yimei, was selected as an outer disciple of the Yunhai sect. Once within the sect, Lang Yun was chosen by Luo Yun to ascend to Xiling, while Yimei was assigned to Tsuiyin Peak. Since that time, Long Yun deliberately sought to approach Yimei, and gradually, the two became acquainted. Long Yun often visited Tsuiyin Peak to see Yimei. After all, they hailed from the same place and had known each other since childhood, looking out for one another and eventually becoming friends. Although they practiced on different peaks, the mountains were not distant from each other. For cultivators, flying on a sword takes mere moments to traverse to another peak. Even disciples of low chi refinement levels, who cannot fly, can still traverse the rugged terrain with remarkable agility. Yimei regarded Lang Yun merely as a friend, for in her heart, the shadow of Hachin lingered persistently. Though she understood that Hachin could not enter the realm of cultivation, she remained steadfast in her belief that there must be a way for him to enter the world of immortality and cultivate. There must be a way. Lang Yun was aware of the story between Hachin and Yimei, yet he never had the opportunity to meet Hachin. It was only this time, when Wang Peng mentioned Hachin's name, that Lang Yun realized he was the very Hachin. As long as Hachin remained, he could not win Yimei's heart. And thus a sinister plan began to form in Lang Yun's heart. Meanwhile, Hachin, retracing his path, soon emerged from the forest, leaving behind the jealousy-laden woods. And his spirits lifted. He pondered deeply as he walked. The mountain winds howled fiercely, trees swayed ominously, and clouds stirred, signaling impending rain. Autumn had set in, and such a powerful gust promised a heavy downpour. Before long, thunder rumbled, and a torrential rain began to fall. In haste, Hachin sought refuge beneath a cliff, only to discover a shallow cave. Inside, it was pitch black, and it seemed someone was meditating there. As the rain intensified, Hachin thought little of it, and inched closer to the cave. A wave of fragrant aroma wafted towards him, reminiscent of a woman. However, he noticed that the person remained silent and felt no sense of danger. The figure continued to meditate undisturbed. Suddenly, from a distance of several dozen feet from the cave entrance, two dark figures flashed by, bringing with them a familiar scent. Is that Long Yun? What brings him here? Spotting two figures clad in black near the cliff, Hachin recognized one of them. Brotherling, is that the person you mentioned? Heading in this direction? Inquired the shorter figure. From the voice, Hachin deduced that the taller one was indeed Lang Yun, while the shorter one must be his junior, Lu Wanjin. After the gambling match concluded, Lang Yun had sought out his close companion Lu Wanjin to follow the trace of Hachin. At the very least, he intended to leave Hachin severely injured, teaching him a lesson about whom he should not provoke. That brat is just a mortal. Have we lost his trail? Why can we never catch sight of him? A piercing voice echoed amidst the rain. If I hadn't been here before, I wouldn't have known there was such a good place to take shelter from the rain, Lang Yun remarked as he approached. At this moment, Hachin realized he could not escape. Lang Yun had already spotted his figure, with years of cultivation allowing him to fly on a sword. There was no way he could evade now. The ability to escape using a flying sword was a privilege few possessed, especially for a novice like himself, who had barely stepped into the realm of cultivation and could not match the swiftness of others. Cold Cloud and his short-statured junior brother arrived at the cave's entrance, where they beheld Hachin and an injured woman taking refuge from the rain. The two exchanged flirtatious smiles. Heh, what a fortunate encounter, even in the face of death. She remains so captivating, Cold Cloud mockingly remarked to Hachin. Noticing Cold Cloud's arrival, the woman seated within the cave had already ceased her meditation. Upon hearing such lewd comments, her brows furrowed in disapproval. Unfortunately, her internal energy was depleted, leaving her powerless to retaliate, and she could only endure the situation. Cold Cloud, observing the attractive woman, surmised from her figure that she was indeed a beauty. He momentarily set aside concerns about Hachin, dismissing him as merely a mortal, incapable of escaping right under his nose. Little did he know that even without entering the chi refinement stage, Hachin was not someone he could provoke, as he was still a fledgling warrior at this point. Cold Cloud, donning a playful demeanor, began to converse with the woman, but when he noticed the odd expression on Hachin's face, he momentarily lost his temper and kicked Hachin aside. Get lost for now. I'll deal with you later. Lu Wanjin, take that kid away for a while. I wish to converse further with this young lady. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance and gesture with his junior. Hachin felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing escape was futile. Yet, fate granted him an opportunity. He mused, It is easier to contend with one than two, right? At that moment, he reluctantly followed Lu Wanjin away from the cave. Lu Wanjin, however, insisted that Hachin walk ahead. Understanding that a plot was unfolding, Hachin refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead contemplating how to navigate this precarious situation. Not far from the cave, a winding and narrow path came into view, flanked by dense forest with towering trees and entwined vines, obscuring vision. Once one ventured into the thicket, locating a way out would prove challenging, even for one with keen perception. As Hachin walked, he pondered strategies for survival. It was a matter of life and death. What should he do? His only weapon was a short sword, and his magical abilities were limited to conjuring a small flame barely a foot in length, while his ice arrow technique, resembling hailstones, was hardly effective. Deception was the key. He realized that unless he could outwit his opponent, he might seize the opportunity to strike with his short sword while they were momentarily distracted. He resolved to do just that. Hachin had never shied away from cunning. As a child, he often ambushed friends during play when they were caught off guard, compelling them to concede. He had only recently learned about perception and knew it would be necessary in dire circumstances. In his home in Bowspring Village, he had once applied the principles of springs to enhance the mechanism for launching his hidden sword, a rather complex endeavor. After several days of toil, he successfully modified the device hidden within his sleeve. The purpose of this hidden sword was for hunting and self-defense, and now it would serve him well. Estimating that they had moved a fair distance from the cave, he felt ready to make his move. At that moment, Lu Wanjin, the disciple of Lung Yun, suddenly shouted for Hachin to halt. Upon hearing Lu Wanjin's call, Hachin slowly turned around, but his gaze drifted behind Lu Wanjin. He then exclaimed loudly, "Is that you, Sister Yi? What brings you here?" Lu Wanjin, upon hearing this, immediately turned back, only to find that there was no Sister Yi in sight. When he turned around again, a sharp pain pierced through his chest. A dagger was embedded in his heart, blood gushing uncontrollably, and a searing fire ignited within him. A scream of agony escaped his lips, and he breathed his last. Until his final moment, Lu Wanjin pondered, what transpired? How could a mere mortal take my life? With Lu Wanjin's demise, Hachin was left utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. Despite being an early-stage warrior and a first-tier chi refinement practitioner, it was his first experience of taking a life, particularly that of a practitioner of higher cultivation. Overwhelmed with fear and trepidation, he broke out in a cold sweat, panting heavily as he sat on the ground. Lu Wanjin remained oblivious to the fact that Hachin possessed the skills of a first-tier chi refinement practitioner and had practiced the Tai breath concealment technique, which allowed him to conceal his cultivation level. By employing this technique, he deceived all those who had encountered him, aiming to present himself as a seemingly unthreatening individual. This assassination of Lu Wanjin demonstrated that it was indeed an effective method of subterfuge. Hachin hastily retrieved a chi recovery pill from his pocket, obtained from Wang Ziyu's storage bag, and swallowed it. He then took out a spirit stone from the same bag to absorb its spiritual energy, replenishing his depleted vitality. At this moment, Hachin's body felt utterly fatigued, and his consciousness throbbed painfully, as if pierced by a needle, causing his temples to pulse and his vision to blur. He had just employed a newly acquired technique, the Mind Spike, to attack his opponent's spirit while simultaneously plunging the dagger into Lu Wanjin's body. Without such a tactic, how could Lu Wanjin have met his end? The notion that a first-tier chi refinement practitioner could kill one of the fourth tier would likely be met with disbelief. Meanwhile, Long Yun remained engrossed in a cave with a woman, engaging in flirtatious banter. However, it was merely Lang Yun's fanciful musings, as the woman was simply meditating in a state of semi-slumber. Internally, Lang Yun speculated about the woman's origins, unable to discern her cultivation level, and surmised that she must possess numerous treasures. If he could win her over, it would yield substantial benefits. The thought of such prospects brought a frivolous smile to his face. This woman was actually a member of the Yunhai sect, rarely venturing outside the sect, and even within its confines, she adorned a veil that obscured her features. It was said that few, even among the inner disciples, had ever laid eyes on her. Yun Luo grew up in the Yunhai sect, living with her grandfather, who was a late-stage elders of the sect, while her father was the deputy lord of the North Hang Peak, and her mother was the deputy lord of the Tsuayan Peak, both of whom were in the late foundation establishment stage. After spending considerable time with her grandfather, Yin Xian, she expressed a desire to wander to the Danyun market, located 1,000 miles away from the sect. Unable to withstand the whims of his treasured granddaughter, he reluctantly consented. Little did they know, while at the market, Yun Luo's purchase of trinkets would attract unwanted attention. On the way back to the sect, Yun Luo was ambushed by a mysterious figure clad in black. Fortunately, she possessed several life-saving items, resulting in the destruction of 2 inferior magical artifacts and the loss of several fire spirit talismans. Ignoring the fate of her assailant, she fled desperately towards the direction of her sect, narrowly escaping peril. Exhausted of her essence and wounded by a hidden weapon, Yun Luo fought for her life to escape the clutches of the black-clad figure. Just before the torrential rain began, she arrived at a location to seek shelter and heal her injuries. As she was on the brink of recovery, a series of interruptions from others seeking refuge disturbed her recuperation. The arrival of Hachin brought her a sense of reassurance, as she sensed no malevolence or sinister intent from him, though she remained cautious. However, the entrance of Long Yun sent a chill down her spine, as she could feel a palpable aura of menace approaching. It was then that Yun Luo began to genuinely worry for her safety. One misstep could lead to her irrevocable demise. How long has it been? A mere mortal cannot even handle this, she thought to herself. Seeing that the woman would not be leaving anytime soon, she decided to venture outside for a moment. Chapter 9. True Feelings in Adversity. As Lang Yun traversed the winding mountain path, she spotted a figure lying motionless on the ground. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the unfortunate soul as her junior brother, Lu Wanjin. How pitiful. Robbed, even stripped of his clothing, there's nothing left but his shame, she mused. A pang of anxiety creeping into her heart at the sight of Lu Wanjin's dismal state. While Lang Yun was preoccupied with enticing a beautiful woman, she failed to adequately monitor her surroundings. Had she kept a vigilant eye on Lu Wanjin's whereabouts, this tragedy might have been averted. Who could have taken her junior brother's life? Was it someone from the sect, a passerby, or perhaps a hidden guardian? This covert operation had not revealed any flaws. Yet fear began to grip Lang Yun as she summoned her courage to shout, "Who is it? Show yourself. What's the matter? Are you frightened?" She taunted. A mere cultivator at the 4th level of chi refining, chasing down an ordinary person, only to be bested. Do you not feel ashamed? Just then, a woman emerged from behind her, the very same who had been meditating and healing in the cave. "Stop hiding, come out," the woman called, directing her gaze towards Hachin's concealed position. In that instant, as Hachin had slain Lu Wanjin, Yun Luo sensed through his aura that he too was a practitioner of the mystical arts, possessing the 1st level of chi refining. She communicated telepathically, urging Hachin to join forces against Lang Yun. Receiving Yun Luo's call, Hachin consented to the strategy she proposed. Responding to her summons, he donned Lu Wanjin's black robe and unexpectedly emerged from the thicket, startling Lang Yun. Seizing the opportunity, while she was momentarily stunned, Hachin swiftly unleashed a hidden sword towards her. At that precise moment, Yun Luo also cast a fire talisman. Although Lang Yun was on guard, her attention was focused on Hachin, leaving her unsuspecting of the assault from the woman behind her. As she sensed an attack from the rear, Lang Yun invoked a protective talisman, enveloping herself in a defensive barrier. In tandem, she unleashed a blade of wind towards her attacker and carelessly hurled several magical artifacts in an attempt to mitigate the force of the assault. Unbeknownst to him, the actions of Lang Yun had already incited the murderous intent of Yun Luo. Without hesitation, he resorted to using a talisman to confront Lang Yun. However, Yun Luo possessed little more than that talisman, having expended the remainder of his spiritual symbols in his struggle against the cloaked figure. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune for Lang Yun. Had it not been for Yun Luo's prior battle with the dark-clad adversary, which had drained his ordinary talismans, he would have been reluctant to employ the precious talisman in the act of slaying Lang Yun. The talisman, along with the hidden blade, was more than sufficient to claim Lang Yun's life. It mattered not that he was merely a 5th-level chi refinement cultivator. Even a Foundation establishment practitioner would find themselves grievously harmed by the explosion of the talisman. Moreover, the hidden blade posed an additional threat. This talisman was exponentially more formidable than an ordinary spiritual symbol, and the shockwave from its detonation created a deep crater in the ground. A death unworthy of lament. A disgraceful wretch, Yun Luo remarked, surveying the aftermath of the explosion. Hachin observed that Lang Yun had been utterly reduced to nothingness. With only a few remnants of his magical artifacts left, all rendered unusable, a lamentable fate. After rummaging through the debris, he finally unearthed his hidden blade from the earth. Fortunately, it sustained little damage, although it lacked its former luster. Having stepped into the realm of cultivation, it was likely that the hidden blade, once a tool for dealing with villains and beasts in the mortal world, would no longer serve its previous purpose. Nonetheless, it could still be wielded for skinning and butchering. While Hachin busied himself searching for the hidden blade, Yun Luo discreetly retrieved the storage pouch left behind by Lang Yun and quietly sat down to meditate and heal. During the confrontation with Lang Yun, Yun Luo, still nursing his injuries, had overexerted himself in activating the talisman and needed to focus on recuperating his energy to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Hachin was not in a much better state. Having exhausted himself while dispatching Lu Wanjin, he had yet to restore his energy before engaging in another confrontation. He had depleted the chi he had just cultivated, and his complexion appeared pale and drained. After a brief respite, Yun Luo rose and conjured a small fireball to incinerate Lu Wanjin as remains to ashes. After meticulously checking to ensure no traces were left behind, he beckoned Hachin, and the two of them returned to the cave where they had sought refuge from the rain. During the skirmish, Yun Luo had long removed her veil, which she had donned to obscure herself from prying eyes, yet it had hindered her own vision. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, Hachin finally took a moment to seriously regard Yun Luo's appearance. Her enchanting smile exuded a refreshing grace, reminiscent of the innocence of a neighborly young girl. A faint blush rose on her pale cheeks, adorned with droplets of water, resembling morning dew on fresh blossoms, and as her lips moved slightly, a hint of shyness appeared upon her visage. Hachin found himself entranced, unable to tear his gaze away. It was no wonder he displayed such a demeanor, for Yun Luo was exceptionally beautiful. "I am Yun Luo, a disciple of the Yun Hai sect," she stated, noticing Hachin's captivated expression, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. "I am Hachin, residing in Bakwun village of Dongxing town," he replied, feeling a bit abrupt upon hearing her voice. He lowered his head, fidgeting with the soil beneath his right foot. No longer daring to openly admire Yun Luo, he feared provoking disdain and attracting unnecessary trouble. As he bowed his head, Yun Luo took the opportunity to observe Hachin thoroughly. Before him stood a remarkably handsome youth, exuding a hint of shyness that rendered him almost girl-like. His features were well-defined, with deep, pure black eyes that seemed to draw one in, creating an illusion of being absorbed into their depths. His straight nose culminated in a soft tip, evoking a flutter of emotions within Yuluo as she gazed at the awkward boy before her, causing her cheeks to flush. At that moment, Hachin left an indelible mark on Yunluo's heart, igniting feelings both unusual and profound. Despite their mutual affection, the two shared little conversation due to their unfamiliarity. Upon entering the cave, they sought their own spaces and began to meditate, recovering their vital energy. In a brief period, Hachin regained about 70 to 80% of his energy, while Yuluo was nearing a similar recovery. Given the commotion from their recent skirmish, which might have attracted attention, Yuluo suggested they leave the area. To her surprise, she did not allow Hachin to depart alone. Instead, she summoned her flying sword, whisking him away at great speed. The evening air was gentle, and the mist hung delicately. Hachin, mesmerized by the rushing peaks and rivers beneath them, reveled in the exhilaration of his inaugural flight. Standing closely behind Yuluo, he was enveloped by a faint, enchanting fragrance that stirred his heart. It was his first time being so near a woman, and he couldn't help but entertain romantic fantasies. As dusk settled, Yuluo guided her sword down to a gentle slope. Hachin remained lost in the sublime experience of flight, finally awakening to the reality of their journey. Observing his captivated demeanor, Yuluo understood that he was indeed a novice in this world of adventure. Likely unaware of their distance traveled or their current location, having been captivated by the joys of soaring through the skies, Hachin was eager to explore and seek his fortunes. Yet he had been so enchanted by the beautiful elder sister that he had lost track of his original intentions. What place is this? How far are we from where we took shelter? He inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. This is Wuun Mountain in the Dangsha Ridge. We have traveled several hundred miles from that spot. Where do you wish to go? Yuluo responded promptly to Hachin's question. I merely sought to wander, to expand my horizons, and then return to my village to await the sect's triennial entrance examination. Hoping for a stroke of luck, Hachin candidly explained. He then shared a brief account of his experiences, intentionally omitting his time in the nameless valley, only mentioning a fortunate coincidence that led him to acquire a cultivation method for refining his energy, which he recited for Yunluo. He had been exploring and practicing according to this method. After hearing Hachin's story, Yunluo realized that his journey was one of self-discovery and serendipity, a testament to his earnest pursuit of cultivation. To Yunluo's astonishment, with merely an incomplete method of channeling qi into the body, he had managed to cultivate to the first level of qi refinement, and under fortuitous circumstances, even slain a cultivator at the fourth level of qi refinement. You are a hunter, not a cultivator? Yunluo inquired, surprised by Hachin's tale. Indeed, I am but a hunter, Hachin replied candidly, revealing the hidden sword from his sleeve for Yunluo to see. It was this mundane weapon he had used to defeat the fourth level cultivator. Hachin dared not reveal any other items from his storage pouch, as he kept the sleeve sword readily accessible in his attire. It was not that he doubted Yunluo, but he was aware that the torn fabric bore the name Luoyun, a member of the Yuhai sect. If this individual had any connection to Luoyun, or was perhaps his disciple, it would be tantamount to exposing himself. Furthermore, Hachin understood the wisdom of keeping one's wealth concealed. Yunluo examined the sleeve sword handed to him and then returned it to Hachin, remarking, the incantation you recited earlier is indeed the method of channeling qi into the body. It is a mental discipline employed by sects to cultivate nameless, secular disciples, albeit a rather unrefined technique. Hachin had merely recounted the method of channeling qi into the body that Hao Yunlong had imparted to him. He was not foolish enough to disclose his own cultivation technique. The Canli Sanshinju, which, although its rank was unknown to him, he believed must be of at least yellow grade or higher. A superior method that should remain secret within the sect. Intrigued by Hachin's narrative, Yunluo and he began to grow more familiar with one another, their manner of address evolving as well. Being slightly older, Yunluo naturally assumed the role of Hachin's elder sister. Hachin's understanding of the cultivation world was still rather limited. He gleaned bits of information from the books left behind by Wang Ziyu, only grasping fragments of knowledge. This serendipitous encounter with Yuluo was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for him to seek guidance on the esoteric practices he only partially comprehended. Upon hearing Hachin's inquiry, Yuluo graciously shared her knowledge, elaborating on the nuances of the cultivation realm. The world of cultivation is that of cultivators, also referred to as practitioners. There are several major realms within this domain: gathering essence, qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, separation, integration, tribulation, and great ascension. Each realm comprises several levels, with Yuluo being a qi refinement practitioner at the 7th level. In addition to cultivating techniques to elevate their realms, cultivators must also master spells and martial skills. To enhance their cultivation, they must endure hardships beyond the capacity of ordinary humans, refining their qi and bodies, understanding the essence of the world to improve their cultivation, strengthen their physique, and enhance their combat skills requires competing against heaven, earth, and humanity, all of which rely on spells. Above spells lie Taoist techniques, and beyond them are celestial arts and divine powers, capable of moving mountains and shifting seas with ease. Yuluo shared a wealth of knowledge, drawing Hachin into an extraordinary world filled with wonder. Chapter 10. Serendipity in Yunluo's perspective. Aside from the method of drawing qi into the body, which belongs to the realm of cultivation, spells such as hail technique and flame technique are merely trivial tricks employed by lay Taoist priests, unworthy of the grandeur of the cultivation world. It is indeed remarkable to gather vital energy into the body through a fragmented method of drawing qi. Fortuitously entering the qi refinement stage. Hachin, since you have already attained the first layer of qi refinement, there is no need for you to return and participate in the sect's disciple recruitment test. You can directly enter the sect, Yunluo declared with confidence. Hachin pondered this, recalling the promise made to his grandfather to return in 2 months for the sect's disciple entrance examination. If he could directly join the sect, would that not be preferable? Yunluo mentioned that her cultivation method was not esteemed, whereas the Yuhai sect possessed superior techniques and abundant cultivation resources. Only by joining the sect could one cultivate more effectively. Sister Yin, may I join your Yunhai sect? Hachin inquired earnestly. Of course. Yunluo replied without a moment's hesitation. Is it easy to get in? Hachin asked with hopeful eyes. Yunluo playfully tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and said, It's not easy. There are countless individuals trying to gain entry into Yunhai sect through various means, including digging tunnels and leveraging connections. However, the sect has its own rules. Not everyone can enter. There are numerous assessments and strict scrutiny before one can join. For you to enter our Yuhai sect, it would be a piece of cake. Why is that? Hachin asked, puzzled. Because I am here. I am your sister, Yunluo said, playfully tapping her finger against her nose. From Yunluo's words, Hachin surmised that her status within the Yunhai sect must be significant. Well, since I have Sister Yun to assist me, I shall join the Yunhai sect. Hachin felt reassured, knowing that Yi Mei, along with his fellow villagers Li Yu and Lu Su, were also within the sect, alleviating any feelings of estrangement. Having spent half a day together, having once faced life and death situations, Yunluo discerned from Hachin's demeanor that he was not one to forget his benefactors. Unbeknownst to her, an unusual sentiment began to blossom within Yunluo towards Hachin. With Yunluo's guidance, Hachin gradually broadened his horizons, coming to understand and digest the wonders of the world overnight. Resting only as dawn broke. The following day, Yunluo imparted another method of qi refinement. The essence of qi refinement lies in refining the chaotic energies of heaven and earth into pure vital energy, which is then stored within the dantian. The vital energy stored within the body can be referred to as qi or magical power. Next, Yunluo commenced teaching Hachin the practice of cultivation. The initial stage of cultivation is qi refinement, and the method of practice involves meditative sitting, attuning oneself to the vital energies around. Once one perceives the vital energy, they gradually draw it into their body, accumulating a significant amount of energy internally. As the energy increases, one may then attempt to open the meridians within. Upon successfully opening the meridians with vital energy, a channel filled with qi will manifest within the body, marking the individual as a practitioner of the first layer of qi refinement. With Yunluo's guidance, Hachin became aware of the pitfalls in cultivation and diligently practiced according to the methods imparted by Yunluo. The vital energy within my body continues to refine, while more energy flows in from my surroundings. I have already made a breakthrough. According to your words, I should have reached the second level of qi refinement. Indeed, I have arrived at the second level. It is quite unnoticeable. You truly are a genius in cultivation, Hachin, Yunluo teased, gazing at him. In Yunluo's eyes, Hachin was indeed a prodigy, having just learned a set of cultivation techniques, and, in the span of a single night, surged from the first to the second level of qi refinement. Even the so-called geniuses of the Yuhai sect have yet to attain Hachin's level. Yunluo imparted numerous practical spells, and after a few days, it became evident that Hachin was a natural talent for cultivation. He could perform lower-level spells with mere gestures, although they were only rudimentary forms. It was still remarkable, as his cultivation deepened, their potency would gradually enhance. Since breaking through to the second level, he could now conjure a fireball that resembled a proper sphere. Although it was merely the size of a child's fist and lacked significant power, it could serve to intimidate. In actual combat, it would be utterly ineffective. Yunluo watched Hachin cast spells, rendered speechless. For the past few days, whenever Hachin exhausted his vital energy, he would meditate to restore it. Over the course of several days, Hachin's cultivation and spellcasting abilities steadily improved. By the time Yunluo led Hachin back to the Yunhai sect, dusk had already descended. The evening glow caressed the peaks, shrouding the valleys in a misty embrace, with cranes dancing and eagles soaring amidst the rich vital energy, while the flora and fauna exuded a sense of vitality. The air was saturated with vital energy, several times denser than that of the outside world. It was truly a paradise of hidden realms. Rest here for a while. I will make some arrangements, Yunluo said before stepping out of the guest room after ensuring Hachin was settled. Alone in the guest room, Hachin reveled in the exquisite moment when vital energy entered his body, refining the energy within. As he continued to refine it, he sensed the vital energy within him gradually strengthening, absorbing it at a pace far swifter than in the outside world. Hachin understood this was the blessing bestowed by the sect's paradise. The night slipped away as Hachin immersed himself in cultivation. The following day, the sun arrived early to grace Hachin's guest room. Is Hachin here? Just as Hachin was about to step out, a voice called from outside the door. Upon opening it, he saw a cultivator older than himself standing at the threshold. Hachin thought, only Yunluo knows of my entry into the Yuhai sect. Whoever can call my name must surely be someone sent by Yunluo. I am Hachin. May I ask who you are? He inquired with a questioning gaze. I am Su Fei. Yunluo's junior sister sent me to find you. Su Fei regarded Hachin, a mere disciple of the first level of qi refinement, with a hint of disdain. Come with me, Su Fei thought to himself. wondering what madness had possessed his junior sister to seek out such a low-level cultivator for overseeing the spirit fields or tending to spirit beasts. With such lowly cultivation, he would hardly be competent. The master only mentioned bringing someone back without specifying the tasks. What should I do now? Regardless, let us proceed to the testing grounds of the sect, where the affairs hall can assign tasks at their discretion. Su Fei led Hachin to the assessment hall of the sect's affairs. In one corner of the spacious hall sat an elderly man. Elder One, the mistress has sent me to conduct the entrance test for this individual. Please proceed according to the regulations, Su Fei said, pointing at Hachin. Ah, it is you. Su Fei, no problem at all. When Hao, upon noticing Su Fei had brought a young lad into the hall, quickly rose to his feet. After all, Su Fei was a disciple of the esteemed sect master Gu Yulin. Once Su Fei had given his instructions, he departed, leaving Elder One to ponder alone. It was rare for Su Fei to visit the assessment hall, and today he had brought a youth for testing. Undoubtedly, this boy was destined to join the sect. However, Su Fei's parting words, proceed according to the rules, seemed somewhat enigmatic. Your name is Hachin? When Hao inquired, turning his gaze to the young man before him. Indeed, I am Hachin, he replied. Very well, what is your current level of cultivation, and how old are you? In truth, when Hao had already discerned that the young man possessed merely the first layer of qi refinement, how could a person brought by Su Fei have such low cultivation? 16. First layer of qi refinement, Hachin answered. Yet, within his heart, he silently mused. Fortunately, I had recently broken through, otherwise, I would still be at the gathering essence stage today and would not have had the opportunity to come to Yunhai sect. Of course, Hachin did not reveal the entire truth. After parting ways with Yun Luo upon arriving at Yunhai sect, he had decided to conceal his true cultivation level after much contemplation. When Hao was taken aback, he hadn't anticipated that Hachin genuinely possessed only the first layer of qi refinement. Glancing up at the youth, he thought, there is no need for a test. He has already admitted to being at the first layer of qi refinement, so what is there to test? Yet, the procedure must be followed. Alright then, use your most proficient spell to attack the testing stone over there. When Hao instructed, gesturing towards the testing stone situated in the hall. This stone was no ordinary rock. It contained special energies and was highly sensitive to them. It served as a unique testing apparatus capable of measuring one's strength based on the energy input. This facility was established by Yunhai sect to prevent those who sought to sneak into the sect under false pretenses. Such materials were exceedingly rare, and even within Yunhai sect, they were in limited supply. As it was Hachin's first test, he contemplated his most adept method of attack, aside from the fire spell. He only had the hail spell at his disposal. The majority of the defensive and auxiliary spells taught by Yun Luo in recent days had not focused on offense. He resolved to give his utmost in the test. He would not tarnish Yun Luo's reputation nor allow himself to be looked down upon. Hachin summoned his inner strength, utilizing the energy of the second layer of qi refinement to conjure a flame that shot forth, resembling a diminutive fire dragon. Observing the spell released by Hachin, when Hao thought to himself, humph, this is hardly more impressive than a street performance. The results are evident without needing an inspection. That spell wouldn't even scorch a rabbit. When Hao did not go to test the stone for examining the effectiveness of Hachin's spell, he pondered, this young man was introduced by the sect leader's disciple, surely. He cannot be relegated to the menial tasks of the miscellaneous hall. Even if the disciple's cultivation is somewhat lacking, it should not concern me. Registering him was merely a formality, a mere pretense. He should at least be granted the status of an outer sect disciple. This thought crossed Wen Hao's mind while crafting the jade token. If he were to witness the impact of Hachin's strike, it would indeed stir the entire Yunhai sect. Hachin's blow achieved an astonishing strength akin to the 8th level of qi refinement, infused with the true essence of dual cultivation in martial and spiritual arts. What should be done? Su Fei did not specify where he would be allocated, and when Hao, responsible for the evaluation, found himself in a quandary. After contemplating for a moment, he muttered to himself, well then, let us temporarily reside at Luoyu Peak. Welcome, Hachin. From this moment forth, you are a disciple of the Yunhai sect. When Hao approached the table, retrieved a standardized blue jade token of the Yunhai sect, inscribed Hachin's name upon it, and presented it to him. Each disciple's identity token from the sect's various peaks bore distinct markings, detectable through spiritual sense on the reverse side. The emblem of Luoyu Peak was a colorful phoenix feather, while Xiyun Peak showcased a vibrant green leaf. Shiling Peak was marked by a soaring white crane, and Beihing Peak bore the silhouette of misty mountains. Yunhai Peak, the central mountain, was symbolized by a cloud. The Yunhai sect comprised 5 peaks, encircled by 4 other peaks, with the central mountain shrouded in mist. This central mountain, Yunhai Peak, served as the cultivation ground for the sect leader and the higher echelons of the sect. At this moment, Hachin found himself upon Yunhai Peak. In the future, as he traversed the sect, he would require his identity jade token. After refining the token, he would come to understand the sect's regulations and important notices contained within it. Thus, he must safeguard it diligently and avoid misplacing it. When Hao proceeded to relay other matters and imparted to Hachin a set of jade token refining techniques, Hachin mused, upon my arrival. Sister Yunluo did not mention the procedures for joining the sect. It seems rather cumbersome. Knowing that Yi Mei and Li Yu were in the Yunhai sect, he wished to inquire if they could assist him. Unfortunately, the place was eerily quiet. Apart from the elder in the main hall, no one else was in sight. What he did not realize was that it was not the time for the sect's triennial entrance assessments, and thus, very few individuals frequented the place. However, at times, disciples would come here to test their own cultivation levels. Yet, entering the assessment hall required a contribution point to utilize the testing stone and other equipment. With no other option, he decided to follow Wen Hao's instructions on refining the token and sought a secluded spot to carry out the process. After refining the jade token, he infused it with his vital energy, thereby acknowledging his affiliation with Liu Peak. Through Wen Hao's unintentional actions, Hao Chun inadvertently became an overlooked disciple of the Yunhai sect at Liu Peak. According to the map marked within the jade tablet, after much effort, I acquired the ceremonial robe, and a storage bag among other items. Subsequently, I ventured to the treasure pavilion to obtain a tome for cultivating one's spiritual awareness. After a bustling morning, I finally sought the path to Liu Peak. Chapter 11. The desolate land. Inquiring and searching along the way, Hao Chun eventually arrived at Liu Peak. This peak was notably lower than the other four, and while it was referred to as a mountain, to Hao Chun, it merely resembled a large hillock. The silent peak was overgrown with weeds. An ancient, dilapidated hall stood there, its weathered plaque inscribed with the words Liu Hall. The walls of the hall were as worn as the plaque, covered in moss, and the square in front was uneven and pockmarked. Hao Chun mused to himself. Isn't this akin to the crumbling temple in the village? I fear that on a rainy day, seeking shelter here would be quite perilous. Upon arrival, with no one to greet him, he stood perplexed in the square before the hall. Just then, a faintly weak cough echoed from within the hall. An elderly man with graying hair emerged, followed by two young individuals. Observing the elder, Hao Chun felt a familiar warmth akin to that of a neighborly grandfather, and hastened to offer his support. The elder smiled and nodded, saying, "Young man, you must have just been assigned here? This place cannot compare to the other peaks. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." Hao Chun replied, "Elder, I am but a newly joined disciple of the sect. There are many matters I do not comprehend, and I will rely on your guidance in the future." The elder continued, "Present your identity jade tablet, select your location on Liu Peak, infuse it with your energy, and choose a residence in an area devoid of highlights. Then, simply register with me." Hao Chun retrieved his jade tablet, located Liu Peak, and infused it with energy. Upon observing highlighted areas indicating habitation, he opted for a remote spot lacking such indicators as his dwelling. In truth, even those highlighted locations had long been abandoned by their previous inhabitants. The former cultivators had departed, neglecting to return their caves. Those who left found the management here weak and easily manipulated, turning this place into their private refuge. After selecting his residence on the jade tablet, Hao Chun did not rush to inspect the cave but instead lingered in the hall, reasoning, if the hall is in such disrepair, the cave cannot be in much better condition. As a result of Hao Chun's arrival, the usually quiet Liu Peak became lively. After mutual introductions, they gradually became more familiar with one another. The trio soon realized that Hao Chun was not a disciple sent here as punishment, but rather one assigned to cultivate here through proper channels. However, the manner in which they regarded him was somewhat peculiar, as they wondered what offense had led him to be allocated to such a desolate location for cultivation. Lacking a master to guide him and resources for training, he appeared to be a castaway in this forsaken place. Strange occurrences abound each year. Yet this year seemed particularly rife with oddities. Through his inquiries, Hao Chun learned that the taller youth was named Lu Wan, while the shorter, slightly plump one was called Lin Xiao. Their cultivation levels were modest. Lin Xiao was merely at the second layer of qi refinement, whereas Lu Wan, though slightly superior, only reached the third layer. At present, they were the sole four individuals present on the entire Liu Peak. Later, the elderly man, feeling unwell, retreated to rest. However, the three young men were full of vitality, and despite it being their first encounter, they found a remarkable rapport and engaged in delightful conversation. As twilight enveloped the last vestige of light above the treetops, the mist-clad mountains took on an ethereal, dreamlike quality, although the conditions here were less than ideal. The vitality of the atmosphere was abundant compared to any other place Hao Chun had previously visited, except for the Yuhai Peak. He had yet to explore the other three mountains. In such a desolate locale, Hao Chun pondered why the Yuhai sect would equate this place with the other 5 peaks. By the way, why are there only the 3 of you here? Where have the others gone? Hao Chun inquired curiously of his companions. Lu Wan and Lin Xiao simultaneously sighed, with Lin Xiao explaining, "Neither of us belongs to the disciples of this place. I am an outer disciple of Yuhai Peak, while my senior brother Lu Wan is a disciple of the Pill Hall. On that day, while I was on duty in the Pill Hall, I accidentally knocked over the alchemical furnace and was punished to reflect here. It just so happened that senior brother Lu Wan was also on duty and received a reprimand for inadequate guarding. Thus, we were both sent here for penance. In essence, their presence here was to serve the hall master, Wang Heng, and they would not be permitted to leave for 3 years." What astonished Hao Chun was the hall master himself. He mused, "This venerable elder seems to progress exceedingly slowly in his cultivation, lingering at the 3rd layer of qi refinement even after several decades. Perhaps the sect assigned him here due to his lack of promising talent, indirectly designating this as a place for his retirement. It appears that the Yunhai sect still possesses some semblance of compassion." Unbeknownst to Hao Chun, the current sect master, Gu Yulin, was the senior brother of Wang Heng's son, Wang Ziyu. The decision to assign Wang Heng to this position was indeed well-intentioned. After all, Wang Ziyu had been quite prominent during his time in the sect and had offended some individuals. Since his disappearance, those who had been wronged by him inevitably cast disdain upon his father. Following his son's vanishing, Wang Hong had suffered a mental shock during his cultivation. An accident caused damage to his meridians, causing his cultivation level to plummet from mid-foundation establishment to the third layer of qi refinement. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the sect master, his very life might have been at stake. After recovering from his ailments, Wang Heng's cultivation showed little improvement, and he stagnated. The sect found it challenging to arrange a role for this former elder of the Yuhai sect. Considering that Luoyu Peak typically experienced little activity and was free from external disturbances, Sect Master Gu Yulin believed that the tranquil environment might aid Wang Hong in cultivating his spirit and improve his mood. Thus, he was appointed as the Hall Master of Liu Hall, also known as the Peak Master of Liu Peak. Luoyu Peak, situated on the eastern side of Yunhai Peak, had unfortunately become a deserted cultivation ground due to various circumstances. Once, this place flourished, but after the Master of Luoyu Peak, Gu Yunfei, embarked on a journey and never returned, his son Guping was reassigned to another location for cultivation, leading to the gradual neglect of this site. It was once a revered sanctuary for martial arts training, yet in the eyes of the immortal sects, martial practitioners were deemed insignificant. With the disappearance of the Peak's master, Luoyu Peak began to decline, transforming into an abandoned locale. In the Tianyuan continent, many individuals lacking innate talent for immortality resorted to martial arts in hopes of transcending to a higher realm. Before entering the realm of cultivation, Hachin aspired to achieve enlightenment through martial prowess. A sect's potential for development is often evaluated based on the capabilities of its leader in orchestrating comprehensive growth. It is disheartening to witness such a promising martial training ground fall into obscurity under the stewardship of the Yunhai sect's master. The decline of Liu Peak continued, becoming increasingly desolate over the generations. Eventually, the Yunhai sect, viewing the mountain as a mere trifle, hesitated to abandon it entirely. It is unclear when this place became an inadvertent site for the disciples of the Qi refinement stage to reflect upon their misdeeds. The two individuals did not conceal anything from Hachin, recounting everything they knew about the events that transpired. With Wang Hong present, the sect had not completely forsaken the area, regularly distributing living essentials and some medicinal pills per capita. However, there were occasions when the supplies never reached the intended recipients, being siphoned off instead. Even the meager provisions for the three of them were coveted by others. Life here is rather austere, devoid of savings, often facing shortages of food. In dire situations, they could only rely on the meager rations of the recovery pills, which were, regrettably, insufficient. You may have noticed that old Wang's health is quite poor, at times. It is due to inadequate nutrition. Lu Wan and Lin Xiao elaborated on various matters. Lu Wan remarked, old Wang, known as Wang Hong, once had a prodigious son, Wang Ziyu, who has been missing for many years. After his son's disappearance, the old man fell into despair, halting his own cultivation. Upon hearing the name Wang Ziyu, Hachin felt a stir in his heart and inquired, The old man's son is named Wang Ziyu? Lin Xiao followed Lu Wan's lead, saying, Indeed. He is called Wang Ziyu. He was a genius in our Yuhai sect, achieving the foundation establishment stage at a young age. Clearly, Hachin was intrigued by this topic, prompting him to ask, Brothers, could you share more details about Wang Ziyu's story? Lin Xiao and Lu Wan engaged in a lively exchange about the past. However, that woman has remained in seclusion ever since Wang Ziyu went missing. It has been over a decade since anyone has seen her. Nevertheless, her cultivation has reached the Yuan Dan stage, and she is now an elder of our Yunhai sect. Currently, Luo Yun is also our sect's second elder. At the early stage of Yuan Dan, diligently striving for the mid-stage of Yuan Dan, Luo Yun has many disciples, and aside from Lung Yun and Lu Wanjin, there are also members of the Luo family among them. There are quite a few disciples who have reached the foundation establishment and late-stage Qi refinement levels. What a coincidence! Hachin secretly chuckled to himself. The two disciples of Luo Yun intended to assassinate me, yet unexpectedly met their demise at my hands. It seems there is a hidden arrangement in the cosmos. Sister Yun Luo kept silent, and thus no one truly knew the whereabouts of Luo Yun's two disciples. Perhaps, like their master, they too are engaged in secluded cultivation. Lu Wan and Lin Xiao mentioned the scarcity of provisions in this area. With a flicker of thought, Hachin shifted the conversation and inquired, Are there any wild beasts in the surrounding mountains, such as pheasants or hares? Lin Xiao replied, Indeed, there are wild boars, mountain hares, and pheasants. All manner of fauna exists, though there are no demonic beasts. Hachin remarked, With no food to sustain us, why do you not capture wild beasts for sustenance? Lu Wan sheepishly responded, Even if we were to hunt, we wouldn't know how to prepare them. Hachin, at a loss for words, mused inwardly. How astonishing. These two have truly adapted to life. Observing the teasing glint in Hachin's eyes, Lin Xiao inquired, Can you do it? Hachin then shared his thoughts with them. As cultivators, hunting was a mere trifle for the three of them. He instructed Lin Xiao to kindle a fire in front of the hall and led Lu Wan into the woods. Before long, both returned with 2 or 3 pieces of game in hand. By the stream, Hachin skillfully skinned the animals, cleaned them, and set them on the fire for roasting. Coming from a lineage of hunters, he naturally possessed the necessary tools for the trade and occasionally brushed his own concocted seasonings onto the rabbits and pheasants. Before long, savory aromas wafted through the air as the succulent, golden brown game sizzled. enhanced by Hachin's unique marinade, enticing all around. He gestured to Lin Xiao, saying, "Go fetch Grandpa Wang from the hall. Let us dine together." In a short while, Lin Xiao returned, supporting Grandpa Wang. The elder was taken aback by the sight before him, but soon grasped the situation and appreciated the intentions of the three. "It smells delightful. I never imagined you possessed such culinary skills," he exclaimed. "Please, do indulge." Lu Wan handed him a chicken leg, speaking with his mouth full. "Very well, very well." The elder replied, a smile gracing his face. The four of them gathered around the campfire, engaged in lively conversation, relishing the feast before them. A warm and affectionate atmosphere enveloped the courtyard in front of the hall. Chapter 12. Unprovoked provocation amidst the merriment. Wang Heng shared various matters concerning the Yunhai sect with the trio. Through Wang Heng's narration, Hachin gained a deeper understanding of the sect. In a bid to consolidate power within the sect, the leaders of each peak were previously appointed from among the elders, who were required to reside permanently at the Elders' Hall on Yunhai Peak, overseen by the Grand Elder. Currently, the Elders' Hall is under the stewardship of Grand Elder Yun Xiao. The Yunhai sect comprises 5 main peaks: the central Yunhai Peak, the western Shilin Peak, the northern Beiheng Peak, the southern Suiyan Peak, and the eastern Luoyu Peak. The sect master, Gu Yulin, simultaneously serves as the master of Yuhai Peak, while the deputy peak master is concurrently held by Chi Yu, the head of the law enforcement hall. The second elder, Luo Yun, presides over Shilin Peak, with the deputy peak master being Gu Ping, a cultivator of mid-foundation establishment. Elder Bu Yunpeng has been appointed as the master of Beiheng Peak, with the position of deputy master held by Yun Yuetian, who possesses late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Elder Feng Xiaonan has taken on the role of master of Xian Peak, while Feng Ping, with mid-stage foundation establishment prowess, serves as the deputy master. Yet, the Lanyu Peak remains devoid of any notable presence, merely housing an old hall master with a mere third layer of qi refining. In the realm where people coexist, regardless of location, discordant elements inevitably emerge. The four were engaged in jovial conversation when a sharp reprimand shattered the amiable atmosphere. "Who dares to brazenly barbecue here? You are polluting the air." A disciple, boasting fourth-layer qi refining cultivation, swooped down to the plaza before Lanyu Peak and shouted arrogantly, "This senior brother, we are merely preparing food to eat. How does this concern you?" Lin Xiao retorted, puffing his chubby, greasy face. "You dare speak to me in such a manner? You worthless lot." The disciple snapped, pointing at Lin Xiao and the others. Seated by the bonfire, Grandpa Wang Heng observed the escalating tension and interjected, "Young man, we are simply grilling food here. It will not disturb the sect's vitality. You may leave if you have nothing better to do." "Wang Heng, who do you think you are? Do you still rely on your past glory?" The disciple disregarded Wang Heng's age and wisdom, pointing a finger at him in disdain. "You." Wang Heng, enraged by the disrespect, could only point back in silence. Lu Wan and Lin Xiao, however, were not inclined to accept this affront. "You may belittle us, but do not slander Grandpa Wang." They were about to rise and confront the intruder when Hao Yan stood up with a forced smile. "Ah, senior brother. It was our oversight. Please do not be angry. Look how upset you are." As it turned out, Hao Tian recognized this individual as Luo Lin, the same person who had once been jealous during a competition with Liu. What a coincidence. Perhaps it's time to collect a bit of interest from the Luo family. It seemed not all were ignorant fools. There were indeed those with understanding. Luo Lin observed Hao Tian's exaggerated approach and taunted, "Humph. So, you are the one they call Hao Tian?" "Ah, yes, senior brother." Haha. Hao Tian grinned as he reached Luo Lin. With a sudden movement, he punched Luo Lin in the chest, saying, "You have a solid physique. Impressive. You dare strike me?" Luo Lin exclaimed, rising from the ground to glare at Hao Yan. "Who are you? I didn't strike you. I merely wished to spar and see your level of cultivation. My apologies if I was a bit too heavy-handed. Please forgive me," Hao Tian said with a mockingly apologetic expression. "Ah, Hao Tian, you ought to temper your temperament. Do not challenge others upon meeting. It reflects poorly." Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to tease the intruder. Luo Lin's expression darkened to a scowl. These individuals clearly disregarded him. Through their words, he discerned that the one before him was named Hao Tian. "Hao Tian, is it? How dare you barbecue here, polluting the essence of our sect and provoking trouble? You've injured a senior brother. You have successfully enraged me, and now, to end your life would not violate our sect's rules," Rowan declared fiercely, glaring at Hao Chen. Understanding Rowan's intent, Hao Chen, having made his decision, chose to disregard all else. He offered no reply, inhaled deeply, and stepped forward. "I grant you an opportunity. Strike," Rowan proclaimed, his aura reaching its zenith. "Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige," Hao Chen mused inwardly, unleashing a 5 elements collapse fist. Rowan countered with a single-handed open stone palm, unleashing a relentless and chilling technique to confront Hao Chen's strike. The collision of fist and palm produced a disquieting sound, leaving Lin Xiao and Lu Wan in disbelief as an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. The clash resulted in a decisive defeat for Rowan. Impossible. It must be an illusion, he thought, unable to accept his own failure. Gripping his face hard, his eyes wide with shock, he finally acknowledged the reality of the situation. "Damn it. May lightning strike," Hao Chen muttered, not sparing Rowan a glance as he turned and returned to his seat by the campfire. "You, just wait. There will come a time when you kneel before me, begging for mercy," the defeated Rowan said, unable to bear remaining in that place. Casting a venomous glance back at Hachin as he walked away. Hachin, you were magnificent. Lin Zhao's voice, filled with admiration, reached Hachin's ears, warming his heart. At that moment, Wang Heng clapped Hachin on the shoulder and remarked, that fellow will not rest easily. You must continue to strive. In this world, strength is the only truth that grants us the space to exist. Wang Heng, being older, excused himself to return to his quarters for rest. Hachin, unfazed by the prospect of Rowan's retaliation, resumed his revelry with Lu Wan and Lin Xiao, indulging in food and drink until late into the night. Eventually, Hachin made his way to his cultivation cave, accompanied by Lu Wan and Lin Xiao, arriving at the location he had chosen. Surrounding the falling feather peak were dozens of artificially constructed caves, allowing Hachin to easily secure a place in this secluded area, far from the bustling crowds of more popular locations. In the Yuhai sect, true masters do not confine themselves to the sect's walls for cultivation. Although these caves are desolate and remote, the rich essence of heaven and earth within makes them ideal for training. With the assistance of Lin Xiao and Lu Wan, Hachin utilized his identity jade token to sweep across the cave's entrance mechanism, unlocking it. As Hachin entered the cultivation cave, Lin Xiao and Lu Wan took their leave. Slightly inebriated, Hachin paid little heed to the cave's facilities. He leapt onto the resting bed and began to meditate. After an hour, the effects of the alcohol wore off, and he regained his clarity. Recalling the cultivation texts he had borrowed earlier in the day, he retrieved the book Introduction to Spiritual Awareness from the scripture pavilion and began to read diligently. After studying for some time, he pondered, though the Introduction to Spiritual Awareness appears to be a miscellaneous text, who would have known it contains several minor spells? It seems spiritual awareness can be utilized in such diverse ways. Upon entering the first layer of Qi refinement, I diligently studied and practiced the jade slip of Haoyan Lian Shan, honing my spiritual awareness. However, due to my limited cultivation, I could only grasp a superficial understanding of the profound and esoteric phrases within the advanced techniques. My cultivation was still in its infancy, and I merely skimmed through, noting down the rudimentary aspects. I found myself ill-equipped to externalize my spiritual awareness or to control swords and objects, let alone master the intricate techniques contained within. I only had a basic understanding of the techniques such as the spiritual needle, spiritual blade, and cutting technique recorded in the jade slip. Now having progressed to the second layer of Qi refinement, I resolved to attempt the practice of spiritual techniques once more, beginning with the simplest spells. I understood the wisdom of not being overly ambitious, choosing to delay the cultivation of the more advanced spiritual blade and cutting technique until my skills had matured. With my thoughts settled, I commenced practicing the spiritual needle technique, soon immersing myself in the process of cultivation. I concentrated my spiritual energy into a needle, skillfully directing it to launch a spiritual needle strike, piercing into the opponent's sea of consciousness and inflicting harm. Though the practice was challenging, mastering this technique would benefit my cultivation of other spells. Time slipped away unnoticed, and in the span of several days, I had made notable progress in the Introduction to Spiritual Awareness Heart method, particularly in the spiritual needle technique. I was also beginning to manage the technique of manipulating small objects at a distance. I had made some headway with the cutting technique and spiritual blade from Haoyan Lianshan, though I knew that further depth would require continued practice. While the results of my cultivation were not entirely satisfying, I had nonetheless acquired the fundamental techniques. My spiritual awareness had become somewhat refined, yet it paled in comparison to the tangible benefits of improving my cultivation level. During this period, I also forged several items, including a robe, a sword, and a storage pouch. I had become a minor affluent individual. Before arriving at the Yuhai sect, I had received a robe, a sword, and a storage pouch from Lu Wanjin. The sect had also provided me with additional items, and combined with the storage pouch gifted by Wang Ziyu, my assets were quite considerable. However, upon opening Lu Wanjin's storage pouch, I was met with disappointment. Aside from a somewhat useful flying sword, there was little of value compared to what I had acquired from Wang Ziyu. I decided to transfer the ordinary items into the storage pouch provided by the sect, reserving all the more precious belongings for the pouch gifted by Wang Ziyu, the existence of which I kept secret from others. As for Lu Wanjin's storage pouch, I had no intention of using it and opted to conceal it, planning to leave it for my grandfather upon my return home. To my delight, after several days of diligent practice, my cultivation had once again advanced, allowing me to enter the third layer of Qi refinement. This achievement was undoubtedly a result of my hard work, but I believe the most significant factor was the rich spiritual energy of Liu Peak, which far surpassed that of the Nameless Valley. While organizing my storage pouch, I stumbled upon a book titled Cultivation World, an encyclopedia dedicated to the art of cultivation. The present landscape of the cultivation world has been introduced, encompassing various maps, numerous illustrations of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, as well as analyses of ores, which have indeed broadened Hachin's horizons considerably. In truth, the books discovered in the Nameless Valley and the jade slips left by Wang Ziyu contain a wealth of treasures. Unfortunately, due to the brevity of time and Hachin's insufficient spiritual power, he has yet to find the opportunity to earnestly sit down and study the materials left by previous cultivators. Chapter 13. Reunion. With Yume. Having been a member of the Yuhai sect for over 10 days, Hachin has been sequestered in the cave of Luoyu Peak. Engrossed in his cultivation, the essence of heaven and earth flows into his body, forming a delicate stream that circulates through his meridians for several cycles. merging with the energy in his dantian. He continues to absorb this energy for an extended period. Upon opening his eyes, which shimmer like stars, a hint of disappointment flickers within them. Alas, he still cannot reach the threshold of the fourth layer of chi refinement. With a wry smile, Hachin shakes his head and sighs. When he parted from his grandfather in the Nameless Valley, he had stored most of their provisions and supplies in his storage pouch. Having remained in the cave for several days, his provisions are nearly depleted. Calculating the time, the book on Introduction to Spiritual Awareness that he borrowed from the Scripture Pavilion upon his entry into the sect is now due for return. Indeed, it is time to head to the Scripture Pavilion to return Introduction to Spiritual Awareness. He should also select a suitable cultivation method, as the current practice of Ken Li Sanxian Ju should remain somewhat discreet. Choosing another cultivation technique to maintain a fade, he can consider martial arts techniques at a later date. With this thought in mind, Hachin rises from his bed in the cultivation cave, steps outside, and makes his way toward the Scripture Pavilion on Yunhai Peak. The Scripture Pavilion of the Yunhai sect is naturally situated upon Yunhai Peak, built into the mountainside. It is more accurately referred to as the Scripture Cave. It is named the Scripture Pavilion because a fade has been constructed at the entrance, thus earning it this title. Previously, when he hurriedly visited, he was unfamiliar with Yunhai Peak and the various locations within the sect. Having no time to appreciate the scenic beauty of the Yunhai sect, the day he arrived with Sister Yunlu was already at dusk. In such an unfamiliar place, he had no choice but to rest in the sect's guest quarters. The following day, senior brother Su Fei took him early to the assessment hall for testing, after which he left Hachin behind. In the vast sect, shrouded in darkness, Hachin hurriedly followed the markings on his identity jade token to this place to collect supplies. And he truly did not take the time to examine the appearance of the Scripture Pavilion thoroughly. Aside from the time spent cultivating in the cave, today marks only the third day Hachin has shown his face in the Yunhai sect, since he had visited the Scripture Pavilion once before. He pushes open the door and enters. Upon his entrance, the frail disciple he encountered during his last visit approaches him and says, "You must be here to return a book, right? What are you searching for this time? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I am Hachin, here to return a book to the Scripture Pavilion. I did not have the chance to browse thoroughly during my last visit, and this time I am seeking a technique for cultivating spells. My understanding of this Scripture Pavilion is rather limited. I would greatly appreciate your guidance, dear senior brother." With a casual gesture, Hachin handed the book Introduction to Divine Consciousness to the frail disciple and continued, "Ah, I see. Allow me to introduce you to this repository of texts." "That would be splendid." Hachin expressed his gratitude to his senior brother. This Scripture Pavilion is divided into 5 levels. The first 4 levels are designated for the collection of books, while the 5th level serves as the training ground for the pavilion master. The outer disciples and inner disciples may access the first 2 levels with their identity tokens, whereas only elite disciples are permitted entry to the 3rd level. The 4th level is exclusively for the master and the elders. The books are arranged hierarchically. The higher the level, the more profound the texts. "Oh, I understand now. Thank you, senior brother. I intend to proceed to the 2nd level in search of cultivation methods and spell texts. I would appreciate your guidance," Hachin said politely. "In that case, follow me, junior brother," the frail disciple replied, leading Hachin towards the 2nd floor. "Here we are, junior brother. This is the entrance to the 2nd level. Please present your identity token and place it on this verification platform for inspection before you may enter." Upon hearing this, Hachin quickly produced his token and placed it on the platform. As soon as the token rested upon the verification table, the entrance shimmered, resembling ripples created by a stone cast into water, and soon formed an aperture large enough for a person to pass through. Hachin hurriedly stepped inside. As darkness enveloped him for a brief moment, light soon returned. Before him lay a hall approximately 10 zhang wide, surrounded by towering bookshelves. In the center of the hall, dozens of tables were occupied by individuals engrossed in their reading, while a few others stood before the shelves, perusing the texts. "Hachin, is that you? It's been ages. How have you been?" A familiar voice called out. It was Yi Mei, approaching him with a book in hand. Yi Mei? Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Hachin thought to himself, "I had sought you in vain, yet here we meet by chance in this pavilion. A few days ago, I visited the task hall at Hui Yuan Pavilion and encountered Lin Xiao from Falling Feather Peak, who mentioned that you had joined the sect. How wonderful. You've finally arrived. We can spend time together more often now." Hachin briefly recounted his own entry into the sect. Yi Mei set her book aside and began assisting Hachin in searching for suitable cultivation methods and spells. She also took the opportunity to explain the nuances of the 2nd level of the Scripture Pavilion. "Do you notice the stark contrast between the collections here and those on the 1st level? The texts here represent true excellence, while the 1st level's offerings are rather superficial." Yi Mei retrieved a book and continued, "Take a look at this introductory spell manual. The 1st level has a version as well. However, the differences are substantial. Cultivating from this manual will yield far superior results in both speed and spell casting efficiency compared to that of the 1st level." "Ah, I see. Thank you for your explanation. Otherwise, I might have spent months searching in vain for a suitable method or spell," Hachin remarked. With Yi Mei's insights, he finally grasped the significance of the 2nd level. "You mentioned you had visited once and borrowed the book on divine consciousness. Upon my initial visit to the Sutra repository, the management staff took the opportunity to introduce the concept of spiritual awareness to the newly inducted disciples. Cultivating spiritual awareness is an essential practice for every chi refining disciple. Yi Mei continuously enlightened Hao Chun about the fundamental knowledge required for accessing the sutra repository. She continued, if this is your first time borrowing a book and you fail to return it promptly, the repository will record your level of trustworthiness. Should you wish to borrow again, a contribution point will be deducted from your account. A newly initiated disciple is permitted to enter the sutra repository 3 times using their identity token, after which further access will necessitate the expenditure of contribution points. Contribution points? Hao Chun inquired, gazing at Yi Mei with curiosity. Oh, contribution points are indeed a crucial aspect of our Yunhai sect disciples' cultivation journey. By accepting tasks, one can hone their skills while also earning contribution points upon successful completion, which can then be exchanged for various items. Exchanging contribution points for items? Hao Chun's eyes sparkled with interest as he immediately contemplated his pressing needs, a superior magic sword, robes, medicinal pills, and talismans for self-defense. He pondered whether these items could be obtained through contribution points, which would certainly simplify matters. Observing Hao Chun deep in thought regarding contribution points, Yi Mei retrieved a task token from her storage pouch. This is a task jade token I just acquired from the task hall in Huiyuan Pavilion. It is crafted from the simplest memory crystal, containing a specific task within. She elaborated, by accepting this token, you have committed to the task it entails. Upon completion, the energy contained within the token will automatically transfer to your identity jade token, thereby generating the corresponding contribution points. Ah, by the way, you haven't been to the task hall yet, have you? Once we leave here, I shall take you there for a brief orientation, she said, handing Hao Chun a finely crafted jade token. As Hao Chun accepted the token and followed Yi Mei's instructions to channel a trace of his vital energy, he felt a peculiar energy resonate in his palm. With a slight application of spiritual awareness, he received a stream of information, a mid-level task to hunt 5-tier demon tigers, with a reward of 5 contribution points. Just a few days ago, I accompanied Lu Su and Li Yu to the Wilderness Valley for beast hunting. I informed them of your induction into the sect, and they expressed their happiness for you, saying they would visit when time permits. Yi Mei shared enthusiastically. In 3 days, I, along with Xiaoping and others, will return to the Wilderness Valley for another task and could use some additional hands. Would you care to join us? I would love to go, but my cultivation level is quite low. Would it hinder your progress? Hao Chun asked cautiously. Yi Mei reassured him. This trip to the Wilderness Valley is merely to seek spirit herbs and low-tier demon beasts. As long as we avoid provoking high-tier beasts, we should be safe. Moreover, Xiaoping, Li Yu, Lu Su, and I are all at the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement. Hao Chun nodded in agreement. Very well, Yi Mei. Wait. I should now address you as senior sister. Haha, let me hear you call me senior sister. Yi Mei laughed. But I still prefer when you call me Xiao Mei. Yi Mei gazed affectionately at Hao Chun and said, I shall still call you Xiao Mei. Hao Chun, still oblivious to Yi Mei's intentions, sensed a hint of her underlying thoughts. Yi Mei vaguely perceived that Hao Chun possessed considerable strength. During the previous duel between Li Yu and Luo Lin in the woods, they were unable to gauge Hao Chun's true capabilities. He did not appear to be merely an ordinary practitioner as he seemed on the surface. The invitation extended to Hao Chun was, on one hand, a gesture of friendship to help him broaden his horizons, and on the other, a desire to ascertain whether her instincts were misleading her or if Hao Chun truly harbored exceptional qualities that warranted Sister Yun Luo's interest in him, leading her to recommend him directly into the sect. Having selected a suitable cultivation method, they returned to the entrance of the scripture hall, where a frail disciple registered the books borrowed by Hao Chun and Yi Mei. Following her lead, Hao Chun exited the hall. After leaving, Yi Mei guided Hao Chun through the various locales of the Yunhai Peak sect, allowing him to familiarize himself with the surroundings. The emotions that had dulled over 3 years began to rekindle gradually through their conversations, and as the sun dipped low in the west, they reluctantly parted ways. 3 days passed, and Hao Chun understood that within such a short span, he could not hope to gain mastery over any particular technique or spell. Resolutely, he abandoned the cultivation methods he had just selected in the scripture hall, opting instead to revisit the spells taught by Sister Yun Luo and to practice his martial skills anew. He aimed not for perfection, but for a solid understanding. Chapter 14. The first encounter with the beast. The 3 days elapsed, and Hao Chun arrived punctually at the agreed-upon location. Yi Mei, is this the helper you mentioned? Before he could approach the group, a familiar voice reached his ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, he recognized Li Yu. Oh, Xiaoping and Lu Su are here too? Hao Chun mused internally. Isn't this a reunion of fellow townsfolk? Yi Mei turned to Li Yu and said, Li Yu, make no mistake, this person I brought with me is someone you must accept. Before Li Yu could respond, Xiaoping and Lu Su hurriedly approached. Hao Chun, brother Chun, cousin? The three exclaimed in unison. Hao Chun felt a wave of warmth upon seeing these familiar faces. In their conversation, Hao Chun recounted his experiences of joining the sect in detail to those present. After joining, he temporarily resided at the Falling Feather Peak. Xiaoping also provided a brief introduction to his companions. He was a disciple of the North Horizontal Peak, while Li Yu belonged to the West Ridge. And both Yi Mei and Lu Su were disciples of the Green Cloud Peak. Regardless of the circumstances, Hao Chun's arrival brought joy to everyone. Although his cultivation was modest, they recognized him as a fellow countryman, which fostered a sense of camaraderie, especially since their group now comprised 5 members. The Wildman Valley lay about 1,000 miles from the Yunhai sect. For high-ranking cultivators, it would only take a few hours to traverse this distance by flight. However, None of them had reached such heights, and thus they would have to rely on their own feet. The actual ground distance was not merely 1,000 miles, but at least 2,000. The journey of 2,000 miles would likely take even the most proficient cultivators 4 to 5 days of travel. Within the several thousand miles surrounding the Yuhai sect, there are no high-level demonic beasts. Any that occasionally appear have long been vanquished by advanced practitioners. It is worth noting that hunting demonic beasts is the swiftest means of obtaining essence stones and contributing to the sect. Throughout their journey, the group encountered no formidable foes. Only a handful of first-tier beasts and later a second-tier demon pig, all of which became sustenance for the travelers. As the days passed, camaraderie blossomed among them, and the initial awkwardness faded. Such is human nature. Prolonged separation dulls emotions, while extended companionship fosters intimacy. Overall, this team was quite commendable, a well-acquainted ensemble. The Wildman Valley, in truth, is inhabited by a group of anthropoid creatures, mistakenly believed to be savages, hence its name. After several days of travel, the group finally arrived at the valley. While resting at the mouth of the valley, Choping stood and addressed the others. Except for Hachin, none of you are strangers to this place. However, this visit is unlike any before. Had I not been seeking a breakthrough myself, I would not have brought you here to search for spiritual herbs and medicines. For prudence's sake, let us rest at the valley's entrance for a day, and we shall enter the Wildman Valley at dawn tomorrow. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the Tsuelong Peak of the Yuhai sect, 2 men and a woman were engaged in conversation on the grassy knoll. These 3 were Yunluo's parents, the vice master of Beihing Peak, Yun Yuetian, the vice master of Tsulong Peak, Fang Ping, and a young disciple, Su Fei, who was the eldest disciple of the sect leader, Gu Yulin. Su Fei frequently visited Tsuelong Peak to see Fang Ping. When he was a child, Fang Ping encountered him begging on the streets while returning from Haizhou. Moved by the boy's spirit, she took him in as an adopted son. Upon returning to the sect, he caught the attention of Master Gu Yulin and was subsequently accepted into the fold. Su Fei, what of the person brought back by Yunluo? How have you arranged for him? Fang Ping inquired of Su Fei. Returning to my adoptive mother, that day I encountered my adoptive father, who guided me to participate in the entrance examination, and I became an outer disciple over a month ago, Su Fei replied, casting a glance at his adoptive father. Yun Yuetian, Yu Luo, this child has returned and has taken the initiative to enter seclusion for cultivation. I wonder what has transpired, Yun Yuetian mused, looking inquiringly at Fang Ping. Upon hearing her husband's words, Fang Ping pondered for a moment before responding, I cannot fathom what has prompted Luo to return and cultivate with such fervor. Typically, he is quite playful and often procrastinates when it comes to cultivation, reluctant to enter seclusion. Yet, upon returning from outside, he has been remarkably proactive in his seclusion. The 3 continued their discussion for a while longer, after which Su Fei took his leave, bidding farewell to his adoptive parents. Yun Yuetian and Fang Ping shared some private words before retreating to their own cultivation. The following day, Xiaoping was the first to step into the Wildman Valley. The group followed him, hastening towards a designated direction. The path leads into a dense jungle, which is often home to aged spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. Occasionally, one might even stumble upon rare herbs that have existed for centuries. Xiaoping had previously ventured here with his fellow disciples and was aware that this place could yield herbs over 100 years old. He had even harvested a couple of medicinal plants during his last visit. Thus, this time, he hoped to test his luck, for a fortune smiled upon him. He might uncover high-grade spiritual herbs. The group hastened their pace toward the jungle, and by noon, they reached its outskirts. Gazing at the lush greenery, Xiaoping remarked, the vitality here is quite commendable. I hope everyone realizes their dreams and has a fruitful harvest. They dispersed, maintaining a reasonable distance while ensuring they could support one another. After speaking, he ventured into the jungle, followed closely by Hao Chun. Entering a forest inhabited by demonic beasts for the first time, Hao Chun felt a twinge of fear. Although the others were not far away, he found himself somewhat unsettled. Back home, he was accustomed to gathering firewood and hunting near the village, where only wild animals roamed. However, this jungle was home to demonic creatures. As he walked, he suddenly heard the sounds of beasts rustling through the underbrush, and the noise seemed to be increasing, as if they were approaching him. Despite his nerves, Hachin proceeded cautiously. The cacophony grew louder until, moments later, 3 steel-bristled demonic boars emerged before him. These were not ordinary beasts, they were cultivated demonic creatures. Quickly, he recalled the knowledge of demonic beasts he had studied in Tian Yuan Chronicles. In the Tian Yuan continent, demonic beasts are classified into levels. Level 1 corresponds to the Qi refinement stage, Level 2 to the initial stage of foundation establishment, Level 3 to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and so forth, culminating in Level 10, which corresponds to the late stage of nascent soul, possessing a demonic core. Level 1 demonic beasts are further subdivided into 12 tiers, paralleling the stages of human Qi refinement. Assessing the situation, Hachin determined that the largest of the steel-bristle demonic boars possessed a 3rd-tier cultivation, the second largest a 2nd tier, and the smallest a 1st tier. Such formidable creatures would pose a significant challenge even to a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement. If mishandled, the encounter could prove fatal. Today, they faced Hao Chun, a novice with limited cultivation and no prior experience with demonic beasts, rendering him ill-equipped to contend with the 3 steel-bristled demonic boars. As Hao Yan anxiously awaited, Yume heard the ferocious roar of beasts, realizing that the boar demon was charging towards Hao Yan. She hurriedly ran to his side and, Upon seeing 3 steel-bristled demonic pigs, smiled, and said, 3 mere little demon pigs wish to feast upon my Hachin brother? Very well. I shall roast you into suckling pigs to nourish him. The beast, of course, could not comprehend Yume's words, but from her contemptuous expression, it deduced that this woman was no ordinary foe. The steel-bristled demonic pigs, understanding the principle of striking first, did not respond verbally but charged at the two with ferocity, launching an unrelenting assault. Yume calmly reassured Hachin, do not fear, release your spell. As she spoke, she conjured 3 fireballs and hurled them towards the 3 steel-bristled demonic pigs. 2 of the larger pigs opened their mouths wide, unleashing a frigid liquid to extinguish the fireballs Yume had cast. However, the smaller demon pig was less fortunate. It lacked the capability to counter Yume's fireballs. When the fireball struck it, the demon pig attempted to roll on the ground to douse the flames. But how could a mere pig demon contend with the flames fueled by gathered vital energy? It could only writhe in agony, rolling helplessly, yet the fire remained unquenched. Soon, it succumbed to its fate. The 2 more powerful steel-bristled demonic pigs, witnessing their smaller companions' demise at Yume's hands, charged towards the pair in a frenzy, intent on crushing them. Simultaneously, they unleashed their signature skill, firing a barrage of sharp bristles from their spines towards Hachin and Yume. Though Hachin had invoked the diamond talisman for protection, he could not withstand the onslaught of these dense projectiles. Within moments, his vital energy waned, and several bristles pierced his legs, chest, and right arm. At this juncture, he could only endure the pain and hastily consume a healing pill, while simultaneously conjuring a fireball. You think me easy prey, do you? You are about to meet your end. Here comes my fireball. Hachin hurled a fireball at the second-tier steel-bristled demonic pig. The creature felt the flames igniting upon its back and, in a desperate attempt, rolled on the ground multiple times to extinguish them. Seeing his fireball extinguished, Hachin felt a flush of embarrassment. Just then, a fireball released by Yume struck the second-tier steel-bristled demonic pig, which let out a wretched howl before falling lifeless. The third-tier steel-bristled demonic pig, witnessing the demise of its companions at the hands of these 2 humans, was suddenly gripped by fear. It sought to flee. Cunningly aware of Hachin's weaker cultivation, before escaping, it launched a final, fierce attack against him. With a wild roar, it shot a barrage of bristles towards Hachin and then attempted to escape to the side. Observing the remaining steel-bristled demonic pig employing such tactical cunning, Yume had just finished conjuring a large fireball and seized the moment to hurl it at the fleeing beast. The time had come for this steel-bristled demon pig to meet its demise. In its frantic attempt to flee, it neglected its defenses and, in a moment of carelessness, succumbed to death, ultimately unable to escape its grim fate. Observing the 3 fallen steel-bristled demon pigs, Hachin pondered, just like humans. Beasts are cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. When they cannot fight, they know to run. However, the steel-bristled demon pig remains a creature devoid of intelligence. This final steel-bristled demon pig was, after all, merely a foolish beast. Why did it not think to defend itself while escaping, to guard against an attack from behind? Hachin approached and gave the third-tier steel-bristled demon pig a kick. At that moment, Yume paid no heed to Hachin's musings. Instead, collecting valuable items from the demon pig into her storage bag, she then unleashed a fireball, reducing the third-tier steel-bristled demon pig to ashes. Observing Yume's actions, Hachin emulated her, casting small fireballs to incinerate the other 2 steel-bristled demon pigs that had yet to be reduced to ashes. Tidying up the 3 steel-bristled demon pigs consumed some time, and they needed to hurry to search for medicinal herbs. After spending a moment together, Yume glanced at the sky and spoke to Hachin. With a few swift movements, they vanished into the jungle. Thank you, Xiaomei. Hachin called out to the departing Yume. Chapter 15. Accumulating experience at that moment, Xiaoping was deep within the jungle, engaged in a fierce battle against 2 fifth-tier forest wolves. How had Xiaoping provoked these formidable 5th-tier beasts? The origin of this conflict lay in his pursuit of spiritual herbs. He had killed a cub of a forest wolf, inciting the wrath of the 2 formidable wolves. From the moment the 5 of them ventured into the depths of the jungle, Xiaoping had encountered only beasts below the 2nd tier. With no alternative, he had to eliminate all the beasts that ambushed him along the way. Upon reaching the jungle's heart, a young forest wolf charged out, barking fiercely and blocking his path. Another reckless creature. How dare it obstruct my way? Xiaoping furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, step aside, or I shall slay you. The young forest wolf, upon hearing the insult from the diminutive human and sensing the threat, became infuriated and lunged at him, intent on sinking its teeth into this detestable human. Witnessing the young wolf's boldness in the face of his admonishment, Xiaoping seethed. There is a path to heaven, yet you choose to tread toward hell. If that is the case, I shall grant you this wish and escort you to the underworld. He swiftly cast 2 fireballs, slaying the young forest wolf on the spot. Shortly after the young wolf's demise, the 2 fifth-tier forest wolves emerged, leading to the aforementioned confrontation. The forest wolves, upon hearing Xiaoping's warning, quickly retreated, not daring to obstruct his passage. All I seek is a few spiritual herbs in your territory, yet I am repeatedly hindered, Xiaoping thought, feeling quite vexed. I will kill you for my son's death. Together, let us vanquish this detestable human. The forest wolves, enraged by the audacity of this human who had slain their young, coordinated their attack and lunged at Xiaoping in unison. Xiaoping let out a cold snort. Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied? Am I merely a target for your whims? He charged forward, engaging in battle with 2 jungle wolves. The confrontation raged on deep within the forest. A fierce clash that spanned over 100 exchanges, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Xiaoping bore numerous wounds, his vital energy diminished to less than 20%. The two jungle wolves were equally battered. Hearing the sounds of the struggle, the other companions gathered nearby. Yimei and Hachin arrived in quick succession at the scene of the conflict. The ground was strewn with fallen timber and debris, a sight both tragic and disheartening. Upon seeing Hachin, Yimei felt a surge of relief. Xiaoping was reassured by their timely arrival. Hachin and Yimei simultaneously unleashed fireballs, hurling them towards the jungle wolves to divert their attention. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoping leaped away from the battleground, allowing Hachin and Yimei to hold the line while he focused on meditating to restore his vital energy. The jungle wolves, upon seeing reinforcements arrive, roared in anger, thinking, "This is our battle against that shameless human. You rush to attack us without understanding the situation." Nonetheless, since they refused to reason, the wolves decided to make a meal of the two newcomers. With a shared understanding, the jungle wolves lunged towards Hachin and Yimei, unable to articulate their fury. They could only roar in frustration. One of the wolves charged at Hachin, opening its jaws to unleash a fireball. Hachin hurriedly summoned his sword to defend himself. But the impact left him significantly injured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale yet undeterred by the formidable foe. Although Hachin had reached the third level of chi refining, he had not yet mastered the sword techniques, relying instead on basic hunting skills. Wielding the sex sword, he was only familiar with fundamental swordplay. He quickly recalled the simple techniques, thrusting, slicing, and sweeping motions. The only advanced techniques he had truly mastered were water flooding the Golden Mountain and fishing in the bottom of the sea. Water flooding the Golden Mountain, he thought, deciding to employ this technique. To his astonishment, it mitigated much of the fireball's power. He executed the maneuver again, still managing to neutralize the attack. "Let us see how many fireballs you can conjure." With renewed determination, Hachin repeated the technique against the jungle wolf. After the seventh attempt, the wolf, exhausted and intimidated, began to retreat. Seizing the moment, Hachin concentrated all his vital energy into his sword hand and aimed for the wolf's abdomen. With this strike, the jungle wolf could withstand no more and collapsed. The remaining wolf, witnessing its companion slain by a relatively weaker human, was consumed by grief and abandoned its pursuit of Yimei, turning instead to confront Hachin in a desperate act of vengeance. The jungle wolf understood its disadvantage in numbers but remained resolute in its desire to avenge its fallen mate and offspring. The jungle wolf had succumbed to madness, disregarding its own peril and ignoring Yimei's relentless strikes, charging directly at Hachin. "This is bad. The jungle wolf is about to self-destruct. Hachin, get away, quickly!" Yimei shouted, noticing the wolf's body swelling ominously. Hachin, witnessing the frantic advance of the jungle wolf towards him, could not afford to retrieve the magic sword embedded in its abdomen. There was no time to evade. He swiftly drew a defensive talisman and infused it with his energy, pressing it against his body. However, the force of the wolf's explosion was overwhelming and widespread. Despite the talisman, he was still caught in the aftermath, resulting in several spurts of blood that rendered his complexion even paler. He hastily consumed a rejuvenation pill. Prince Yu had left behind numerous high-grade talismans, treasures, and elixirs, and Lu Wanjin had also amassed a fair collection of talismans and medicines for himself. After taking the elixir, Hachin sat down to meditate and heal. Yimei, being at the 5th level of chi refinement, managed to retreat more swiftly and sustained only a minor injury, a gash on her right shoulder from a flying rock. Xiaoping, positioned further from the explosion, remained largely unscathed. Upon reaching the corpse of the jungle wolf slain by Hachin, Yimei retrieved the magic sword that had pierced its abdomen and handed it to Hachin before collecting the wolf's body, ignoring her own wounds. She prioritized finding medicinal herbs as the trio made their way towards the cave where the jungle wolf resided. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, they discovered 2 spirit herbs growing there. Xiaoping collected the ordinary herbs and then carefully extracted 2 jade boxes from his storage pouch, gently placing the spirit herbs inside before securing them in his pouch. He thought to himself, enduring these injuries was worthwhile. I have obtained 2 spirit herbs, one of which is precisely what I need. After ensuring there were no further anomalies in the cave, the 3 began to meditate and recover. Hachin bore only minor injuries, having expelled blood from the internal shock. Yimei, however, had a gash on her shoulder, blood staining her skin as she tended to her wound. "Let me help you." Hachin approached her, swiftly placing a rejuvenation pill in her mouth. He then picked up the supplies Yimei had prepared to bandage her shoulder. Blushing, Yimei bared her right arm from her clothing, allowing Hachin to tend to her injury. It was her first experience of skin contact with a man, especially someone she admired, as he cared for her wound. Although the pain in her shoulder was acute, her heart felt sweetly elated. Meanwhile, Lu Su, having entered the jungle not long before, began to draw closer to Liu, quickly reuniting with him. Their journey was far from lonely. Although they gathered numerous wild herbs, they found no spirit herbs. "Accompany me a little further," Lu Su implored, shaking Liu's arm. "If we cannot find the spiritual herbs, we shall return." "All right, I shall heed your request, but we shall only venture another half-mile. We cannot go any deeper." Despite the encroaching twilight, Liu acquiesced to Lu Su's persistent entreaties. However, misfortune befell them as a crimson bee circled around Lu Su incessantly. Envy surged within Liu. "Do you dare set your sights on my Lu Su?" With a swift gesture, he dispatched the creature. Alas, They unwittingly strayed into the territory of the fiery-tailed demon bee. In an instant, dozens of these bees descended upon them, encircling the pair and attacking in relentless waves. Although these were merely lowly fiery-tailed demons, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. The duo, abandoning their quest for medicinal herbs, ingested detoxification pills and fought while retreating. Their swords danced like curtains, yet some of the fiery-tailed bees managed to slip through their defenses, delivering painful stings that injected their venom into their bodies. Lu Su, particularly vulnerable due to her alluring fragrance and lighter attire, became a prime target for the demon bees. Her face swelled and her hands went numb, and the swarm only grew more numerous. Realizing something was amiss, Liu discovered in his panic that they had veered off course and inadvertently approached the hive of the fiery-tailed bees. "Hey, Liu, look!" Lu Su exclaimed, pointing at a pulsating, vital herb. Despite her swollen eyes, her determination to find the spiritual plant remained intact. Liu followed her gaze and indeed spotted a spiritual herb. He hurriedly rushed over to pluck it, storing it in his pouch, though he suffered several stings from the fiery-tailed bees in the process. Reuniting with Lu Su and regaining their bearings, they fled once more, while the fiery-tailed bees pursued them. Qiuping and the others were engaged in battle with the jungle howlers, using the communication talismans. Liu and Lu Su managed to shake off the relentless bees and found their companions resting. Upon seeing their disheveled appearance, Yimei couldn't help but tease Lu Su. "What on earth have you two been up to? Your clothes are in tatters." "Lu Su, why are you dressed so revealingly?" Qiuping surmised they must have provoked the bees to end up in such a state. Although being stung by the demon bees posed no immediate danger, severe poisoning could be fatal. Qiuping retrieved 2 detoxifying pills from his storage pouch and tossed one to each of them. As the group reconvened, Qiuping announced, "Tonight, we shall rest in this cave and return to the sect at dawn. The presence of a demon tiger lingers here. Weaker beasts dare not tread in these parts." After a day of continuous combat, everyone was weary, and each bore some injuries. The 5 of them found suitable spots and began to meditate for healing. Scenes from the past few days replayed vividly in Hachin's mind, especially the rich experiences of the day. He recognized his shortcomings in the application of martial techniques, spells, and combat experience. Recently, he had focused solely on enhancing his cultivation, neglecting the practice of martial skills. Today's battles imparted profound lessons to Hachin. He silently vowed that upon returning to the sect, he would diligently study and master several formidable spells and techniques. Chapter 16. Elevating one's cultivation at the Yuhai sect. In a secluded training chamber of the Yuhai sect, Yunluo spent considerable time extracting the hidden weapons implanted within her by the dark-clad assailants. Feeling invigorated and light, she suddenly recalled her role in introducing Hachin to the Yunhai sect. Upon returning to the sect, Yunluo hurried to her meditation cave, entering into seclusion to heal her injuries. She anticipated that within a few days, she would extract the hidden weapons and restore her cultivation to its former glory. However, her seclusion extended far longer than expected. On that day, she returned without even greeting Hachin, diving straight into her meditation cave, leaving her unaware of Hachin's circumstances within the sect. With the aid of the spiritual pills sent by her parents, during this period of seclusion, Yunluo not only eliminated her internal ailments but also significantly refined her cultivations, ultimately reaching the 12th level of Qi refinement. After a night of meditation, Hachin had restored about 80% of his vitality and departed the Wildman Valley with others, returning to the Yuhai sect. Upon his return, Hachin chose not to disturb anyone and quietly entered his meditation cave to cultivate. Through this trial in the outside world, Hachin discerned that both his cultivation and his application of techniques in martial arts were lacking. The pursuit of elevated cultivation is an undeniable truth, and one must not neglect the practice of spells and martial skills. He resolved to summarize his experiences and learn from his mistakes, adopting a dual approach to cultivation. Hachin refrained from immediately practicing his techniques. Instead, he aimed to elevate his state of mind first. Without an expansive vision and profound knowledge, even the highest cultivation would be akin to that of a mere beast. A robust physique without a nimble mind cannot triumph over adversaries. The clever application of various spells and martial skills can allow the weaker to seize unexpected victories. Hachin settled his mind and diligently studied the Qianli San Xianju technique along with the secret manuals within the archives. He read through all written works and delved deeply into the secret texts, engaging in a ravenous quest for knowledge, practicing and embodying spells and martial arts. Although he had not actively cultivated over the past few days, the experiences from the Wildman Valley trial, combined with his elevation and mental state, led him to feel a significant enhancement in his inner vitality. Not only had his energy grown stronger, but his true essence had also become more refined, and his spiritual awareness had made substantial progress. Hachin sensed that his cultivation was approaching a critical juncture. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had not achieved a breakthrough. Realizing this, he decided to seize the opportunity to attempt the opening of a 4th meridian. Both cultivators of the mystical arts and martial practitioners aimed to open meridians through their respective techniques. For cultivators, the opening of meridians facilitates the agile manipulation of elemental energy within the body, acting as conduits for the flow of power. The more meridians a cultivator opens, the more adept they become at controlling their elemental energy. Conversely, martial practitioners also strive to open meridians, and while having more is advantageous, the purpose is to enhance the flexibility and agility of their bodies, as martial practitioners inherently engage in close combat. To rectify this deficiency, It has been discovered that once a martial practitioner establishes a certain number of meridians, their agility can rival that of an immortal cultivator. Consequently, techniques specifically tailored for martial practitioners have gradually emerged. Hachin, a dual practitioner of both martial and mystical arts, previously struggled with his cultivation due to a lack of guidance. It was only after his sister Yunluo enlightened him about the benefits of opening meridians that he decided to seize the opportunity to do so. Honestly, he felt a certain anticipation regarding the number of meridians he could potentially open. However, Hachin was also aware of the importance of a gradual approach. Hastily opening too many meridians before reaching the requisite level of cultivation could destabilize his foundation, leading to a phenomenon akin to forcing growth. With his eyes closed, Hachin silently reviewed the Kanli Sanxianju, a technique that had already integrated into his memory. Due to his elevated realm, practicing the Kanli Sanxianju at this moment felt remarkably natural. Suddenly, a muffled sound emanated from within him, indicating that he had successfully opened his fourth meridian. If he were to open his eyes at that moment, he would observe that the veins across his body had swelled, as though they were about to burst. The pain coursing through him twisted his features. The process of opening meridians was anything but pleasant, a torment that could only be truly understood by the one experiencing it. With a long exhale, Hachin finally released a breath of stale air, his body succumbing to fatigue as he collapsed to the ground. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, he awoke to a sticky sensation enveloping his body. Hastily, he opened his eyes and discovered himself covered in black filth, emanating a foul odor. The scene was reminiscent of his earlier breakthrough to the first layer of qi refinement, both occasions marked by a state of dirtiness and a pungent smell. Hachin realized he had indeed made a breakthrough. Wonderful! I have finally advanced to the fourth layer of qi refinement, he exclaimed joyfully, bouncing and shouting with elation. While his cultivation in the realm of immortality had progressed to the fourth layer of qi refinement, his martial cultivation had not seen a similar advancement. It appeared that his understanding of martial awareness was still lacking in profundity. His sister Yun had once imparted wisdom to him. True martial power is not synonymous with violence. It is not about killing for the sake of killing or fighting merely for the sake of battle, but rather about swiftly halting violence through combat. As his cultivation ascended, his mindset must also evolve, for the two are interdependent. The Kanli Sanxianju he practiced is fundamentally a technique designed for the refinement of qi. As its name implies, this technique accelerates the speed of qi refinement, allowing practitioners to hasten their training. This method is centered around qi refinement, and in Hachin's understanding, he believed it to be at least a mysterious level technique. The preface of the technique reveals that it is divided into 5 layers. The first layer pertains to qi refinement, the second to foundation establishment, the third to golden core formation, the fourth to the half-step nascent soul, and the fifth to the nascent soul itself. Hachin was profoundly astonished by the might of this technique. Each realm had its corresponding method, and it seemed that henceforth, he would no longer worry about the lack of techniques for cultivation. It remains a mystery from where Wang Ziyu acquired this profound technique. Perhaps he himself did not have the time to cultivate it before his untimely demise, leaving it to benefit Hachin. To date, within a mere 3 months of practicing this art, Hachin has transformed from a mere martial practitioner into one adept in both martial and mystical arts, achieving remarkable progress. He has reached the warrior realm in martial cultivation and the fourth layer of qi refinement in mystical cultivation, a testament to the formidable nature of this technique. The Kanli Sanxianju contains knowledge that, with Hachin's current cultivation level, he has only managed to study the first layer of qi refinement contained within the jade slip. The second layer remains beyond his reach, as his spiritual awareness cannot penetrate further, leaving his mind feeling as though it were pricked by needles. Upon exiting his cave dwelling, he hastily made his way to a stream at the foot of the mountain to cleanse himself of the grime. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his cave and immediately settled cross-legged upon his bed to continue his practice of the qi refinement section of the Kanli Sanxianju. Time slips away unnoticed in cultivation. With the enhancement of his abilities, his comprehension has also improved. Now, as he engages with this technique, he finds it increasingly intuitive, and his speed of cultivation has significantly accelerated. This truly is an exceptional technique. He can feel his cultivation speed has nearly doubled compared to before. With this progress, he is certain he will soon break through and attain the fifth layer of qi refinement, reaching the mid-stage of this realm, a thought that stirs a desire within him. With his cultivation advancing, it is also time to learn spells and martial skills. He retrieved the sword purchased from Wang Ziyu's stall, indulged in its craftsmanship for a moment, and began the process of ritual refining, adhering to the sect's methods for such endeavors. After several arduous hours of attempting to refine the sword, he met with failure. It seems his cultivation level still lacks the necessary strength. The short sword, too, proved unsuccessful in the refining process. Frustrated, Hachin perused the books within his storage pouch, seeking information on the classifications of flying swords and precious swords to ascertain the levels of the short sword and the sword purchased by Wang Ziyu. The classifications for artifacts, spiritual tools, and magical treasures are as follows: inferior artifacts, middle-grade artifacts, superior artifacts, and supreme artifacts. Likewise for spiritual tools and magical treasures, each grade can further be subdivided into low, middle, high, and supreme tiers, according to the classifications of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, for example. The heavenly grade is divided into inferior heavenly artifacts, middle-grade heavenly artifacts, superior heavenly artifacts, and supreme heavenly artifacts. Inferior heavenly spiritual tools, middle grade, superior, and supreme. Inferior heavenly magical treasures, middle grade, superior, and supreme. The pinnacle of this classification includes imitated ancient treasures and true ancient treasures, representing the utmost limits of artifacts and treasures on the Tianyuan continent, excluding celestial and divine artifacts. The classification of flying swords ranges from 1 to 10 tiers, corresponding to the 10 levels of artifacts, which can be further detailed into standard tier, half-tier, and quasi-tier levels. They can also be categorized into ordinary transport flying swords, aggressive flying swords, and dual attribute flying swords. Observing their colors, white, azure, yellow, and purple, with white being the lowest tier, azure following closely, gold and yellow being stronger, and purple representing the highest quality. It can be categorized into various types: magical instruments, spiritual artifacts, treasured items, Taoist tools, immortal implements, and divine weapons. Upon grasping this conventional knowledge, one realizes that the sword acquired by Wang Ziyu from a street vendor likely falls under the category of spiritual artifacts, or perhaps even treasured items. Upon meticulous examination, it was ultimately determined that the flying sword within Wang Ziyu's storage pouch is a medium-grade spiritual artifact. However, due to the circumstances, Hachin would never dare to utilize Wang Ziyu's possessions within the confines of the Yuhai sect. In contrast, the obtained from Lu Wanjin is an offensive medium-grade magical tool. Such medium-grade magical tools are relatively commonplace within the sect, not particularly noticeable, and can be employed without issue. That short sword should also be classified as a spiritual artifact or a treasured item. Unable to be refined, it can only serve as an offensive weapon. Nevertheless, as a practitioner skilled in both martial and magical arts, Hachin finds using such weapons quite manageable. If higher-grade weapons cannot be refined, one must resort to refining lower-grade ones. After dedicating an entire night, he successfully refined the medium grade obtained from Lu Wanjin. The sword received from the sect is merely an ordinary magical sword. While it may suffice for slaying lower-tier demonic beasts, it is less effective than a mere firewood stick against higher-tier ones, let alone for flying on a sword. With the successful refinement of a medium-grade magical tool, Hachin finally possesses a weapon of decent caliber. Chapter 17. Sect missions in any realm. Knowledge stands as the most vital driving force. Having long understood this principle, Hachin has diligently perused all the books within his storage pouch during his time in the sect. Aside from the jade slips, which cannot be probed by divine consciousness, Hachin's formidable memory has allowed most of the content to be absorbed into his mind. His previous quest for spiritual herbs made him aware that a cultivator must not only possess effective cultivation techniques but also master martial skills and spells. While being knowledgeable about which spiritual herbs and medicinal materials are beneficial for personal cultivation, the sect's library contains numerous texts on spiritual herbs and medicinal materials, prompting Hachin to make a special visit to the scripture depository upon joining the sect to reinforce his understanding of the foundational knowledge regarding these subjects. He has at least grasped the commonly used spiritual herbs and medicinal materials below the foundation establishment stage. The texts in the scripture depository provide insights into spiritual herbs and medicinal materials for those below the foundation establishment stage. Aware of his limited cultivation level, Hachin feels uncertain about undertaking missions to hunt demonic beasts. Furthermore, as a low-level outer sect disciple, few, aside from a few fellow townsfolk, would be willing to accompany him on such tasks. After careful consideration, he resolves to pursue the path of herb gathering himself. Surely, even if he cannot procure spiritual herbs or medicinal materials, he can still find ordinary medicinal ingredients, cannot he? In the realm of Yinzhou, cultivators at the foundation establishment stage are considered elite experts. Generally, they do not engage in the laborious task of herb gathering. Only those in the chi refinement stage tend to collect lower-grade spiritual herbs and medicinal materials to fulfill sect missions and earn contribution points. In the mountains surrounding the Yuhai sect, sightings of spiritual herbs, medicinal materials, and demonic beasts have become increasingly rare, having been largely depleted by sect disciples. Only by venturing into the distant mountains might one have a chance of gathering spiritual herbs and medicinal materials. The last time I teamed up with Choping and his group, we ventured over 1,000 miles away from the sect. Only by delving deep into the heart of the Dangshan Mountains, where the spiritual energy flourishes, can one find spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. It is in this sanctuary that one can witness cultivators tirelessly gathering these precious resources or slaying ferocious beasts. Having joined the sect for 3 months, I was informed by my identity jade plaque that I must undertake sect tasks, managing spiritual fields, nurturing spiritual beasts, and harvesting spiritual herbs and medicines. With the experience gained from collaborating with Choping and Yeme, I decided to embark on a solitary mission. Firstly, my cultivation level was too low, and few were willing to form a team with me, which made me reluctant to approach my fellow townsmen. Secondly, I yearned to hone my skills alone, accumulating experience for future adventures in the world. I arrived at the Huiyuan Pavilion's task hall and selected the task of harvesting spiritual herbs and medicines. After accepting the sect's mission, I quietly set off on my journey. When I once again ventured into the Wildman Valley alone, I witnessed a chi refining stage cultivator engaged in a fierce battle with a jungle gale tiger. The struggle had evidently persisted for quite some time, with both parties sustaining significant injuries. I stealthily climbed a nearby tree, intently observing the unfolding conflict. From the nature of the confrontation, it was clear that the individual was a late-stage chi refining cultivator, far superior to me. as I was merely at the 4th level of chi refinement. While the cultivator wielded spells and manipulated a flying sword, he found himself at a disadvantage. And the situation was deteriorating rapidly. The jungle gale tiger was no ordinary beast. It was likely a 7th or 8th tier creature, lacking the strength to intervene. I understood the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Should I choose to step forward, it might raise suspicions, and there was a grave risk of being perceived as bait. Thus, I remained concealed, watching the fierce contest. This was my first close encounter with the life and death struggles of cultivators. The extraordinary spells and incisive sword techniques stirred my blood. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the cultivator ultimately succumbed to the jungle gale tiger, who seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal bite. Witnessing this, I couldn't help but sigh deeply within. It seemed a tragedy for such a skilled chi refining expert to perish. To know one is outmatched, yet to fight desperately, that is a path to demise. Even if the beast's body were filled with treasures, nothing held more value than one's own life. Death renders everything meaningless. Having a background as a hunter, I had participated in hunts since a young age. Well aware of the importance of discernment, I quickly composed myself and shifted my focus to the beast, hoping it would depart soon so that I could scavenge the belongings left behind by the fallen cultivator. For reasons unknown, the jungle gale tiger lingered, refusing to vacate the area, which greatly distressed me. After all, I had been so engrossed in the struggle between man and beast that my herb-gathering mission had yet to commence. After finally encountering an opportunity to reap rewards, how could I not be anxious? Hachin, hailing from a lineage of hunters, possessed an understanding of the behavioral patterns of wild beasts. Before him lay a jungle gale tiger, exhibiting distinctly abnormal behavior. After the skirmish had concluded, it remained motionless, a stark contrast to the usual instinct of injured animals, which typically retreat to their lairs for recuperation. This particular jungle gale tiger, evidently gravely wounded, refused to vacate the area, suggesting an underlying reason for its unusual demeanor. Perhaps there existed some rare treasure in proximity to the tiger, for it would not display such erratic conduct otherwise, Hachin mused. With this thought in mind, he meticulously scrutinized his surroundings, and indeed, he uncovered something noteworthy. Not far from the jungle gale tiger, nestled beside a rock, was a centuries-old jungle spirit ginseng. Fortuitously, it thrived in the crevice of the rock. Otherwise, the fierce clash between two high-ranking beasts would have likely obliterated this precious herb. The jungle spirit ginseng was a remarkable tonic, capable of replenishing vital energy. The tiger, it seemed, was biding its time to consume this ginseng when it sought to advance its cultivation. Otherwise, it would not linger here, despite its grievous injuries. Hachin's conjecture proved accurate. This jungle gale tiger was no ordinary beast, having reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Had it not been for the earlier disruption by a chi refinement practitioner, it would have already transcended to the 8th tier. Such a spiritual herb would also greatly benefit Hachin, accelerating his own cultivation. Should he consume this herb, he might enhance the quality of his fireball technique, potentially conjuring a fire dragon, and ascend to the 5th level of chi refinement. The mere thought was tantalizing. What to do? Aside from his short sword and wrist blade, he had recently refined a magical sword, significantly augmenting the potency of his fireball technique. Weighing his capabilities, he acknowledged that although the jungle gale tiger was severely injured, it was still beyond his means to confront. An injured beast is often more perilous than one unscathed, for in such a state, they can be driven to madness. In a moment of anxiety, he contemplated the entirety of the possessions left behind by a late-stage chi refinement practitioner, along with the precious jungle spirit ginseng. For Hachin, this represented an opportunity for substantial fortune, a means to elevate himself to greater heights. After considerable deliberation, he resolved to take the risk, recognizing that fortune favors the bold. With determination, he gripped his dark short sword tightly in his left hand and began to channel the Kanli San Shinju technique, concentrating his fireball technique in his right arm to its utmost potential. Simultaneously, he held an ice spirit pill in his mouth to stave off dizziness from excessive mental exertion. While applying a protective talisman upon his body, this marked his inaugural confrontation with a high-tier beast, demanding utmost vigilance, for his adversary was far superior, and any misstep could cost him his life. Hachin cautiously approached the forest gale tiger, and when he was merely several yards away, the creature became aware of his presence and glanced in his direction. Realizing that he had been detected, Hachin understood that retreating was no longer an option. The forest gale tiger let out a thunderous roar and lunged at him with ferocity. As its massive claws descended upon him, Hachin unexpectedly accelerated towards the tiger, seemingly intent on a direct confrontation. In a split second, however, he pivoted his body and darted towards the fallen cultivator instead. The forest gale tiger, momentarily bewildered by Hachin's unexpected maneuver, thought to itself, "Aren't you supposed to be engaging me? Why the theatrics? You are deceiving me. No, you are deceiving a tiger. Your true target is not I, but rather that fallen cultivator." By the time the tiger regained its composure, Hachin had swiftly seized the storage pouch from the cultivator's waist. Just as he intended to retrieve the fallen flying sword, the forest gale tiger charged after him, its immense force pressing down on him, leaving him gasping for breath. In such a critical moment, one must remain composed. Hachin dared not hesitate. He abandoned the flying sword and swiftly evaded the tiger's strike. By chance, he sidestepped right into the vicinity of the forest spirit ginseng. The precious ginseng lay before him, and disregarding the imminent danger, he reached out with his right hand, plunging his arm into the earth to excavate it. Without pausing to inspect for any damage, he fled. Alas, despite his swiftness, the forest spirit ginseng was a treasure the forest gale tiger had guarded for years. Upon witnessing its theft, the tiger's fury escalated. It let out a deafening roar and lunged at Hachin once more. This time, however, Hachin was not as fortunate, perhaps driven by rage. The beast moved with newfound speed, delivering a crushing blow to Hachin's back. The impact left him grievously injured, and blood erupted from his mouth. Ignoring his own wounds, he surged forward with reckless abandon, propelled by the threat of death. In the face of peril, Hachin unleashed an unprecedented potential. In an instant, he utilized the tiger's momentum to extricate himself from its grasp. Once he was out of the tiger's line of sight, it ceased its pursuit. Chapter 18. The Trials of Harsh Training. The forest gale tiger gazed at the retreating figure, its heart filled with reluctance. Yet, burdened by its own injuries, it could not sustain the battle. With a final roar, it staggered away, its wounds forcing it to abandon the chase. Hachin, overwhelmed with joy, realized he had narrowly escaped death. The strike of the jungle gale tiger was formidable, fortunately, as a practitioner of both martial and magical arts. I possessed a robust physique bolstered by the support of the Vajra talismans, which merely resulted in the destruction of my robes. Had that blow been delivered by an equally skilled cultivator, I would have undoubtedly faced a dire fate. Unfazed, I sought a concealed location to commence my healing. The gains from this encounter were substantial, yet fraught with peril. Fortune often favors the bold, and the rewards are proportionate to the risks undertaken. After narrowly escaping the tiger's maw, I found a secluded spot to recuperate. Upon meticulously examining my injuries with my spiritual sense, a wave of trepidation washed over me. The jungle gale tiger's strike had shattered numerous points along my meridians. Relying solely on meditation for recovery would take an extended period to restore me to my former state. However, I was fortunate. My storage pouch contained a plethora of elixirs left by Prince Yu, including recovery pills, vitality pills, and even a few recovery purple pills. Despite lacking a mentor's guidance and the intensive cultivation that a sect would offer, I was blessed with fortune. The considerable stash of medicinal pills, techniques, scriptures, and weapons left by Prince Yu was a rare boon. Hastily, I consumed a recovery pill, feeling a surge of warmth enveloping my entire being. Akin to a multitude of ants gnawing at my meridians, I promptly activated the Kan Li San Xian Ju technique, circulating my energy for a full cycle. Gradually, I sensed that the fractures in my meridians were mending, allowing me to retrieve the jungle spirit ginseng I had recently acquired. This ginseng was a remarkable treasure, rivaling even the most potent vitality-restoring pills. Though its roots had suffered some damage during the theft, the main body remained intact, with most of its essence preserved. Swiftly consuming the ginseng would minimize nutrient loss. I promptly ingested the nutrient-rich jungle spirit ginseng. After 3 days and nights of meditation and energy cultivation, not only had I repaired my damaged meridians, but I had also opened a 5th meridian, breaking through to the 5th level of chi refinement. Now, I stood at the 5th level of chi refinement, with my martial prowess elevated to the mid-level of a warrior. This dual advancement in both magical and martial disciplines profoundly resonated with me. It is only through life and death struggles that one can unlock the potential of the body. Only through the trials posed by the specter of death can one grasp the true essence of spells and martial techniques. However, one must act within their limits. The chi refinement cultivator who perished in the jaws of the jungle gale tiger, fully aware of the futility yet persisting stubbornly, did not engage in trials but rather sought their own demise. With my injuries healed and my realm elevated, my state of mind was particularly serene. I retrieved the storage pouch of the chi refinement cultivator who had fallen to the jungle gale tiger, curious to discover its contents. Initially anticipating a significant bounty, I was instead met with disappointment upon examining its meager offerings. Inside were merely a handful of low-level spiritual talismans of little use, along with several bottles of grain avoidance pills and vitality pills, which could be considered valuable items. The storage bag contained a considerable number of spiritual herbs and elixirs, which, aside from fulfilling tasks, provided a small comfort to Hao-Yin. However, it was a tome titled Dan Yin Ju that piqued his profound interest. In the eyes of Sister Yunluo, the cultivation of the fire art was deemed a trivial skill among the wandering sorcerers of the realm. Although the spells imparted by Yu Luo were undeniably advanced, they were not thoroughly comprehensive. With the acquisition of this esteemed Dan Yin Ju, Hao-Yin could meticulously ponder its contents, cross-referencing it with the spells taught by Yu Luo to unleash their utmost potential. Dan Yin, a divine fire for alchemy and artifact crafting, promised the ability to incinerate heaven and earth when mastered to perfection. According to records, the Dan Yin Ju was derived from the Do Shui Dan Hui Ju of the Do Shui Palace. This manuscript is divided into 3 parts. The first part, Dan Yin Ju, the second part, Dan Yin Ju, and the third part, Dan Fen Ju. This tome has circulated in the Qianyuan realm for over 10,000 years. Although the Dan Yin Ju is merely the first volume, it is a coveted treasure for practitioners below the nascent soul realm. Alas, only this volume has surfaced. What wonders might await if all 3 volumes were at one's disposal? The well-fed cannot fathom the hunger of the starving. Indeed, a mere chi refinement level 5 practitioner should be content to possess this manuscript. Hao-Yin could only indulge in wistful fantasies. He was not unfamiliar with the Dan Yin Ju, having heard Lin Xiao, a laborer in the alchemy room, speak of its formidable spells. Yet, no one had ever laid eyes upon the manuscript itself, let alone practiced its teachings. In the sect, the Danyanju was but a legend. Curiously, this fabled tome had found its way into Hachin's hands. It was fate and fortune that he obtained this coveted manuscript. It would be foolish not to cultivate it. From the attire of the deceased practitioner and the items within their storage bag, it could be inferred that they were a wandering cultivator. This chi refinement expert possessed merely a handful of essence stones, indicating their impoverished status. Wandering cultivators rely solely on their own strength, rendering them incomparable to those from prominent families or sections. To possess a vial of vitality pills among wandering cultivators is quite remarkable, as it is a valuable resource for enhancing one's vitality. Moreover, this wandering practitioner wielded a commendable flying sword, although Hachin did not acquire it. A flying sword in the possession of a wandering cultivator is indeed a rarity, particularly among those in the chi refinement stage, as opposed to the more accomplished foundation establishment experts. After meticulously organizing the contents of the storage bag, Hachin eagerly commenced his cultivation of the Danyanju. Not only did he possess an affinity for the 5 elemental attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, but he also resonated with the energies of wind, thunder, darkness, electricity, and ice. His practice of the Kanli Sanxianju encompassed the essence of water and fire, embodying the cultivation of the 5 elemental attributes. The fire attribute within him surged more vigorously than that of an ordinary individual. Had it not been for the equally potent water attribute, spontaneous combustion might have ensued. With a foundation in the fire art, the cultivation process would be considerably smoother. In contemplating the essence of the fiery attribute of vital energy, I endeavored to manipulate this elemental force into my body, as prescribed by the secret techniques of the Danyanju. When the singularly potent fire energy penetrated my being, coursing through my meridians and reaching my dantian, I was overwhelmed by the searing agony akin to being consumed by flames. During my practice of the fire technique, I merely felt a fleeting warmth, resolved within mere breaths. However, this instance was markedly different. The cultivation of the Danyanju was a technique meant for those who had reached the foundational stage of cultivation. Despite my awareness that the Danyanju could only be mastered by those at the foundational level, I was resolute in my disbelief. Having already advanced into the mid-stage of chi refining, I felt compelled to test my limits. How could I know my capabilities without attempting? I am capable. I shall succeed. Clinging to this conviction, I immersed myself in relentless practice. Enduring the excruciating burn of the fire, I directed the fiery energy into my dantian. Battling the near-fainting spells and cries of anguish, I bit my tongue to sharpen my focus, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness, for that would mean becoming merely a roasted piglet. Only by enduring this trial could I better cultivate the Danyanju and unleash its full potential. During my initial attempt at the Danyanju, I gradually infused the fire energy into my dantian and meridians. Yet, in just a few breaths, I found myself on the brink of collapse, necessitating a pause in my practice. I took time to process and comprehend the formidable fire energy that the Danyanju had unleashed upon my body. Gradually, I merged the Danyan fire with the internal fire energy, a process that took a full day and night to acclimate. On the following day, I refrained from further practice of the Danyanju, as my body required healing. The fiery energy had scorched my dantian and meridians. It was only when the midday sun bathed me in warmth that I was able to restore my injured dantian and meridians to their former state. Rather than rushing back to the Danyanju, I spent some time practicing the fire technique. I noticed that the flames I released had shifted in hue from a fiery red to a celestial azure, signifying the integration of the Danyan fire with my internal fire attribute. Feeling a sense of accomplishment in my cultivation, I eagerly anticipated the greater revelations that the Danyanju would bestow upon me. In that moment, I embarked on my second arduous journey of mastering the Danyanju, enduring through a full incense stick before pausing once more, allowing another day and night for digestion and integration. After 3 incense sticks on the 3rd day, the Danyan fire I unleashed resembled a fervent little fire serpent, far more formidable than my initial attempts. If I were to encounter a 3rd-tier steel maned demon pig at that moment, a mere flick of my fiery serpent would render it blissfully lifeless before it could even react. Following 3 incense sticks of practice on the 4th day, the Danyan fire I produced had taken a discernible shape, piercing through a small tree, about an arm's breadth in diameter, at a distance of roughly 10 feet. On the 5th day of practicing the secret technique of the Danyanju, I began to ponder how to synchronize the release of the Danyan fire with that of the flying sword, utilizing a method of mental attachment. I adeptly affixed the Danyan fire to the sword, igniting it to incinerate a small tree, as thick as a bowl, from a distance of 3 zhang. 9 days later, my skin had become as refined as glazed porcelain, and my 5 meridians, tempered by the Danyan fire, had attained a resilience comparable to that of foundational cultivators. The released Danyan fire had truly manifested as a fire dragon, albeit a diminutive one. Nonetheless, this small fire dragon possessed a power that rivaled the flames unleashed by foundational practitioners. Having faced peril in the jaws of a tiger, I ventured into danger, nearly perishing beneath its claws, yet the experience proved immensely rewarding. I not only collected forest spirit ginseng and ascended to the 5th level of chi refinement, but I also acquired a storage bag. Although the practice of the Danyanju subjected me to inhumane trials, I willingly embraced the hardships. Not only did I master the Danyanju technique, but I also made notable progress. I concluded that the mission assigned by the sect had been inadvertently fulfilled, rendering it unnecessary to remain in the Wildman Valley any longer. Chapter 19. First entry into the market beneath the Danyun Peak. Situated between the Yunhai sect and the Danyu sect lies a marketplace. This marketplace is a collaborative venture developed and controlled by both sections. The names of the mountains and the market itself are derived from the two sects, and it is here that I aspire to venture, the Danyun market. Numerous disciples from various sects, solitary cultivators, and scions of noble families congregate here after gathering spirit herbs, spiritual medicines, and hunting ferocious beasts. They exchange their acquired resources for essence stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and other cultivation necessities. I had heard of this marketplace from my senior sister Yin Luo. And during my time gathering herbs with Qiu Ping, they also spoke of it. My reasons for visiting the market are twofold. Firstly, the elixirs and essence stones within my storage bag cannot withstand my extravagant spending. Secondly, my humble status and identity within the Yunhai sect afford me little opportunity to procure substantial cultivation resources. As a disciple who is largely overlooked, and due to my dual cultivation of martial and spiritual practices, my resource requirements are greater than most. Thus, I must exchange some of the cultivation resources I currently find superfluous. It is prudent to plan ahead. For waiting until resources are depleted to seek, more would likely be too late. This realization was particularly poignant after witnessing the demise of that solitary chi refinement cultivator at the jaws of the jungle's swift tiger. In pursuit of that forest spirit ginseng to elevate his cultivation, he risked his life, ultimately perishing in the endeavor. I, too, had nearly become a meal for the jungle's swift tiger in my quest for that alluring ginseng. Were I to master the art of alchemy or possess limitless cultivation resources, would I still dare to take such risks? While studying the Lian Dan Kuei Yao, I resolved to cultivate a lofty ambition to master the art of alchemy. If I could uncover secret formulas or texts pertaining to alchemical creation within the marketplace, I would no longer be beholden to others. Thus, upon my recovery, I resolved not to engage in further perilous ventures. Upon arriving at the marketplace, I sought to explore its pathways. I intended to sell some cultivation resources that I no longer required, in exchange for elixirs and formulas. Ideally, I hoped to acquire secret manuals for alchemy, as well as various resources related to techniques and cultivation methods. As I approached the vicinity of the marketplace, I wandered aimlessly for quite some time. Yet I could not locate the entrance. The marketplace is indeed here. Yimei had even sketched a route map for me. I retrieved the map from my storage pouch, cross-referencing it to ascertain the geographical positioning of Danyun Marketplace. However, as I neared the mist-shrouded edge of the forest, it felt as though there were barriers obstructing my path, the means of entry remaining elusive. I speculated that this must be a formation or barrier established by the marketplace. The mountains were enveloped in ethereal mist, the trees lush and verdant, yet I could not find the portal to the marketplace. I resolved to take matters into my own hands. Surely, using an explosion talisman to create a breach would suffice. I declared loudly to myself. As I extracted several explosion talismans from my pouch, preparing to throw them, the swirling mist before me parted to reveal an entrance. What is this? You wish to blast open a door? From the roiling mist emerged a young man clad in a brownish-yellow robe. I noticed the emblem of a small green sprout embroidered on the left breast of his garment, recognizing him as a disciple of Danyu sect. In truth, as soon as I arrived, the disciple guarding the marketplace's entrance had sensed my presence. However, upon observing my efforts with the map, he discerned my inexperience and aimed to tease me a bit. To his surprise, I was about to unleash a barrage of explosion talismans to breach the entrance to Danyun Marketplace. The disciple of Danyu sect, unaware of the level of talismans I possessed, feared the potential damage to the formation and hurried out to intervene. I merely wished to test the waters, I said, returning the talismans to my pouch. My apologies, esteemed brother, I continued, bowing respectfully to the disciple of Danyu sect. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. I had cultivated a habit of kindness since childhood, known far and wide in my village as an affable youth. Your demeanor in acknowledging your mistake is commendable. I shall let you off this time, but do not let it happen again. That will be 2 spirit stones. The disciple guarding the marketplace's entrance extended his hand towards me. I quickly produced 2 spirit stones and handed them over. Accepting the stones, he retrieved a talisman from his robes and tossed it to me. This is the entry talisman for the marketplace. Safeguard it well, for you will need it to access the portal on your next visit, he stated before stepping into the marketplace, and I followed closely behind. Upon entering the marketplace, I was astounded by the sights before me. In my mind, I had imagined the marketplace to be a mere small market, akin to the street stalls in Dongxing Town. However, the scene before me transformed my perception entirely. It was nothing less than a bustling small town, teeming with people, even more lively than the market of Dongxing Town. In the bustling market, one finds not only cultivators but also a multitude of mortals. Most of these ordinary people are affiliated with sects or families, while some, being descendants of cultivators, lack the spiritual roots necessary for cultivation and thus set up stalls to make a living. As Hachin meandered through the market, gaining a general understanding of the situation, he was taken aback to discover that expenditures here were made not with gold or silver, but with spirit stones. Although Hachin possessed a few spirit stones, he had no intention of spending them just yet. He felt it prudent to observe further, as he believed this market bore little distinction from the mundane marketplace of East Star Town. Within the market, both sects and noble families maintained their own shops, while wandering cultivators typically traded in the free market, setting up stalls for their transactions. While wandering, Hachin stumbled upon numerous treasures, with spiritual herbs and medicinal recipes available for sale or exchange at the street stalls. Though the recipes were merely for common elixirs such as energy-boosting pills and fast-absorption pills, they nonetheless broadened Hachin's horizons. He noted the absence of high-level recipes for sale or exchange and pondered whether such treasures might be found in the shops of the sects and noble families. However, lacking funds, he was hesitant to venture into larger establishments, well aware of the limitations of his situation, and thus continued to browse the street stalls. After familiarizing himself with the prices of spiritual herbs, medicines, and elixirs, he observed that many wandering cultivators were peddling cultivation techniques and methods. Hachin possessed several such techniques and methods, having acquired them from Lu Wanjin and a wandering cultivator who had perished at the jaws of a windstorm tiger in the jungle. He had mastered these techniques and methods, finding them of little use to him now. Yet, in the eyes of wandering cultivators, they could be considered above average and could fetch a considerable amount of cultivation resources. However, Hachin was aware that the techniques and methods from the Yunhai sect, as well as those within Wang Ziyu's storage bag, were not to be sold or exchanged. Although he contemplated selling some of his idle techniques, which no longer held value for him, they could be quite appealing to smaller sects or families, as a decent technique would undoubtedly surpass the worth of inferior ones. Particularly, the Danflame technique was invaluable for both alchemy and weapon forging, making it highly coveted among smaller sects and families, who would consider even a basic fire attribute technique a notable asset. While cultivators can indeed challenge those above their level, most wandering cultivators exchanging techniques were adept at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage, whereas Hachin was merely at the 5th level. This disparity could easily incite envy, leading some to covet his techniques, potentially resorting to unscrupulous means to acquire them. To mitigate the risk of unforeseen incidents, Hachin resolved to seek a reliable small family to sell his techniques and methods. Certainly, it is impossible to directly present the techniques and methods one possesses without retaining a copy for oneself. Hachin procured some paper and blank jade slips in the market, intending to create his own copies, and subsequently sought out a modest family shop. Many individuals were eager to trade for techniques and methods, particularly from smaller families. Although they possessed their own cultivation techniques, they were not always suitable for every family member. Thus, their demand for diverse techniques was considerable. Additionally, some loose cultivators sought to exchange methods. Most of them had reached the pinnacle of chi refinement, but lacked the means to purchase foundation-building pills to enhance their cultivation. They hoped to acquire a superior technique to improve their chances of successful foundation establishment. Speaking of foundation establishment, achieving it through one's own strength would greatly benefit future development. However, there had been no reports of any loose cultivator achieving such success. In contrast, practitioners within families and sects, once they had made progress in their cultivation, were provided with foundation-building pills by their families or sects, thus facing no obstacles in reaching the foundation establishment realm. After thorough investigation, the Chu family shop in the market caught Hachin's attention. This family was a vassal under the Danyu sect, led by a patriarch who was merely a peak chi refinement practitioner. Hachin chose this shop as his target for exchange for personal reasons. Typically, vassal families possess techniques, methods, and alchemical recipes imparted by their sections. Hachin's objective was precisely these alchemical recipes and secret texts. Acquiring them would enable him to learn alchemy independently, free from the constraints of others. Seeking autonomy in alchemy made this small family an apt choice, and even if they harbored ill intentions, Hachin's current cultivation level allowed him to protect himself. After all, families are not like loose cultivators who can turn against one another at any moment. They must consider the reputation of their family and themselves, making it difficult for them to survive in the market otherwise. This marked Hachin's first endeavor to engage in trade since embarking on the path of cultivation. Understanding the necessity of preparation for such an exchange, he visited a clothing shop to procure a set of black robes and accessories that would help conceal his identity. At this point, Hachin felt thoroughly prepared. Chapter 20. Barter the Chu family shop. At this moment, clad in a black robe, Hachin had concealed his presence and altered his appearance, arriving at the Chu family establishment. To the onlooker, his cultivation appeared to be merely at the 4th level of chi refinement. His hoarse voice obscured any guesses about his true age, while his hidden visage rendered his actual cultivation level indeterminate. Before his arrival, Hachin had conducted meticulous research on the Chu family. The family's ancestor, Chu Nan, had once been a renowned alchemist of the Danyu sect, achieving the Golden Core realm. Unfortunately, after Chu Nan's demise, the Chu family had not produced any remarkable talents, leading to a gradual decline in their status. Had it not been for Chu Nan's contributions to the Danyu sect, the Chu family would have long been expelled from it. After all, within their family, there was not a single expert at the foundation establishment stage, rendering them of little use in the eyes of the Danyu sect. Welcome to our humble establishment. Might I inquire what you require, esteemed senior? The Chu family shop is dedicated to serving you. A young attendant eagerly approached as a guest entered the shop. In a marketplace, one would expect shop attendants to be cultivators at least at the chi refinement stage. How could the Chu family have fallen so low as to be unable to afford even a lowly chi refinement attendant? Observing that the young attendant was merely a commoner, Hachin mused to himself. Esteemed senior, please feel free to browse. The elixirs crafted by our Chu family shop are the finest in the Danyan marketplace, and they are also the most affordable. The young attendant enthusiastically attempted to promote their wares to Hachin. Affordable, you say? Surely. They must be the lowest quality elixirs in the Danyun marketplace, Hachin thought, reflecting on the fact that without even a single expert at the foundation establishment stage. What high-quality elixirs could they possibly produce, let alone claim to be the best? Hachin had no desire to dwell on the Chu family's decline, nor did he wish to inquire about the prices of their elixirs. His purpose for visiting was to sell techniques and methods, including the secret tome of the Danyun Ju, in exchange for what he sought. Please fetch your shopkeeper. I have items I wish to trade, Hachin said, feigning impatience to the young attendant. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I will summon our shopkeeper right away. The young attendant, displaying commendable quick-wittedness, recognized that Hachin's attire suggested he had significant matters to discuss with the shopkeeper. After serving Hachin a cup of tea, he promptly went to the back to fetch the shopkeeper. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper was in a room in the back courtyard, reporting the shop's status to the young master of the Chu family. Upon hearing of a distinguished guest's arrival, he inquired about the details. When informed of Hachin's attire, he immediately understood that the visitor must possess valuable goods. Otherwise, he would not be so attired. He quickly relayed the information to the young master, Chu Haoran. Upon receiving this news, Chu Haoran felt a stir of interest, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, instructing the shopkeeper to invite Hachin to the back hall for discussions, while he himself concealed himself in a side room to observe discreetly. Following the young master's orders, the shopkeeper promptly returned to the front hall. Thank you for your patience. Esteemed guest, I am Chu Fan, the shopkeeper of the Chu family. May I ask how I should address you? After briefly assessing Hachin, the shopkeeper spoke. You're too kind. You may call me Chun Hao, Hachin replied, having already adopted a name for his travels. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan understood that the name might not be Hachin's true identity, and he paid it little heed. After all, individuals dressed in such a manner often have their own intentions and would not easily disclose their true circumstances. Friend Chun, this place is not suitable for negotiations. Would it be better for us to discuss matters in the back hall? Chu Fan suggested, seeking Hachin's opinion. As you wish, I am at your convenience. Please feel free to make the arrangements, Hachin replied nonchalantly, accepting the invitation. Please follow me. Chu Fan rose and led the way. Hachin followed closely behind. And in a short while, they arrived at the back hall of the shop. Uncertain of the intentions behind the visitor's arrival at the esteemed shop, Chu Fan cautiously inquired once they were seated. I cannot presume to know your intentions. I have come to your esteemed establishment to negotiate a transaction. But I wonder if Master Chu possesses the authority to finalize such matters, spoke Hao Chun with a blunt demeanor. Rest assured, esteemed friend. I am fully capable of overseeing any transaction. Please feel free to speak candidly. Chu Fan replied straightforwardly, eager to assure his guest. Since Master Chu exudes such confidence, I shall be forthright. Might you be able to facilitate an exchange involving the Chu family's alchemical secrets? Hao Chun remarked, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes as he regarded Chu Fan. You seek to negotiate for the Chu family's alchemical techniques. Are you aware of their immense value? Chu Fan's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing this proclamation. Given my choice to engage in a trade with the Chu family, I am indeed aware of the significance of your alchemical formulas and techniques. Fear not, Master Chu, for I possess items of equal worth for the exchange. Hao Chun asserted without reservation, confident in his ability to proceed with the trade. My concern lies in whether you can truly present a commensurate item for trade. The esteemed ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Nan, was a master of the Yuan Dan realm. Our alchemical knowledge is unparalleled, comprehensive from the Qi refining stage to the Yuan Dan realm. I am curious to know what you would propose as an equivalent for our alchemical secrets, Chu Fan interjected, sensing Hao Chun's audacious tone and feeling compelled to assert dominance. Rest assured, my confidence in presenting a valuable item is unwavering. But I cannot disclose its nature unless Master Chu can assure me of his authority in this matter. Otherwise, I would prefer to avoid unnecessary complications, Hao Chun countered assertively. Please wait here. I shall return shortly, Chu Fan replied after a moment's contemplation. Master Chu, take your time, Hao Chun responded nonchalantly. Chu Fan rose to take his leave, proceeding to a side chamber to consult with the young master, Chu Haoran. Such a significant matter was beyond his purview as a mere shopkeeper, and he sought the young master's counsel. Young master, this matter is of great importance. How do you suggest we proceed? Chu Fan queried. Do you believe this individual possesses items of equal value? Chu Haoran, though the young master of the Chu family, lacked sufficient experience in such dealings and turned to Chu Fan for insight. In response to your query, young master, since this individual has approached us for a transaction, it stands to reason that he possesses something of worth. Otherwise, he would not have made such a proposal. Chu Fan reflected after a moment of thought. Chu Fan, with your vast knowledge and experience, what do you discern regarding this individual's background? Chu Haoran continued, seeking further clarity. Young master, are you contemplating the possibility of securing a deal with him? Chu Fan felt a shiver of apprehension at this suggestion. If this individual lacked significant connections, such a course of action could very well be feasible. After all, the Chu family's alchemical secrets must not fall into unworthy hands. Chu Haoran nodded in agreement. In my estimation, if this person is not a solitary cultivator, he must belong to a newly risen small family. Otherwise, he would not seek out the Chu family. However, should we proceed in this manner, it would severely tarnish the reputation of the Chu family. If word were to spread, our shop would lose its standing, and no one would wish to conduct business with us again, Chu Fan expressed with evident concern. As long as we execute our plans with precision, who will ever be the wiser? At first glance, this individual appears to possess merely a cultivation level of the 4th tier of Qi refinement. Thus, subduing him should be an effortless endeavor. However, upon hearing this, Chu Haoran merely chuckled coldly. Young master, we should not underestimate our opponent. Although he seems to lack strength on the surface, we cannot dismiss the possibility that he conceals greater power. His audacity to pursue the alchemical secrets suggests he is backed by a formidable figure, Chu Fan cautioned, shaking his head at the young master's words. What do you surmise about the strength of this hidden ally? Chu Haoran inquired. Given that this individual seeks the alchemical secrets and is willing to pay a considerable price, it stands to reason that he is likely supported by someone of foundation-building prowess. The prospect of negotiating with the Chu family for these secrets certainly does not exclude the possibility of backing from someone even more powerful, Chu Fan replied. However, this likelihood is rather slim. Foundation-building cultivators are regarded as experts wherever they may be. If they were in search of alchemical knowledge, they would surely turn to the Danyu sect, for their alchemical arts far surpass ours. Then what do we have to fear? A perfected Qi refinement practitioner is hardly a threat. The Chu family is not without our own, and we have the Danyu sect as a formidable ally. Even if our adversary becomes aware of our schemes, what can he truly accomplish? Chu Haoran responded with a smile. This matter is of great significance, and I believe it prudent to inform the family patriarch and seek his counsel. Chu Fan expressed his concerns. There is no need for such measures. Given that man's cultivation, we can easily overpower him without disturbing father. Chu Haoran scoffed dismissively. Chu Fan, however, remained anxious, observing Chu Haoran's resolute demeanor. He realized that the young master was determined to proceed with this course of action. Should complications arise, it would be Chu Fan, the steward, who would bear the brunt of the consequences, and he had no desire to take the fall for Chu Haoran's decisions. Since the young master has made up his mind, I shall arrange the necessary preparations, Chu Fan conceded, recognizing that further discussion was futile. Chu Fan, you should go and prepare. With the personnel I have brought along, coupled with the guards from the shop, capturing him will be a trivial matter. Make haste to engage him, lest we raise suspicion through delay, Chu Haoran instructed. Nodding in agreement, Chu Fan acknowledged the command, refraining from further words as he exited the side room. However, after leaving, he did not follow Chu Haoran's orders but instead contacted the family patriarch, Chu Batian, to report the occurrences at the shop and seek his guidance. What Chu Fan could never have anticipated was that the patriarch, Chu Batian, shared the same ambitions as young master Chu Haoran. After hearing Chu Fan's account, he too succumbed to the allure of greed and instructed Chu Fan to fully cooperate with Chu Haoran to ensure the capture of their target at all costs. With a heavy sigh, Chu Fan reflected, such overwhelming greed may well invite one's own demise. If he dares to come alone, surely he must have made thorough preparations. Regrettably, both the patriarch and the young master are blinded by avarice, rendering them impervious to reason. Should we falter this time? It is likely that the Chu family will meet its end. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Chu Fan began to contemplate his own future. Chapter 21. Barter, Part 2. In truth, Chu Fan had overestimated Hachin. Hachin merely conducted a superficial investigation of the Chu family and, relying on his cursory impressions, made his way to the Chu family shop. Given Hachin's current cultivation level, it was utterly impossible for him to have made adequate preparations beforehand. His previous bravado was nothing more than a fade, which unexpectedly deceived the seasoned Chu Fan. My apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed friend. Allow me to present my respects, Chu Fan said, having composed himself and hurried back to the main hall, bowing deeply to Hachin. You are overly courteous, shopkeeper Chu. I am unworthy of such a gesture. However, may I inquire if you have reached a decision? Hachin inquired with a calm demeanor. To be candid, my friend Chin, I have just consulted with the family head. As long as you can provide treasures of commensurate value, all matters shall be resolved without issue, Chu Fan stated without reservation. You need not worry about my items. However, I must express one stipulation beforehand. The formula for the elixir and the techniques of alchemy must remain intact. Can the shopkeeper accommodate this? Hachin said earnestly. My dear friend Chin, you are being overly cautious. Since our Chu family engages in commerce, we naturally adhere to the principles of fair trade and would never deceive you. I am merely curious about the nature of your items, Chu Fan replied with a smile. Good elixirs require good flames. Although Master Chu Nan hails from the Danyu sect, he did not dare to fully impart the alchemical methods of the sect when establishing our family. Otherwise, the Chu family would not be in its current predicament. Would you not agree, shopkeeper Chu? Hachin remarked, having conducted some prior research into the circumstances of the Chu family. You speak true, my friend. The rules of the Danyu sect are exceedingly strict. Our ancestors only passed down the basic alchemical techniques, and to acquire more advanced methods, one must join the Danyu sect. Over the years, our Chu family has not produced a single foundation-building expert, hence we have not received any rewards from the sect. Chu Fan sighed after hearing Hachin's words. Shopkeeper Chu, may I ask how highly you value a mid-level alchemical flame manual? Hachin then tempted. Upon hearing Hachin's words, Chu Fan's heart began to race. A mid-level alchemical flame manual would hold little value for ordinary loose cultivators. However, for an alchemical family, its worth was incalculable. The possession of a superior flame for alchemy could restore the family's fortunes, especially in the case of the Chu family. If they were to acquire such a mid-level alchemical flame manual, their revival would be swift. Could it be that you possess such a flame manual, my friend Chen? Chu Fan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, otherwise I would not dare to make such a grand request. Hachin nodded affirmatively. You are aware that the Chu family is an alchemical lineage and holds high demands for flame manuals. A mere mid-level cultivation manual would not suffice to exchange for our alchemical secrets and formulas. Chu Fan said, suppressing the joy welling within him. This I understand fully. Had I not been entirely confident, I would not have approached you so boldly. Might I inquire if you have heard of the Danyan manual? Hachin remarked nonchalantly upon hearing this. In Chu Fan's heart, a tremor of astonishment coursed through him. The Danyan was a legendary compendium of alchemical fire secrets. Should the Chu family acquire such a tome, their establishment would not languish in obscurity. The family head might even independently concoct high-grade elixirs. With the Chu family's alchemical prowess, they would soon soar to new heights. Are you suggesting, my friend Shin, that you wish to exchange the Danyan for the Chu family's alchemical secrets? Chu Fan inquired anxiously. Master Chu, you are well aware of the value of the Danyan. In a certain sense, the tome in my possession holds greater worth than the Chu family's alchemical techniques. Thus, in trading for your secrets, I find myself at a disadvantage, necessitating a further concession from your side. Hachin nodded affirmatively. What else might you desire, esteemed Chen? Chu Fan queried. Yuan stones. Hachin replied. How many Yuan stones does esteemed Chen seek? Chu Fan pondered for a moment before asking. I do not wish to be unreasonable. 300 low-grade Yuan stones will suffice. Given the stature of the Chu family, surely this amount is not excessive? Hachin stated promptly. Although the Chu family did not enjoy substantial revenue, 300 low-grade Yuan stones were of little consequence to them. Provided that Chun could deliver the Danyan, all would be well. Chu Fan nodded in agreement. Excellent. Might I request, Master Chu, that you present the Chu family's alchemical secrets for my perusal? Hachin proposed. This is no trouble, as long as Mr. Chen can present the Danyan for my inspection. I will gladly provide the Chu family's alchemical techniques and the 300 low-grade Yuan stones. Chu Fan responded with a smile. Here is a portion of the Danyan for your verification. Please ascertain its authenticity before I receive the Chu family's alchemical secrets, Hachin remarked. Having prepared for the Chu family's disposition, upon hearing Chu Fan's words, he retrieved a handwritten manuscript from his storage pouch and handed it to Chu Fan. Indeed, esteemed Chen is forthright. Although I have never beheld the true visage of the Danyan, this manuscript undeniably pertains to a fire attribute technique. Chu Fan took the manuscript, scrutinizing the incantations inscribed within. After a moment of contemplation, he intended to return the manuscript to Hachin. Since you have verified it, please present the Chu family's alchemical techniques for my examination. As for this incantation, I would ask you to retain it. The remaining part will naturally be handed to you after I have reviewed the alchemical techniques. Hachin did not reclaim the paper. Esteemed Chen, here is the Chu family's alchemical secret and the 300 low-grade Yuan stones. Please inspect them. If all is in order, we shall proceed with the transaction. Chu Fan said succinctly, producing a tome of secrets in a storage pouch, which he then handed to Hachin. Without uttering a word, Hachin accepted the Chu family's alchemical techniques and the storage pouch. Instead of inspecting the contents of the pouch first, he opened the tome of alchemical secrets. After observing attentively and finding no issues, he stored the secret alchemical techniques of the Chu family into his storage pouch. Once he finished reviewing the techniques, Hachin opened the storage pouch that Chu Fan had given him to retrieve the essence stones within, promptly returning the pouch to Chu Fan. My dear friend Chen, one storage pouch is hardly a matter of significance. I shall gift it to you entirely. However, Chu Fan declined the pouch. One should not accept rewards without merit. It is not mine to take. As Hachin placed the pouch on the table, he smiled nonchalantly. Yet, he could scarcely believe the other party would exhibit such generosity. Fearing there might be ulterior motives, he firmly remembered the adage about suffering great losses from small gains, and no one could guarantee that the other harbored no malice. Prudence was always the better part of valor. Chu Fan, on the other hand, did not anticipate Hachin's cautious disposition. Although a storage pouch was not considered a high-end item, it nonetheless held a value of several dozen essence stones, since the other party had refused to accept the pouch. Any prior intentions had been rendered futile, compelling him to seek alternative solutions. Hachin's wariness was not misplaced. The pouch bestowed by Chu Fan bore a tracking mark inscribed by the Chu family. Should Hachin succumb to momentary greed, his every move would be laid bare to the Chu family, and he would be closely monitored the instant he left the city. Master Chu, please verify the contents. If all is in order, we shall consider the transaction complete. After organizing everything, Hachin extracted the remaining half of the Danyan manuscript from the storage pouch and presented it to Chu Fan. Chu Fan received the manuscript with great care, scrutinizing each word and line, ultimately concluding that there were no discrepancies. Friend Chen, our transaction is complete. Should such valuable items arise in the future, I implore you to remember the Chu family shop, Chu Fan said politely. Indeed, trading with Master Chu is always a delightful experience. Should I come across any remarkable items next time, I shall certainly visit the Chu family shop to transact. As time was of the essence, Hachin bid farewell. Please, friend Chen, do not let me keep you. Chu Fan responded with a respectful bow. I would not trouble Master Chu. Hachin replied with a serene smile before departing from the Chu family shop. After Hachin's departure, the young master of the Chu family, Chu Haoran, emerged from a side room to the back hall. At this moment, the shopkeeper Chu Fan stepped forward and handed the Dan Yinju manuscript to Chu Haoran. Is this the Dan Yinju manuscript? Upon receiving the manuscript from Chu Fan, Chu Haoran inquired with great enthusiasm. Indeed, this is the Dan Yinju manuscript. With this cultivation method in hand, it will not be long before the Chu family soars to new heights, Chu Fan affirmed, nodding to Chu Haoran. Excellent, excellent. You have rendered a great service to the family this time. Upon your return, I shall surely commend you to the family head, Chu Haoran exclaimed, nodding vigorously at Chu Fan's words. Thank you, young master, for your support. It is my duty to serve, Chu Fan expressed gratefully. In truth, with his cultivation level at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, Chu Fan had already memorized most of the techniques upon a single reading of the Dan Yinju manuscript. Even without the master bestowing upon him the secret manual of the Dan Flame technique, he could effortlessly transcribe it from memory. Is everything in place? Chu Haoran inquired of Chu Fan. Initially, he had presumed that their transaction involved rare treasures or materials, preparing for a covert theft. However, the exchange was for the Dan Flame technique, which disrupted their original plans, compelling them to proceed with the trade. Once this individual departs from the marketplace, they would take action. Chu Fan spoke cautiously. Indeed, keep a close watch. The alchemical secrets of the Chu family are not to be trifled with. To ensure that our family's techniques do not fall into the hands of others, that person must be eliminated, Chu Haoran asserted vehemently. Chu Fan regarded this sentiment as overly presumptuous. The visitor's cultivation was unfathomable. He suspected that Xuanhao was likely a concealed master at the late stage of Qi refining. Chapter 22. Intrigues and schemes. At this moment, Chu Fan overestimated Hao Yin's capabilities. In reality, Hao Yin was merely a minor figure at the 5th level of Qi refining. Young master, although we can muster 2 experts at the 8th level of Qi refining, the opponent also possesses late-stage Qi refining prowess. If they are determined to flee, it may be beyond our means to detain them. I implore you to reconsider, lest impulsiveness jeopardize the future of the Chu family. Chu Fan continued to counsel for the safety of the family. Though Chu Fan's intentions were good, to someone like Chu Haoran, who lacked combat experience, it came across as mockery. Had these words been directed at Chu Badian, the family patriarch, they might have carried weight and deterred him. However, for Chu Haoran, who had grown up sheltered under the family's protection, he believed himself superior, dismissing all others, making it unlikely for him to abandon his intentions. Humph. Are you growing more foolish with age? Though we have only 2 8th level Qi experts, we have 10 at the 5th and 6th levels. Furthermore, I possess the 7th level of Qi refining. With our numbers, can we not subdue a single opponent? Chu Haoran scoffed. Upon hearing Chu Haoran's dissatisfaction with his remarks, Chu Fan sighed inwardly. What does it matter if you possess the 7th level of Qi refining? Should the opponent wield a high-level magical artifact, it may render you powerless. Nevertheless, this thought remained unspoken. He recognized that his previous comments had already incited considerable displeasure in the young master. Continuing to persuade him would only foster greater resentment. So he chose to remain silent. This silence led Chu Haoran to believe that he had successfully persuaded Chu Fan, filling him with delight. He thought himself intellectually superior, having even swayed an expert like Chu Fan. Little did he realize that Chu Fan merely wished to avoid further discourse with this reckless young aristocrat. Chu Fan. Is everything prepared? Chu Haoran inquired once more. Everything is ready, young master. I have already dispatched someone to follow this person, came the reply. 10 disciples, each adept at the 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement, gathered outside the market, poised to act as soon as their target emerged. Chu Fan nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, since you have arranged everything, I can rest easy. The shop requires your oversight, so you shall not partake in this mission. Attend to the management here, and await our triumphant return. Upon hearing Chu Fan's response, Chu Haoran nodded with satisfaction. In truth, Chu Fan had no intention of participating in the assassination mission. Despite possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refinement, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the individual who appeared to be merely at the 4th level. It was best to forego involvement in this endeavor. And Chu Haoran's words echoed his own sentiments perfectly. I shall heed the young master's commands, Chu Fan exclaimed with overt servility, his heart secretly rejoicing. Chu Haoran nodded once more, then disregarded Chu Fan, seeking out 2 experts at the 8th level of Qi refinement before departing the shop to await Hachin's arrival outside the market. Upon leaving the Chu residence, Hachin quickly discerned that he was being followed. He surmised that the Chu family intended to take action against him. The alchemical secrets of the Chu family were of paramount importance, and any leakage could lead to dire consequences. However, he had anticipated the family's reaction. After all, any clan that acquired a precious technique such as the Dan Yinju would instinctively think of silencing witnesses to prevent unforeseen complications. Prior to his visit to the Chu family, Hachin had conducted a thorough investigation of the market and discovered the pursuit. Without hesitation, he made his way directly to the Ziyun Pavilion. The Ziyun Pavilion was backed by the Danyu sect, and no one dared to act recklessly within its confines. Moreover, to protect the interests of cultivators, the pavilion offered a selection of clothing for concealing identity, available for purchase upon entry. Thus, most patrons opted for these protective measures, ensuring their safety even when acquiring treasures within the pavilion. Consequently, whether disciples from sects, members of noble families, or independent cultivators, all valued this approach. Many cultivators, having gathered high-quality spirit herbs and medicines, willingly visited the Ziyun Pavilion to exchange for necessary items. Although the prices at the Ziyun Pavilion were significantly higher than those at other shops, the assurance of safety made it a premier choice, thus securing its dominant position in the market. In truth, before his dealings with the Chu family, Hachin had considered conducting his transactions at the Ziyun Pavilion. However, to the pavilion, the Danyanju was not regarded as an exceptionally rare manual. Hachin speculated that the Ziyun Pavilion likely possessed other manuals of comparable value. If he were to consign the Danyanju for auction there, he would only receive spirit stones in return, which clearly did not align with his intentions. Ultimately, he resolved to pursue private dealings with the Chu family, with the Ziyun Pavilion as his fallback. Upon entering the Ziyun Pavilion, the Chu disciples who had been trailing him were left utterly astonished. The Purple Cloud Pavilion is a place that cannot be trifled with. In a state of desperation, he had no choice but to report this situation to the young master, Chu Hachin. Upon learning that Hachin had taken refuge in the Purple Cloud Pavilion, Chu Hachin felt an overwhelming surge of anger, fearing that this time he would return empty-handed. At this moment, the two experts of the 8th level of Qi refining, Chu Yuan and Chu Yu, smiled calmly, reassuring him that there was no need for such vexation. Young master need not worry, no matter how cunning this individual may be. He cannot escape our grasp. The Purple Cloud Pavilion may provide temporary sanctuary, but it cannot shield him indefinitely. He will ultimately emerge. Moreover, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, we have already inscribed a tracking method within the alchemical secrets. This individual has come into contact with the alchemical techniques during the transaction, allowing us to utilize the tracking method to locate him. Yu, the Chu family's protector of the 8th level of Qi refining, stated to Chu Hachin. Well done. He believes that by hiding in the Purple Cloud Pavilion, he can evade our pursuit. This individual will undoubtedly lower his guard, providing us with the perfect opportunity to catch him off guard. Upon hearing Chu Yu's words, Chu Hachin's heart soared with joy. Indeed, Chu Yu nodded in agreement. However, is there any possibility that the opponent might detect the alterations we've made in the alchemical secrets and completely shake off our tracking? Chu Hachin, still somewhat uneasy, inquired of the two protectors. The young master is unaware. This tracking method was devised by our ancestor. Unless the opponent possesses the cultivation of a Yuan Dan, they will not perceive any anomalies. You may rest assured. The other protector, Chu Yuan, replied with a calm smile. That is reassuring. This ploy from him had me quite concerned. Chu Hachin sighed in relief after hearing Protector Chu Yuan's words. It is only natural for the young master to have such worries, for anyone dealing with matters is typically cautious. In fact, their actions have long been anticipated by us. Chu Yuan remarked. The Chu family is indeed not to be trifled with. Chu Yuan's words indicate that they have plotted harmful schemes in the shadows more than once. It is unclear how many lives they have taken to gain such experience, which explains their audacity to wait outside the market to ambush Hachin. Yet, those who frequent the night roads are bound to encounter ghosts. What they perceive is merely Hachin's superficial display of the 4th level of Qi refining. Little do they know that Hachin not only suppresses a level of his cultivation but is also a practitioner of both martial and magical arts. As Hachin departed from the Chu family shop, he realized he was being followed. Upon entering the Purple Cloud Pavilion, he hoped to procure satisfactory magical artifacts and elixirs while seizing the opportunity to shake off the Chu family's pursuit. During his battle with the Jungle Gale Tiger, he recognized his lack of suitable magical artifacts and replenishing elixirs. Although he possessed some, Hachin understood the importance of preparation. His primary purpose for visiting the Danyun market was to replenish his cultivation resources. He chose the Purple Cloud Pavilion for safety, as visiting the Yiyun Pavilion controlled by the Cloud Sea sect would present numerous inconveniences, especially if he were to encounter someone familiar, leaving him with no means to explain. With a wealth of resources at his disposal, Hachin dared to flaunt his status as a significant figure. Arriving at Ziyun Pavilion, he meticulously began his search for the items he required. Is that not a jade box designed for storing spiritual herbs and elixirs? As he passed by a counter selling jade artifacts, Hachin recalled that harvesting spiritual herbs and elixirs necessitated their preservation within jade boxes. The jungle spirit ginseng he had snatched away had suffered considerable loss of its primordial energy due to improper storage. Thus, without hesitation, he spent 15 spirit stones to acquire 30 jade boxes of various sizes and designs. With his cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, Hachin could only purchase magical tools and elixirs on the lower level of Ziyun Pavilion, as the upper floors were exclusively accessible to those of Foundation Establishment or higher. After wandering for a while without discovering satisfactory magical tools or elixirs, he approached a demure saleswoman to inquire about where to procure elixirs for replenishing primordial energy. Sensing Hachin's sincerity, the saleswoman graciously offered to guide him. Esteemed friend, if you seek high-grade elixirs, they are available on the 2nd floor. Please, follow me. She gestured towards the staircase. Upon reaching the 2nd floor and arriving at the elixir counter, Hachin selected several 2nd-tier elixirs. The recovery pill for swift replenishment of primordial energy, the protecting veins pill to safeguard his meridians, and the ice heart pill to maintain clarity of the soul. Each vial contained 10 pills and cost him a substantial 300 spirit stones. Additionally, he selected a vial of bone regeneration pill for healing and a commonly used detoxification pill. By now, a significant portion of his spirit stones had been expended. At the counter selling talismans, he spent a considerable sum on several rocket talismans, thunderstorm talismans, and celestial vine talismans, each priced at 10 spirit stones. He concluded his purchases with 2 high-quality diamond talismans, leaving his spirit stones nearly depleted. The spoils from the assassination of Lu Wanjin and the remnants of the Qi refinement practitioner who perished within the jaws of the jungle gale tiger, along with the contents of Wang Ziyu's storage bag, surely amounted to no less than 500 spirit stones. Having spent so lavishly in such a short time, it seemed prudent to delve into the art of alchemy and talisman crafting himself in the future. Upon arriving at the counter selling alchemy furnaces, he gazed at the most affordable furnace, which was still beyond his financial reach, especially now that his spirit stones had run dry. With a sigh, he departed Xian Pavilion and made his way towards the stalls in the market. Although he had no spirit stones to spare, he still possessed cultivation techniques and spells that could be exchanged. With this confidence, Hachin approached the gathering of scattered cultivators, hoping to trade for valuable items. However, as he neared the market stalls, a group of figures entered his line of sight, causing his heart to flutter. He recognized a contingent from Yu Hai sect, including familiar faces such as Qiuping and Li Yu. At that moment, Hachin was not clad in his black robes, preferring to avoid contact with sect members to prevent drawing their attention, which would be detrimental to him. Reluctantly, he turned away from the market stalls, opting not to linger, and swiftly exited the marketplace. When Hachin departed from the Chu family, he soon realized he was being followed. Upon entering Xian Pavilion, he believed he had evaded his pursuer. However, he soon discovered that although he had shaken off the Chu family disciple, his every movement remained under the watchful eye of the adversary. Chapter 23. A swift assassination. Not long after Hachin exited the market, he was clandestinely trailed by the Chu family's men. After traveling 100 miles away from the marketplace, Hachin found a secluded valley. Sensing no anomalies within, he began to meditate to restore his depleting energy. As he practiced, he silently mused that he needed to hasten his cultivation and learn the art of sword flight. Relying solely on his legs was exhausting and left him vulnerable should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Meanwhile, at a distance of 100 feet from Hachin's resting place, 3 figures cloaked in black inspired. Brother, that lad is likely meditating to recover his energy. With his 4th tier Qi refining cultivation, he can regain his strength within half an hour. We should seize this opportunity while he is still in a state of meditation. It is the perfect moment for us to strike, one of the black-clad men whispered to his companion. He continued, furthermore, we are already 100 miles from the marketplace, and the location of this valley is sufficiently concealed, eliminating the risk of any unexpected interruptions. Indeed, this is an excellent spot, remote and discreet. Given that this boy possesses merely 4th tier Qi refining skills, he would stand no chance against the 3 of us in his prime, let alone in his current state. The one referred to as brother replied confidently. The 3 cloaked figures were none other than Chu Haoran's guards, with Chu Yuan and another being brothers from the Chu family, raised within the family esfold. All 3 had reached the 6th tier of Qi refining and had positioned themselves here as per Chu Haoran's orders. They held little regard for Hachin, who was merely at the 4th tier. To prevent Hachin from escaping in any direction, they divided their forces into 3 groups, one led by himself with 3 6th tier disciples to intercept from the east, another led by Chu Yu with 5 5th tier disciples to ambush from the south, and the final group, led by Chu Yuan with 2 6th tier disciples, to lie in wait to the west. In the past, they had engaged in similar acts of violence and theft in the wild. As long as they executed their deeds discreetly, no one would suspect them. Naturally, they were not foolish enough to provoke someone stronger than themselves. That would not be a quest for treasure, but rather an offering of it. At this moment, Hachin perfectly fit the profile of their target. Thus, the instant he exited Xian Pavilion, he became the focus of the Chu family's attention. The Chu family's tracker followed him all the way to this secluded spot. Upon observing Hachin meditating, the tracker signaled to his companions. At that moment, Hachin was indeed engaged in meditation to restore his energy. The distance he had traveled posed no significant drain on him. With his formidable and unparalleled spiritual awareness, he had detected the presence of his pursuers shortly after leaving the marketplace. Although he had surmised that by exhibiting his 4th tier Qi refining prowess, the Chu family would likely resort to their nefarious schemes of murder and theft. For these matters, Hachin would not show any mercy. Upon discovering that he was being followed, he sought a suitable opportunity to deal with them. This valley was to be the chosen resting place for the Chu family. Yet he was utterly unprepared for the disquieting conversation among the 3 members of the Chu family that sent a shiver down his spine. He mused to himself, it seems the Chu family has engaged in numerous such dealings. There is no escaping this fate, and thus, I shall not be blamed for my ruthless heart. As the saying goes, those who kill will themselves be killed. Although Hachin was not a benevolent individual, neither was he entirely good-hearted. To his enemies, he deemed only death as appropriate retribution. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, if they provoke me, I shall surely retaliate. With danger both ahead and behind, he resolved to capture the leader first. The 3 members of the Chu family had all received signals from their pursuers. Upon receiving the signal, Chu Yuan and his companions concealed their presence, preparing for a stealthy attack. Just as they were about to unleash their spells within 3 zhang of Hachin, he suddenly leapt into the air. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting instant, a dark light shot towards his head, swift as a meteor streaking across the sky, rendering escape impossible. The dark light loomed larger in Chu Yuan's vision, and before he could react, it met its mark with a resounding thud. A sword had pierced through the top of his head, resembling two horns protruding from his temples. The two other Chu disciples stood in shock, their expressions frozen by the unprecedented turn of events. In truth, while the three had been stealthily advancing, Hachin's formidable spiritual awareness had already detected their scheme. Even with their suppressed auras, they were utterly oblivious to his presence. Concealed in the shadows, Hachin wielded two thunderstorm talismans in his left hand, while his right grasped a short sword, imbued with a flicker of alchemical flame. He thought to himself, if I can eliminate one swiftly, preferably either killing or severely wounding him, the remaining two will present little challenge, and the last pursuer will be of no concern. With Hachin's current strength employing the concealment technique, the Chu family members could not perceive any fluctuations of spiritual energy, which allowed Hachin to successfully ambush them, resulting in the earlier scene. Under normal circumstances, considering Chu Yuan's cultivation level, he should not have fallen so easily to a single strike. Yet, their overconfidence and reluctance to employ a protective energy shield left them vulnerable. They feared that activating their protective barriers would alert their adversary, leading to their downfall at the hands of Hachin's short sword. Although Hachin could not refine the short sword, his repeated usage had forged a profound connection with it. Coupled with the newly mastered alchemical flame, it mattered not that Chu Yuan was of the 8th level of Qi refining. Even a foundational cultivator would not withstand such an onslaught. By the time the two remaining Chu disciples regained their senses, it was already too late. Would the hunter, born of the wild, grant them any opportunity? In the instant he felled Chu Yuan, the two thunderstorm talismans in Hachin's left hand surged towards the remaining Chu disciples. Humph. Having the audacity to kill and seize treasures, they must be prepared to meet their end. Hachin gazed at the two disciples of the Chu family, who lay incapacitated on the ground from the explosion of the Thunderbolt talisman. Moments earlier, as he unleashed that short sword imbued with the Dan Flame spell, he had also cast a vitality armor upon himself to shield against the potential harm of the close-range detonation. Simultaneously, he activated the already prepared Diamond Talisman, an artifact he had recently acquired from the Xian Pavilion, unexpectedly finding it useful so soon. With the protective charm surrounding him, the two disciples were doomed. It seemed their fate was sealed. After all, they would no longer have need for their storage pouches, so I shall take the liberty of collecting them for you. He mused as he approached the fallen disciples of the Chu family and unfastened their storage pouches. Next, he moved to Chu Yuan's side, withdrawing the short sword embedded in his head and wiped the blood from it on Chu Yuan's clothing before stowing it away. He then picked up Chu Yuan's weapon and removed the storage pouch from his waist. With a swift motion, he conjured 3 small fireballs that descended upon the 3 corpses. This entire sequence of actions transpired in just a matter of moments, showcasing the ease with which he had executed the ambush. After dispatching Chu Yuan and his companions, Hachin found his internal energy nearly depleted, prompting him to consume a recovery pill to restore his vitality. Just as he was about to depart, a rapidly spinning blade of wind hurtled toward him. In an instant, he evaded the attack, leaping to the right and narrowly escaping the assailant's ambush, akin to a leopard in its swiftness. Indeed, while slaying Chu Yuan, Hachin had anticipated the lurking presence of a follower. However, before he could retaliate, a barrage of fiery feathers struck the area where he had just dodged, indicating that the attacker had accurately predicted his movement. The assailant had first employed the wind blade technique to lure him into evasion, then unhesitatingly unleashed a lethal volley of fire feathers. It appeared that the pursuer was a person of considerable cunning, willing to expend resources for this confrontation. With such a plethora of fire feathers raining down, evasion seemed futile. Thus, Hachin retrieved his solitary diamond talisman, channeling his energy into it, which transformed into a protective aura enveloping his entire being. It was indeed a swift retribution. Having just ambushed the Chu family, he now faced a similar assault, as if the universe sought to test whether he had truly mastered his skills. The fire feathers collided with the diamond aura, causing only a slight tremor before dissipating. Unbeknownst to the attacker, the talisman Hachin wielded was no ordinary artifact. It was a high-grade diamond talisman he had procured at great expense from the Xian Pavilion. I know who you are, come out this instant. Hachin bellowed toward the direction of the fire feathers. However, the response was a relentless barrage of fiery projectiles that struck the diamond aura with great force. Under the onslaught of the assailant's initial wave of attacks, Hachin felt his energy significantly wane, as the diamond aura endured another flurry of fire feathers. It began to show minute cracks, alarming him. Realizing the protective charm had nearly fulfilled its purpose, he quickly retreated, feigning an attempt to flee while discreetly consuming another recovery pill. Within moments, his energy was largely restored, bringing him a sense of reassurance. The individual lurking in the distance contemplated. This lad possesses a formidable talisman. He seems rather difficult to deal with. However, as long as I can delay him, my master and the guardian will soon arrive to encircle him, marking his demise. Calculating the time, the reinforcements from the Chu family should be arriving shortly. If I continue to engage with this person, escape will become impossible. Realizing the hidden intricacies of the situation, Hachin fought while retreating, desperately making his way deeper into the dense forest. In that moment, he disregarded the onslaught of arrows and paid no heed to his injuries. At the instant the protective armor shattered, Hachin successfully plunged into the depths of the woodland. This fellow runs quite swiftly, remarked Chu Yu upon receiving the signal. Humph. He shall not escape our grasp, sneered the pursuing Chu family disciple. Chu Yu and the 5 companions who accompanied him promptly consumed medicinal pills to replenish their stamina for the pursuit and subsequent ambush of Hachin. As Hachin ventured deeper into the forest, he concealed himself high upon a grand tree, employing a technique to blend his essence with the surrounding environment, rendering himself akin to a chameleon. When the Chu family members penetrated into the thicket, they sensed that their quarry had vanished. Even the highly skilled protector, Chu Yu, failed to locate Hachin despite multiple searches. Convinced that he had fled even further into the woods, they began to investigate the vicinity, entirely unaware that they were directly beneath the very tree where Hachin was hidden. Chapter 24. Surviving the ordeal with no trace of Hachin to be found. The heightened tension among the Chu family members began to dissipate. Concealed within the branches, Hachin observed the 7 individuals beneath him, their vigilance waning. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Having previously fled in disarray, he was now filled with a sense of indignation, finally presented with an opportunity for retribution. Hachin pondered how best to repay them for their pursuit. However, he was no fool, aside from the pursuer at the 6th level of Qi refinement. The Chu family now included Chu Yu and 5 others, 1 at the 8th level and 5 at the 5th. Faced with such formidable foes, he had no choice but to flee. Yet, before making his escape, he resolved to vent his frustrations. Cautiously rummaging through his storage bag, he gathered all the defensive talismans and ensured he retained enough for his own survival, consolidating the remaining talismans into one collection. He then extracted the successfully refined sword, placing it in a conspicuous position for immediate use. With a talisman in each hand, Hachin suddenly unleashed his magical power, hurling the talismans toward the 7 individuals below. At that moment, the 7 were convened, deliberating how to split up and pursue Hachin when the very air above them shifted ominously, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and the whistling of arrows, as talismans cascaded down like petals from a celestial maiden, an unstoppable force rendering them without refuge. Indeed, only someone as reckless as Hachin could commit such an extravagant act. Talismans were akin to precious stones. Was he truly intending to return such wealth to the Chu family? An attack! Quick, defend yourselves! Retreat! Chu Yu shouted, urging his companions to break free. Although the crowd felt a slight sense of lethargy, they were seasoned veterans of many battles. After a moment's hesitation, they quickly regained their composure and employed their formidable skills for defense. However, none had ever encountered a situation where spirit symbols were utilized in such a manner. They could only helplessly endure the ferocious onslaught of the thunderstorm's might and the piercing rain of arrows, which struck them mercilessly. This was the true test of one's cultivation and abilities. Those with superior defensive techniques and swift escape skills sustained less impact and thus suffered lighter injuries, while those who reacted slowly faced dire consequences. The explosion echoed, and 5 disciples of the Chu family, evidently lacking experience, found their protective garments obliterated, their defensive treasures likely to be destroyed within moments. 2 of them were grievously injured by the thunderstorm symbol, while the rain arrows bore through their bodies, reducing them to a mere sieve. This was precisely the outcome that Hachin desired, and witnessing this scene filled him with satisfaction. Perish! As the echoes of the explosion faded, Hachin leaped down from the tree with a fierce shout, wielding his sword with the force of a mountain split, targeting the Chu family disciple who had been trailing him. The unfortunate tracker, a Qi refinement stage 6 cultivator, had no time to react before being cleaved in 2 by Hachin's strike. In that instant, Hachin seized the opportunity to snatch the tracker's storage bag and tuck it away. Chu Yu was struck with terror. She had initially believed Hachin to be an ordinary Qi refinement stage 4 cultivator. Given the strength of the Chu family, they could have easily exterminated him. Unexpectedly, Hachin was a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Not only did he possess an array of formidable techniques, but his agility was also extraordinary. With a series of deceptive strikes, he swiftly eliminated 2 Qi refinement stage 5 disciples of the Chu family, and then, with another sword strike, he dispatched a Qi refinement stage 6 disciple. Emboldened by his success, Hachin aimed his sword at another Chu family disciple. The latter, believing himself fortified, summoned a soil formation symbol and slapped it onto his body, encasing himself in a thick armor of earth. Feeling invulnerable, he began to laugh maniacally. Come on, strike again. I stand here for you to hack away at me. You killed my brothers. I shall make you taste despair. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, Hachin wore a peculiar smile as he produced a vine spirit symbol, slapping it onto the Chu disciple. Instantly, countless tendrils surged forth, entangling the armored disciple in a frenzy of growth. This was the very outcome Hachin sought, allowing him to break free from the fray. As Ji witnessed Hachin's counterattack against one of her kin, she hastily summoned her flying sword to confront him. At that moment, sensing the imminent danger from Chu Yu's blade, Hachin casually tossed a thunderstorm symbol towards her. This was a precious item he had procured from the Ziyun Pavilion, a vital instrument for self-preservation. Hachin refrained from further entanglements with the Chu family members and did not linger to witness the aftermath of the thunderstorm talisman's explosion. Instead, he swiftly fled deeper into the dense forest. Within the thicket, 2 figures darted rapidly. Behind him trailed the shadow of Chu Yu, while ahead, Hachin raced for his life. You truly run with remarkable speed, Chu Yu mocked as he pursued. Evidently, Chu Yu was a formidable practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, quickly diminishing the distance between them. At that moment, Chu Yu's figure flickered, transforming into a wraith-like shadow, as he lunged forward with his flying sword aimed menacingly at Hachin's back. Thud! Feeling the chilling sword aura bearing down upon him, Hachin staggered several steps to evade the blade, only to inadvertently trip over a vine and tumble to the ground. In that fleeting instant, Chiyu's sword narrowly grazed past Hachin. Realizing escape was futile, fear was replaced by an insatiable thirst for battle. At that moment, one word echoed in Hachin's mind: fight. He pivoted to face Chiyu as the fiery essence of the Dan flame enveloped his dark short sword, propelling him towards his adversary. A seasoned killer, Chiyu deftly dodged with agile footwork, countering Hachin's desperate intent to slay. Suddenly, the two figures brushed past each other. Hachin's short sword unexpectedly missed its target, and likewise, Chiyu's strike was evaded. Their confrontation yielded no clear victor. With your cultivation, you cannot match me, Chiyu declared before transforming into a streak of light. Charging towards Hachin, the flashes of his sword severed several sturdy trees in his path, as his overwhelming murderous intent ignited a fierce resolve within Hachin. Abandoning the use of his short sword, Hachin merged his martial techniques, Killer Palm, Tiger Howl Fist, with the Dan Flame, creating a new technique, the Dan Flame Fist. With his left hand, he unleashed a lethal palm strike imbued with Dan Flame towards Chiyu, while his right fist summoned a tempest, striking fiercely. The alternating use of his fists and palms emphasized speed and ferocity. Notably, this technique was freshly devised by Hachin and had yet to be tested in battle. Let me use you as practice for my unique Dan Flame Fist, he proclaimed, employing this newly crafted technique to counter Chiyu's onslaught. The clash of their combat shattered countless vines, shrubs, and small trees in the vicinity. At that moment, Hachin moved like a flickering shadow, appearing in multiple locations, leaving Chiyu bewildered, unable to discern his true intentions. In the realm of battle, failing to perceive the opponent's motives is a grave misstep. As they confronted each other, Hachin's left palm appeared to be a mere illusion, while his right fist suddenly emerged from the left side, striking directly towards Chiyu's left rib. Although Chiyu had activated his chi armor for defense, absorbing much of the force from Hachin's surprise attack, the combined might of Hachin's martial prowess and the fiery Dan Flame still inflicted severe damage upon Chiyu. However, Chiyu possessed the formidable prowess of the 8th level of chi refinement. The punch that Hachin delivered to Chiyu's rib merely caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood and stagger a few steps before stabilizing his stance. As Chiyu rubbed his left rib, the area throbbing with pain, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Hachin was not faring much better. Although he had inflicted a blow on Chiyu, he too had been struck by a palm to his chest. Forcing himself to swallow the blood that threatened to escape, a surge of agony coursed through him, causing his entire body to tremble. Though your cultivation is high, it is still far from enough to kill me. With a push of his feet, Hachin transformed into a shadow, lunging at Chiyu while roaring. What does your strength matter? I have never feared anyone since I began my training. The advantage of a martial artist lies in close combat. Chiyu, as a cultivator, found himself at a disadvantage, unable to fully unleash his spells in such proximity. It was precisely this understanding that emboldened Hachin to engage with Chiyu in close quarters. Despite being adept in both martial and magical arts, Hachin was acutely aware of his own limitations, seeking opportunities to escape even as he fought. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce struggle, moving from the forest's edge into the depths of the thicket. In each fleeting moment, they exchanged several blows, with Hachin's speed, palm force, and punch strength reaching an exquisite peak. Entering the realm of cultivation, he had never experienced such exhilarating combat. At that moment, his flame fist technique reached an unparalleled level of mastery. With a mere flick of his wrists, he executed numerous techniques, perfectly interrupting Chiyu's swordplay and palm strikes. Each time Chiyu attempted to draw his sword, Hachin's fist struck his arms, forcing him to sheath his blade and resort to close-quarters combat. This was the moment Hachin had awaited. Utilizing the combined power of his martial and magical abilities, he unleashed his flame fist, colliding with Chiyu. At that instant, Chiyu felt a searing pain in his arm, as if his bones might shatter. The battle raged on. The intricate flame fist technique flowed seamlessly, alternating between palm and fist, each strike infused with unprecedented strength, each punch sending shivers through the heart. Deep within the thicket, dust and stones flew, and beasts fled in terror. The fierce clash shattered the tranquility of the night. The forest lay in disarray, towering trees missing chunks. The ground within 100 feet turned to churned earth, branches splintered and strewn about. Suddenly, Hachin sensed the arrival of reinforcements from the Chu family. Take this. Once more, Hachin unleashed a punch, striking Chiyu in the abdomen, causing him to lose his balance. Simultaneously, a kick swept across Chiyu's thigh, sending him crashing to the ground. Before Chiyu could react, Hachin planted a foot on his abdomen, using the force to leap over him and flee deeper into the forest. Die! Seeing Hachin's retreating figure, Chiyu, too weak to pursue, desperately hurled his flying sword, aiming straight for Hachin. Despite this fierce confrontation, all of Hachin's hidden strengths had been revealed, yet he could not evade the strike of Chiyu's flying sword. The armor forged from the diamond talisman lay in ruins, and the robe he wore was shattered. Hachin spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood before finally escaping the encirclement of the Chu family. Chapter 25. A modest harvest after evading the Chu family's relentless pursuit. Hachin moved stealthily through the wilderness. Though he was gravely injured, the assistance of the recovery pill and the pulse guard pill merely stabilized his condition, preventing further deterioration. At this moment, he acutely felt the inadequacy of his cultivation. Even while fleeing through the dense forest, he found himself winding aimlessly, stopping intermittently, rendering his whereabouts inscrutable. Now, Hachin had concealed his presence and altered his appearance, resembling an ordinary mortal hunter devoid of any power. Yet, the short sword hidden in his sleeve was gripped tightly, ready to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. This blade was an excellent tool for ambush, usable only under the condition of a sure hit. He would never part with it, as he adhered to the principle of never engaging in battles without confidence. This was his steadfast approach. He could not bear to discard this short sword, which had accompanied him through thick and thin, especially since it was a cherished possession of his grandfather. It seemed he would need to dedicate some time to properly refine this sword. Each time he attempted to refine it, he felt as though there was something he failed to comprehend, which had thwarted his success thus far. However, during his flight, no significant incidents occurred. After several days, he found himself inadvertently entangled in a foreboding, dense forest. Fortune smiled upon him as he entered the depths of a place known as Wuun Mountain in the dashing stone ridge, relatively unscathed. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a primal atmosphere, surrounded by lush greenery. Here, demonic beasts roamed freely, predominantly of the 5th tier and above, with some 2nd-tier beasts capable of confronting cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. As a 5th-layer chi refinement cultivator, Hachin appeared quite feeble in this perilous environment. Especially with his injuries, a moment's negligence could lead to his demise. Deep within the dashing stone ridge, he sought a location where demonic beasts were less active. But establishing a cave abode was out of the question. It was sheer luck that he had managed to reach this point. So he had no choice but to find a sheltered spot to meditate and heal. In truth, Hachin was somewhat unconventional. Only cultivators who had reached the foundation establishment stage could typically create a cave abode. However, with his 5th-layer chi refinement cultivation and a consciousness comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator, he could indeed carve out a shallow cave for shelter. But he was hindered by his severe injuries this time. Since the fierce battle with the Chu family, he had not rested. Only now did he feel an overwhelming fatigue. Fortunately, his will was strong, and he immediately focused on his cultivation to restore his strength. In this battle, he had repeatedly surpassed his cultivation level to unleash the pill flame, resulting in varying degrees of burns and damage to his body and consciousness. Particularly, the assault from Chu Yufei's sword had caused severe harm, leading to multiple fractures in his meridians. And it would take a year or more of diligent meditation to fully recover. Lost in his cultivation, he became oblivious to the passage of time. And before he realized it, a month had slipped away in seclusion as he healed his wounds. During this period, it was fortunate that Hachin had stockpiled a considerable number of fasting pills. Whenever hunger struck, he had the pills at hand, and when thirst arose, he could quench it with the mountain spring water nearby. After secluding himself for over a month, although his physical injuries had healed, the damage inflicted on his consciousness due to surpassing his cultivation level remained unhealed, and it would require a lengthy period for a gradual recovery. Hachin was acutely aware that the Chu family had placed a tracking mark on him. If it were not for this mark, how could they be so well informed of his whereabouts? In both the mundane world and the realm of cultivation, tracking methods typically involve the use of consciousness imprints, tracking talismans, medicinal scents, and the unique odor of the body, among various other techniques. Generally, the effectiveness of such tracking marks could last a minimum of 3 months and, in some cases, extend up to a year and a half. Given that the Chu family was proficient in alchemy, Hachin suspected that they had likely employed a method involving medicinal tracking. Thus, even while meditating to heal, he dared not let his guard down. He had originally planned to enter seclusion for cultivation, and this opportunity to practice in the depths of the Dangsha Ridge was ideal for further enhancing his prowess. When Hachin escaped, he hastily collected some spoils of war, without the chance to examine them thoroughly. Now that his injuries had stabilized, he retrieved the storage bags from his bosom to assess his gains. Storage bags are spatial items that cannot be stacked. Thus, one storage bag cannot be placed inside another. However, they can be stored in a dimensional space, as the dimensional space exists as a realm of its own. Consequently, some of the storage bags Hachin obtained could only be kept close to him or carried in a regular bundle. For security, every cultivator inscribes their unique consciousness imprint on their storage bags. This consciousness imprint is a distinct aura that, when placed at the opening of the storage bag, allows only the owner to open it instantaneously if their consciousness matches. Therefore, if another cultivator acquires a storage bag, they must eliminate the original owner's consciousness imprint. The stronger the original owner's consciousness, the more challenging it is to remove the imprint. In such cases, even if one possesses the storage bag, it would be of little use, applicable to other spatial items like spatial rings and bracelets as well. Hachin tightly enveloped the storage bags with his consciousness and began to gradually eliminate the imprints within them. After expending considerable effort, he successfully removed the consciousness imprints from each bag. Upon opening these storage bags, he was met with great delight. From these bags belonging to the Chu family disciples, he discovered dozens of vials containing various elixirs suited for the chi refinement stage, as well as over 100 elemental stones. For someone like Hachin, who was previously impoverished, this constituted a significant fortune. He had been worried about how he would manage once his fasting pills were depleted, but now that concern was entirely alleviated. Among the dozens of vials were a diverse array of potions, including chi recovery pills, fasting pills, healing elixirs, and soul-nourishing pills for restoring consciousness, among others. With the acquisition of these elixirs, Hachin believed he could elevate his cultivation from the 5th to the 6th layer of chi refinement during this period. At that point, he would possess the strength to contend even with experts at the pinnacle of chi refinement. He steadied his rapidly beating heart and spent an entire hour to finally unlock Chu Yuan's storage bag. To his astonishment, the spatial capacity of the bag was an impressive 3 zhang, a testament to Chu Yuan's prowess as a practitioner at the 8th layer of qi refinement. The items within the storage bag were far superior to those possessed by disciples at the 5th layer, while the latter typically acquired 1st and 2nd grade elixirs. Chu Yuan's collection consisted entirely of 2nd grade and above, with even the 2nd grade elixirs being of high quality, in addition to a considerable number of low-grade spirit stones. There were also 2 mid-grade spirit stones. 1 mid-grade stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade stones. Beyond spirit stones and elixirs, Hachin unexpectedly discovered a secret manual for a movement technique, the Jinghongju. Upon meticulous study of this manual, he learned that with successful cultivation, his body could attain the swiftness of a fleeting shadow, akin to a fleeting glance of a soaring wild goose. What remained elusive was the footwork. Had he possessed such exquisite steps earlier, he would not have been so easily hunted down, having long since escaped with the art of movement. Within Chu Yuan's storage bag, there was also a well-crafted alchemical furnace, adorned with carvings of a phoenix rising through flames, indicating its high quality. Additionally, it contained a wealth of spiritual herbs and medicines. Having diligently studied the essentials of alchemy, Hachin now found himself equipped with a furnace, prescriptions, and alchemical secrets, rendering his alchemical resources essentially complete. After acquiring such a trove of treasures, Hachin could not help but exclaim, "No wonder people are driven to robbery. It is indeed a lucrative means to wealth." However, Hachin was mistaken. Robbing ordinary wandering cultivators yields meager rewards, perhaps a few vials of elixirs or a handful of spirit stones. To truly profit from robbery, one must target the belongings of clan disciples. First and foremost, one must possess formidable skills. Only by robbing those at the foundation establishment stage or higher can one amass substantial wealth. Among wandering cultivators, experts at the foundation establishment stage are exceedingly rare, most of whom are affiliated with prominent families and would never resort to such actions. Hachin's ability to evade the pursuit of the Chu family and slay several of their disciples was due to a confluence of factors. Primarily, the Chu family's arrogance afforded Hachin the opportunity to counterattack. Furthermore, the Chu family lacked any experts at the foundation establishment stage. While they had indeed tracked Hachin's movements, as he had been severely injured and could hardly conceal his trail, once they ventured deep into the Tangsha Ridge, they ultimately retreated, ceasing their pursuit through the dense forest. In their eyes, Hachin was already deemed a man marked for death, a practitioner at the 4th layer of qi refinement, and one who was gravely wounded. Fleeing into the remote depths of the Wuun Mountains, amidst the dense forests teeming with ferocious beasts, one finds oneself utterly devoid of the means for self-preservation. Regrettably, the CH family underestimated Hachin's capabilities. Although he lacked the strength to confront these monstrous creatures directly, Hachin hailed from a lineage of hunters and possessed a certain adeptness for evading both wild and supernatural beasts. Moreover, his heightened spiritual awareness enabled him to adjust his course of action well before the beasts detected his presence, thus skillfully avoiding direct encounters. It was through this astuteness that Hachin managed to navigate safely into the heart of the Dngshl's dense thicket. This time, Hachin opted against returning to the cave in the Wming Valley. He harbored a suspicion that the CH family had set tracking measures upon him, and he was acutely aware that they could pursue him at any moment. Thus, he resolved to practice in this secluded spot for a while, ready to flee at a moment's notice should any unforeseen events arise, thereby safeguarding his sanctuary from being discovered. Through his confrontation with the CH family, Hachin recognized his own vulnerabilities. This battle illuminated the dissonance between his martial techniques and magical skills. He resolved to cultivate several martial arts disciplines to bolster his offensive capabilities. While organizing his storage pouch, he unearthed a plethora of martial arts manuals, including the Dragon-Slaying Fist, Tiger-Subduing Fist, White Crane Fist, Arm-Extending Fist, and Killer Palm. After thoroughly studying the manuals, he found the Xingyi 5 Elements Fist, Dragon-Slaying Fist, and Killer Palm particularly appealing. Chapter 26. Cultivation in the Deep Mountains. In the process of arranging his storage pouch, he discovered numerous martial arts manuals, including the Dragon-Slaying Fist, Tiger-Subduing Fist, White Crane Fist, Arm-Extending Fist, and Killer Palm. Delving into the intricacies of these techniques, he discerned that the Xingyi 5 Elements Fist, Dragon-Slaying Fist, and Killer Palm resonated with him, especially the profound insights offered by the Xingyi 5 Elements Fist. This discipline encompasses 5 fundamental strikes: the Splitting Fist, Drilling Fist, Crumbling Fist, Cannon Fist, and Horizontal Fist. Practicing the Splitting Fist allows one to harness energy and connect the Ren and Du meridians, invigorating the flow of true energy, which in turn enhances overall physiological function. As one advances in skill, the circulation of true energy becomes harmonious, completing a cycle within the body. When training with the Drilling Fist, the energy descends to the dantian as one strikes, while the body's pores become invigorated, facilitating a smooth flow throughout. Upon mastering the Crumbling Fist to a certain degree, one will naturally cultivate energy from the root, emanating from the waist and radiating through the limbs, instilling a sense of robust strength and agility. The true energy at the Mingmen point is notably vibrant, surging forth with exhalation to invigorate the mind and elevate one's spirits. The practice of the Cannon Fist hinges on a tranquil heart, Maintaining inner peace allows for a seamless interplay between movement and stillness, commanding the limbs with precision. As for the horizontal fist, when honed to a certain level, the energy surges forth like a gushing spring, bestowing a sense of lightness and aiding in the cleansing of one's digestive system. Recognizing the myriad benefits of training in the Xingyi Five Elements Fist, Hachin ultimately chose it as his primary focus for martial arts cultivation, alongside the dragon-slaying fist and killer palm as supplementary practices. In his journey of cultivation, Hachin chose to practice the Jinghongju technique. Although this method is traditionally more suited for women, it is the only martial art he could find to refine his physical skills. He has also integrated techniques from his previous martial training, such as the dragon fist, tiger fist, 8 steps linking fist, and killer palm, which he has essentially mastered on his own. He approaches each meal with mindfulness and takes his cultivation step by step, making the most of his current circumstances. Hachin does not aspire to attain lofty goals by delving into esoteric practices. He possesses the self-awareness to understand that, with his current level of cultivation, it is best to solidify his foundation. With elixirs at his disposal, he meditates undisturbed in a secluded area for 3 days, after which his body has fully recovered. Feeling rejuvenated, Hachin embarks on practicing martial arts and spells, blending the 5 elements boxing with the dragon-slaying fist, tiger-subduing fist, and killer palm to achieve the unity of martial and magical arts. With the formidable power of the Dan Flame, he executes his techniques with unwavering success. His left fist and right palm resonate with the might of dragons and tigers, harmonizing martial prowess with magical intent. After months of seclusion, he unleashes a vigorous force against the rock wall, causing debris to scatter and revealing a shallow cave over a foot deep. At this point, Hachin is no longer a novice in the realm of cultivation, nor is he a weak practitioner easily bullied. Through his martial training, he has innovated techniques such as the Xingyi Duanhuan palm and dragon-slaying tiger-subduing fist. In mastering swordsmanship, he has refined his sword energy, executing techniques like water flooding the Golden Mountain and fishing for the moon at the bottom of the sea. His martial skills have transcended mere physical techniques. He has seamlessly infused water-based spells into his swordplay, creating a magnificent display of cascading waters and tightly woven sword energy. As he practices his swordsmanship, martial techniques, and spells, he reaches a state of harmonious flow, with his vital energy extending through the Ren Meridian down to his Dantian, allowing him to unleash his full potential in a vigorous display. The cultivation of Jinghong technique is comparatively simpler. He merely channels his true energy to his feet, enabling him to run and jump with remarkable speed. This is akin to the lightness practiced by mortal martial artists, albeit with greater efficacy. By merging the 8 steps linking with the Jinghongju, he has developed a unique style of movement, achieving an effect akin to a swan that vanishes without a trace. As his cultivation progresses, Hachin notices a significant refinement in his spiritual awareness. If his previous awareness could be likened to a glass of clear water, it has now thickened in consistency. With closed eyes, he can sense the presence of energies within a radius of several dozen feet, a development that brings him immense joy. Previously, his limited cultivation only allowed him to learn simple spells such as Fireball and Ice Arrow, along with some rudimentary techniques. Recently, he has just mastered the Dan Flame technique, but finds himself repeatedly using the same few moves in combat, leaving him at a disadvantage in spellcasting. He struggles with the Wind Blade technique, unable to grasp its essence. The wind blades he conjures are akin to a child's toy knife. Observing the wind blades unleashed by a pursuer from the Chu family fills him with envy, for their execution is undeniably impressive. After the recent battle, Hachin recognized his shortcomings in spellcasting. Although he ultimately triumphed over his adversary, he relied solely on a single fire spell, which proved to be quite taxing. Thus, acquiring additional means of self-preservation became paramount. Both the Fireball and Dan Flame techniques could unleash flames upon foes, while the Wind Blade technique manifested sharp, cutting gusts to vanquish enemies. In truth, mastering the Wind Blade was not overly challenging. It followed a method akin to that of the Fireball technique. The latter involved channeling the fire attribute energy from within to the palm, condensing it into a fireball to be launched. Conversely, the Wind Blade required the practitioner to summon wind attribute energy to the palm, shaping it into a blade of wind, which could then be directed with one's consciousness to strike down opponents. Following the incantations for the Wind Blade technique, Hachin commenced his practice. He envisioned the methodology for executing the Wind Blade, while recalling the process of channeling fire attribute energy to his palm to conjure the fireball. Suddenly enlightened, he sat cross-legged, clearing his mind and focusing intently on sensing the wind attribute energy within him. Drawing from his previous experience with fire attribute energy, he found the task of perceiving the wind attribute energy surprisingly smooth. Before long, he detected the wind attribute energy within, and employing the same technique he had used to channel the fire attribute energy to his palm, he began to gather the wind energy. As the wind attribute energy coalesced in his palm, he slowly formed a small wind blade. Elated, he exclaimed, "Wonderful! I have finally condensed a wind blade." However, he noted that the speed of its formation was somewhat sluggish and resolved to practice further. Hachin diligently refined his wind blade technique over several days, and he began to grasp its intricacies. He could now condense a small wind blade in his palm within a short span of time, successfully reaching the minor completion stage of the technique. Achieving this milestone in such a brief period was indicative of his considerable aptitude for cultivation. During his first attempt at the fireball technique, it had taken him half a month to reach a similar level of proficiency. The wind blade was his second spell to practice, and he astonishingly accomplished its minor completion in just a few days. To his amazement, he had managed to elevate the wind blade technique to this level in a mere few days, filling him with joy. With the technique now refined to minor completion, he could continue to hone it, aspiring to attain the major completion stage sooner rather than later. Despite having achieved minor completion, he had yet to demonstrate his newfound skill. Curious to test the technique's might, he spotted a large tree ahead and declared, "You shall be my target. Witness the power of the wind blade." He concentrated, condensing a wind blade in his palm, and unleashed it towards the tree, which stood 3 paces away. The wind blade sped towards the trunk, striking it with remarkable force and creating a deep gash in the bark. Gasping in astonishment at the sight, Hachin marveled. "I cannot believe that even a wind blade at minor completion can cleave such a profound fissure in the tree. If this technique were to be employed against an equally ranked practitioner, the target would likely perish on the spot. The power of the wind blade technique is truly formidable." Witnessing such tremendous potency from merely a minor achievement in this spell, he becomes even more dedicated to mastering it. Only someone as extraordinary as Hachin could achieve such results. Even a talented individual would struggle to replicate his success, as Hachin possesses a body attuned to the 5 elements. The limitations of his set's resources prevent a thorough assessment of his unique constitution. If equipped with a sophisticated instrument for evaluation, it could reveal Hachin as a prodigy of all attributes. Not only does he embody all 5 elements, but he can also harness attributes such as wind, lightning, ice, darkness, and void, effortlessly capturing the essence of different energies upon contact. With a refined consciousness, not only does he learn spells swiftly, but the potency of his incantations also multiplies. Hachin begins to contemplate the ritual enhancement of the flying sword he acquired from Prince Yu. This particular ritual proves remarkably smooth. As he diligently practices the sword flying technique imparted by senior sister Yuluo, though he ultimately struggles to grasp it and reluctantly abandons the effort, the short sword remains unrefined. Yet it seems to resonate with him on a spiritual level. Unable to enhance it, he resolves to use it as a weapon for martial cultivation instead. Currently, Hachin's training circumstances resemble those of wandering cultivators without a sect, lacking guidance at the entry level and without a master to mentor him in his practices. Unlike outer disciples, who receive regular teachings and clarifications, Hachin must rely solely on his intellect to navigate challenges. Since joining the sect nearly half a year ago, he has encountered numerous unsatisfactory experiences, grappling with the intricate machinations of the mundane world, where ambition and strife for fame and fortune are rampant. The realm of cultivation is even harsher, where murder and theft are commonplace, and a mere moment of dissatisfaction may provoke lethal violence. The path of cultivation is fraught with tribulations. If one cannot resolve even minor difficulties independently, how can one hope to progress in their training? In the northern region of the Tianyuan continent, Hachin perceives the absence of advanced cultivators. The scarcity of energy is not the primary reason. Rather, it is the loss of ambition that hampers their progress, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to reach the nascent soul stage. Even if one manages to attain this level, lacking the drive to venture beyond their familiar surroundings, they ultimately succumb to their own inner demons. For cultivators, the essence of success lies not in techniques or energy, but in possessing an unwavering heart. Hachin embodies such resolve. In his soul, he believes that living each day with stability, nurturing his spirit, and attaining enlightenment is the true path. Everything else is merely external, a matter of fortune or misfortune. During this period, Hachin has been diligently training and is filled with joy, for he has mastered the wind blade and the Jinhong steps. Chapter 27. Consolidation and Advancement. Having made significant progress in the wind blade technique and the Jinhong secret, Hachin's confidence in his cultivation has been further solidified. He understands that whether casting spells or wielding martial skills, one cannot do so without a keen consciousness. Previously, his lower cultivation level made it challenging to develop his awareness. However, with his cultivation now elevated to the 5th level of Qi refinement, his consciousness rivals that of a foundation establishment practitioner. Upon entering the 1st level of Qi refinement, Hachin diligently studied and practiced the Haoyin refining spirit technique, honing his consciousness with great dedication. However, due to his limited cultivation, his comprehension of the esoteric phrases within the techniques was merely superficial. At that time, Hachin's abilities were still rudimentary, and he was only practicing the most superficial aspects of cultivation. He was not yet adept at the techniques of spiritual awareness, unable to project his consciousness outward or manipulate objects with his mind, let alone the profound spells that lay within his grasp of the Haoyin refining spirit techniques, such as the spirit needle, spirit blade, and mind-cutting techniques, remained at a nascent level. When he reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, Hachin endeavored once more to cultivate the art of spiritual awareness. He practiced the spirit needle technique, concentrating his soul's energy into a needle, and using his consciousness to manipulate it. After several days of diligent effort, he finally began to see some semblance of mastery in the spirit-piercing technique. He could now move small objects with his consciousness, and he had made some progress with the mind-cutting technique and the spirit blade from the Haoyin refining spirit methods. Though the results were not entirely satisfactory, he had nonetheless acquired the fundamental skills, leading to a slight enhancement in his spiritual awareness. However, due to various reasons, he did not engage in systematic training afterward. This time, secluded deep within the mountains where he could cultivate undisturbed, and with the aid of spirit-restoring elixirs like the soul-nourishing pill and the ice heart pill. He found himself in a fortuitous position. The soul-nourishing pill could mend any damage to his spiritual awareness, while the ice heart pill helped maintain clarity of mind. With such restorative potions at his disposal, he seized this opportunity to delve into the art of spiritual awareness, anticipating remarkable results. Determined, Hachin settled himself and began to re-examine the Hao Yin refining spirit techniques. He once again revisited the knowledge pertaining to the cultivation of spiritual awareness. Spiritual awareness is a form of mental prowess. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger their awareness becomes. By concentrating one's spirit to a single point, one can conjure images in the mind and even manipulate objects. While this may sound mystical, it remains unattainable for ordinary mortals who lack the requisite training. Moreover, cultivators possess spiritual awareness that far surpasses that of common humans, often by dozens or even hundreds of times. Having gained a deeper understanding of the techniques for cultivating spiritual awareness, Hachin prepared to recommence his training. He recognized the paramount importance of spiritual awareness for a cultivator, often surpassing the reliance on sight or hearing. Only those who have faced life and death truly cherish life. Only those who have engaged in combat comprehend the limitations of their skills. This sentiment resonated deeply with Hachin, who had narrowly escaped the pursuit of the Chu family. To thrive, one must grow stronger than others. To achieve strength, one must cultivate beyond the common realm. Seated within the cave, shaped by his own martial techniques and spells, Hachin closed his eyes and gradually calmed his mind. He extended his spiritual awareness to perceive his surroundings, the rocks, the soil, the soft scurrying of ants across the ground, the sunlight filtering into the cave, and the gentle rustle of the breeze, all rendered with such clarity that they surpassed even direct sight and sound. Time seemed to halt at that moment as his perception expanded, reaching 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 150 zhang, until the details began to blur. And further extension of his awareness plunged him into an abyss of darkness. Hachin was jolted awake, the previous sensation remarkably enchanting. It seemed that his spiritual consciousness could now detect up to 150 zhang, beyond which he could not venture. After several attempts, the outcome remained unchanged, leaving him feeling mentally fatigued and drowsy. A sharp pain surged through his mind, rendering him inexplicably exhausted, his face suddenly ashen. His spiritual energy had been utterly depleted. Fortunately, within his storage pouch lay the ice heart pill left by Wang Ziyu, a remedy capable of swiftly restoring one's spiritual awareness and maintaining clarity of mind. When engaged in battles using spiritual energy, consuming this pill would yield exceptional results. At this moment, he ingested a single ice heart pill, a refreshing sensation flooding his mind as the elixir commenced its work on his damaged consciousness. Before long, the pain subsided and the injuries were thoroughly mended. Yet the expended spiritual power remained unrefueled. However, the limited quantity of these pills weighed heavily on Hachin's heart, making it evident that he must learn to concoct elixirs himself. In the days that followed, Hachin not only continued to cultivate and solidify his spiritual awareness, but also honed his skills and techniques, such as the spiritual blade, spiritual needle, and cutting spirit art. Moreover, he adeptly mastered the methods of employing techniques like fireball, wind blade, and ice spike, seamlessly integrating his spiritual energy with his spellcasting, thereby achieving a harmonious balance between martial prowess and spiritual acuity. Any ordinary individual would hesitate to pursue such aggressive cultivation of spiritual awareness. The toll on one's spirit could be severe, and frequent usage might not pose a threat, but repeated attempts could lead to irreparable damage, potentially leaving lifelong scars. Yet, it was precisely Hachin's fervor that serendipitously led to his successful cultivation. Drawing from prior experiences, he progressed rapidly in mastering these techniques. With prior training in the spiritual spike, the pure essence of his spiritual energy erupted, transforming into invisible blades, solidifying his spiritual force into a knife, wielded through his consciousness to execute the spiritual blade technique, vanquishing foes without them ever realizing it. His capacity to employ the spiritual blade in severing the souls and consciousness of opponents had also markedly improved since earlier times. His practice of the breath concealment technique had achieved new breakthroughs. This set of the Tai breath concealment method comprises 3 parts: concealment, hiding, and disguise. Hachin was solely focused on the concealment aspect, having long memorized the incantations of this technique. Upon revisiting the memories in his mind, he sensed a distinct evolution in his understanding of this method compared to previous insights. Though fundamentally similar, his elevated realm of cultivation brought forth a different level of comprehension. As his meridians expanded, the pathways of his true essence energy became swifter. After a night of diligent practice, Hachin further advanced in mastering the concealment technique. The dual cultivation of martial and spiritual arts had bestowed upon him an intuitive grasp of related concepts, augmented by an exceptionally keen spiritual perception and insight. His understanding of techniques such as the heart method became profoundly clear, thus enhancing his efficiency manifold. Now, Hachin could skillfully employ the breath concealment technique, abruptly drawing upon his inner energy, as countless streams of true essence surged forth from his dantian, swiftly coursing through his meridians. Utilizing the attributes of vitality, he concealed his presence and obscured his form, deftly misleading the gaze of his adversaries. Over the course of the ensuing month, Hachin diligently practiced the Kanli San Xianju in the depths of a cave, engaging in meditation to elevate his cultivation level. For him, ascending to the 6th layer of qi refinement was not a formidable challenge. This progression was remarkably effortless, without the aid of elixirs. And without even drawing upon the extraordinary vitality within his jade pendant, he managed to break through after merely 3 days of seclusion, simultaneously advancing in martial cultivation to the mid-stage of a warrior. However, Hachin discerned that the true essence within him was exceedingly pure, with potential for further enhancement. Moreover, he still had several gathering essence pills within his storage bag, prompting him to continue his training. Along the way, he was intermittently interrupted by the disturbances of ferocious beasts. Yet each time he vanquished them with fireball techniques, reducing them to ashes, for challenges that could be resolved with fireballs. He refrained from utilizing the more resource-intensive techniques of Dan Yan's flame, ice arrows, or wind blades, as those consumed too much of his vital energy. The previous day, after consuming 2 third-tier gathering essence pills, he finally activated the peculiar vitality of the jade pendant, successfully elevating his cultivation to the 7th layer of qi refinement, thereby becoming a formidable practitioner in this realm, while also advancing to the late stage of martial cultivation. In truth, within the Yunhai sect, there were many disciples who entered the 7th layer of qi refinement by the age of 17. Had they known that Hachin achieved this milestone in less than half a year, they would undoubtedly have been left agape. To discover that he had concurrently cultivated both martial and spiritual paths to such heights would surely leave some in utter shock. After ascending to the 7th layer of qi refinement, Hachin endeavored to refine the jade pendant, seeking to unveil its mysteries. Yet, the enigma of the pendant, which hung around his neck, remained elusive, compelling him to abandon his inquiries. It had been over 2 months since he departed from the Yunhai sect, and it was time to return. Now, with a degree of self-defense capabilities, he estimated that while he might not encounter significant danger, he still could not return home to see his grandfather. With his current level of cultivation, should the Chu family pursue him with malicious intent, he could likely evade them. Yet this would pose a grave risk to Baoquan village. The following day, as the mist in the forest dissipated, Hachin set forth on his journey homeward. Traversing mountains and valleys, he gathered spiritual herbs, not neglecting his sect's tasks. He amassed a considerable collection of medicinal herbs, ensuring that he collected every type of medicinal material he encountered. Even common herbs such as water-nurturing grass, hashi grass, gathering spirit grass, radiant face grass, injury relief grass, rain swallow grass, wild steel flower, red sandleaf, greenwood vine, and Duyuan flower found their way into his possession. Hao Chun had meticulously planned his return to the Yunhai sect to commence the art of alchemy. With an abundance of spiritual herbs at his disposal, he felt emboldened. Although his mission had extended longer than expected, it was not due to any unforeseen incidents. Rather, it was the lack of herb collection along the way. His storage bag was already brimming with supplies. From the location of his cultivation, he could have easily returned to the sect in a matter of days via sword flight. However, Hao Chun, lacking the skill to fly, had no choice but to journey on foot, treating the return as a trial. During his journey home, Hao Chun celebrated his 17th birthday. For him now, both in physical development and in demeanor, the youthful naivety of his earlier years had faded away. With long, lustrous black hair cascading over his shoulders, porcelain white skin, a straight nose, and eyes brimming with an untamed spirit, he emanated an undeniable aura of dominance. Clad in garments that seemed tailored to perfection, his striking and tall figure was that of a handsome young man. After enduring life and death struggles and a month of hardship, braving the elements, Hao Chun finally returned to Yunhai sect. Chapter 28. Remarkable progress stepping into the first rays of morning light. Hao Chun once more arrived at the foot of Yunhai Peak. May I inquire what brings you here, fellow cultivator? This is a sacred place of our sect. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. A disciple stationed at the gate of Yunhai sect approached the young cultivator, curious as to his presence. This esteemed fellow, I am an outer disciple of Yunhai Peak. Here is my identity jade token. Hao Chun retrieved his token from his robes and presented it to the inquiring disciple. Why have I not seen you before? The gatekeeper, upon verifying Hao Chun's identity token and confirming him as a disciple, returned it and asked, I have only recently joined and have been preoccupied with tasks outside the sect, thus I haven't spent much time within. Hao Chun replied, that explains it. Your face is indeed unfamiliar. As he spoke, he gestured towards the mountain gate, and amidst the swirling mist, a portal materialized before them. Hao Chun swiftly stepped inside, making his way to his abode. When Hao Chun once again stood before the long-cherished cave dwelling of Liu Peak, a wave of emotions washed over him. He longed for home, yet felt a sense of homelessness. Weary yet comforted by the sect's protection, he could finally rest in peace. Entering his cave, he cast aside all reservations and collapsed into slumber. He was utterly exhausted, having traversed the world alone, sleeping with one eye half open, ever vigilant against potential ambushes. His mind constantly alert and cautious. He slept soundly, lost in the depths of dreams, awakening only by midday the following day. As he gazed at the undulating mountain mists, a sense of tranquility eluded him. A fair visage surfaced in his thoughts, her subtle smile lingering vividly before him. Sister Yunluo, how are you faring now? From the moment he had joined Yunhai sect, Hao Chun had not seen any trace of Sister Yunluo during his time at the sect. Aside from a few fellow townsfolk, she was the only one he had come to know. It was Sister Yunluo who had rescued him in his moment of peril, guiding him into the sect and fulfilling his long-held dream of entering the realm of cultivation. leaving his cave. He proceeded to the disciplinary hall of Liu Peak to greet Elder Wang Heng and request leave. Upon seeing Hachin, who had endured countless hardships to return to the sect, Wang Heng inquired with genuine concern, exuding a grandfatherly warmth that brought comfort to Hachin's heart. When informed that Hachin's cultivation had ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement, Wang Heng could hardly believe his eyes. In merely half a year, he had leaped from the 1st to the 7th level of cultivation. Not only was there no one in Yunhai sect who could compare, but also, within the entirety of the Xiuxian world in Yunzhou, few dared to claim equality. This was a prodigy, an extraordinary talent, much superior to his own son, Wang Ziyu. If Wang Ziyu was considered a genius, then Hachin's current prowess was nothing short of monstrous. Wang Heng silently commended him. Continuing, Wang Heng murmured to himself, "How could the sect cast such talents into the desolate Yu Peak for mere sustenance? Alas, is this a misfortune for the sect or a blessing? The leadership seems to decline with each generation." He felt compelled to converse with that girl, Xiaonan, to ensure that the sect does its utmost to protect such gifted individuals. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to his grandfather, Hachin returned to his dwelling, his mind occupied with thoughts. Although he found himself overlooked in the Yunhai sect and relegated to this barren place for cultivation, it was undeniable that this location was one of the sect's 5 peaks, where the spiritual energy was significantly denser than in the outside world. Even a single breath felt like a refreshing cleanse for the body. Enough of this. I shall focus on my cultivation. With strength, nothing else matters. He settled his mind, seated himself on the bed, and commenced his practice of the Kan Li San Xian Ju technique. Meditating, he replenished the lost spiritual energy incurred from his nomadic life and the life and death battles he had faced. After a week, Hachin noticed a marked increase in his spiritual energy, something that even absorbing spirit stones and elixirs could not achieve so rapidly. Despite his deep contemplation, he could not discern anything particularly extraordinary. He could only attribute his growth and cultivation to the experiences of battle. Regardless, having chosen to enter the Yunhai sect, he resolved to seize this opportunity. In his previous cultivation endeavors, Hachin had always grown through combat, enhancing his abilities amidst strife. Although he possessed numerous spirit stones, he had been reluctant to use them extensively, reserving them mainly for recovery during brief respites in battles. His recent venture to the market, though perilous, had yielded substantial rewards. He had procured over 100 spirit stones from the storage bags of the Chu family disciples, particularly from Chu Yuan's bag, which contained not only a wealth of elixirs, but also a considerable number of spirit stones sufficient for his cultivation needs. Hachin retrieved 50 spirit stones from his storage bag, laying them out before him, preparing to harness the pure spiritual energy within them alongside the abundant energy of the sect's realm to further intensify his cultivation. If only I had a gathering array. It would greatly expedite the absorption of the spirit stone's energy. I must find a way to study this in the future, though for now, I shall remain pragmatic and focus on my cultivation. With his hands clasped around the spirit stones, he dispelled distractions and calmed his mind, gradually commencing the operation of the Kinli Sanxianju technique. Immediately, pure spiritual energy surged into his body, coursing through his meridians and settling in his chest. He guided this energy with his intent into his dantian, where it continuously multiplied, as one spirit stone after another turned to ash. Within less than a day, he had absorbed all 50 stones. Hachin distinctly felt that after elevating his cultivation to the 7th level of qi refinement, he could absorb the energy from spirit stones without any restrictions, freely drawing it in. Unlike others who reached the later stages of qi refinement to achieve such ease, Hachin, even at the 7th level, could directly absorb the energy from spirit stones, which flowed seamlessly into his meridians, perfectly merging with the energy he had previously gathered from the heavens and earth, settling into his dantian. Even the excess energy was entirely consumed by the jade pendant at his chest, leaving not a trace wasted. At this moment, Hachin felt an extraordinary clarity enveloping his mind. With his eyes closed, he could perceive the gentle flow of water 300 yards away. Even the movement of 2 ants was palpable to him. Suddenly, he realized that he could communicate with the heavens and earth without the need for breath, as the vital energy permeated his being through the capillaries within. The jade pendant, seemingly imbued with an unexpected benevolence, joined in this harmonious dance, allowing streams of pure vital energy to seep into his chest, nourishing his body and expanding his meridians. Boom! A resounding echo reverberated deep within Hachin's consciousness, as if the vital energy from all directions had found an entrance. Centered around him, the sounds of cicadas and birdsong filled the air, while the wind stirred the grass into a graceful sway. An indescribable sensation blossomed within his heart. Something ineffable yet distinctly felt. Breaking through 7 barriers, he developed his 8th meridian, propelling himself into the 8th layer of qi refinement. Even after this breakthrough, the vital energy within him remained abundant, as the jade pendant continued to fervently infuse him with energy. Under the impetus of the jade pendant's vital energy, Hachin experienced yet another breakthrough, ascending to the 9th layer of qi refinement, while simultaneously advancing to the latter stages of martial cultivation. At this moment, 9 meridians had been opened within his body, bestowing immeasurable advantages in the execution of martial techniques and the casting of spells, besides the true essence stored in his dantian. The vital energy coursing through his 9 meridians, propelled by the dantian's force, could instantaneously unleash tremendous explosive power. In the very instant he broke through to the 9th layer of qi refinement, the jade pendant on his chest transformed into a beam of light that surged into his body, startling Hachin. Yet, as it entered him, There must have been a reason for its intrusion. He would ponder its significance later. For now, he reveled in the delightful surprise of entering the 9th layer of chi refinement. The vitality within him was now profoundly robust, exponentially stronger than in the preceding days. Not only his vital energy but also his consciousness, perception, and the entirety of his internal true chi had seen remarkable enhancement. The 9th layer of chi refinement represents a significant juncture within this cultivation realm. The chi refinement process is divided into 12 levels, further categorized into 3 stages. Levels 1 to 4 comprise the early stage, levels 5 to 8, the mid stage, and levels 9 to 12, the late stage. Previously, practitioners could only absorb vital energy from medicinal pills and spirit stones for refinement. Even if they managed to draw the energy of the heavens and earth into their bodies, absorption remained impossible without the energy undergoing refinement through the body. However, at the 9th layer of chi refinement, one enters the late stage, allowing for direct refinement of the vital energy from the heavens and earth upon entry into the body. Though the quantity of natural vital energy is relatively scant compared to that derived from spirit stones and medicinal pills, the fusion of this energy within the body signifies a preliminary recognition by the universe, a stark contrast to previous levels. Hachin felt every subtle change within himself. Unable to quell the joy swelling in his heart, he had never anticipated that he would directly and consecutively break through to the 9th layer of chi refinement, stepping into the late stage of cultivation. At this moment, Hachin had been in the Yuhai sect for less than a year, having just turned 17. Such an age and such a level of cultivation render him a prodigious disciple within the Yunhai sect, and even among other sects. He could be deemed a genius among geniuses. However, Haotian was introduced into the sect by his senior sister Yuluo from Suiyan Peak. Upon entering the sect, he had not yet familiarized himself with the surroundings or integrated among the many disciples before he was assigned to Luoyu Peak. In that secluded place, inhabited by only 4 individuals, Haotian, like the others, found himself in a forgotten corner of the world. It is not entirely accurate to say that Liu Peak is a neglected corner of the sect. It is rather a place where disciples who have erred are sent, as the sect is well aware of its existence. Since Haotian's entry into the sect, he has maintained a low profile, preferring the company of a few acquaintances rather than mingling in bustling places or befriending unfamiliar fellow disciples. Arriving at Liu Peak suited his desires perfectly, as he sought a tranquil refuge. Unfortunately, the elder in charge of assessments found himself at a loss as to where to assign him. Disciples entering the sect have endured rigorous trials, and at the conclusion of these assessments, the Peak Masters select their preferred disciples from those who have passed. The recruitment occurs every 3 years, and during these times, the disciples entering the sect are often claimed by the Peak Masters. Disciples like Haotian, who have gained entry through less conventional means, especially outside the recruitment season, are likely unprecedented since the sect's inception. Furthermore, as Haotian was introduced by the female disciples of Xian Peak, this made his assignment even more perplexing. Thus, the elder could not allocate him elsewhere and sent him here instead. Consequently, the majority of the sect's disciples were unaware of Haotian's existence, let alone the sect's administrators, who had no knowledge of who he was. Chapter 29. Seeking truth and practicality in an environment devoid of inquiry and attention, Haotian diligently pursued his cultivation. Nevertheless, the master of Liu Peak, Wang Hong, extended numerous advantageous conditions to him, which brought warmth to Haotian's heart. Having replaced the position of Haotian Long, Wang Heng allowed Haotian to cultivate as if he were in an unnamed valley, persevering with unwavering determination. With no instructors to impart knowledge or resolve his queries, he faced challenges in his cultivation alone, navigating his path through trial and error, repeatedly validating his progress, spending several times the effort of others. He engaged in earnest and pragmatic cultivation. During this recent seclusion, his progress unexpectedly surged, which could be seen as a blessing from the heavens for diligent cultivators. Advancing to the 9th level of chi refinement, Haotian sensed every change within his body, unable to quell the joy swelling in his heart. He had never anticipated achieving such a breakthrough to the 9th level of chi refinement so seamlessly. What sort of treasure is this jade pendant? Haotian's heart raced, and such thoughts flooded his mind. In the moment of breaking through to the 9th level of chi refinement, a flash of brilliance surged, and the jade pendant entered his body, hovering within his sea of consciousness. Regardless of whether it is good or bad, without the pendant's formidable energy, it would have been impossible for him to reach the 9th level of chi refinement, even with countless days spent absorbing essence stones. The sheer magnitude of the energy released by the pendant has undeniably contributed to his substantial advancement, indicating that this jade pendant is certainly no ordinary treasure. The magnitude of this cultivation advancement is undoubtedly swifter than that of the sect's prodigies. I feel that my current strength can now rival that of senior sister Yunluo. The true nature of this jade pendant remains a mystery. According to my grandfather, this pendant is a treasured heirloom. What kind of family was the Hao clan in the past? The brilliance of the moment I broke through to the 9th layer of chi refinement flashed through Hao Chen's mind. It felt as if a balloon enveloped in pure vitality had entered my sea of consciousness, filling my meridians and mind with pristine energy. In that instant, I experienced a euphoric sensation akin to consuming a miraculous elixir. This pendant has hung around my neck for a full 17 years, previously showing no significant changes, merely providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, with no other apparent function, ever since I embarked on my journey in the realm of cultivation. This pendant has persistently sought to absorb resources, often consuming more vitality than I could provide. At times, it even siphoned off energy from my own body. Now, the pendant remains motionless, suspended in my sea of consciousness, and I find myself unable to exert my will over it. It appears that I cannot command this object just yet. Hachin contemplated that perhaps once I am able to satiate this gluttonous artifact, I might establish communication with it. Occupying my sea of consciousness without contributing is unacceptable. At this moment, Hachin began to ponder the potential of the pendant. If it continues to prove so beneficial during my breakthroughs, it may indeed be a source of fortune, possibly enabling me to advance beyond the foundation establishment stage and reach the realm of Wuun Mountain. He understood that unless his cultivation improved, mere speculation would yield no answers. This object is more extraordinary than the legendary spirit gathering array. It allowed me to break through to the 8th layer after absorbing a significant quantity of spirit stones. The pure vitality released by the pendant enabled my instantaneous breakthrough to the 9th layer of chi refinement. Thus, it seems that with an ample supply of spirit stones, my cultivation can ascend rapidly. The jade pendant in my sea of consciousness has become a miraculous treasure, one that must remain my secret. If this secret were to be exposed, who knows how many would covet it, and I could meet an untimely end. From now on, I must act with utmost caution, live honestly, and cultivate diligently. Only by enhancing my cultivation can I secure a place in the realm of cultivation and possess the means for self-preservation. Cultivation requires spirit stones. How can I acquire them? At this moment, spirit stones have taken on immense significance in Hachin's eyes, a yearning he had never felt before. Without any hesitation, he withdrew the only 2 medium-grade spirit stones he possessed, clasping them in his hand, centering his mind, and practicing the Kenli Sanshianju technique. Now, having reached the 9th layer of chi refinement, the speed at which I absorb spirit stones has increased significantly. An entire hour passed, and a tremor coursed through Hachin's body. He suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with intensity. Naturally, he wished for the pendant to continue absorbing the vitality of the spirit stones, yet regardless of his efforts, the pendant remained immobile. Hachin surmised that, judging by the pendant's demeanor, it had likely developed a preference for higher-grade elixirs and spirit stones, much like a person with refined tastes. If this were the case, then acquiring spirit stones would indeed prove to be a challenge. The heart raced once more, and no matter what, as long as you could eat and were willing to work, if you desired the moon from the sky, I would pluck it down for you. Hachin thought, with the jade pendant, consuming good things could only strengthen him, never weaken him. Elemental stones. Elemental stones? As long as there are sufficient elemental stones for cultivation, my progress could not possibly be slow. With this treasured jade pendant, my abilities would rival those of the true disciples. At that moment, Hachin could no longer remain seated. His plan to cultivate for a month had seen him reach the 9th level of chi refinement in merely 7 days. And heaven knows a series of unforeseen events had occurred as the jade pendant unexpectedly entered his consciousness. He sought to see if he could utilize this cave dwelling for something of significance. Upon settling into this abode, Hachin had yet to take the time to thoroughly explore the place, so he rose to inspect his surroundings. In the courtyard, there was a patch of spiritual farmland, with a few scattered spiritual herbs swaying gently. It seemed they were remnants planted by the previous occupant. It would be wise to tidy up the spiritual field. Although the area was somewhat small, even the tiniest morsel counts, cultivating some spiritual herbs could yield elemental stones in times of need. After surveying the residence, aside from the spiritual field, he could find no other means to amass wealth. Thus, he turned his attention to available tasks that would allow for the swift accumulation of riches. After infusing his identity jade token with true essence, the illuminated screen displayed dozens of tasks available for outer disciples. Alchemy and weapon forging required outer disciples to perform menial labor, while the spiritual field needed their cultivation and maintenance. Raising spiritual beasts required them to serve as caretakers, and gathering herbs and spiritual medicines, as well as trials to slay various beasts, were also tasks assigned. Hachin was particularly interested in the trials and herb-gathering tasks, which could be accepted at the task hall of Wuun Pavilion. Each task varied in difficulty, from level 1 being the simplest to level 10 being the most challenging. Last time, when he accepted the task of gathering spiritual herbs, it was a level 1 and 2 task, and upon completion, he received elemental stones and contribution points. While practicing sword flight on Wuun Mountain, he struggled to control the speed of the flying sword, suffering multiple falls and mishaps, often leaving him bruised and battered. Yet he still had not mastered the art of sword flight. Now, having reached the 9th level of chi refinement, Hachin felt his true essence power had increased exponentially. With the support of this true essence, sword flight seemed to pose no issue. Not being able to fly on a sword meant that returning to High Sect from Wuun Mountain required many arduous days. How could he participate in the sect's trials without mastering sword flight? With this thought, Hachin quietly left his residence and sought a flat valley to prepare for another round of sword flight practice. Through previous attempts, he understood that controlling the flying sword required finesse. The more agile, the better, and the less true essence consumed, the better. Flying was not akin to sprouting wings. That was a gift of birds. For cultivators, only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could they hover in the air, but even then, it was for a fleeting moment. It was only upon reaching the golden core stage that true aerial flight became possible, and by the nascent soul stage, it was a given. Having experienced the art of sword flight, Hachin now endeavors to master this technique with finesse. Summoning his flying sword, he infuses it with his true essence, allowing it to gradually expand under the guidance of his consciousness. Once he perceives that the sword can bear his weight, he ceases to channel his energy into it. Starting from scratch, he manipulates the sword with his mind, commanding it to orbit around him at a steady pace before attempting to detach it from his body. Mustering his courage, he leaps onto the sword, only to tumble down, landing unceremoniously in the dirt. Fortunately, his robust physique endures the repeated falls, and after several attempts, he finally manages to stand atop the sword, albeit unsteadily, for a brief flight. Nonetheless, he prudently maintains a low altitude, hovering 3 feet above the ground. Despite his resilience to falls, a higher altitude would undoubtedly result in more painful descents. Buoyed by his initial success, Hachin becomes captivated by the thrill of flying. He practices repeatedly, leaping off the sword to run a few paces before mounting it again. After numerous iterations, he not only masters the intricacies of sword flight, but also accelerates his proficiency in the swift hawk step, filling him with exuberance. With his newfound confidence in low-altitude sword flight, Hachin embarks on the challenge of soaring to greater heights. Lightly poised upon the sword, he ascends not merely through the dense foliage of the forest, but into the vast expanse of the sky. Sword flight requires not only speed, but also agility and adaptability, akin to engaging in a battle where the interplay between man and sword must be meticulous. After all, encountering a foe of superior cultivation could prove fatal if one is unprepared. Hachin has meticulously devised his strategies, aware that the sword possesses inherent speed. He wonders if this can be further enhanced for carrying a passenger. He aims to evade danger rather than engage in conflict atop the sword. His intention is to utilize its speed for swift travel and escape. Thus, he begins to practice once more, soaring through the lower mountain ranges. Within the confines of the sect's territory, the mountains have been stripped of their wildlife, leaving no advanced beasts to pose a threat to him. Now, concentrating on the art of flight for the purpose of evasion, he channels his true essence and ascends swiftly. Merging his body with the sword, he climbs higher, the trees below diminishing in size, while the sound of rushing wind crescendos around him. The faster he ascends, the more fierce the winds become. Yet, Hachin remains unfazed. Having previously soared through the skies with senior sister Yunluo, he relishes the experience of flight. Relaxed, he refrains from enveloping himself in a protective barrier of true essence. Zipping through the high altitudes, he revels in the sensation that many yearn for, the sheer exhilaration of flying. However, after a considerable duration in the air, he finds that aside from mastering the sword's control and feeling the smooth flow of his true essence, the only sensations he encounters are the biting cold winds against his face and the vastness of the sky. Is the essence of flight merely to experience the chill of the wind? Perhaps it is simply the desire to soar high and gaze far into the distance? Regardless of others' experiences of flight, Hachin feels that apart from the thrill of swift movement, he does not possess a particularly yearning sentiment. It turns out that flying on a sword is not as extraordinary as it seems. Chapter 30. The Art of Alchemy. Having mastered the art of sword flight, Hachin's horizons expanded significantly. However, the practice of sword flight necessitates the support of true essence. What if one runs out of this vital energy while soaring in the skies? By absorbing the energy from elemental stones, one can remedy the deficiency of spiritual power. Elemental stones. Elemental stones. The path of martial cultivation and immortality is inextricably linked to these stones. Upon returning to his cave abode, after a day of contemplation, Hachin concluded that refining elixirs was a swifter means to acquire elemental stones. Thus, he resolved to embark on the journey of alchemy. He retrieved the secret tome, Essential Techniques of Alchemy, and diligently studied it, committing its contents to memory through repeated reading. He compared it with the alchemy techniques of the Chu family, validating the principles against one another. After 3 days of sleepless study and relentless exploration, Hachin's understanding of alchemical theory deepened significantly. Once he felt he had thoroughly internalized the essential techniques of alchemy along with the alchemy techniques, he finally began to attempt the art of alchemy. Understanding that familiarity does not equate to expertise, he recognized that only through the integration of theory and practice could fruitful results be achieved. He commenced with the creation of a first-grade elixir, meticulously examining the formula for the chi-replenishing pill and contemplating its pharmacological properties. With no experience in alchemy, he could only follow the steps delineated in the text. He carefully positioned the Qingyuan alchemical furnace and invoked the Dan flame art, gradually unleashing the flame to preheat the furnace. Afterward, he infused a small amount of true essence into the furnace, causing the flames to surge energetically and a wave of heat to envelop him. Following the prescribed order of spiritual herbs and medicines, he cast them into the furnace. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted from the furnace, a fragrance that was truly invigorating. Success. Yet, before Hachin could utter a word of triumph, there was a sudden muffled explosion from the furnace, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred material. Had he failed? Hachin felt a pang of frustration. Upon opening the furnace, he was met with dark, burnt remnants, the pungent odor filling the air. His first attempt at alchemy had ended in failure. However, Hachin did not succumb to despair. He understood that crafting elixirs is an intricate endeavor. He recognized that every alchemist must endure countless trials before achieving success. Failure is indeed the mother of success. Let this be a practice session. Following the protocols for cleaning the furnace, Hachin meticulously cleared away the charred remnants. However, he did not immediately resume his attempts at alchemy. Instead, he sat quietly before the furnace, reflecting intently on every detail of the process, endeavoring to ascertain where he had gone awry. After much contemplation, he could not uncover the reason for his failure. With a deep sigh, Hachin mused. Merely thinking without practice does not constitute genuine mastery. I should seek the cause within the act of alchemy itself. He resolved to reread the alchemy techniques of the Chu family once more. Subsequently, with utmost caution, he proceeded to heat the alchemical furnace, carefully regulating its temperature to the requisite level for potion creation. Adhering to the formula for the chi-replenishing elixir, he methodically introduced the rejuvenating herb, waiting patiently for it to dissolve into a liquid before adding the wheatgrass, followed by the blood-replenishing vine. As the spiritual herbs were refined and purified, the fragrant aroma of the concoction intensified and enveloped the air. Utilizing his spiritual awareness, Hachin maintained unwavering focus on the transformations occurring within the furnace. However, at the moment the elixir began to take shape, his expression shifted dramatically, and a muffled thud resonated from within the furnace. Another failure in his alchemical endeavor. Time and again, he faced setbacks. Each attempt led to yet another disappointment. After enduring dozens of failures and consuming several Isard elixirs, Hachin's demeanor grew grim. Yet, he continued to meticulously prepare the furnace, internally lamenting his apparent lack of talent for alchemy. Despite the continual failures and dwindling resources for the chi-replenishing elixir, he remained undeterred. Adhering strictly to the alchemical procedures, preheating the furnace, channeling vital energy, and introducing the spiritual herbs, his spiritual awareness swept over the furnace, allowing him to perceive the subtle changes occurring within. To him, the spiritual herbs were no longer mere ingredients. They represented a complex interplay of essences waiting to be restructured. The art of alchemy is an intricate practice that countless cultivators have honed through relentless experimentation and refinement over generations. It is the culmination of meticulous research into the pharmacological properties of various herbs, aimed at producing elixirs suitable for human consumption. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed once more from the furnace, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred material. Yet another failure. It was inevitable. A furnace left unchecked is doomed to falter. Hachin's focus was entirely consumed by the dynamic interactions between the spiritual herbs and their vital energies. Through careful observation, he deduced that success in potion making could be achieved by applying the principles of the 5 elements, balancing the interactions of the herbs according to their nature. The cycle of mutual generation and restriction among the elements is as follows. Metal generates water, water nourishes wood, wood fuels fire, fire transforms into earth, and earth produces metal. Conversely, the restrictive interactions include metal restrains wood, wood binds earth, earth controls water, water extinguishes fire, and fire melts metal. Only through this meticulous orchestration could he hope to create a potion of superior quality. Yet, as he contemplated the complexities of the 5 elements, he inadvertently neglected to regulate the furnace's temperature. This marked the 33rd attempt, and he was left with but a single batch of materials for the chi-replenishing elixir. With utmost care, he cleaned the furnace and arranged the herbs in the proper order. Everything set in motion, Hachin ingested a second-tier recovery elixir to restore his vital energy, preparing himself to reach an optimal state. Taking a deep breath, he reignited the alchemical flames, preheating the furnace and infusing it with energy. When he sensed the furnace had reached the appropriate temperature for potion making, he introduced the spiritual herbs and awaited their transformation into liquid form. As Hachin's consciousness delved into the alchemical furnace, he meticulously recombined the already purified spiritual herbs and medicinal essences, employing the principles of the 5 elements of mutual generation and restriction. With his mind, he arranged the ingredients and analyzed the composition of the elixir. A rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted from the furnace once more. As the aroma intensified, he sensed that the elixir was complete. Hachin ceased to release the alchemical flames or channel his vital energy. He gradually withdrew his efforts and allowed the elixir to mature. At the moment he opened the furnace, a crystalline elixir manifested before him. Tears of joy brimmed in Hachin's eyes. He had finally crafted his first elixir. Although its quality was modest, it was undeniably his own. The culmination of numerous failures. This marked a new beginning on his path of cultivation. After a considerable time, Hachin managed to quell his excitement, gazing thoughtfully at the elixir in his hand. Elixirs are categorized into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. The one he had produced could barely be considered a low-grade elixir. His alchemical skills required further refinement. Nonetheless, he had successfully created an elixir. However, its appearance was rather unappealing. Neither round nor square, it resembled a clumsy blob. Any cultivator would likely dismiss it. Yet, regardless of its aesthetics, this elixir was a testament to his arduous efforts. Just because others might overlook it did not diminish its value. Feeling a sense of pride, Hachin swallowed the unsightly energy restoration elixir. The moment the elixir slid into his body and activated its effects, he experienced the restorative power it contained. The abundant vital energy surged forth, and Hachin felt that its efficacy was not inferior to that of purchased energy restoration elixirs. Through continuous practice, Hachin had mastered the techniques and skills of alchemy, successfully producing an elixir. Moreover, he had utilized his consciousness to discover the combinations and arrangements of the 5 elements within the elixir. This revelation in alchemical technique heralded a new domain in the art of elixir crafting. Although it was Hachin's own invention, this secret alchemical art was uniquely suited to him, as only one with a body attuned to the 5 elements could wield it. To validate his discovery, he needed to persist in his alchemical endeavors. His storage pouch contained only 4 portions of the materials required for crafting the pulse protection elixir, which were the raw materials for a second-grade elixir. The elixir he had just produced was merely a low-grade elixir within the first grade, barely qualifying as such. To aspire to create a second-grade elixir after having barely mastered the first seemed impractical. However, he had no choice, as these were the only materials he possessed. Resolute, he took a moment to rest before revisiting the secrets of alchemical techniques. With a fervent desire to create, he retrieved the 4 portions of materials for the pulse protection elixir. Once arranged, he seated himself again before the furnace, calming his mind and body to achieve his optimal state. The furnace warmed up, and he infused it with vital energy, sequentially adding the spiritual herbs and medicinal ingredients. As the furnace began to emit the fragrant aroma of the concoction, a sudden explosion occurred. A dull thud resonated, and an acrid smell of charred substances filled the room. In that final moment, my consciousness waned, and I failed to control the concoction of spiritual herbs, disrupting the alchemical process, resulting in the inevitable failure of the elixir. After a night and a significant portion of the day spent in turmoil, Hachin felt exhausted, despite having consumed the ice heart pill. The fatigue of both mind and body could not be swiftly remedied. With no time to prepare a meal, he casually popped a fasting pill into his mouth. He resumed his meditation to recuperate, gradually returning to a normal state by evening. Stepping outside his cave dwelling, he noted the encroaching dusk, refreshed himself, and donned a clean garment. This attire was merely a slight improvement over the one he wore during alchemy, albeit it bore several tiers. He brewed a cup of tea and sat quietly, gazing at the moon on the horizon. It had been half a year since he left his grandfather. How was he faring now? Was he still persevering in his cultivation? With age, his grandfather's physical strength had diminished, slowing his progress. The cultivation method he practiced was merely a rudimentary technique for initiating energy flow. He had promised his grandfather to procure a superior method for him to study. During this time, he had indeed acquired several valuable techniques and thought it was time to return for a visit. The tracking potions or talismans from the Chu family should have expired by now. Exercising caution ought to prevent any mishaps. Surely, his grandfather would follow their prior agreement and head to Dongxing town to thrive. Lost in thought, midnight crept upon him, and weariness overwhelmed him, compelling him to retreat indoors and fall asleep. The next day, Hachin had restored his energy and revitalized his spirit, his true essence brimming. He resumed his alchemical endeavors. Now armed with the experience from the previous day, he skillfully preheated and infused his vital energy, introducing the spiritual herbs into the mix. As the substances began to decompose, he employed his consciousness to control the herbs, using the principles of the 5 elements to rearrange and recombine them. With a swift withdrawal of his consciousness from the alchemical furnace, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, signaling that the elixir had been successfully crafted. Cautiously, he lifted the lid of the furnace, revealing 3 fragrant pills nestled within. The pulse-guarding pill. It was a success. Unable to contain his elation at the sight of the high-quality pills, Hachin found himself dancing joyfully within the confines of his cave. Seizing the moment, he completed the remaining 2 batches of the pulse-guarding pill materials before recalling that he needed to submit his task at the mission hall. Chapter 31. Following my own path, Hachin did not rush to the mission hall to submit his task. After all, the deadline for completion had already passed, so he thought to delay further. As an individual of little consequence, he was not subject to anyone's insistence. Having been part of the Yunhai sect for over half a year, no one had taken notice of his existence. Where had senior sister Yunluo vanished? After escorting him to the sect for registration, senior brother Su Yun had also disappeared without a trace. The miscellaneous disciples were managed by others, attending to various trivial matters within the sect, while the outer disciples undertook tasks, assisting in vital roles within the sect. Inner disciples were guided in their cultivation under the supervision of mentors, and true disciples represented the elite of the sect, essential for its operation, relying on their involvement. Disciples like Hachin were truly unique, likely unmatched throughout the entire Tianyuan continent's myriad sections. Hachin is a solitary figure, devoid of affection from both grandmother and uncle, with no place to dine. While the other 4 peaks boast dining halls, the vast Luoyu Peak now accommodates only him and Wang Heng. Upon residing at a particular peak, one becomes subject to its governance. Since Hachin has taken residence at Liu Peak, he is under its jurisdiction. Can the frail and elderly Wang Heng truly prepare meals for Hachin? Even if he could, Hachin would never impose upon an elder to serve him. Fortunately, the cultivation technique he practices is one he brought with him. Had he relied on the sect's prescribed method, he would likely make little progress throughout his life. Disciples with a master can utilize their sect's resources to cultivate, select additional techniques, and receive guidance from their master and fellow disciples. In contrast, Hachin must navigate his own path, seeking the required cultivation methods and spells in the scripture pavilion of Yuhai Peak. As a newcomer, he is entitled to 3 complimentary visits with his identity token. Subsequent visits will necessitate the exchange of contribution points, which are earned by completing sect tasks based on their difficulty. For instance, gathering 10 first-grade spiritual herbs earns 1 contribution point or a low-grade elemental stone. At present, Hachin feels no sense of belonging to the sect. He resembles a wandering cultivator temporarily residing within its confines. During his time at Yunhai sect, Hachin, driven by unwavering faith and perseverance, continues to cultivate in solitude, resorting to meager meals or consuming fasting pills when hunger strikes. These fasting pills, akin to compressed biscuits, cannot sustain him indefinitely. In his spare time, he occasionally hunts small creatures like mountain chickens or hares to enhance his diet. Thus, he and Grandpa Wang Heng lead a carefree and simple life on Luoyu Peak. Since mastering the art of alchemy, Hachin has meticulously organized the spiritual herbs and medicines within his storage pouch, following the ratios required for potion crafting. He has selected numerous ingredients for first-grade pills such as chi-nourishing pills, vitality pills, and fasting pills. He has also prepared materials for second-grade pills like bone-strengthening pills, ice heart pills, and pulse protection pills, as well as over a dozen ingredients for the third-grade gathering essence pills. The more he practices alchemy, the more proficient he becomes. Despite the challenges, Hachin's innovative methods do not guarantee success with every attempt. He failed once in crafting fasting pills, but succeeded on his second try, producing 6 pills in one batch. With 20 materials for the fasting pills, he achieved success in all subsequent attempts, ultimately creating a remarkable total of 118 pills, each valued at 3 elemental stones, amounting to 354 stones. By the time he finished crafting the fasting pills, it was already evening. After a meal, he ventured outside his cave to cultivate. His practice encompasses not only the refinement of his vital energy, but also a holistic approach that integrates both martial and mystical disciplines. He employs various methods to temper his body, which not only strengthens him physically, but also facilitates the rapid transformation of true essence into mental strength, ultimately cultivating it into divine awareness. Upon the successful concoction of each elixir, he would emerge from his secluded chamber to practice martial and magical techniques. The flying sword bestowed upon him by Prince Yu was now wielded with effortless command. Hao Tian named this sword the Jingong sword, for during his cultivation of the Jingong technique, he had comprehended a sword move he called Falling Feather, Surprising Swan. The sword danced as if a feather floating in the air, its destination unknown, while he infused the flames of alchemy into his swordplay, merging the essence of true energy with the fiery aura of the sword. Trees, as thick as a bowl and standing 5 to 6 zhang away, were reduced to mere ashes, marking Hao Yan's attainment of a realm where his sword intent flowed freely. A month passed, and Hao Yan had become adept at refining first and second grade elixirs. He also ventured into the creation of higher grade potions to enhance his alchemical skills. To test his abilities, he experimented with various alchemical methods. Although he initially faced failures, he eventually succeeded in crafting potions, albeit less smoothly than with his mastered techniques. And the process consumed considerable time. Throughout this month, Hao Yan not only mastered the art of alchemy, but also made significant strides in dual cultivation of martial and magical arts. His sword technique had taken shape, and his mastery of the 5-element fist had reached a proficient level, with punches that roared like the wind and strikes that exuded lethal energy. However, a lingering shortcoming remained. He was unable to refine the short sword. Gazing at it in his hand, he mused that it was time to discreetly investigate the individual responsible for Prince Yu's demise. Having seen the note left by Prince Yu, he found himself inexplicably living with the prince's father. A sense of duty to avenge Prince Yu stirred within him, though his cultivation was still insufficient. He believed in the necessity of progress and the repayment of debts. Yet, Hao Yan was reluctant to reveal his true strength, fearing it would attract undue trouble. His rapid advancement and prodigious cultivation speed would undoubtedly draw the attention of high-ranking cultivators, potentially ensnaring him in intricate schemes. The techniques he practiced, the spells he wielded, and even the treasures he possessed could incite covetousness among other practitioners. Another month elapsed before Hao Yan arrived at the task hall to submit his completed assignments. "Senior brother, is there anything you need assistance with?" inquired a female disciple seated at the window. It was no wonder she mistook Hao Yan for a senior brother. Upon his return, he had not yet had the chance to procure a new set of robes from the sex supply office, still donning the garments he had received months prior. After several skirmishes, his attire had grown worn, and the rigors of travel, coupled with the smoke of alchemy, had left his skin darkened. "I have come to submit a task regarding the collection of spiritual herbs," he stated, handing over the task token. "Very well," the senior sister replied after reviewing the token's details. Hao Yan then presented his package, standing quietly as she inspected the quantity and quality of the herbs. Shortly thereafter, the exchange was completed, and he exited the hall. "Is that not Hao Yan?" exclaimed Lu Su, approaching with delight. "Lu Su?" Hao Yan responded, astonished by the beauty before him. "It is I. I heard you were on a task, yet you did not even greet us," Lu Su replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Apologies for my hasty departure. I assure you, next time I shall invite you all to join me on an outing," Hachin expressed with genuine remorse. "That is more like it. But where have you been for so long? You may and I have visited your residence several times without catching a glimpse of you." Lu Su lamented. "I was somewhat preoccupied with private matters during this outing," Hachin evasively responded, unwilling to divulge the details of his recent conflicts. At that moment, a melodious laugh floated through the air, and Yi Mei appeared before Hachin, as pure and radiant as ever, a sweet smile gracing her face. She approached him directly, playfully teasing, "Indeed, it's you, you rogue." Many eyes were drawn to her striking presence, unable to look away. "Actually, I'm not as wicked as you suggest. I simply haven't had the chance to visit you," Hachin replied with a mischievous grin. Upon seeing Yi Mei again, Hachin nearly succumbed to the impulse of lifting her in his embrace. Her slightly plump figure, adorned with a tousled hairstyle, long eyelashes, and delicate red lips, seemed to embody the very essence of the surroundings, her cultivation flourishing alongside her physical form. Sensing Hachin's roguish gaze scanning her, Yimei instinctively clasped her arms across her chest. The warmth of his embrace felt as though it might reveal her modesty. Have you had your fill of staring? Yimei shot him a sharp glance, her thoughts racing. Hearing her voice and witnessing her bashful demeanor, Hachin mused, what would I do if her modesty were to escape? Yimei, with her sparkling eyes, observed Hachin, noting his height and the newfound masculinity in his physique, yet she could not decipher the depths of his cultivation. She incessantly queried him, her lively chatter reminiscent of a joyful songbird. Witnessing the closeness between Hachin and Yimei, Lu Su felt an unbidden pang of jealousy. Scoundrel! Nearby onlookers whispered under their breath, casting disparaging remarks at the sight of Hachin and Yimei's intimate exchange. As a practitioner of the 9th level of Qi cultivation, Hachin, having honed his spiritual awareness, could sense even the slightest stir within 100 feet. He cast a fierce glance at those nearby, and they, taken aback by his wrath, retreated in dismay. Dear cousin, why didn't you notify us of your return? Liu approached with a beaming smile. I was preoccupied with slumber, my sincerest apologies. Hachin replied, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Oh you, while you were away, you made Yimei so anxious that she couldn't even sleep well. Lu Su reproached. Forgive me, Yimei, my little Mei isn't as much of a burden as you claim, is she? Hachin said, grinning at Yimei. Bah, who is your little Mei, you mischievous rascal? Yimei's cheeks flushed as she shot a glare at Hachin, the corners of her mouth curving upward with a hint of mischief. You are truly incorrigible. Just wait, I shall find the time to teach you a lesson. Ahem. Well then, I shall say nothing at all. Hachin was coughing lightly, jesting that if Yimei practiced her skills, it would be quite beneficial. Although her cultivation had waned compared to the past, could he really retaliate against a girl as playful reprimands? If she were to truly discipline him, he would certainly be at a loss. What a mischievous rascal, utterly lacking in seriousness. From now on, he would refer to her as that naughty little imp. Yimei, sharpening her little fangs, hummed softly, seemingly recalling something, and said, oh, by the way, I accepted a task at the Huiyuan Pavilion's mission hall. And I was just looking for you. Let us go together. Hachin remembered the time he hastily glanced at the task for collecting spiritual herbs, noticing the signboard of the Huiyuan Pavilion hanging above the Grand Hall's entrance. However, he had no time to dwell on such details. The mere prospect of embarking on a mission with Yimei filled his heart with joy. Turning his head, he mischievously glanced at Liu and Liu, then asked, this time for the task, you two must bring plenty of detoxification pills. Oh, and sister-in-law, don't forget to pack some extra clothes. He chuckled, and Yimei, stifling a laugh, responded playfully. Feeling Hachin's teasing gaze and that mischievous expression, Liu couldn't help but recall the time Opping had invited them to gather spiritual herbs together. They had been pursued by a swarm of bee beasts, leading to several embarrassing moments. Liu Xu's cheeks flushed as she urged Liu, let us head back to prepare. See you tomorrow. You two lovebirds enjoy your time. With that, she dashed away. Hachin and Yimei were caught off guard by Liu sudden departure, both feeling a wave of embarrassment. Meet me at Suifeng Peak tomorrow. I'll be staying at Yunluo Courtyard. Yimei whispered delightfully. Naturally, Hachin agreed, and they arranged a time to meet. But be punctual. Otherwise, Yimei playfully trailed off, running away with a smile. That enchanting grin, paired with her flushed, bashful face, made Hachin yearn to rush over and steal a playful bite. Chapter 32, A Private Admiration of Lotus Flowers. The next day, Hachin informed Grandpa Wang that he would be taking leave. He explained that he had accepted an invitation from Yimei at Suifeng Peak to accompany his senior sister in gathering spiritual herbs and slaying avian beasts. Since he was currently residing at Liu Peak, it was essential for the overseer to be aware of his whereabouts and intentions, lest they think he had gone missing again. Be cautious. Do not act recklessly. Always rely on your strength. Avoid showing off or pretending to be someone you're not. Return early. Grandpa Wang fussed over him, as if he were his own grandson. Hachin had already learned the route to Suifeng Peak from Lu Wan and Lin Xiao and understood that this peak was somewhat unique, being a gathering place for women and a forbidden ground for men. He had some knowledge about Suifeng Peak, including the protective formations, traps, and barriers established to guard against those with ill intentions who might covet the beauty of the place. Hachin arrived at the foot of Suifeng Peak alone, gazing at the mist-shrouded pathways, with glimpses of enchanting peaks occasionally peeking through. His heart was filled with immense curiosity for the mysterious mountain. It was his first visit, and he felt like a lost calf, unable to find his way, wandering aimlessly at the mountain's base. Halt! At the foot of the mountain, a mysterious stranger was stealthily searching for a path upward. Emerging from the mist, two strikingly beautiful female disciples intercepted Hachin. Upon hearing someone attempt to hinder him, Hachin looked up at the two women. Though they were not of the captivating beauty that could topple nations, they were nonetheless exceptional in the mortal realm. Good morning, esteemed sisters. I seek someone on the mountain, but have lost my way. Since you are here, might you kindly inform me where I could find a path upward? If it's not too much trouble, could you accompany me to search for my acquaintance? Thank you, Hachin said, swallowing nervously as he gazed at the two enchanting beauties. What? Please repeat that. The two women exclaimed in unison, astonished by Hachin's boldness. No one had ever dared to speak to the guardians of the mountain in such a manner, let alone request them to guide him in his search. I have a friend residing in your vicinity, and I need to find her. However, I am unfamiliar with this area. So I humbly ask for your assistance in leading the way, Hachin replied, maintaining his smile despite their rebuke. Absolutely not. We shall not permit you to enter. Nor will we guide you. The women declared, their expressions hardening. They were taken aback, feeling that he was overstepping his bounds. Had it not been for Hao Chen's persistent smile, they might have assumed he was merely a troublemaker. Why can't I go up? Hao Chen inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Cuyun Peak is a sanctuary for women, and men are strictly prohibited from entering. The two women insisted, resolutely. Dear sisters, could we perhaps find a way to accommodate my request? I swear by the heavens that I am a good person, Hao Chen said, his face beaming with sincerity. We have already stated that it is impossible. The women replied, their expressions now firmly set. Seeing their resolute demeanor, Hao Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It was his first appointment with a girl, and disappointing her was not an option. Especially since it was Yimei who had invited him to Cuyun Peak Synlu Garden. What could he do? Could he truly be left in limbo? Determined, he resolved to wait for the mist to clear before devising a new plan, leaving the two women behind. He began to stroll leisurely around the base of the mountain, pondering his predicament. Surely, no one would mind if I simply enjoy the scenery, Hao Chen mused as he walked. The beauty of the surroundings was indeed captivating. However, his leisurely exploration was soon interrupted by an approaching group. What are you doing here? You little rascal, wandering around in a place filled with women? One of the guardians barked. The sentinels of the mountain were indifferent to whether he merely wished to admire the view. Within the vast Yunhai sect, there were countless places to roam. Yet he chose to linger here, making him an obvious target for reprimand. As one group urged him to leave, another scolded him, despite their attempts to drive him away. Hao Chen remained undeterred, wandering in circles. As the first rays of dawn pierced the peak, Cuyun Peak gradually unveiled its splendor. The mountains were cloaked in lush greenery, exuding an aura of ethereal beauty. Hao Chen understood that the protective formation surrounding the sect remained dormant unless there was an extraordinary occurrence. Typically, watchtowers were established at the corners of the mountain to monitor aerial incursions, ensuring control of the skies. If any aerial threats were detected, swift action would be taken to intercept them. To prevent unauthorized individuals from trespassing on the ground, patrols were routinely conducted at key entry points, with traps and mechanisms strategically placed in certain areas. To those unfamiliar with the circumstances, it is exceedingly difficult for outsiders to venture into the mountains. Aren't you the ones preventing me from ascending? I am determined to explore. With this thought, Hao Chen contemplated seeking out a secluded spot to attempt his ascent. After wandering for a considerable time and conducting a thorough reconnaissance, he discovered that the cliffs at the back of the mountain were unguarded. He found a discreet location and estimated that the cliffs stood approximately 8 to 10 zhang high, which seemed manageable. Possessing the skills of rock climbing from mundane hunting and experience in herb gathering from his cultivation practices, Hao Chen regarded the ascent as a trivial task. He aspired to soar upwards, yet if he were to utilize his sword flight, he would inevitably draw attention. Thus, he resolved to scale the cliffs, embarking on his climb with unwavering confidence. Employing a short sword and a treasured blade to anchor into the rock face, he initially found the cliff as yielding as tofu. However, halfway through, the surface became as unyielding as blue bricks, and he began to expend a significant amount of his vital energy. The depleting force becoming increasingly palpable as the rock hardened. With only a short distance remaining, sweat-soaked and fatigued, Hao Chen found himself drained of nearly all his internal energy, leaving him without the strength to wield his sword. Had it not been for the short sword and treasured blade, he would have been unable to ascend the cliff at all. Did the cliffs of Cuyun Peak not undergo any fortification? Surely, they were not so naive as to neglect the safety measures here. The cliffs had indeed been specially treated to serve as an obstacle for disciples below the foundational level, a fact unbeknownst to Hao Chen as he ascended foolishly. After a brief pause, and with relentless determination, he finally reached the summit, feeling fortunate that it was devoid of any presence. Typically, this spot was frequented by individuals meditating or practicing their techniques. Seizing the opportunity presented by the absence of others, he hastily slipped away. At this moment, Hao Chen found himself at the waist of Cuyun Peak, a locale designated for the female disciples living and training, adorned with numerous pavilions and halls. Enveloped in vibrant energy and picturesque scenery, Hao Chen mused, what a splendid place for cultivation. However, he had no time to admire the surroundings. Finding someone was his utmost priority. Observing the comings and goings of the female disciples, he realized that if he were discovered as an uninvited guest, it would spell disaster. He quickly sought refuge behind a rockery, contemplating. Yimei mentioned she resides in Yunlu Courtyard. Where might that be? With so many pavilions and halls, there is no way I can search them all one by one. Should he inquire of someone? Just as this notion crossed his mind, he shook his head, recognizing it would be akin to delivering himself to them. Although he had concealed his cultivation and masked his presence, he felt the probing consciousnesses continually sweeping over him. Cautiously, he searched for Yunlu Courtyard, unaware of how long he had been at it when a mist-shrouded pavilion came into view, its purpose unclear, prompting him to instinctively enter. To his surprise, he discovered a lotus pond within the courtyard. No wonder such a thick mist lingered. The budding lotus blossoms, resembling delicate snow-kissed petals, were irresistibly enchanting, their fragrant essence captivating Hao Chen. Having exerted himself climbing from the base of the cliff, he was now further agitated by the rising heat. Parched and weary, he hastened to the pond's edge to wash his face, unable to resist sipping a few mouthfuls of water, which instantly revitalized him. What is this? There are garments here? Why do the girls in this place carelessly leave their clothes around? Upon noticing the absence of any ghostly presence, Hachin picked up a piece of clothing, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. As he pondered this, the tranquil water's surface began to ripple. Are there fish in this water? Hachin focused intently on the area where the ripples originated. Before long, a cascade of water erupted, revealing a head of dark hair breaking the surface, sending droplets flying in every direction. Delicate ebony strands framed a youthful visage, complemented by slender arms and two round orbs rising from the water's surface. Indeed, it was a young girl emerging from her bath, captivating Hachin's gaze and rendering him momentarily breathless. At that instant, the little girl, having just emerged from the water, widened her eyes and fixed her stare on Hachin. Clutching the garments in his hands, he realized without a doubt that she was bathing here, having left her clothes by the pond. Observing the girl's expression shift from shock to shyness, it was as if the droplets cascading down her face were tinted with the hue of lotus flowers. I was just passing by. I didn't see anything, he stammered, dropping the clothing and fleeing in a panic, abandoning all else. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed behind him, seemingly freezing the very atmosphere. Hachin dared not linger, fleeing the enchanting courtyard in a frenzied rush. He could hardly believe that someone was bathing in the lotus pond. Not only had he inadvertently consumed her bathwater, but he had also glimpsed her entirely. Truth be told, the little girl's figure was strikingly beautiful, so much so that even someone with as resolute will found it difficult to restrain himself. Hachin lingered in the memory of her exquisite form, but alas, he quickly spat to the side, realizing that this was a time for escape, not for contemplating beauty. If caught, he would surely face dire consequences. How dare you spy on me while I bathe? Just wait until I catch you. I shall deal with you accordingly. The little girl had donned her clothes, standing gracefully with a hint of anger coloring her cheeks. Her cultivation had reached the 8th level of chi refinement. Yet she had lost track of a disciple of considerably lower stature right beneath her nose, failing to sense his presence at all. This was utterly astonishing. Little did she know that Hachin was merely feigning weakness, as he was only at the 6th level of chi refinement. She showed no intention of departing, pursuing him beyond the courtyard and unleashing her frustration upon the surrounding rocks and trees. Hachin felt her relentless search drawing ever closer to his hiding spot. Contemplating whether to emerge and offer an apology, he peeked through the crevices of the stones and instantly dismissed the thought upon catching sight of her grim expression. For some inexplicable reason, the instant he beheld that darkened countenance, a shiver ran down his spine, and cold sweat broke out across his body. He fervently prayed, please don't come any closer. Chapter 33. Turning sin into merit. Hachin crouched behind the artificial hill, fervently praying, perhaps appealing to the heavens. Suddenly, a familiar, melodious voice floated through the air. Little sister, why are you so furious? Yimei arrived, accompanied by Lu Su, both casting curious glances around the vicinity. Listening to that melodious voice and seeing that familiar silhouette, tears welled up in Hachin's eyes. Yimei, before the little girl could utter a word, Hachin sprang forth from behind the rockery. Had it not been for Lu Su and the little girl by his side, he would have embraced Yimei, pouring out his woes about the hardships he had endured in his quest to find her in the mountains. Pervert! Before Yimei could speak, the little girl, filled with rage, brandished her sword and charged at Hachin. Not one to be foolish, he swiftly executed a graceful evasive maneuver, leaving Yimei and Lu Su astonished at the swiftness of his movements, his elegant figure a fleeting illusion. In truth, the little girl had not exerted her full strength. To her, dealing with a mere chi refining cultivator was a trivial matter. However, she was taken aback when Hachin successfully evaded her strike. Yet, upon seeing where he had chosen to take refuge, their expressions shifted, especially the little girl, who regarded him with a look of jealousy. This elder sister. It's a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. Hachin felt his face flush as he realized the awkwardness of his hiding place behind Yimei. At that moment, he felt utterly humiliated. How could he have ended up hiding behind a woman? Little sister, what has this scoundrel done to upset you? Why do you call him a pervert? Yimei glanced at Hachin beside her and then questioned the little girl in front of her. The little girl's eyes fixed on Hachin with an intensity that seemed as if she wished to pierce him with her gaze. Upon being questioned by Yimei, she recalled the earlier incident by the lotus pond, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Yuan, what on earth transpired? Lu Su, observing the little girl's demeanor, could not help but gently inquire. It's nothing, Yuan replied coldly, her eyes seething with anger as she glared at Hachin. She could never reveal the embarrassment of being seen in such a compromising situation. Hachin chuckled inwardly, surmising that the little girl named Yuan would never dare to publicly disclose the incident. Judging by the interaction, it seemed Yuan and Yimei shared a good rapport, thus she would refrain from attacking him again in their presence. Lu Su cast a puzzled glance at Hachin, then turned her gaze to Yuan, asking Hachin, how is it that you find yourself here? Hachin understood what she was implying, but felt too bashful to divulge the details. Lu Su, both amused and exasperated, chided, Yimei, you truly are reckless. How could a man be allowed to wander freely on Xian Peak, and to have Hachin come to Yunluo Garden to seek you out? I completely forgot about that. Yimei replied sheepishly, sticking out her tongue, having not considered the implications of inviting Hachin to find her. In truth, since the establishment of the Yuhai sect, Xian Peak, dominated by women, had decreed that men were forbidden entry to prevent unscrupulous individuals from coveting beauty. Any man found trespassing without permission would be apprehended and sent to the law enforcement hall for immediate castration. At this moment, Yume was not contemplating such serious matters. She was playfully tugging at Hachin's ears and pulling his hair, appearing to thoroughly enjoy herself. Due to the influence of Yume and the mediation of Lu Su, Yuan grasped the hilt of the sword, alternately tightening and loosening her grip, contemplating several times to take action, but ultimately refraining. Since not many are aware of your unauthorized entrance to the mountain, it would be prudent to descend quietly, Lu Su advised Hachin. It is entirely my fault for not considering the implications beforehand. In my eagerness to meet you, I completely overlooked the rule prohibiting men from entering. Alas, what shall we do? However, since no one is aware of Hachin's ascent, let him disguise himself as a woman and accompany us down the mountain, Yume suggested. Glancing at Hachin and the two women beside her, I think it's feasible. I have several oversized robes that I haven't yet altered at the refining hall. They would suit this lad perfectly, Lu Su replied with a grin. Hachin, finding himself unable to refuse the idea of dressing as a woman, reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, Yume took Hachin's hand, and the four of them returned to the mist-shrouded pavilion. At that moment, the veil of fog had lifted, revealing the enchanting calligraphic plaques of Wuun Mountain Garden, which imprinted themselves in Hachin's mind with their fluid and vibrant strokes, reminiscent of a graceful swan moving through the air. As he stood entranced by the artistry of the inscriptions, he instinctively began to practice the Jing Hongju footwork. Lost in the elegance of his movements, as he danced with exquisite grace, Hachin became increasingly absorbed in the essence of the Jing Hong technique, forgetting the passage of time and the transgression of entering the Cui Yun Peak. Initially, one could still see his agile figure and light footfalls, but gradually all that remained was a pulsating aura, soaring into the sky like a fleeting glimpse of a swan, its feathers drifting above the distant pavilion. In the span of 3 incense sticks, Hachin fully embodied the quintessence of the Jing Hong footwork, achieving a flawless performance in mere breaths, showcasing his exceptional talent. At this moment, Yuan had already grown indifferent to Hachin's reckless actions, her gaze filled with admiration as she beheld his lightness of movement, sparkling like stars. Even Yume and Lu Su were witnessing Hachin's rendition of the Jing Hong footwork for the first time. Hachin gracefully descended from the top of the pavilion, and the 3 women instinctively surrounded him. Sorry, I got lost in thought and wasted everyone's time, Hachin apologized sheepishly. Oh, how I wish I could lose myself in thought like you and attain the ethereal footwork, Lu Su teased. What kind of footwork was that you just demonstrated? It was swift and fluid, almost feminine. Could you possibly teach me? Yume inquired, aware that techniques were typically not disclosed. Yet her heart longed to learn Hachin's beautiful movements. The 3 women gazed intently at Hachin's face, hoping to hear the words they yearned for. Well, how should I put this? Hachin stammered. What do you mean by well, this and that? Just tell us if you can teach us. Yume insisted, suddenly pinching Hachin's ear. Ouch. Ouch. That hurts. Let go. Hachin pleaded, grasping Yume's hand in desperation. Ah, you won't escape that easily. Yume tightened her grip on his ear. All right, I will teach. Please, just let go. Hachin winced, begging for mercy. Very well, this is more like it. You, a grown man, secretly learning the dance of women. What's the story behind that? Yume teased Hachin deliberately, referring to his footwork as dance steps. Haha. I stumbled upon this set of footwork by chance, and I have no other techniques to learn, so I practiced this set. Hachin defended himself. What happened earlier in front of Wuun Luo courtyard? Yume inquired. Inspired by the elegant characters of Wuun Luo, I performed this set of footwork called a glimpse of the swallow. It is inherently suited for girls, and I modified it, naming it swallow steps. Hachin replied truthfully. Oh, I thought so. It resembles a woman's dance, Yume jested. After acquiring this footwork, I intended to teach you in secret. But now you 3 have discovered it, Hachin lamented. Upon hearing Hachin's words, Yume thought to herself that at least he had a conscience. While Lu Su felt a pang of doubt, what was the relationship between Yume and Hachin? Could she share in this? The one most anxious was Yuan, who had just been fiercely competing, now realizing there was no share for her. Yuan took a step back awkwardly, pouting in frustration, contemplating whether it was too soon to ask for such an exceptional technique. Little sister, why are you sulking over there? Yume teased, noticing Yuan's displeased demeanor. I'm not sulking. Not at all, Yuan said, her cheeks flushed and flustered. Oh, I know your little thoughts. Are you feeling eager for this footwork? Humph. If he dares not let you learn, I will pull his ears for you. She finished with a fierce glare at Hachin, feeling Yume's menacing gaze. Hachin instinctively covered his ears, which she had just tugged, shivering inwardly, thinking, Dear aunt, do as you please. I am afraid of you. Yet, he contemplated that perhaps this was a way to atone for his misdeeds. Having shown everything, he had to express some sincerity and offer a form of spiritual compensation. Here, this is the glimpse of the swallow footwork, Hachin said, handing the jade slip to Yume. Yume hastily probed it with her consciousness, then began to interpret the footwork according to the method described. However, it felt awkward and lacked the fluidity and grace of Hachin's execution. Learning from the jade slip is too laborious. I want you to teach us the improved footwork. Since you are here, you can take on the task, Yume said, looking at Hachin with hopeful eyes. Afterward, she gestured to Yuan to activate the illusion array of Wuun Luo courtyard, hanging the sign for closed-door cultivation, severing their connection to the outside world. With one teaching patiently, the 3 of them studied earnestly. As time passed, under the waning moon and sparse stars, Another restless night unfolded. Each of the three women practiced the swallow steps, beginning to embody its spirit, evidently grasping the essence of the technique under Hachin's attentive instruction. Through her interactions with him, Yuan found Hachin to be less of a flirt than she initially thought. His long, dark hair cascading over his shoulders, and his porcelain skin appeared even more delicate than her own. The charming visage, perpetually adorned with a smile, captivates all, presenting no semblance of a rogue. As Yuan gradually grows familiar with Hachin, she reflects on the fact that being seen by him was partly her own doing. Every time she practices her skills on the cliff at the back mountain, it is only when the first rays of dawn illuminate the precipice that she concludes her training and returns to Yun Luo Garden. However, this morning, an inexplicable restlessness envelopes her. Perhaps it is due to the anticipation of inviting a few sisters to the Stone Ridge Coxcomb Mountain in search of rare herbs and opportunities. Or perhaps it is the discomfort that often accompanies a woman's monthly cycle, with emotions in disarray and plagued by insomnia. She finds herself inexplicably drawn to the lotus pond for a morning bath, a misadventure she cannot disclose to her two sisters. Hachin must indeed possess remarkable fortune, otherwise, he would not have dared to scale the cliff. Consider this, with Yuan practicing on the precipice, no matter how gifted Hachin might be, he would surely be detected if he attempted to ascend, and would swiftly face dire consequences. Besides, Yuan has reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, mastering techniques such as Fireball and Windblade, which surely would be enough to entertain Hachin. As the time for training draws to a close, Yume suddenly recalls the plan for Hachin to accompany them to gather herbs at Stone Ridge Coxcomb Mountain. This invitation primarily stems from Yuan's desire to venture into the depths of the mountain in search of rare herbs, while secretly yearning to tame a beautiful beast for amusement. Chapter 34, Making a Mountain Out of a Molehill at the break of dawn the following day. In order to avoid prying eyes, the four women, cloaked in the thick fog, descend the mountain early. Of course, Hachin is disguised as a woman, otherwise, the discovery of a male disciple spending the night at Xian Peak would surely cause an uproar. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, they find Liu already waiting for them from a distance. It goes without saying that this location is a frequent rendezvous for Lu Su and Li Yu. After descending, the four follow Lu Su directly to where Li Yu awaits. Upon seeing Hachin in disguise, Li Yu is momentarily taken aback, inwardly questioning, was it not agreed that only 3 would participate at Xian Peak? How is it that there is an additional junior sister? Unbeknownst to Li Yu, this enchanting figure is none other than Hachin in disguise. The previous day, in order to avoid detection, Yume and the others had insisted Hachin dress as a woman. Is there truly such a beauty hidden at Suiyan Peak? Observing this graceful maiden, poised and delicate, with porcelain-like skin, bright eyes, and a captivating visage, Li Yu is smitten. The 3 women, aware of Hachin's masquerade, refrain from revealing the truth. Amused by Li Yu's dazed expression, Lu Su can no longer contain herself and approaches, firmly tugging at Li Yu's ear. Is she not lovely? Lu Su inquires with a cold huff. Indeed, she is beautiful. Ah, no, you are more beautiful. Li Yu, feeling the sharpness in his ear, quickly recants, eager to flatter. Hachin, do refrain from flaunting your charms. Look at how utterly enchanted your cousin has become. Fortunately, Sister Lu Su noticed in time. Had it been any later, who knows, Li Yu might have forsaken you for a closer bond. Yume had not forgotten the teasing remarks made by Lu Su in the mission hall regarding her and Hachin, and she seized the opportunity for a little revenge. Upon hearing Yume's words, Lu Su and Li Yu immediately turned the tables and began to playfully mock her. The 3 women and 2 men shared laughter as they made their way towards the gate of Yuhai Sect. As the mist surrounding the gate of Yuhai Sect dissipated, the 5 had already departed, summoning their flying swords to head towards Jiguanshan at Dangshiling. Jiguanshan is far removed from the sect and is more perilous than the Wildman Valley we had previously ventured into. I am uncertain if any of you have been here before, but I visited not long ago. This place is fraught with hidden dangers, being an area of high-level demonic beasts, so we must proceed with utmost caution. Hachin had been here before and was familiar with the surroundings. Thus he was entitled to introduce everything about this place to the group. This journey to Jiguanshan is primarily to accompany Yuan in search of spirit herbs such as Yusueji, Ziyuhua, and Tianlingua. However, we should not overlook the discovery of other spirit herbs and medicines. Let us hope for a fruitful expedition. Yume took over the topic initiated by Hachin and succinctly outlined the purpose of their visit to Jiguanshan. Subsequently, she shared her knowledge regarding the classification of demonic beasts and relevant information with the group. The world we inhabit is known as the Qianyuan realm, which comprises many undiscovered continents. The place we currently occupy is called the Tianyuan continent. In terms of the Tianyuan continent, demonic beasts are classified into 9 tiers. The first-tier demonic beasts are further divided into 12 ranks, corresponding to the levels of Qi refinement practitioners. A first-tier demonic beast equates to the first level of Qi refinement, while a 12th-tier demonic beast corresponds to the 12th level. The second-tier demonic beasts correspond to early-stage foundation establishment practitioners, the third-tier to mid-stage foundation establishment, and the fourth-tier to late-stage foundation establishment. However, demonic beasts are significantly more robust than practitioners of the same tier. Thus, a 5th-tier demonic beast possesses strength comparable to practitioners at the 6th or 7th level of Qi refinement. Some seemingly lower-tier beasts, due to their tremendous explosive power, can surpass their inherent strength by a factor of 2. Take, for instance, the 5th-tier flying leopard, whose maximum explosive strength rivals that of a 10th-tier ordinary beast. In fact, our gathering at Jiguanshan to collect spirit herbs and eliminate ordinary demonic beasts serves as preparation for the sect's trials. In just 6 months, the sect's grand competition will take place, and all disciples at the Qi refinement stage are striving to gain entry into the inner sect. Yimei imparted some common knowledge about the cultivation world to everyone, primarily aimed at Hachin. He felt immensely grateful to Yimei for sharing this wisdom at such a crucial moment, besides Sister Yinluo. She was the second person to enlighten him about the cultivation realm. Our focus is on the collection of spirit herbs and medicines, and we should endeavor to evade demonic beasts whenever possible. If confrontation is unavoidable, we must act swiftly. The demonic beasts here are all above the 5th tier and should not be underestimated, so we must tread carefully. If we encounter beasts to the 2nd tier or above, while we should be able to handle them together, they possess the strength of early-stage foundation establishment practitioners, necessitating a cautious approach. Hachin spoke earnestly at this moment, and everyone took his words very seriously. Apart from Yuan, they all recognized that Hachin was an experienced hunter. Hachin, do you not think that our reckless hunting of demon beasts could lead to their extinction? Yuan inquired with curiosity. The reproductive capacity of demon beasts is exceedingly robust, even if we do not hunt them. Various sects in the nearby towns dispatch individuals annually to cull a small number of wild and demon beasts for the safety of the populace. Otherwise, an overabundance of these creatures could wreak havoc on the common folk. Hachin elucidated, seamlessly continuing Yuan's line of thought. Indeed, as cultivators or members of the royal family, we ought to consider the welfare of the common people. The realm of cultivators originates from the secular world, and the nations within it are composed of the populace. The others reflected, finding comfort in Hachin's explanation. We are fortunate to have come together once more. Perhaps we should bestow a name upon our team. Many expeditionary groups have names. What do you think about that? Lu Su suggested. The group unanimously agreed. Yet they struggled to conjure a name that satisfied them all. What about calling it the How You Squad? Yuan proposed, gazing at Hachin. You little sister. Have you perhaps developed feelings for Hachin? Why else would you incorporate both of your names into the squad's title? Yimei teased, playfully poking Yuan's nose with a tinge of jealousy. I think it's splendid. It encompasses the names of our team members and conveys the meaning of how you reigning supreme under the heavens. Let us go with that. I adore it. Lu Su interjected, her gaze filled with playful mischief directed at Yimei. This delightful name, while stirring a hint of jealousy in Yimei, received the approval of the group. Thus, the How You Squad was officially formed, with Hachin's formidable skills having already won the admiration of the 3 women at Seun Peak's Yinluo Garden, and he was unanimously chosen as the squad leader. At this moment, the group began to inspect their weapons and supplies. Aside from Hachin, their masters had prepared some provisions for them before their departure. Yimei, Lu Su, and Yuan each received recovery pills from their masters. Li Yu's master provided them with some highly effective healing pills, as well as blood coagulation powder. Although Qiuping was in closed-door cultivation and could not attend, he entrusted Li Yu with a bottle of essence recovery pills for everyone. As long as their vitality remained sufficient during battle, they could rest assured. The weapons were all low-grade magic, swords distributed by their sect. Only Yuan had received a superior-grade magic sword, the Moonshadow Sword, as a reward from her family upon reaching the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Hachin could not help but envy those with such esteemed families or mentors. He possessed numerous valuable items. Yet there were some he preferred to keep concealed from the others. Only his short sword could be displayed openly. Inquiring about Li Yu's cultivation level, he learned she had reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, enabling her to slay demon beasts below the 7th tier. Although she could only manage to defeat clumsy 7th tier beasts with great effort. Both Yimei and Lu Su were also at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, but could only vanquish demon beasts below the 6th tier. Encountering beasts to the 6th tier or above would necessitate a hasty retreat. Yuanqiu, possessing the cultivation of the 8th level of Qi refinement, is capable of slaying beasts below the 7th rank. However, her lack of combat experience necessitates the assistance of others to successfully vanquish these creatures. The 3 ladies, having practiced the stunning step technique the previous day, brimmed with confidence, pondering, if we cannot defeat them, we can always retreat. Moreover, we have 2 strong men with us. What is there to fear? Consequently, the group resolved to first assist Yuan in locating spiritual herbs, and then to seek out lower-ranked beasts for practice, thereby enhancing their combat experience, which would prove advantageous when confronting higher-ranked beasts in the future. As the 5-member party journeyed forth, a steel-bristled demon pig suddenly leapt from the thicket ahead. Laughter erupted among the group. It was indeed a fortuitous encounter. When one is sleepy, a pillow arrives, perfectly timed for both practice and a subsequent feast. This marked the first beast they encountered since entering Rooster Crown Mountain, and remarkably, it was a steel-bristled demon pig. However, this particular specimen was not as large as the pig demon they had previously encountered in the Wildman Valley, nor were its bristles as formidable. It was evidently a non-mutated 3rd-tier beast, with cultivation roughly at the early 3rd level. Upon sighting the steel-bristled demon pig, Yuanqiu felt a surge of excitement, and a flash of crimson light appeared as she unleashed a flame talisman, the fire striking the demon pig's head with precision. Following the explosion, a significant portion of the beast's body was obliterated, and Yuan struck a pose she considered cool, eagerly awaiting the praise of her companions. How he inflict Yuan's forehead with his middle finger, chuckling as he admonished, Yuan, could you perhaps employ a bit of common sense? This is merely a 3rd-tier beast. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over the flame talisman? Realizing her oversight, Yuan stuck out her tongue. her cheeks flushing as she retorted, "I was just excited. I thought it would be fun." In gathering the spoils, Hachin took the initiative, severing the demon pig's hind legs, which amounted to merely 2 remaining legs, and placed them into his storage bag. He then remarked, "There will be plenty of good things in the future. As long as we acquire valuable items, what I have collected today will merely serve as our meal later on." The group's objective was to venture deeper into Rooster Crown Mountain, and they deemed it unnecessary to linger here, thus quickening their pace. Chapter 35. Taming beasts. As they traversed the path, laughter accompanied their journey. Upon spotting spiritual herbs, the ladies were given priority when encountering lower-tier beasts. The 3 women took turns engaging in combat practice, thereby augmenting their practical experience. In the presence of higher-tier beasts, Hachin and Liu took charge of the front lines. The 3 ladies united to confront any beast they could defeat, while the gentlemen refrained from intervening unless the battle prolonged. For beasts that proved difficult to conquer, the 2 men would alternate assistance to bring the conflict to a close. With the harmonious collaboration of both genders, none of the participants, all of whom were above the 7th level of chi refinement, found the lower-ranked beasts to pose any real challenge. Even when faced with powerful adversaries, they were still no match for the combined might of Hachin and his companions. However, thus far, they had only encountered beasts ranked below the 7th level since entering Rooster Crown Mountain, with no sightings of those above the 8th rank. Upon entering Rooster Crown Mountain, Hachin led the way, tasked with scouting the advancing path, while Liu maintained a protective position at the rear. As they walked, Hachin suddenly halted his steps. He turned to the group and gestured for silence with a hand signal. He then beckoned Liu, who was trailing behind, to come closer and whispered, "Cousin, you are in for a treat." The others followed the direction of Hachin's finger and beheld a magnificent phoenix-tailed demon chicken perched atop a grand tree. After a moment of careful observation, before Liu could speak, Yuan interjected, "This phoenix-tailed demon chicken appears to be around the 6th rank. It is a juvenile beast." Continuing, Yuan elaborated, "The phoenix-tailed demon chicken possesses an incredibly swift flight speed and excels in fire attacks, boasting formidable combat prowess. This avian creature has a vengeful nature. Should you dare to provoke it, you will become an enemy of the first assailant, embroiled in a relentless struggle until one side suffers casualties." Liu took the cue, stating, "The meat of the phoenix-tailed demon chicken is rich in elemental energy. A single bite surpasses 3 days of cultivation. However, to capture the phoenix-tailed demon chicken, we must set up a formation and work together to force it into the array and take it down." Upon hearing Liu's words, Hachin declared, "In that case, cousin, you will handle the low-altitude attack. Lu Su will engage from the ground, while I will take care of the aerial assault. You may, and Yuan will remain here to set up the formation. Move." With that, Hachin was the first to stealthily maneuver into position, while Liu and Lu Su flanked from the sides, approaching the tree where the phoenix-tailed chicken was roosting. Having frequently embarked on missions together, Liu and Lu Su exhibited a remarkable synergy, and this instance was no exception. Lu Su grasped Liu's intent, and the two agilely crept along the ground. Indeed, humans are willing to risk everything for sustenance, a truth that has persisted throughout history. As long as food can be procured, even amidst grave dangers, they will not hesitate. Cultivators are human too, and the prospect of tasting the flesh of the phoenix-tailed demon chicken, equivalent to 3 days of cultivation, is simply irresistible. Hachin, Liu, and Lu Su had completed their encirclement, awaiting the signal from Yimei, and Yuan to initiate their assault. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the formation was successfully arranged. With Yuan's commanding shout of "Now!" the phoenix-tailed demon chicken, startled from its perch, ruffled its feathers, and entered a battle stance. Liu was the first to arrive, unleashing a blade of wind aimed at the phoenix-tailed demon chicken. The creature reacted swiftly, soaring into the air and unleashing a stream of flames towards Liu. Quick on his feet, Liu evaded and defended himself but failed to achieve the desired effect with his initial strike. The wind blade missed its target, and as the phoenix-tailed demon chicken ascended, Hachin exerted force with his foot, launching himself like an arrow released from its bow, wielding a long sword imbued with the momentum of his long-prepared attack. The technique, falling feather, surprising swan, derived from the secret manual he practiced, had yet to be tested in true combat. The sword descended like drifting feathers, uncertain of its landing. However, this time, he refrained from infusing the sword strike with the flame of Dan Yen, fearing that it would incinerate the phoenix-tailed demon chicken into ashes, thus depriving them of the delectable feast. The long sword trembled, emitting a resonant hum. The invisible sword aura, at the moment of its descent, transformed into a flickering illusion. Imbued with an aura of destruction, the swiftly rotating sword radiance rendered the air almost searing. In the first clash, Hachin unleashed his most formidable technique. Fully aware that only in this manner could he compel the phoenix-tailed demon chicken to ascend, it could only be captured on the ground. Should it escape into the sky, his chances of victory would diminish drastically. The sword light swept towards the body of the phoenix-tailed demon chicken, which turned its head to unleash another fiery breath. However, before it could react, the sword light had already struck its form. The demon chicken was sent soaring by the force of the sword aura, feathers cascading down as it tumbled, crushing a patch of underbrush before it managed to regain its footing, still slightly unsteady, with both feet planted firmly on the ground. Hachin's gaze followed the trajectory of the demon chicken as it was flung away. The fallen feathers obscured his view, but he could surmise that the creature would not be so easily subdued. With a piercing cry, the the phoenix-tailed demon chicken soared skyward. At that moment, Hachin could see clearly that the area struck by the radiant sword technique was merely disheveled, sustaining minimal damage. Indeed, demon beasts possessed remarkable defenses. Hachin could not allow the demon chicken to ascend. He activated the swift step technique, leaping into the air. He unleashed a barrage of flames aimed at the creature's ascent, striving to hinder its elevation. Unfortunately, the phoenix-tailed demon chicken, being a speed-oriented beast, reacted with astonishing swiftness, evading his fireballs effortlessly. Frustrated, Hachin drew a short sword and swiftly struck. The blade, accompanied by a small fire dragon, descended upon the demon chicken from above. At this juncture, Liu also stood atop the flying sword, unleashing a series of wind blades. Faced with this onslaught, the phoenix-tailed demon chicken had no choice but to descend. The collective assault proved effective. The demon chicken was forced to fly at a dangerously low altitude. Yet, it was met with a surprise attack from Lu Su, leaving the creature with little room to maneuver amidst the trio's coordinated efforts. Two grown men can't handle a little bird. Should we two women join the fray? Yimei and Yuan chuckled, having already set up the encirclement. Upon hearing the women's playful taunts, Hachin realized the formation had been established. He laughed heartily, dismissing their banter as he relentlessly pursued the phoenix-tailed demon chicken. Among the trio, Hachin was undoubtedly the fastest, employing the swift step technique that matched the creature's speed. Armed with the short sword and enveloped in wind blades, each strike sheared off several feathers from the demon chicken. Hachin's objective was to coordinate with Liu and Lu Su, creating a pincer movement to constrict the demon chicken's range of motion. Gradually, they narrowed the creature's available space, eventually driving it into the encirclement. Once within the confines of the formation, the phoenix-tailed demon chicken was akin to a bird trapped in a cage. Hachin followed suit into the encirclement, where both he and the demon chicken found their spellcasting abilities hindered. Close-quarter combat was Hachin's forte. With mastery in both martial and magical arts, he executed his recently devised swift step technique, launching himself fiercely towards the phoenix-tailed demon chicken's body. The phoenix-tailed demon chicken found itself utterly trapped as Hachin executed his martial technique, bringing it crashing down to the ground. Brother Hachin, be gentle beneath your feet. Do not crush that poor phoenix-tailed demon chicken, Yuan exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene, just as Hachin prepared to deliver another step. A commanding voice pierced the air, causing him to falter and inadvertently create a deep hit in the earth. At that moment, Yuan realized that they sought merely to capture a demon beast for amusement. This particular beast, capable of flight and combat, was precisely what she desired. She urgently called out to Hachin. Hachin, unable to deny the situation, responded, "It should not be dead yet, right? This beast possesses considerable physical resilience. It won't perish easily. Yuan, do you possess a method to tame this phoenix-tailed demon chicken? If so, hurry and commence the taming process." Without hesitation, Yuan dashed into the encirclement, reaching out to touch the creature, confirming its vitality. She promptly began to invoke her beast-taming spell, biting her middle finger. She pierced the chicken's forehead, employing several intricate gestures to channel her blood into the creature's brow. The exertion left her glistening with perspiration. Hachin understood that this spell consumed mental energy, and he pondered when he might learn such a technique to capture demon beasts for himself. During the casting of the taming spell, the wounded phoenix-tailed demon chicken offered no resistance. At the instant the spell succeeded, golden light flickered in the chicken's eyes, revealing to Hachin that Yuan had successfully tamed it. Upon witnessing her success, Yimei withdrew the formation. Yuan quickly produced a healing pill, preparing to administer it to the phoenix-tailed demon chicken. However, her clumsy hands betrayed her, prompting Lu Su to rush over and assist, ensuring the pill reached the creature's beak to mend its injuries. Hachin teasingly remarked, "Cousin, look at Sister Lu Su, aiding Yuan in healing the chicken. It seems this phoenix-tailed demon chicken will not meet its end. How delightful. Sister has snatched a delicacy right from your grasp." Lu Su blushed, offering no explanation, while Liu scratched his head, grinning foolishly. In a short while, the phoenix-tailed demon chicken's wounds healed completely, affectionately nuzzling against Yuan. She became the first among their group of 5 to gain a demon beast companion, provoking envy among the others. At that moment, Yuan expressed her gratitude to her companions, evidently pleased with her success in taming the phoenix-tailed demon chicken. After frolicking with her new companion for a while, an idea struck her, and she transformed the creature into a beam of light, storing it within her beast-taming pouch. "We have lingered here for quite some time. It is best we depart swiftly. The commotion we caused may attract formidable demon beasts," Hachin cautioned as he led the way deeper into the Rooster Crown Mountain. As they ventured deeper into the Cock-Comb Mountain, the group encountered no formidable beasts, merely a few second-tier Cock-Comb serpents. Subsequently, they stumbled upon a 4th-tier steel bristle wild boar, which, after a concerted effort from the group, ultimately became a delectable feast. Over the course of several days, Hachin observed that aside from her lack of combat experience, Yuan was indeed a lively individual. Her alluring lips were never idle, incessantly inquiring about various topics, many of which Hachin could only manage to answer after considerable contemplation. It seemed as though Yuan intentionally posed challenging questions, and upon careful analysis, the knowledge she presented was indeed something Hachin needed to grasp. Born into a family of cultivators, Yuan had been well-versed in classical texts from a young age, her profound knowledge leaving Hachin quite impressed. During their time together, he also learned of her affluent background, as her storage bag contained numerous treasures. Even her attire consisted of refined spiritual armor, far superior to the robes issued by her sect, proving to be significantly more practical than his own elemental armor. However, defensive artifacts were rarer and more precious than offensive ones, beyond the group's current means, with the tame phoenix-tailed chicken leading the way. It was naturally Yuan who undertook the role of guide. Nevertheless, Hao Chun remained vigilant, trailing closely behind to ensure her safety. With Hao Chun's protective presence, Yuan felt unrestrained, frolicking ahead with her contracted beast, much to the envy of the others trailing behind. Having spent over 2 months training at Wuun Mountain, Hao Chun was quite familiar with the surroundings. Under his guidance, they traversed several more miles before pausing at a bend near a small peak. Chapter 36. The illusory fox. The phoenix-tailed chicken detected that around the bend lay the territory of a 9th-tier illusory fox. At that moment, Yuan suddenly emitted a warning signal. After a moment's thought, she continued, "There must be treasures here, otherwise a 9th-tier illusory fox would not dwell in this place. It seems fortune smiles upon us today." However, Hao Chun paid no heed to Yuan's words, instead extending his senses outward. Indeed, it was the territory of the 9th-tier illusory fox. Yuan's words rang true. Not only was it the realm of the 9th-tier fox, but it was specifically the domain of the illusory fox. Hao Chun relayed his findings to the others nearby, setting aside Yuan's talk of fortune for the moment and focusing on the immediate predicament. At this juncture, even if they wished to retreat, escape was impossible. Once they entered the beast's territory, it would be drawn to their presence. As per their usual protocol, Yi Mei and Lu Su assisted Yuan in establishing a 4 symbols formation. Upon completion of the formation, Yuan stepped away to await assistance on the periphery. "I will lure the fox, Li Yu, and I will confront it directly. Yi Mei and Lu Su, you two will restrain it from the sides. Once we successfully entice the fox into the formation, Li Yu and I will handle the east-west positioning, while Yi Mei and Lu Su will manage the north-south. Is that clear?" Hao Chun instructed, regarding those around him. Understood. The 4 individuals responded in unison, expressing their readiness. "Prepare yourselves. I shall lure the phantom fox." Upon receiving nods of affirmation, Hao Chun turned around a bend in the mountain and leaped into the depths of the dense forest. At this moment, Yuan had already secured the phoenix-tailed demon chicken within her beast-taming pouch, fearing that it might suffer some mishap during the hunt for the phantom fox. This was their first encounter with a 9th-tier demon beast, and excitement bubbled within them. Following Hao Chun's instructions, with assistance from Yimei and Yoshio, Yuan set up a 4 symbols formation at their location. The 4 symbols formation is a tactical arrangement based on the innate principles of the 8 trigrams, harmonizing with the 5 elemental directions of east, south, west, north, and center. Once activated, those within the formation would move in accordance with their designated positions, alternating between offense and defense in a continuous cycle, revealing boundless profundity and formidable power. By the time the formation was complete, Yuan had nearly exhausted her strength and had to sit at a distance from the formation to meditate and recover her energy. The 9th-tier phantom fox, when compared to humans, had already reached the late stage of chi refinement. It could emit the unique illusion-inducing pheromones of its kind, creating mesmerizing hallucinations, and its speed was remarkably swift and formidable. Were it not for Hao Chun's cultivation, which had reached the 9th level of chi refinement, they would have fled long ago from such a beast, avoiding its territory entirely. Even with Hao Chun's prowess, without adequate preparation, they would still find themselves at a disadvantage against the 9th-tier demon beast. While there was no immediate danger to life, injury was a distinct possibility. A single misstep could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Liu, Yoshio, and Yimei were already primed for action, their fists poised as they awaited the signal. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Move." Hao Chun executed the swift phoenix step, simultaneously commanding, "Attack." No sooner had the command left his lips than the 3 companions spotted the phantom fox, a snow-white creature with a mane of crimson fur, hot on Hao Chun's heels. The vivid hue of its mane lent an intimidating presence to the 6-foot-long beast as it charged forward. Hao Chun, utilizing the swift phoenix step, dashed ahead, the phantom fox closing in perilously close behind him. In a flash, both he and the pursuing fox entered the 4 symbols formation. The trio activated the formation, launching their magical artifacts into the air. A dazzling array of colors erupted as flames, water arrows, wind blades, and sword beams struck the phantom fox in rapid succession. According to the formation's designated positions, Hao Chun and Yimei took the southeast, while Liu and Liuxiu stood in the northwest, each showcasing their unique abilities. True to its status as a 9th-tier demon beast, the phantom fox remained undeterred even after sustaining injuries. Its combat prowess was hardly diminished. The low-level spells merely slowed its attack speed slightly, causing no significant harm. After a brief pause, the phantom fox lunged forward once more, colliding with a wall of chi conjured by Hao Chun, which dissipated almost instantaneously. As the phantom fox unleashed a barrage of innate flames, the other 3 members, aside from Hao Chun, found themselves in disarray. At that moment, the phantom fox had already leapt to Hao Chun's side. Having developed a semblance of intelligence, it understood that to breach the formation, it first needed to dismantle it. The key to this lay in vanquishing the strongest among the quartet, whom it identified as Hao Chun. With flames still surging forth, it charged directly at him. Realizing the phantom fox's intent, Hao Chun swiftly produced a spiritual talisman, activating it with a quick tap against himself. Instantly, a layer of earthen armor enveloped him, bolstering his defenses. Yet, the terrifying might of a 9th-tier demon beast was still underestimated. Even with the doubled protection of the Earth Armor Talisman, it was not long before the beast's assault pierced through most of it, binding celestial vines. Just as the Phantom Fox was about to reach Hachin, Liu finally intervened, casting a spell. A celestial vine descended from the air, swiftly encircling the Phantom Fox. As the vine tightened, it temporarily restrained the formidable creature. Unleash your most powerful attacks. My binding celestial vines can only hold for a brief moment, Liu urged, his voice laced with urgency. Upon hearing his words, the others intensified their onslaught. Although each attack lacked significant power, the relentless barrage began to take its toll. A wound finally appeared on the Phantom Fox, blood seeping from its abdomen. Seeing the beast injured, Yimei exclaimed with delight, "It's wounded. Quickly, strike at the injury." As she spoke, she hurled a fireball towards the Phantom Fox's abdomen. At that moment, Yuan had regained her strength and approached the four-element formation. Joining forces with Yimei and Lu Su to bombard the Phantom Fox with flames, water arrows, and wind blades. With Yuan's participation, hope for victory flickered anew. Just as they believed triumph was within reach, however, Liu's spell lost its potency, and the binding celestial vines dissipated. It seemed that the spell had drained a considerable amount of his energy, forcing him to sit and recuperate with a spirit stone in hand. Meanwhile, Hachin, positioned on the eastern side of the formation, found his own true essence dwindling. Without energy to sustain the Earth Armor Talisman, it too began to fade. Seizing the opportunity, the Phantom Fox unleashed a fierce flame towards Hachin's position. Humph! With a muffled grunt, a deep gash appeared on Hachin's shoulder, blood gushing forth. Struck by the Phantom Fox, he pressed on the wound, swallowing a blood coagulation pill to staunch the bleeding. At that moment, Liu's energy had partially restored, allowing him to cast another binding celestial vine spell, ensnaring the Phantom Fox once more as it attempted to break through to the east. Hachin quickly retreated a few steps, consuming another energy restoration pill, while clutching a spirit stone in his left hand to replenish his depleted vital energy. With his right hand, he subtly gathered a blazing, white-hot flame, directing it towards the Phantom Fox. Whoosh! The flame, infused with genuine essence, unexpectedly struck the Phantom Fox in the abdomen. After a piercing scream, the Phantom Fox tumbled to the ground, motionless, having met its demise. The onlookers were taken aback by Hachin's formidable power. Yet, after this strike, it appeared that his own reserves of genuine essence had significantly dwindled. Seeing the lifeless body of the Phantom Fox, Hachin felt a wave of relief wash over him and intended to sit down to replenish his essence. In that brief moment, he had expended a considerable portion of his energy. Just then, a sudden sense of danger washed over him, prompting him to roll forward to evade a surprise attack from the supposedly deceased Phantom Fox. Upon looking up, he was startled to see the Phantom Fox, thought to be dead, releasing a faint aura towards Liu, Lu Su, and Yimei. "Be cautious. It's poisonous." With that warning, Hachin swiftly hurled a dagger at the Phantom Fox's head. Hearing his shout, Yimei conjured a fireball, sending it towards the miasmic haze to incinerate it. However, she still inhaled a trace of the toxin, and soon felt a surge of heat throughout her body, struggling to breathe, and resorted to her internal cultivation to expel the poison. In that moment, everyone realized why the Phantom Fox had not utilized its enchanting illusion earlier. It had feigned death. Taking advantage of the human's complacency, it sought to cast its enthralling illusion to escape or ensnare them in a dreamscape, picking them off one by one. In the wild, the effectiveness of the Phantom Fox's enchanting illusion was significantly diminished by environmental factors. Hachin urged the three to focus on expelling the toxins, and once they regained their strength, they would guard the entrance of the Phantom Fox's lair. He had no time to wait for them to recover. Time was of the essence. The commotion would soon attract other Phantom Foxes returning from their hunt, as well as nearby beasts drawn by the scent of blood, creating a precarious situation. As he approached the corpse of the Phantom Fox, Hachin first withdrew the dagger from its head, then casually stored the body in his storage pouch. The Phantom Fox was a treasure trove in itself, and it was prudent to secure it. At that moment, Yuan rushed over from a distance, intending to assist the three. After scanning with his consciousness, Hachin sensed that Liu, Lu Su, and Yimei were temporarily out of danger. Moreover, the enchanting illusion of the fox was beyond her current capabilities to counteract. He beckoned Yuan to accompany him to the lair of the Phantom Fox. Together, they employed the swift shadow technique, disappearing in a few flashes. Chapter 37. Enchantment within the cave. Hao Chun and Yuan rounded a bend, heading straight for the fox's lair. Earlier, Hao Chun had ventured deep into the fox's territory, and before approaching the cave, he had been detected by the guardian foxes outside. As they neared the entrance, he could finally discern that the cave was merely a modest, half-human-height rocky hollow. Yuan remarked that the foxes must be guarding treasures within. Could it be that this unremarkable cave truly harbors treasures of heaven and earth? Hao Chun pondered in confusion. Yuan, not overthinking the matter, bent down and was about to directly enter the cave of the fox spirit when Hao Chun grasped her collar, pulling her back. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" he exclaimed sharply, dragging Yuan aside from the cave entrance. Without fully understanding the situation inside the cave, Hao Chun would never recklessly venture in. This was a lesson learned from years of hunting experience. Generally, caves are home to more than one beast, whether they be feral or magical creatures. For the sake of safety, Hao Chun casually picked up a fist-sized stone and tossed it into the cave. The stone landed, and after a few moments of silence, when no unusual sounds arose from within, he let out a sigh of relief and nodded to Yuan, signaling her to enter. Yuan, who had been waiting impatiently, swiftly dashed into the cave upon receiving Hachin's approval, only to let out a startled exclamation moments later. What's wrong? Hachin, trailing behind her, lacked her agility and hurried into the cave, anxious to inquire. Oh, it's nothing, Yuan replied, touched by Hachin's eagerness as she said. Feel the concentration of spiritual energy here. Concentration of spiritual energy? What is so special about that? Before he could finish his sentence, Hachin sensed the peculiar intensity of the energy within the cave. The concentration of spiritual energy here was significantly higher than that just outside the entrance. With such a rich concentration of energy, there must indeed be treasures of heaven and earth. Yuan exclaimed with delight. Indeed, Hachin responded, a look of surprise on his face. I never expected this cave to be so extraordinary. But since we have found treasures, let us quickly search for them. Yes, of course, Yuan agreed, and began to search the area. The cave was not very large, and after a short while, the two discovered several types of spiritual herbs, among which were 5 flowering plants with vibrant blossoms. Illusionary spirit grass. Yuan, your luck is remarkable. Just as Yuan was admiring the little herbs and speculating about their value, Hachin exclaimed in astonishment. Illusionary spirit grass? Following Hachin's gaze, Yuan spotted the plant with 5 colored flowers. Indeed, this is the illusionary spirit grass, Hachin sighed. But its age is too short. The colors are not vibrant enough. It must be only a few decades old. If only it were over 100 years, sigh Hachin. Finding even one spiritual herb is already a stroke of good fortune, and we have found several this time. Do not sigh, Yuan said, gazing contentedly at the illusionary spirit grass. Though these herbs may only be a few decades old, they could still fetch several dozen spirit stones, which is quite good. Yes. Haha. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Hachin was momentarily taken aback but then smiled, saying, You're absolutely right, Yuan. I was being too greedy. It's nothing. This is just human nature, Yuan replied with a smile, pointing at the illusionary spirit grass. Once we reach the market and have them appraised, we will split the profits evenly. At that time, I will take my share of the spiritual herbs, and you will receive an equivalent amount in spirit stones. Sounds good. What did you just say, Yuan? Hachin looked at Yuan in surprise and asked, What? Nothing, just splitting the illusion spirit grass, she replied. Observing Hachin's reaction, Yuan found it somewhat frivolous. After all, it was merely a few dozen spirit stones. Yuan, these few stalks of illusion spirit grass were discovered by you. Although Yuan regarded it as trivial, in Hachin's eyes, these few stalks, valued at several dozen spirit stones, were indeed precious. Even if split evenly, each person would still receive a substantial sum. Hachin's wealth was not comparable to that of other outer sect disciples. He had accumulated thousands of spirit stones from several battles. Not to mention the magical artifacts, robes, and numerous elixirs and talismans in his storage bag that he had yet to process. Nevertheless, hearing Yuan's words filled him with joy. She still thought of others, indicating her kind-hearted nature and that she was someone worthy of friendship. Hachin, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come here. And I wouldn't have recognized this spirit grass, she declared. Therefore, we should split these spirit herbs. Seeing that Hachin seemed about to say more, Yuan decisively waved her hand, concluding the matter. Thank you. After a moment of silence, Hachin clasped his fist in gratitude. It's nothing. No need for formality, Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Charmed by Hachin's serious demeanor, Yuan, let us put these spirit herbs away first. Hachin urged her to hasten. All right. Yuan retrieved numerous jade boxes from her storage bag, carefully placing the collected spirit herbs inside, counting them before storing them away. After gathering the spirit herbs, Hachin suddenly noticed a spirit fungus emitting a purple glow on the cave's rock wall. He leaped and swiftly picked it. Jade mucus fungus? Yuan exclaimed in delight upon seeing it in Hachin's hand. Subsequently, the two continued to gather a few more stalks of illusion spirit grass, while Hachin discovered an even larger jade mucus fungus on the rock wall. Now that we have harvested the spirit herbs and acquired the medicinal fungi, let us leave this place. Upon seeing Yuan finish collecting the illusion spirit grass, Hachin immediately suggested, Why are you so eager to leave? Let us search a bit more and see if we can find anything else, Yuan asked, puzzled by Hachin's urgency. The items in the cave have all been thoroughly collected. After searching again, we found nothing new. We should hurry and depart, Hachin insisted, his brow furrowed, appearing somewhat unwell. Are you feeling dizzy too? Since entering the cave, I felt my spirit wavering. Seeing Hachin's calm expression, Yuan initially thought it was merely her imagination. Hearing him express discomfort, she realized it was not just a figment of her mind. What is happening? Now I feel the same way, Yuan murmured softly, clutching her chest, her cheeks flushed. What are you saying, Yuan? Hachin, filled with concern, stepped in front of her and asked, You were just talking to yourself. Could something be wrong? Oh no, it's nothing, Yuan said, shaking her head repeatedly after a moment of surprise. However, we should depart quickly. This place feels quite eerie. All right, then let us go, Hachin replied. Observing Yuan's flushed face, he sensed that something was amiss. He took her hand and led her toward the cave's exit. At that moment, however, Hachin found himself unable to leave, for Yuan had already flung herself into his embrace. A sense of bewilderment enveloped him, unbeknownst to them both. They had fallen under the enchanting influence of the illusionary fox's alluring pheromones. Each time the illusionary fox ventured out in search of food, it would release these enchanting hormones within the cave to deter humans or magical beasts from entering and pilfering its treasures. Unwittingly, Both Hachin and Yuan had succumbed to this intoxicating allure. As the pheromones gradually dissipated from their bodies, Yuan awakened from her daze, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon exiting the cave, the brilliant sunlight was blinding, and it took them a while to adjust to the external environment. Meanwhile, Lu Su, and Yi Mei, having waited for their return, were about to enter the cave when they spotted Hachin and Yuan emerging. They quickly approached to inquire about the situation inside. Before Hachin could speak, Yuan, fearing he might say something amiss, hurriedly began to speak in a rapid-fire manner. We struck gold. Not only did we discover the illusionary spirit grass, but we also unexpectedly unearthed 2 jade spirit mushrooms. As she spoke, she frequently cast glances at Hachin, signaling him to remain silent. We have made some modest gains. I wonder if everyone wishes to delve deeper into the Rooster Crown Mountain or return to the sect. Hachin felt compelled to speak, disregarding Yuan's subtle hints. Given that we are all injured, it would be prudent to first visit the market and then return to the sect to recuperate, Yi Mei suggested. With their objective already accomplished, the group had no objections. Naturally, Hachin and Yuan decided against disclosing the events that transpired in the cave, as that was a private matter between them. Although they had distanced themselves from the illusionary fox's lair, the sentiments that blossomed between them drew them closer. Yuan, claiming exhaustion from her physical exertion, insisted that Hachin carry her while flying. In truth, she was genuinely unwell. The two had been entangled in their escapades within the cave for nearly an hour, and having experienced such intimate moments for the first time, her body was struggling to cope. The affectionate exchange between Yuan and Hachin sparked a tinge of jealousy in Yi Mei. In reality, their prolonged stay in the illusionary fox's cave had been made possible by the opportunity created by Li Yu and the others. After succumbing to the illusionary fox's pheromones, the trio spent over an hour expelling the toxins. Fearing for Hachin and Yuan's safety within the cave, they stationed themselves at the entrance, simultaneously guarding and continuing their detoxification. Coincidentally, as they sat at the cave's mouth to purge the toxins, trace amounts of the lingering poison wafted from the cave, once again ensnaring the trio. The 3 individuals already harbored this toxin within their bodies, rendering them impervious to the noxious fumes emanating from the cave, thereby prolonging the detoxification process. 2 hours elapsed from the moment Hachin and Yuan entered the cave until they emerged. Hachin, how could the illusory fox possibly poison the spiritual herbs? After a moment of silence, Yuan could no longer contain her curiosity and leaned closer to Hachin, whispering her inquiry. How would I know such things? Hachin replied with a wry smile. If someone like you, a young lady from a prestigious family, is unaware, what could a person of my humble origins possibly know? That is true. Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment at his response, yet her inquisitiveness persisted. Are you truly oblivious to everything? Do you truly care about this matter? Hachin inquired, intrigued by Yuan's ambiguous demeanor. No, I merely find it curious. Although Yuan internally scoffed at his words, after all, he was already hers, she maintained her composed facade. Chapter 38. The market stalls. The group journeyed from the depths of Jiguanshan towards the market. They soared through the skies on their swords for an extended period. Oh, we've arrived, Hachin suddenly exclaimed mid-flight. Upon returning to the Danyan market, Hachin promptly retrieved the talisman he had purchased from the disciple guarding the market's entrance during his previous visit. He casually cast it into the swirling mist, which instantly revealed a portal. Seeing someone open the market entrance, the awaiting disciple approached for a thorough examination. Each individual was charged 2 essence stones. Hachin paid 10 essence stones and received 5 talismans granting access to the market, which he distributed among the group. Leading them, he stepped into the Danyan market. The group halted, gazing ahead. Before them lay a valley brimming with peculiar flowers and exotic plants, nestled within a dense forest. Previously, when Hachin had come alone, he had rushed through without appreciating the scenery. This time, they paused at an entrance located at the southern end of the valley slope. The Danyan market featured exits in all 4 cardinal directions. Upon closer inspection, Hachin noticed a gap on the western side of the valley to their left. A narrow mountain path, merely a few dozen feet wide, connected to the valley's interior. This time, Hachin meticulously examined the terrain of the Danyan market. He couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he had been during his last visit, when he had been pursued. Had he not inadvertently entered the western path, he might not be standing here today. The expansive valley could accommodate thousands of cultivators living and practicing here, with pavilions and halls dotting the landscape. Bustling streets filled with people, far more lively than Dongxing town. Numerous stalls lined the streets, seemingly more than the last time Hachin visited. Wow, Yuan stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. Hee, are you taken aback? However, this is not even the peak of Danyan market's prosperity. Observing Yuan's astonished expression, Hachin couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. What? This is not yet the peak of prosperity. Observing the bustling crowd of cultivators before her, Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, the Danyan Square market was vast, yet it exuded a certain apprehension. As if recalling something, Hachin sighed and spoke. Upon entering the market, let us first meander about, familiarizing ourselves with the surroundings before making any plans. The treasures acquired from Jiguanshan should not be sold just yet. Here are 1,000 spirit stones. You 4 can divide them amongst yourselves to procure whatever you desire. We shall reconvene later at the Hua Yuan. With that, he tossed a bag of spirit stones aside, disregarding the opinions of the others, and departed alone. Yi Mei and Yuan stared in astonishment at the considerable sum of spirit stones, But before they could voice their thoughts, Hao Chun had vanished from sight. However, Lu Su and Li Yu unabashedly took half of the spirit stones and left together, leaving the two women with no choice but to accompany one another. In truth, Hao Chin's decision to enter the market alone stemmed from his desire not to implicate anyone else. Should the Chu family discover their whereabouts, it would lead to an unending conflict. This time, instead of heading directly to the Ziyun Pavilion, he first reserved a room at the Huayu Inn, disguised himself, and proceeded to the area where stalls were set up in the market. The marketplace was as lively as ever, particularly as the trial for disciples of the Yunhai sect and Dan Yu sect approached, with less than 2 months remaining. The outer sect disciples of both sects were set to participate in the trial, gathering in this very place beforehand. The two sects maintained a close relationship, often conducting exchanges during their trials. Consequently, the number of people engaging in trade at the market increased as the trial drew near. The market was jointly established and protected by the Yunhai sect and Dan Yu sect, regardless of the origins of the goods. As long as they were sold within the market, conflicts were prohibited. This policy inadvertently provided a venue for various illicit items to be sold. Upon reflection, Hao Chun discerned the underlying reasons for this arrangement. It was merely a tactic employed by the Dan Yu sect and Yunhai sect. In a world filled with uncertainties, one never knows what may transpire. Acts of violence and theft serve as a form of practical training. Any possessions one acquires that are unnecessary can be disposed of here. During their trials and travels, as long as one survives and avoids being traced back to their sect, they are considered fortunate. Even if one comprehends the intricacies of this situation, refraining from engaging in robbery does not prevent others from doing so. Once someone strikes, casualties are inevitable. Thus, both rogue cultivators and family factions become entangled in the chaos. Whether through robbery or conflict, losses are a natural consequence. Those bold enough to target sect disciples are, after all, in the minority. Sect disciples possess backing, whereas rogue cultivators and family factions lack the might of a sect. Over time, this dynamic significantly alleviates the pressure on the sections. Upon entering the market, Hao Chun was greeted by a myriad of stalls, showcasing an array of exquisite goods that once again widened his horizons. From medicinal herbs for alchemy to materials for crafting artifacts, everything one could desire was present. After exploring the market, he made substantial gains, purchasing a considerable quantity of spiritual herbs and medicines, preparing himself for another round of secluded alchemical cultivation. The bustling market of street vendors exhibits a remarkable fluidity. After a leisurely stroll, one may return only to discover that the vendors have been replaced by new faces. Hao Tian, well aware of this pattern, ventured once more into the market and stumbled upon an unassuming stall, where he encountered an extraordinary item. It was a dagger, entirely enveloped in a glossy black finish, glinting ominously and exuding an unmistakable sharpness. Strangely, this remarkable dagger seemed to attract no interest whatsoever. This piqued Hao Tian's curiosity. But upon reflection, he soon grasped the underlying reason. In the contemporary realm of cultivation, flying swords reign supreme, no matter how exquisite a dagger may be. It remains largely disregarded, relegated to the realm of skinning and bone carving. Who would invest a substantial sum in a mere bone knife? The vendor, oblivious to the dagger's worth, was approached by Hao Tian, who felt a sudden desire to inquire. Upon hearing Hao Tian's inquiry, the vendor's heart leaped with joy. He had been peddling his wares in this market for quite some time. Despite the dagger's excellent quality, it had consistently gone unnoticed. Primarily due to the scarce presence of assassins or martial cultivators engaging in trade, few were inclined to purchase such a short weapon. 200 spirit stones. A most reasonable price. Are you interested, my friend? The vendor hastily replied. May I examine it more closely? Hao Tian asked, nodding in agreement. Please, feel free. The vendor responded with a smile. Hao Tian took the dagger in hand, scrutinizing it with great care. The moment he grasped it, he sensed its extraordinary nature. This dagger contained spiritual energy akin to that of his own short sword, its quality comparable. Might I inquire where you acquire this dagger? Could you share its origins? Hao Tian asked, intrigued. The vendor, perceiving Hao Tian's genuine interest, began to elaborate. It's a lengthy tale. I discovered this dagger in a relic site during the last opening of the ancient battlefield of the Hunt River. He continued, to be candid, based solely on its quality. This dagger is worth 200 spirit stones. If one were to find a master craftsman, it may be possible to melt it down and forge it anew into a superior flying sword. A master craftsman? Hao Tian replied with a hint of skepticism. If such a master truly existed, the realm of cultivation would not suffer from a scarcity of spiritual and treasured artifacts. With a calm smile, he added, I am merely intrigued by this dagger as it may well be a relic from the ancient martial era, worth collecting. As for its transformation, do you truly believe such a master still walks among us? At Hao Tian's words, the vendor's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he felt a renewed confidence. Convinced that Hao Tian was genuinely interested in purchasing the dagger. Rest assured, my friend, the vendor insisted. The very presence of this dagger in an ancient site signifies that it is indeed a divine weapon of ancient martial practitioners, possessing considerable value for collectors. Upon hearing the vendor mention the ancient site once more, Hao Tian felt a stir of curiosity and inquired. Might I ask how long until the ancient battlefield of the Hunt River is opened again? The vendor chuckled. Are you hoping to seek treasures on the battlefield, my friend? Hao Chen nodded and replied. Indeed, that is my intention. The vendor continued. The ancient battlefield of the Huinhe River, much like the secret realm of Tuashan, opens every 20 years. However, The Huinhe River battlefield is considerably more perilous. He added, only those in the Qi refinement stage may enter the Tuashan's secret realm. Whereas the Huinhe River battlefield imposes no such restrictions. Not only can practitioners of Qi refinement and foundation establishment enter, but even those of the Yuan Dan stage venture there. With a grave expression, he cautioned, within the ancient battlefield, one must guard against the ever-present threat of monsters and ghostly cultivators, while also being wary of the competition from foundation establishment and Yuan Dan experts. For us Qi refinement practitioners, it is a matter of life and death. If you heed my advice, I would recommend against venturing to the Huinhe River battlefield without the strength of foundation establishment. It is ill-suited for those of lesser cultivation. The vendor, though kind-hearted, received a grateful smile from Hachin, who replied, thank you for your kindness. I merely wish to gather some knowledge for preparation. Upon hearing this, the vendor ceased his warnings and calmly stated, every 3 years following the opening of the Tuashan's secret realm, the Huinhe River battlefield will open. If you truly wish to embark on an adventure, it is best to form a team for safety. Due to the opening of the Tuashan's secret realm, nearby sects have postponed the trials for Qi refinement disciples, and our Yu Hai sect and Dan Yu sect have long been ready to enter the Tuashan secret realm. With the trials postponed, why not prepare for an expedition to the secret realm? Hachin pondered, having made a decision in his heart. He smiled and said, thank you for your guidance. Here are 200 spirit stones, please count them. As he spoke, he produced 200 spirit stones and handed them to the vendor. After the vendor confirmed the amount, Hachin sheathed his dagger and inquired, might you have any ancient martial treasures available? The vendor sighed, to be honest. This dagger is the only treasure I acquired through great effort from the Huinhe River battlefield. However, if you truly seek more, I can assist you in contacting some sellers. Hachin replied, thank you for your kindness. I intend to remain in this market for a while. If you are willing, I shall return. He then added, however, I must clarify that I have high standards for the quality of weapons. They should ideally be comparable to this dagger, otherwise, I shall not consider them for my collection. In truth, Hachin merely stated this. He was uncertain of when he would depart. The vendor, perceiving an opportunity for profit, quickly packed up and sought to contact sellers. Chapter 39. A joyous return after purchasing the dagger from the stall. Hachin, still filled with enthusiasm, wandered deeper into the market. The deeper one goes, the higher the rental prices, naturally leading to more precious goods for sale. As he inquired and searched, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he squatted down by a nearby stall. This brush is quite exquisite. It would serve well for practicing calligraphy, he remarked, picking up a seemingly unremarkable pen from the corner. This pen is evidently longer than an ordinary one. With curiosity, Hachin held it and inquired, why is this pen longer than a typical pen? How much does it cost? The elderly vendor chuckled at Hachin's words, replying, young man, this is not a mere writing instrument. It is a rune pen designed for inscribing formation patterns, a mid-grade magical artifact. Utilizing this pen to engrave formations can enhance the success rate by 30%. It is not intended for writing. Mid-grade magical artifact rune pen? That seems rather exaggerated. The pen barrel is merely ordinary rosewood, and the nib is just typical wolf hair. To inscribe formations with it would likely take a lifetime without achieving success, Hachin sighed. Dismissively speaking. The elder, taken aback, gazed at Hachin and said, young man, you're mistaken. This is no ordinary rosewood. It is clearly a millennium-old purple thunderwood. And the nib is crafted from the bristles of a 6th-grade, illusionary moon wolf. This rune pen is truly priceless. He continued. This treasure was painstakingly sought from the secret realm of Wuun Mountain. It is far from what you perceive as simple. If you are genuinely interested, it can be yours for 300 yuan stones. Hachin chuckled, choosing not to argue, and simply set the rune pen down, preparing to move on to the next stall. Hey, young man, don't rush away. If you are sincere about buying, the price is negotiable. The elder, slightly anxious, called out repeatedly. The demand for rune pens was scarce, and it was rare for someone to inquire. Thus, the elder hastily added, are you interested in learning formations? Somewhat, I wish to study it a bit more. Hachin casually replied. The rune pen was indeed one of his objectives for this transaction, and a crucial one at that. Having spotted it, he certainly did not wish to let it slip away. Ultimately, Hachin acquired the mid-grade rune pen for 200 yuan stones. Having mastered alchemy, Hachin began to delve into the study of formations. After meticulously studying the Mystical Formations Manual, he contemplated purchasing the materials needed for learning formations in the market, which included the rune pen, rune paper, and formation diagrams. Formation masters, aside from arranging formations and employing their myriad intricacies to ensnare and vanquish foes, could also utilize special materials to inscribe formation patterns on weapons and equipment. Artificers employed these inscriptions to enhance their gear. To truly become a formation master would indeed lead to a substantial influx of wealth. In Yun province, formation masters were already scarce, yet they were not entirely absent. Thus, some common arrangement materials could still be procured. After circling the market again and assessing the prices of all materials, he began to purposefully select the items he needed. Any materials associated with formation masters, be it the rune pen or arrangement materials, were priced nearly double that of the same grade materials. Initially, when purchasing the mid-grade rune pen, the vendor quoted 300. Hachin believed this was an exorbitant demand. However, after further inquiries, he discovered that although the price was inflated, it was not excessively so. In truth, Hachin had indeed found himself a bargain. He had previously considered finding a medium-grade inscription pen, or at the very least, settling for a low-grade one. However, Upon inquiry, he realized that such quality pins were not only unavailable at street stalls, but, even if they were, their prices were exorbitant and far beyond his current means. Hachin needed elemental stones. Leaving the bustling market, he made his way to the Ziyun Pavilion, ascending directly to the second floor, where he fortuitously encountered the charming saleswoman from his last visit. "Is it you, senior?" She recognized him immediately. "Yes, I wish to handle some matters and seek your steward." Hachin replied. "Please, senior." She gestured for him to follow her to the staircase leading to the third floor, addressing the attendant waiting there. "This friend requires the steward's assistance. Please notify her upstairs." The attendant glanced at Hachin before proceeding to the third floor. Shortly thereafter, a graceful woman descended the staircase. Her skin was as flawless as snow, and her eyes resembled clear pools of water. With each glance, she exuded an elegant and ethereal aura, captivating all who beheld her, leaving them feeling unworthy and reluctant to intrude. Yet, her aloofness possessed a beguiling charm, drawing one's thoughts irresistibly towards her. The saleswoman spoke to the lady. "Steward, this esteemed friend wishes to discuss some matters with you." The steward, observing the handsome young man before her with long, lustrous black hair and a strikingly tall figure, felt her cheeks flush as she replied, "Esteemed friend, please follow me upstairs." Once they reached a private room on the third floor, she poured Hachin a cup of tea and introduced herself. "I am Ziyun, the steward here. I would like to know what items you wish to handle. I will do my utmost to fulfill your needs." Hachin candidly stated, "Sister, I am in urgent need of elemental stones for an upcoming auction, and thus have no choice but to sell a few items to your esteemed pavilion. I kindly request your discretion." Upon hearing his words, the steward exclaimed, "Ah, you are quite charming with your words. Very well, seeing your sincerity, I shall comply." Hachin placed 2 gathering essence pills on the table, intending to gauge the credibility of the Ziyun Pavilion. Though he knew that displaying his abilities in their territory might be seen as presumptuous, he had crafted the pills himself without any deceit. Ziyun carefully picked up the gathering essence pills and examined them, astonished by their quality. They were freshly made superior-grade pills, a rarity among contemporary alchemists. Observing her reaction, Hachin inquired, "These are 2 gathering essence pills I have crafted. Might I ask what price you could offer?" Ziyun, still in disbelief, looked at him and asked, "Did you truly create these?" Without hesitation, he affirmed, "Indeed, what of it? Do you doubt me?" Ziyun remained silent and retreated to the adjoining room. In a short while, she returned accompanied by an elderly man. The elder addressed Hachin, "I am Li Hao, the head of the Ziyun Pavilion. May I ask who your master is?" Before arriving here, Hachin had already prepared a reply. "I apologize, senior, but my master forbids me from revealing his name." The elder, upon hearing this, paid it no mind. Many alchemists prefer to conceal their identities, fearing that their whereabouts may be discovered while they refine elixirs for others. Subsequently, Li Hao engaged in a conversation with Hao Chun regarding the intricacies of alchemy. Li Hao's profound theories greatly benefited both Hao Chun and Ziwan. Conversely, Hao Chin's mastery of alchemical techniques astounded Li Hao. The innovative concepts Hao Chin introduced in alchemy elicited continuous admiration from Li Hao. He felt a sense of regret for not having met Hao Chin sooner, especially for Ziwan. Upon learning of Hao Chin's youth and remarkable proficiency in alchemy, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. Meanwhile, within the heart of the pavilion master, Li Hao felt a stir of emotions. This young man would undoubtedly achieve greatness. His demeanor and conversation revealed much. From Hao Chin's aura, he discerned that the individual not only possessed exquisite alchemical skills, but was also a rare talent adept in both martial and magical arts. Reason dictated that he should befriend this young man before he fully spread his wings, for he would prove to be an invaluable ally in the future. Unbeknownst to them, several hours had slipped by, and Hao Chin realized it was time to take his leave. He had an appointment with Li Yu and others, and needed to attend to certain matters. With this thought in mind, Hao Chin remarked, "I almost forgot. I have some other items that require my attention." He retrieved a well-organized storage bag and poured its contents onto the ground. A cacophony of assorted objects tumbled out, forming a small mound. Li Hao and Ziwan gazed at the items scattered on the floor. What lay before them was not merely a few objects, but rather a veritable armory. Li Hao assessed the items while Ziwan recorded them, totaling 61 pieces, 25 flying swords, and 36 various magical artifacts. Calculating their worth according to market prices, the total value amounted to 18,000 yuan stones, equivalent to 100 medium-grade yuan stones and 8,000 low-grade yuan stones. Li Hao, acting on his own accord, decided to supplement this amount, generously providing Hao Chun with an additional 2,000 yuan stones. Furthermore, he acquired 2 gathering yuan pills from Hao Chun at the price of 2,000 yuan stones each. Although the gathering yuan pills were not worth that much, Li Hao sincerely wished to befriend Hao Chun and intended to extend his support during this young man's arduous journey. Seeing Li Hao's thoughtful consideration, Hao Chun vowed to repay him in kind in the future. Li Hao urged the staff within the pavilion to hasten the preparation of the yuan stones. He then produced an object from his pocket and handed it to Hao Chun. "Take this. You are welcome to visit my establishment often." Upon receiving it, Hao Chun discovered it was a crystal stone gold card and exclaimed, "What merit do I possess to receive such a treasure from your esteemed pavilion?" The so-called crystal card is a universally accepted form of currency in the Tianyuan continent, crafted from the finest crystal stones. When the quantity of yuan stones reaches a certain threshold, the card can be used as a substitute. Holders of the crystal card can redeem yuan stones or make purchases at any commercial establishment throughout the Tianyuan continent. Additionally, possessing a crystal card signifies a certain social status. The crystal cards are categorized into silver, gold, and purple cards. Generally, the holder of a silver card is valued at 300,000 yuan stones, the holder of a gold card at 3 million yuan stones, and the holder of a purple card at 30 million yuan stones. Li Hao gazed at Hachin and said, "This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. With this card, you shall be a distinguished guest of our Ziyun Pavilion. Henceforth, all your interactions with the pavilion will be met with privileges." Gratefully, Hachin accepted the golden card, tucked away the elemental stones, and expressed his thanks to both men before taking his leave. As he departed, Li Hao and Ziwan each pondered their thoughts. Upon exiting Ziyun Pavilion, Hachin first entered a shop named Xuanji Pavilion. This establishment specialized in trading array materials. Noticing his arrival, a saleswoman promptly approached to greet him. Without hesitation, Hachin inquired, "Do you possess first-level array diagrams in your esteemed shop?" "Indeed, we do," the saleswoman responded, momentarily taken aback, then looked at Hachin with astonishment. Nodding repeatedly, "Our Xuanji Pavilion has an abundant stock, whether it be cultivation techniques or array-related materials. We have every type of first-level array diagram available. Please follow me." The saleswoman led Hachin to the counter where array materials were sold, where an elderly man dressed in gray received him. The elder glanced at Hachin, casually handed him a catalog, and said, "This contains the complete directory of all first-level array diagrams available in our store, with descriptions of their grades and effects. You may peruse it at your leisure." Hachin meticulously browsed through the first-level array diagrams and remarked, "Esteemed elder, I possess limited knowledge regarding arrays. I would greatly appreciate your guidance." The elder smiled slightly, seemingly recognizing that Hachin was a novice in the realm of arrays, his demeanor becoming more relaxed. He began to explain, "As for the types of arrays, there are illusionary arrays, confinement arrays, killing arrays, and auxiliary arrays, each differing significantly. Even among first-level arrays, there are distinctions, high, medium, and low grades. The price varies greatly depending on the grade. It cannot be generalized." Such intricacies indeed. Hachin was astonished. Although he had grasped much knowledge from the Xianjin manual, he realized that his understanding of practical arrays was quite limited, particularly regarding simple diagrams, as the manual contained predominantly complex array designs. I merely seek a few first-level array diagrams without considering all these details," Hachin replied as he continued to browse the catalog. "Might I inquire about the prices of these diagrams? If you are just beginning to explore arrays, it is advisable to start with the simplest low-level arrays. The price for ordinary grade diagrams is approximately 50 elemental stones." The elder smiled gently. "However, should you wish to upgrade, for instance, from low level to medium level or from ordinary to exquisite grade, the price would indeed double." After a meticulous selection, Hachin chose the gathering array, illusion array, and confinement array, spending a total of 1,500 elemental stones. "Young man, your selection is rather peculiar," the elder noted, casting another glance at Hachin's array diagrams, his expression revealing a hint of casual curiosity. It seemed that those who made such choices were either entirely unacquainted with arrays, simply selecting at random, or possessed immense confidence in their ability to swiftly enhance their understanding after mastering the low-level first diagrams in a short span of time. Reaching the level of an intermediate formation mage, reflecting on the previous inquiries posed by Hachin, the gray-robed elder could not help but regard Hachin as a mere fool, recklessly choosing formation diagrams without understanding. With the debt settled, Hachin acquired 3 tomes detailing formation diagrams, which were, of course, not the originals but rather handwritten copies from the Mystic Pavilion. Such hand-copied manuals were not exclusive to the Mystic Pavilion. Other shops in the market also offered similar texts, including inscribing pens, inscription papers, and a variety of formation diagrams, though discerning their authenticity and quality was left to the buyer's judgment. Hachin chose the Mystic Pavilion precisely for its reputation for integrity. Any alterations or misleading modifications during transcription could lead to far graver consequences than mere financial loss and wasted time, as errors in cultivation could result in severe repercussions. With all his purchases complete, Hachin returned with great satisfaction. Chapter 40. Mutual needs when visiting the market. One naturally wishes to present themselves well. Yimei and Yuan shed their sect uniforms and donned their favorite dresses before heading toward the market center. Although Yimei had been to the market before, she had always been accompanied by her master and senior sisters, while it was Yuan's first visit, leaving her in awe of the myriad of items she encountered. Eager to collect them all in her storage bag, the market served as a venue for cultivators to exchange goods and spirit stones, with an array of spiritual herbs, medicinal materials, and treasures potentially available. However, it was also a place rife with danger, where thievery and violence could occur. Fortunately, the Yuhai sect and the Danyuman had stationed numerous experts in the area, maintaining a semblance of peace, as various factions dared not overstep their bounds. Given the influence of the 2 major sects behind the market, while Yi Mei and Yu Wan were selecting their goods, they suddenly sensed several strands of consciousness scanning their presence. Indeed, many adept cultivators were stationed in the market, and both Yi Mei and Yu Wan, being at the 7th level of Qi refinement, could perceive the probing eyes. Just as they were filled with curiosity, a voice captured their attention. "Fair maidens, please hold a moment. I am Xiang Pius. May I inquire about your esteemed names?" The speaker was a young man, approximately 23 or 24 years of age, possessing a cultivation level of 8th level Qi refinement. I am Yimei, and this is my younger sister, Yuan. Might I ask what business you have with us? Yimei responded, taking a moment to assess the newcomer, whose prominent brows and large eyes exuded a sense of sincerity, which eased her initial apprehension. Xiang Pu chuckled amiably and replied, "Fair maiden, you flatter me. I dare not claim to offer guidance, however. It is truly commendable that one so young and beautiful has already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, a true paragon of talent and beauty." Yimei's lips curled slightly in displeasure as she retorted, "Friend Xiang, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. I do not have the time to indulge in idle flattery." As Yimei tugged at Yuan, preparing to depart, Xiang Pu's, after a brief moment of contemplation, quickly interjected, "Fair maiden, please wait. I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. I indeed have matters I would like to request your assistance with. Rest assured, should you agree to assist, I shall provide you with suitable rewards." "Oh, this is rather intriguing. Pray tell, what is the matter at hand? And what compensation do you seek?" This is the first time Yimei has encountered such a situation, and her curiosity piqued, she inquired playfully. Cautious not to reveal her interest to the cultivator, surnamed Xiang. "Esteemed fairies, there are many eyes and ears here. Might I request a moment of your time for a private conversation?" Xiang Pu said with a hint of earnestness. Yimei, adjusting her hair, expressed no objections and teased, "Since you are so solemn, it seems this matter is indeed of great significance to you. Lead the way, fellow cultivator. Let us discuss it further in a more suitable location." Yuan tugged at Yimei's sleeve, whispering, "Sister Mei, we are in unfamiliar territory. It is wise to exercise caution. Moreover, we have an agreement to meet with Hachin and Li Yu later at the Huawei Inn." Yimei, feigning indifference, replied to Yuan, "Fear not. Within the market square, no one dares to harbor malicious intentions or engage in conflict. Trust my judgment." A flicker of joy crossed Xiang Pu's face as he quickly led the way, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed fairies, for your understanding. I have also invited 2 other fellow cultivators to assist us, whom I shall introduce to you shortly." Xiang Pu's guided Yimei and Yuan to a somewhat secluded courtyard, gesturing towards the somewhat dilapidated estate. "Esteemed fairies, the other 2 fellow cultivators have gathered here. Please enter." "Hee, fellow cultivator Xiang, you are too courteous. I shall not be pretentious," Yimei said, pulling Yuan along as they stepped inside. Noticing the lack of defenses from the 2 fairies, Xiang Pu felt a measure of his apprehension towards Yimei's, shaking his head slightly as he followed them into the courtyard. Before entering, both Yimei and Yuan had scanned the entire estate with their spiritual senses. Particularly Yuan, whose higher cultivation granted her a formidable perception. She would not allow Yimei to unwittingly step into peril. Only after confirming the absence of danger did she resolutely follow Yimei inside. At that moment, 2 individuals were seated beneath a rockery in the courtyard. One was a carefree middle-aged man, boasting a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The other was a woman, possessing a fair and beautiful visage, yet exuding an air of coldness, possibly due to her unique cultivation methods, also at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. As Yimei appraised the 2, the woman opened her eyes, scrutinizing Yimei and Yuan with a hint of hostility and wariness. In the midst of the somewhat tense atmosphere, Xiang Pu cleared his throat and said, "Allow me to introduce our esteemed friends. These 2 fairies are the ones I invited for assistance. This is Cold Moon, a fairy from the Danyu sect, and this is fellow cultivator Chui from the Beiqing sect. Their abilities are indeed formidable. Fellow cultivator, you flatter us." The middle-aged man named Chui stood, gesturing towards Yimei. "This fairy you possesses such remarkable youth yet has reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The other is even more impressive, having attained the 8th layer at such a young age. I find myself somewhat humbled. May I inquire about the teachings from which you both hail?" The Cold Moon fairy slightly nodded towards Yimei and Yuan as a form of greeting. Upon observing the dissipating animosity between the ethereal cold fairy and the esteemed Taoist Chui, Yimei interjected, "Taoist Chui, your words are overly flattering. My sister and I merely practice within our modest sect, unworthy of your esteemed attention." Noting Yimei's reluctance to divulge her sect's identity, the man named Chui fell silent. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Xiang Pu promptly addressed the assembly. "Esteemed friends, now that we are all gathered, allow me to elucidate the purpose of our meeting." Casting a glance at the 4, he continued, "I am but a solitary cultivator who has ventured into the market in search of elixirs capable of enhancing my cultivation and facilitating breakthroughs, necessitating a considerable sum of spirit stones. In a fortuitous encounter at an ancient relic, I uncovered several extraordinary treasures, which I intend to auction at the Ziyun Pavilion. As you are all aware, a commoner is innocent until he possesses something precious, which can attract unwarranted attention. For the sake of my safety, I humbly seek your assistance as guardians during my time in the market, requiring only your escort to the exit." You may frown slightly, Taoist Xiang. "Are you suggesting that we merely ensure your safety in exchange for your remuneration? I find myself perplexed and request clarification. It is well known that disturbances are rare in the market. Hence, your apprehensiveness suggests that those who might trouble you are far from benign, is it not?" Xiang Pu appeared momentarily taken aback, his demeanor awkward as he replied, "Your insight is commendable, Taoist Yi. I believe my movements to be discreet and sought your company merely as a precaution, haha. Furthermore, I am confident that the remuneration I offer will satisfy each of you. Rest assured, I shall spare no effort in safeguarding your well-being, Taoist. However, Your promise of the foundation-building elixir must be honored in a timely manner, the cold fairy remarked, her voice melodious and enchanting. Fear not, at the auction. I shall procure a foundation-building elixir for you, and as for what I promised Daoist Chui, I shall certainly fulfill that as well, Xiang Pu's assured them both. As if those items were of little consequence, though the specifics of Xiang Pu's promises to the middle-aged man named Chui remained undisclosed. It was clear that the elixir requested by the cold fairy was no ordinary concoction. The foundation-building elixir is renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. The rise and fall of a sect largely depend on the number of foundation and core formation cultivators, for they constitute the backbone of any sect. The foundation-building elixir increases the probability of late-stage Qi cultivators advancing to the foundation establishment stage by threefold, driving many late-stage cultivators, particularly those with lesser talents, to frenzy over it. Having addressed the rewards for the burly man named Chui and the cold fairy, Xiang Pu's appeared somewhat awkward as he broached the subject of remuneration for Yi Mei and her companion. Esteemed fairies Yi and Yu, I possess 2 items acquired from that ancient relic. After your examination, you may decide whether they suffice as rewards. Should they not meet your expectations, I am willing to exchange them for other items or spirit stones, should you desire. Seeing Yi Mei nod in agreement, Xiang Pu's promptly retrieved a palm-sized piece of jade from his storage bag. The surface of the jade appeared somewhat hazy, exuding a faint aura of mystery. The middle-aged man with the surname Chui and the woman with the surname Lung showed little surprise at this object, clearly having encountered it before. It seemed neither of them held it in high regard. Upon seeing this item, Yi Mei felt indifferent, while Yuan displayed a hint of astonishment, sensing a subtle connection to this small piece of jade that stirred her heart. I like this piece of jade, Yuan declared to Yi Mei. I shall take it. Xiang Pu's initially felt a twinge of worry, uncertain how to impress the 2 fairies if they showed no interest in the item. However, upon witnessing Yuan's willingness to accept it, his heart was somewhat reassured. Yi, since you, Fairy Yi, have chosen this piece of jade, the remaining item is a short sword. Please take a look and see if it piques your interest. I went to great lengths to acquire this sword from the ruins, he said, producing the short sword. The moment the short sword was unveiled, Yi Mei perceived its striking resemblance to the one used by Hachin. Were it not for Xiang Pu's possession of it, she might have mistaken it for Hachin's display. With a resigned expression, she turned to Xiang Pu's and remarked, in that case, I shall choose the short sword. Although it may not serve much purpose, it is certainly more practical for skinning and butchering during trials than a flying sword, wouldn't you agree? Xiang Pu's carefully stowed away the jade and the short sword, saying, esteemed friends, I entrust this matter to you. Let us meet tomorrow at the auction house entrance. With that, the group parted ways, each attending to their own affairs. As Yi Mei and Yuan wandered through the various shops in the market, they found nothing of particular interest. Nevertheless, they indulged in purchasing an array of trinkets and cosmetics favored by young women, which brought a measure of balance to their spirits. It seems our harvest today has not been in vain. Perhaps tomorrow at the auction house we shall find our fortune, Yi Mei mused. With this thought, Yi Mei and Yuan decided to cease their shopping and headed to the Huawei Inn to join Hachin and the others. Chapter 41. The Auction, Part 1. Upon arriving at the Huawei Inn, Yi Mei and Yuan discovered that Hachin, Liu, and Lu Su had already settled in, having reserved a private room on the 2nd floor. Spotting the 2 approaching from afar, Lu Su eagerly descended the stairs to greet them. Once reunited, the 5 recounted their experiences in the market. Liu and Lu Su had also made several purchases, with a considerable portion of their resources spent by Lu Su. Yuan playfully glared at Hao Chun. You, why are you so afraid of being burdened by us? Would it truly be so bothersome to have us accompany you in the market? Yi Mei cast a pointed glance at Hao Chun. Humph. If you dare leave me behind next time, I shall surely give you a good thrashing. Hao Chun, at a loss for words under the scrutinizing gazes of the 2 ladies, understood the situation all too well. The 2 would never grasp the depths of his concern. The last time they visited the market, he had disguised himself, uncertain whether he had left traces that could be tracked. After wandering for a while, he felt reassured, sensing that any tracking talismans or potions had likely expired and become ineffective. Yi Mei recounted her encounter with Xiang Pu's to Hao Chun, Liu, and Lu Su, with Yuan interjecting to ensure no detail was overlooked. Upon hearing their account, Hao Chun remarked, you 2 are indeed audacious. What were you thinking? A young girl being coaxed into becoming a guard? Do you not comprehend your own worth? If you were to be abducted, regret would come too late. Henceforth, do not engage with strangers, understand? He lamented the trouble that had arisen so swiftly, pondering the potential consequences had they not intervened, cautioning that their naive it could lead to dire situations. Well, since you've already committed, let us resolve this matter. Besides, did you may not mention that Xiang Pu's possesses a short sword identical to yours? We must find a way to acquire it. Others may be oblivious to the secret of the sword, but Hao Chun understood that this ancient weapon undoubtedly harbored significant mysteries. However, his current abilities were insufficient for its refining. What secrets did this short sword hold? He already possessed one. Could this second sword signify a set of divine weapons? As night deepened, Hao Chun stealthily entered Yuan's chamber, the intoxicating allure of newfound desires rendering him restless. Yuan, too, felt the same stirring. Just as she was tossing and turning, Hao Chun's silhouette appeared before her. Lying on her bed, she gazed at his enamored face, her heart ablaze with passion. Leaving no room for other thoughts, she sprang into his embrace. With a wave of his hand, He conjured a barrier within the room using his true essence before fervently kissing Yuan's tempting lips. She melted into his arms, her breath becoming increasingly heavy. The next day, as a ray of sunlight filtered through the willow branches, the lingering mist of last night's fervor gradually dissipated. The valley of the market was infused with refreshing vital energy. Practitioners knew that the first light of dawn contained the purest essence of fire attribute energy. A boon for those cultivating fire-based techniques. Having returned to his room, Hachin quietly meditated to recover from the previous night's fatigue. When he finally emerged, he found Liu, Lu Su, and Yi Mei waiting for him in the hall. "Where is that lazy girl Yuan? Why isn't she up yet?" Yi Mei exclaimed, heading towards Yuan's room. "What's all the noise about?" Yuan, bleary-eyed, opened her door and called out, "Hurry and get dressed. We must head to the auction house," Yi Mei urged. "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten?" Turning back into her room, Yuan hurriedly tidied up, ensuring everything was in order before descending the stairs. After breakfast, the five of them left the inn, strolling leisurely toward the Wuun Pavilion auction house. The auction house was situated in the northern central part of the Danyan market, adjacent to the Wuun Pavilion. At this moment, the auction house had opened its doors to guests, and a considerable number of cultivators had gathered to participate in the auction. As Yi Mei and Yuan arrived at the entrance, they immediately sensed several probing consciousnesses scanning the area. After waiting for a brief moment, a seemingly frail young man approached Yi Mei. Suddenly, a sound akin to a whisper filled her ears. "Fairy, I am Xiang Pius. I have employed a secret technique to alter my appearance. We shall enter first, and Daoist Chui and Fairy Lung will follow at their leisure." Yi Mei nodded subtly, contemplating the remarkable capabilities of Xiang Pius, who possessed such an extraordinary secret technique for transforming his visage. It was no wonder that Hachin had advised her to remain vigilant in unexpected situations. Hearing Xiang Piu's whispered message, Yi Mei and Yuan discreetly followed him into the auction house. The trio settled into seats located towards the back of the third row, while at that moment, Liu and Lu Su also stealthily trailed behind, taking their seats quietly in the row behind the two women as they awaited the commencement of the auction. Meanwhile, Hachin, clad in azure attire with his hands clasped behind his back, arrived gracefully at the Wuun Pavilion auction house, a prime location in the Danyan Square. The Wuun Pavilion is situated in the northern part of this golden area, while the Wuun Pavilion lies to the south. Countless essence stones flowed in and out of this bustling locale daily, attracting both roaming cultivators and disciples from various sects, resulting in a vibrant population. Especially during a grand auction event like today. "Esteemed senior, please pay 100 essence stones." "Thank you," the gatekeeper of the auction house said respectfully. 100 essence stones would be an unattainable sum for ordinary cultivators, a fortune that would take years of toil to accumulate. Yet the line of individuals willing to enter remained unbroken, seemingly unfazed by this trivial expense. "Is this acceptable?" Hao Chun inquired, producing a gold card with a flourish. "Oh, a distinguished guest. Please forgive my lack of discernment. You may enter," the guard quickly exclaimed upon seeing the gold card, hastily apologizing and inviting Hao Chun inside. He had anticipated such a situation, for those from prominent sects, esteemed families, or customers who engaged in substantial transactions here were afforded certain privileges. In the Tianyuan continent, silver, gold, and purple cards corresponded to various identities, with only a select few possessing gold cards and an even rarer elite holding purple cards, which the Wuun Pavilion naturally recognized. Upon entering the auction house, a maid dressed in a pink gown, accentuating her alluring curves, approached him promptly. After verifying the authenticity of Hao Chin's gold card, she bowed gracefully and said, "Esteemed senior, please follow me." With a smile, the maid led the way, her delicate steps swaying her rounded form. The slit of her skirt extending tantalizingly from her calves to the upper thigh, drawing a swallow from Hao Chun as he followed. They ascended to the third floor, finally stopping at box number 10, where the maid opened the door, ready to usher Hao Chun inside. As Hao Chun turned sideways, he caught sight of a familiar figure lingering by box number 6. This figure, unmistakably, belonged to a member of the Chu family, specifically Chu Fan, the proprietor of the family's shop. With a sense of curiosity, Hao Chun stepped into the private room, as the maid quietly closed the door behind him. However, the maid found it peculiar that Hao Chun did not immediately indulge in the delectable spiritual fruits laid out within. Standing silently beside the door, he remained lost in thought, prompting the maid to keep her distance out of courtesy. After a considerable pause, he finally shifted his stance. In the midst of the maid's puzzled gaze, Hao Chun reopened the door slightly, peering out to catch a glimpse of an elderly man with white hair, who was surrounded by a throng of people as he entered box number 3. Gently shutting the door, Hao Chun inquired, "What is your name?" The maid, adorned in a pink dress, bowed respectfully, a flash of pristine white passing before his eyes. Yet, at that moment, Hao Chun felt no desire to admire her. With a soft smile, the maid replied, "I am called Donger." "What kind of person is in box number 3? Hao Chun asked in a grave tone. The maid's expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed in alarm, "Senior, we cannot disclose any details about our guests." "Oh, not even a little?" Hao Chun narrowed his eyes. An oppressive atmosphere beginning to envelop the room, causing Donger to pale. "Senior, it truly cannot be done. If I were to reveal anything, I fear I would be expelled from the auction house by tomorrow. Please, do not put me in such a predicament." Donger fell to the floor, her tear-streaked face resembling a weeping pear blossom as she pleaded with Hao Chun. Observing the distressed Donger, Hao Chun commanded gently, "Please rise." I shall not press further. Thank you, senior. Thank you. Donger repeatedly expressed her gratitude, her delicate hands brushing away the remnants of her tears, causing her composure to waver once more. Hachin then offered her a pill, saying softly, "It seems I have been unfair to you. Take this gathering essence pill as a token of my apology. I cannot accept it." "The steward has forbidden us from taking anything belonging to the guests," she replied. Her words elicited a smile from Hachin, his demeanor warm and kind, rendering Donger momentarily spellbound. She had never anticipated that someone of such noble standing would treat her so courteously, especially one as handsome as he. As that thought crossed her mind, a blush crept onto her tear-streaked face. "Take it as I say. If you do not speak of it, who would know?" Hachin urged, extending the pill towards her. "Senior?" "Yes?" Hachin shot her a glance, and Donger, left with no choice, accepted the offering. "Senior, the auction is about to commence. I must prepare and return to attend to you," she said, bowing once more. "Very well, do make yourself presentable," Hachin replied. Once Donger departed, Hachin fell into a deep silence, his mind racing yet shrouded in a thick haze, difficult to untangle. Aside from focusing on Xiang Pu's and others, he also took note of two individuals within the auction house. One was the elderly man with white hair he had spotted in the corridor on the third floor, who, despite appearing to possess only mid-stage foundational cultivation, exuded the aura of a late-stage foundational powerhouse. Another figure, cloaked in a black robe, entered the adjacent box number 10, following a familiar silhouette. Although the individual's cultivation level remained undetectable, an eerie aura emanated from them, instilling in Hachin a vague sense of danger. Dismissing such thoughts, he decided to focus on Yimei and her companions instead. Upon entering box 10 on the third floor, Hachin meticulously observed the movements of Yimei and others. At this point, he had undergone a transformation, altering his appearance. Had it not been for his prior notification to Yimei, she would not have recognized him as the disguised Hachin. The auction venue was quite substantial, capable of accommodating around 500 attendees. After the passage of an hour, nearly 90% of the seats were occupied. Among the crowd, two individuals were familiar to Yimei, a middle-aged man with the surname Shui and a woman surnamed Long. Yimei had discreetly conveyed the auras of Xiang Puja, the middle-aged man Shui, and the fairy Lang to Hachin. Chapter 42. The Auction, Part 2. May I have your attention, please? It is my honor to join you all at today's auction, held by Ziyun Pavilion. I am the auctioneer Lu Yongyan, and I also practice as a weapon refiner. I assure you that today's offerings will not disappoint. Lu Yongyan, possessing late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, delivered his remarks, which effectively silenced the auction hall. Is this the essence of a weapon refiner? His presence as the auctioneer significantly enhances the credibility of the items being sold, Hachin mused, appreciating the auction house's intent. Observing the hall quiet down, Lu Yongyan nodded slightly and continued. The first item up for bid is a magical artifact, the mid-grade low-tier God-slaying spear, starting at 500 yuan stones. As soon as the words left his lips, a flurry of bids erupted from the crowd, ultimately culminating in a staggering final price of 2,000 yuan stones. The auctioneer then introduced the second item, the primordial armor. It is widely recognized that the higher the grade of a defensive weapon, the greater its protective capabilities. The primordial armor is capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a master at the Yuandan realm without sustaining damage, making it an extraordinarily rare defensive artifact. Bidding commences at 1,000 yuan stones, with each increment no less than 100 yuan stones. Let the auction begin. Hachin turned his gaze toward the auction stage, where a captivatingly beautiful woman held a radiant piece of armor. A moment of silence enveloped the auction, as most attendees were mere casual cultivators lacking significant power and cultivation levels. Those present sought to procure a life-saving item. The allure of an artifact capable of withstanding a strike from a Yuandan expert was immense, and soon, the price of the primordial armor began to soar. 1,001, 1,003, 1,005, 2,000. In the span of a mere tea break, the price of the primordial armor had escalated to 2,000 yuan stones. Such life-preserving items are often elusive, and this price might not be its ceiling. At this moment, the weapon refiner Lu Yongyan scanned the hall with keen eyes and inquired, "Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 2,000 yuan stones?" 2,000 yuan stones once. 2,000 spirit stones for the first time. 2,000 spirit stones, 2,005. This esteemed friend bids 2,500 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? This is the primordial armor, capable of withstanding a strike from a powerful cultivator at the Yuandan realm. Possessing it could very well save your life in critical moments. Opportunities like this are fleeting. This auction features but a single piece, a rare find indeed. Is there anyone who can surpass 2,500 spirit stones? 2,500 spirit stones for the first time. 3,000. This esteemed friend bids 3,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone who can offer more than 3,000? The auctioneer, Lu Yongyan, sparkled with excitement, his eyes darting eagerly. Initially, he thought the primordial armor would fetch a mere 2,000 spirit stones, but it astonishingly soared to 3,000. The thought of the commission brought him immense joy. 3,000 spirit stones for the first time. 3,001, 3,003, 4,000. The entire auction hall erupted with enthusiasm, as people turned to see who could be so generous. Is a mere inferior grade primordial armor truly worth such a sum? In a corner of the auction hall sat a cultivator shrouded in black robes, a bamboo hat obscuring his face. The outrageous bid of 300,000 gold coins had come from him. 4,000 for the first time. 4,002, 4,003. Realizing no one else would bid, the auctioneer finally declared, "Congratulations to the esteemed friend in box number 10 on the third floor." A single superior dual attribute flying sword briefly stirred the auction before the next item, a mysterious grade alchemy furnace, starting at 1,000 spirit stones, was introduced. As the atmosphere grew a bit dull, Liu Yanyan called out loudly. A furnace of unknown quality emerged, which Hachin purchased for 3,000 spirit stones. Once the attendant delivered the furnace to Hachin, he lost interest in the subsequent items. Instead, he meticulously examined the furnace within his box, probing it with his spiritual sense but finding nothing particularly remarkable, save for the unassuming engraving of the characters Wuun on the lid. After toying with it for a while, he stored it in his spatial bag. The appearance of a 5th-grade demonic beast's core ignited fervor among the bidders once more. Known as a spirit beast core, it is rare to find even one core among 1,000 beasts. Only those of 5th grade or above can condense such a core, requiring both opportunity and the ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. A demonic beast that has successfully condensed a core experiences a dramatic enhancement in power, rendering them nearly invincible against human cultivators of the same realm, unless the latter possesses formidable spells or potent artifacts. The essence contained within the core is imbued with immense strength, and if refined, offers significant benefits to one's cultivation, rivaling that of high-grade spiritual herbs and medicinal value. After the bidding for the demonic core concluded, tranquility once again enveloped the auction. Esteemed friends, our auction house is honored to present several extraordinary treasures, which will serve as the grand finale of this auction. I suspect some of you are here specifically for these rare artifacts, remarked Liu Yanyan with a half-smile. He then gestured towards the backstage, where a group of maidens emerged, each gracefully carrying a wooden tray adorned with a red silk cloth. These maidens were not only charming, but also possessed the cultivation of the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refinement. Dear friends, it is my privilege to preside over the auction of these remarkable treasures, adhering to the principles of transparency, fairness, integrity, and honesty. I encourage everyone to bid enthusiastically and wish you all good fortune. Liu Yanyan then began to showcase his persuasive skills. Let me reiterate the auction rules. First, this auction will adopt an ascending price format, with the increment announced by the auctioneer. Second, participants must raise their bidding paddles and bid at no less than the announced increment. Otherwise, the bid will be deemed invalid. Third, after announcing the item, the auctioneer will first describe its characteristics before stating the starting bid. Lastly, successful bidders are not permitted to retract their bids upon the conclusion of the auction. Now, let us commence the official auction of these extraordinary treasures. There are a total of 5 items, so seize this opportunity. To warm up, we will begin with a set of primary materials for refining foundation establishment pills, Yushu mushroom, purple monkey flower, and heavenly spirit fruit, 3 types of spiritual herbs. As you all know, these spiritual herbs and fruits have particularly stringent growth conditions and are not easily found, especially when offered as a set, making this collection exceedingly rare. The starting bid for this set is 1,000 yuan stones with increments of 100 yuan stones. Let the bidding begin. 1,001. 1,003. As soon as Liu Yanyan's words fell, the bidding commenced, though only those of the qi refinement level participated. The foundation establishment cultivators, along with the white-haired elder and the cloaked figure, remained unmoved. Ultimately, this set of primary materials for refining foundation establishment pills was purchased by Hachin for the impressive sum of 6,400 yuan stones. Regarding yuan stones, it is essential to mention their classification in the realm of cultivation. Yuan stones are categorized into inferior, medium, and superior grades, with the exceedingly rare supreme yuan stones being an exception. In terms of attributes, yuan stones encompass 5 elemental types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with rarer types such as wind, lightning, ice, and dark attributes. Yuan stones are indispensable to cultivators, as they not only facilitate a swift recovery of vital energy but also serve as a crucial energy source for various formations and restrictions. The higher the grade, the better the quality and energy of the yuan stones. In the realm of cultivation, the exchange rate of yuan stones is standardized. 1 stone of a higher grade can be exchanged for 100 stones of the lower grade. For instance, 1 medium-grade yuan stone can be traded for 100 inferior-grade stones. 1 yuan stone can be exchanged for 100 gold coins. However, 100 gold coins cannot be exchanged for a single yuan stone due to the extreme scarcity of yuan stones in the mundane world. Next, our auction house will present several rare treasures. Please listen closely. The highest bidder shall claim them. For those lacking sufficient spirit stones, you may exchange elixirs, magical artifacts, or raw materials for alchemy and forging in lieu of spirit stones. The first item for bidding is the soul-nourishing wood, one of the 3 divine woods of heaven and earth. The thunder bamboo, the spirit eye tree, and the soul-nourishing wood have not been seen for millennia. Today, those present have the fortune to behold this divine wood, a clear sign of heaven's favor upon us. The soul-nourishing wood can be worn to nurture the soul and spirit, gradually enhancing one's consciousness, and it can house the soul, ensuring that one's intellect remains intact. The starting bid is 5,000 spirit stones, with increments of 500 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. 8,000 spirit stones. A piercing voice cut through the air, causing everyone to shudder. It was the cloaked figure making the offer. All eyes were drawn to the black-robed individual, clearly indicating the importance of this item to him. as he sought to deter any competition by raising the price so dramatically. A piece of superior spirit stone. Hachin decided to join the bidding. This soul-nourishing wood is a rare find, and his consciousness is in dire need of its fortification. Spending a superior spirit stone for it is worthwhile. This stone was discovered in Prince Yu's storage pouch. Previously, he only recognized its immense spiritual energy, not knowing its grade until he later encountered a superior spirit stone at the Ziyun Pavilion, realizing he possessed one himself. Though superior and premium spirit stones are rare in Yunsho, they can still be found, while the soul-nourishing wood is elusive. This is how Hachin reasoned and acted. The cloaked figure, upon noticing a bid from Box 10, cast a fierce glance through the wall. Hachin sensed the most uncomfortable aura, akin to being stared down by a venomous serpent. Hey there, kid. The market around here has been rather turbulent lately. You best protect that soul-nourishing wood of yours, lest any mishap occurs. The black-robed man transmitted this ominous message to Box 10. However, Hachin remained unfazed, his expression calm as he gazed at the auction platform. Liu Yangyan cleared his throat and inquired, "Are there any other friends willing to bid?" With a superior spirit stone already in play, what hope did they have? They could only watch as the treasure slipped from their grasp. Surprisingly, the cloaked figure did not raise the bid further, remaining quietly in his box. Meanwhile, Xiang Pu's, sitting on the first floor, cast a curious glance towards Box 10 on the third floor, though he did not appear overly surprised. After a prolonged wait, Liu Yangyan finally announced that the winner of the soul-nourishing wood was indeed Box 10 on the third floor. He had clearly intended to wait longer to see if anyone would raise the stakes, and had even cast a glance at the cloaked figure's box. Unfortunately, no further bids were made. Chapter 43, The Auction, Part 3, Hachin successfully bid for the soul-nurturing wood and beckoned Donger, who had been waiting outside, to enter. He handed her a plate of precious spirit stones that had been meticulously prepared, instructing her to proceed to the front desk for the transaction. In a short while, Dongo arrived at the entrance of the private box, accompanied by 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. After exchanging pleasantries, Dongo alone carried the jade plate into the box. Upon unveiling the crimson cloth that covered the plate, Hachin beheld a piece of soul-nurturing wood, roughly the size of a thumb, resting on the jade surface. Once the transaction was complete, Dongo exited the box and resumed her vigil outside. The 2 Foundation establishment cultivators nodded to one another and departed from the third floor. Hachin held the soul-nurturing wood in his hands, scrutinizing the legendary divine wood. It was only as thick as a thumb and approximately an inch long, its vibrant green hue radiating vitality. A careful examination revealed that its interior was saturated with an immensely potent wood attribute spiritual energy. To ensure its safety, he prudently concealed the soul-nurturing wood. At this moment, Hachin glanced down towards Xiang Pu's seat and noted the enigmatic nature of the man, whose true intentions eluded him more with each passing moment. It was evident that this extraordinary treasure was presented for auction by Xiang Pu's, leaving Hachin astounded. His suspicions regarding Xiang Pu's identity deepened, as he speculated that the man might possess a unique cultivation technique that concealed his true power. The ability to mask one's cultivation without a trace suggested the presence of a rare treasure that could hide one's true abilities. Hachin felt a subconscious awareness that this individual's cultivation must be formidable, yet his spiritual sense could not penetrate the veil of Xiang Pu's strength, which appeared to be at the 8th level of qi refinement. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Hachin's tranquility dissipated as he began to ponder the implications of Yimei and Yuan's association with Xiang Pu's. He could not shake the feeling that they had unwittingly become entangled in a vast, insidious plot. The next item up for auction, as introduced by the auctioneer, was a forbidden artifact, yet Hachin had no interest in bidding for this particular item. A forbidden artifact is forged from relatively rare materials and possesses immense power. However, its drawback is that each use diminishes its potency, and after several uses, it becomes entirely inoperative. Moreover, the user must expend both true energy and blood essence to activate the artifact, resulting in a loss of life force. Should a cultivator lacking sufficient strength attempt to forcibly activate a forbidden artifact, they would face destruction alongside the item itself. Nevertheless, when used for self-preservation, a forbidden artifact can be a valuable asset. Ultimately, this forbidden artifact was acquired by the young master of a prominent family, who left the auction hall in jubilant spirits, as possessing such an artifact provided him with an additional means of safeguarding his life. As the auction concluded, Yimei and Yuan exited the venue alongside Xiang Pu's, while Hachin departed through the VIP corridor. Upon emerging from the auction house, he sensed a chilling presence tracking his movements, and without a doubt, he knew it to be the mysterious figure in the black robe. In his pursuit of the soul-nurturing wood, Hachin had inadvertently drawn the ire of an unknown adversary, a thought that filled him with a throbbing headache. As evening descended, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm glow. Hachin swiftly located Yimei and Yuan, and together with Xiang Pu's, they retreated to a secluded area. At this moment, Xiang Pu's did not allow the middle-aged man with the surname Shui and the female cultivator with the surname Lung to follow them. "Dao friend, this is my junior disciple," Yimei stated plainly, directly introducing Hachin to Xiang Pu's, while gesturing towards him. "This is Dao friend Xiang Pu's. Pleasure to meet you," Hachin said, performing a symbolic fist salute. "Pleasure to meet you." Xiang Pu's reciprocated with a fist salute of his own. After their pleasantries, Xiang Pu's turned to Yimei and Yuan, smiling as he spoke. "Ladies, the auction has concluded, and my items have been successfully sold without incident. Thank you. Dao friend, I find myself puzzled. With your cultivation level and the extraordinary treasures in your possession, why would you invite a few low-level chi refinement practitioners as temporary guards? Hachin inquired, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. Xiang Pu's appeared taken aback. For few could discern his true cultivation due to a treasure he possessed that concealed his abilities. His expression shifted slightly as he responded, half seriously. You claim I am concealing my cultivation, yet are you not doing the same? Realizing that Xiang Pu's was aware of his own concealment, Hachin decided to unveil his true cultivation, allowing a wave of late-stage chi refinement energy to ripple around him. Yi Mei and Yuan gasped in astonishment, with Yuan pinching Yi Mei sharply at her lower back. Ouch! Yuan, what are you doing? Yi Mei exclaimed, grimacing in pain. Hee. I just wanted to see if this is truly the case, Yuan teased, sticking out her tongue. Upon witnessing the authentic display of Hachin's cultivation, Xiang Pu's remained unfazed and remarked calmly, at such a young age, you have reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of chi refinement. It appears that foundation establishment is within your grasp. I am truly impressed. Now, let us dispense with the pretense. What is the genuine purpose behind seeking my senior sisters as temporary guards? Surely you are aware they did not come merely to peruse the market, Hachin stated directly. Oh. Since you have broached the subject so candidly, it would be unwise for me to feign ignorance. Indeed, I encountered your group in a corner outside the market. I sense that among the 5 of you, only you are not an ordinary cultivator. Your cultivation cannot merely be at the 7th level of chi refinement. Thus, I genuinely sought your company for protection, to prevent any unforeseen incidents in the market. I knew approaching you directly would be futile, so I opted to approach those around you instead. I discreetly followed your senior sisters, Xiang Pu's explained sincerely. To demonstrate his earnestness, he added, Please accept this piece of jade and this dagger as tokens of my sincerity. He then presented the jade and short sword to the 2 women. Xiang Pu's deliberately shifted the conversation away from the topic Hachin had raised, as he could not reveal his true intentions for seeking Yi Mei and her companions as temporary guards. Here, I have no need for this dagger. Take it for your protection, Yi Mei said as she received the dagger from Xiang Pu's and casually handed it to Hachin. Hachin said nothing, stowing the short sword into his storage pouch. Well, the promised item has been delivered. I am prepared to leave the market immediately. How about you 3 companions accompany me? Xiang Puja suggested to Hachin. Very well. Since the auction has concluded and we have no pressing matters at hand, let us depart together. Hachin nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat guilty for having received something without fulfilling the role of a true protector. As he assented, he glanced back, pondering that Li Yu and Lu Su should be arriving soon. Just as Hachin and his companions were about to leave, in a corner of the market, 3 individuals were being besieged by a group, seemingly intent on capturing them alive. The 2 individuals were a middle-aged man with the surname Chui and the Cold Fairy, along with the rather simple-looking Xiang Puja, who at that moment appeared dazed, his eyes vacant like a living puppet. Coincidentally, Li Yu and Lu Su passed by and, upon witnessing the scene, hastily departed, following the secret signal Hachin had previously established to exit the city. In a room of an inn, 2 individuals were engaged in a clandestine conversation. One of them was the white-haired elder Hachin had encountered on the 3rd floor of the auction house. He seemed to hold a higher status than the other person. The 2 had been conversing for some time when the elder instructed, You should go prepared diligently. This operation must not fail, and we cannot allow other forces to gain the upper hand. We must capture that young man from box 10. Simultaneously, in a secret chamber of the Wuun Pavilion auction house, 2 individuals were also in discussion. One was Lu Yongyin, and the other was Li Hao, clad in a blue robe. Lu Yongyin, bearing a serious expression devoid of his earlier cunning demeanor, respectfully stated, Master, it seems that the young brother you mentioned has also become entangled in this matter. Should we not retrieve him first? No need. Continue to pretend you do not know him. Let him experience some trials on his own. It will be beneficial for him as he lacks experience. I will ensure his safety is discreetly guarded. Li Hao, the master of Wuun Pavilion, replied calmly. Then I shall instruct the subordinates to monitor the movements of all forces closely. We must locate that young man from the Xiang family before any other factions act. Lu Yongyan promised. Hachin and his 3 companions were making their way towards the outskirts of the market, completely unaware that a storm was brewing within, one that had direct implications for them. Hachin expanded his senses, wary that the figure in the black robe would not let him off easily, thus he remained vigilant. Just as they were about to exit the market, Li Yu and Lu Su hurriedly caught up with them. However, upon seeing Xiang Puja, both were taken aback. Li Yu quickly signaled to Lu Su, who understood and nodded in agreement. At last, we have caught up with you, Li Yu panted, slowly approaching Hachin. He then communicated telepathically, I witnessed this Xiang Puja along with 2 others being attacked in the market. In the marketplace, a certain individual appeared somewhat daft. Likely a puppet disguised as such, which might be a tactic employed by Xiang Puja to extricate himself from a precarious situation. Is such a thing possible? Hachin felt exploited by Xiang Puja, who had summoned Yi Mei and her companions as temporary guards with the ulterior motive of having them shield him in case of an unforeseen incident, thus allowing him to escape. Li Yu, you 2 should return to the sect at once. Do not inquire further, just depart swiftly. Hachin then conveyed to Yi Mei. You and Yuan must hasten back to the marketplace and seek refuge at Wuun Pavilion. Leave at once. Quickly. At this moment, Lu Su had already seized the opportunity to inform Yi Mei and Yu one of the unfolding circumstances while the 3 women were preoccupied together. Upon witnessing the departure of the 4, Xiang Puja opened his mouth to speak, but Hachin interjected, "Let them go ahead. I shall remain with you. Besides, with them present, I cannot fully exert myself." Watching the four retreating rapidly from different directions, Hachin finally felt a sense of relief. He then expanded his consciousness to survey the surroundings. Sensing a latent danger lurking beyond the marketplace, drawing ever closer amidst the fog-laden forest. This encroaching peril resembled the current twilight, still tinged with a hint of light. At this moment, anyone empathetic to the situation could sense the oppressive atmosphere, for that light was perilously close to fading, to be succeeded by an all-encompassing darkness. At this juncture, Xiang Puja also sensed the impending threat. As the two prepared to swiftly ascend their swords and flee the perilous location, an unexpected twist occurred. Chapter 44. Encountering a death threat again at this moment, the evening mist thickened. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the misty woods. It was the man in the black robe. "It is you?" In that instant, Hachin finally discerned the identity of his pursuer. From the moment he departed the auction house, he had felt the presence of someone trailing him. Since the bidding for the soul cultivation would begin, the man in the black robe had harbored murderous intent, evidently. His purpose was to commit murder and theft. It became clear that the black-robed man was determined to obtain the soul cultivation wood. Having locked on to Hachin's essence from the third floor of the auction house, this individual had undoubtedly followed Hachin's movements with meticulous precision from the auction house to this spot. Fortunately, Hachin had already ensured that Li Yu and the others had departed in different directions. "Xiang Daoyu, it seems we cannot let this fellow go unchallenged. Let us confront him together," Hachin urged Xiang Puja. "In that case, let us unite our strengths to face this adversary," Xiang Puja responded without hesitation. Fully aware of the imminent danger, Hachin's suspicions proved correct. The black-robed man not only sought to seize the soul cultivation wood but also aimed to capture Xiang Puja. The black-robed man had long ago colluded with a steward from the auction house and conducted thorough investigations into the origins of the auction items. While Hachin was unaware of Xiang Puja's identity, the black-robed man knew precisely who he was. Xiang Puja was the second young master of the Xiang family from the western regions, a powerful lineage that had thrived for centuries. To dominate the Tianyuan continent and reign supreme in the Yunzhao cultivation world, the Xiang family had already forged alliances with the blood god cult, which had wreaked havoc on the Tianyuan continent 30 years prior, leaving the populace with deep-seated hatred. The people, thus, referred to the blood god sect as the blood demon sect. The actions of the blood demon sect reeked of malevolence, rendering it intolerable within the realm of cultivation. In an effort to eradicate the scum of the cultivation world, righteous individuals united to drive them to extinction. However, a portion still managed to escape. This time, Xiang Puja secretly ventured to the northern domain of Yunzhou, intending to auction rare treasures, inciting a deadly scramble among the masters of Yunzhou's cultivation community. This chaos would distract them from the developments of the Xiang family and the blood god sect in Yunzhou. Xiang Puja's arrival was, in essence, a covert attempt to expand his influence. Yet, the Xiang family had not anticipated the emergence of a variable named Hachin. Hachin's presence disrupted the Xiang family's plans and unsettled the cultivation world of Yunzhou. Though Hachin belonged to a sect, he lacked a master's protection, leaving him vulnerable to grievances without anyone to advocate for him. Consequently, no chain reaction could be expected from his existence. The figure cloaked in black was certainly aware that Xiang Puja hailed from the western domain and understood his intentions in the northern domain. However, blinded by greed, he was singularly focused on acquiring the soul-nourishing wood and the treasures possessed by Xiang Puja. Knowing full well the second young master of the Xiang family must be of considerable worth. "Boy, hand over the soul-nourishing wood, and I shall leave your corpse intact," the black-cloaked man commanded Hachin. "We shall see if you possess the capability to enforce such a demand," Hachin retorted coolly, taking a deep breath as he tensed his entire being, secretly contemplating that evasion was no longer an option. He could only fight to the bitter end. In an instant, he reinforced his body with 2 golden Buddha talismans, conjuring a true essence armor, channeling all his true essence power throughout his body, his momentum soaring. A mere late-stage chi refinement practitioner dares to act recklessly before me, unaware of the peril they invite. Observing Hachin's readiness to resist, the black-cloaked man let out a cold snort and lunged at Hachin like a leopard. "Dragon transformation palm?" he exclaimed, executing the technique with a chilling command. The dragon transformation palm unleashed a series of slicing sounds through the air as the black-cloaked man moved with blinding speed, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, and within moments, he was upon Hachin. Horizontal mountain fist. Aware that he was no match for the black-cloaked man, Hachin nonetheless unleashed the 5 elements form intent fist, resolutely meeting the oncoming dragon transformation palm. At that moment, Xiang Puja was not idle. His aura surged, reaching the early stage of foundation establishment. Black Fiend palm. Not willing to be outdone by the black-cloaked man's aggressive advance toward Hachin, Xiang Puja called out lightly, infusing his entire arm with true essence power and striking toward the black-cloaked figure from the side. As Xiang Puja's palm strike approached, the black-cloaked man did not dare to underestimate it, swiftly evading to avoid the lethal blow. However, the force directed at Hachin was considerably diminished. Although the black-cloaked man's strike was weakened by Xiang Puja's interference, an immense force still shattered Hachin's true essence armor, and the golden Buddha talismans offered only a momentary delay before disintegrating. The second defensive spell employed by Hachin proved ineffective against the palm strike of the figure cloaked in black. A torrent of ferocious energy surged along Hachin's arm, penetrating deeply into his body. It wreaked havoc within him, as if a bomb had detonated, threatening to rend his very being apart. A stifled groan escaped his lips as he was propelled backward with great force, crashing onto the ground several yards away. The earth beneath him caved in, engulfing him in a pit. Gasping for breath, Hachin felt a searing pain in his internal organs. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he could not suppress the spurt of blood that escaped his lips. Mid-stage Foundation establishment? Realizing the opponent's formidable strength, Hachin was taken aback. The dark-clad figure was indeed a practitioner of mid-stage Foundation establishment, a revelation that left him astonished to be targeted by such a foe. Was it his bid for the soul nurturing that had incited this murderous intent? Hachin pondered in indignation. Crawling out of the pit, covered in dirt and grime, he struggled to regain his footing. At that moment, he vividly recalled his grandfather's words. A man of the Hao family must stand tall, even in death. Enduring the excruciating pain, Hachin could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Was this the essence of power? Was this the chasm that lay between them? Defeated in a single blow, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he felt a profound sense of unwillingness welling up within him. Not a worthy opponent. In my eyes, you are but an ant. The dark figure, surveying Hachin's battered form, spoke with a tone laced with contempt and mockery. As the black-clad figure approached, leisurely and unbothered as if nothing had transpired, Hachin wore a wry smile of self-deprecation. Just moments ago, he had uttered similar words to Long Yun, and now they were echoed back to him. In the eyes of this dark-cloaked figure, he was merely an insignificant insect. With a resigned sigh, Hachin reflected on his humble origins, devoid of support or allies. He understood that he must rely solely on himself. Power was the ultimate determinant of everything. In this world where the strong reigned supreme, weakness invited oppression, and only the powerful commanded respect. To become a strong individual, one must endure relentless trainings, elevating oneself above others to earn that respect. With this thought, his gaze hardened. He knew that the only course of action was to fight with every ounce of his being. Faced with the relentless pursuit of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he had no chance of escape. Taking a deep breath, Hachin steadied his emotions, enduring the agony as he straightened his posture and feigned indifference, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Now, he had no choice but to rely on himself. Though he was no match for his opponent, even in death, he would take a piece of him with him. His resolve solidified once more. Achoo! You didn't even choose a proper place to hurl me into this wretched pit. Look at my clothes, you old fool. This is not over between us. If we are to clash, even if I can't win, I shall make you suffer. You dare to seek your own demise, brat. As soon as Hachin's words fell, the irate voice of the cloaked figure resonated ominously. Such a feeble wretch, and yet you allow him to infuriate you to this extent? Before Hachin could retort, Xiang Pu's fanned the flames with his mockery. Upon hearing Xiang Pu's derision, the cloaked man was momentarily rendered speechless. A surge of joy filled Hachin. He chose not to dwell on their taunts. In the art of confrontation, there exist myriad strategies, and employing verbal assaults to unsettle one's adversary is indeed a prudent tactic. Throughout history, many battles have witnessed the use of language to disrupt the morale of troops, thus seizing victory in the ensuing chaos. It seemed that the only recourse left was to harness the unique power of the jade pendant to assist him. Seizing the moment of the cloaked figure's agitation, Hachin devised a plan to vanquish his foe. I have a way out of this predicament. Hachin communicated telepathically to Xiang Pu's. Listen. Channel your energy into my body. We have but one chance. With a single strike, we shall repel him, and then we must swiftly scatter and flee. This is our only opportunity. Move quickly. He understood that the cloaked man would surely turn his wrath upon Xiang Pu's once he had dealt with Hachin. Thus, aiding him was akin to aiding himself, especially since he had other matters to attend to. Utilizing Hachin's strength to deplete the cloaked man's energy was a mutually beneficial endeavor. In truth, Hachin sought to leverage Xiang Pu's external power to confound those around him, including both Xiang Pu's and the cloaked figure. He was determined to keep the secret of his extraordinary treasure hidden. The unique power contained within the jade pendant was his greatest asset. At this moment, both Hachin and Xiang Pu's were engaged in their own schemes. Hachin recognized the cloaked man's intent to eliminate the weak before confronting the strong, while Xiang Pu's aimed to exhaust the cloaked man's energy through Hachin, subsequently unleashing his own most formidable strike to either kill or repel the cloaked adversary, thereby facilitating his own swift exit from this perilous situation. Xiang Pu's had meticulously orchestrated his plan, enlisting the middle-aged man surnamed Shui and the woman surnamed Lung to masquerade as puppets in the market, thereby misleading a portion of the covetous onlookers. This constituted the first move of his strategy. The second step involved exploiting the naivety of Yuan and Yi Mei to draw Hachin into dealing with the unforeseen events at hand. Such a finely woven scheme had indeed ensnared Hachin. Unwilling to be a pawn in another's game, he too began to plot against Xiang Pu's, intending to use his strength in preparation for his own escape. Understood. As he beheld the encroaching cloaked figure, Xiang Pu spoke in a grave tone. Given his current weakened state, he had no choice but to flee. He vowed that should an opportunity arise, he would exact revenge upon this cloaked man, though today's grievances would have to be noted for the time being. In the next moment, Hachin felt Xiang Pu's hands firmly placed upon his back, a surge of formidable energy flooding into him. Simultaneously, Hachin began to channel the unique power of the jade pendant. The two forces converged, instantly filling his meridians and continuing to expand. You can perish now. At that moment, The enraged and disoriented cloaked figure stood before Hachin and Xiangpu's, sneering as he declared. With that, he thrust both palms forward, seeking to channel his pent-up frustration into the two perceived as mere ants. At this moment, the man in the black robe, consumed by rage and confusion, had forgotten to wield his magical powers for a counterattack. Even so, being struck by such formidable force would mean a near-fatal outcome. Chapter 45. Resisting Foundation Establishment. As he gazed at the approaching figure in black, feeling the rush of wind, Hachin's brows furrowed with gravity as he sensed the two palms drawing ever closer to his head. The energy within him continued to surge, the explosive sensation relentlessly battering every meridian and cell, as if his very body were on the verge of being torn asunder. After all, this energy was not of his own cultivation. His body could not withstand such a burden. Hachin endured unimaginable torment, feeling as though he might explode at any moment. Now was the time. With desperate resolve, he focused his thoughts on the jade pendant. In this critical moment, the pendant proved its worth. As a unique energy surged into his body, simultaneously, Xiangpu's energy input began to wane, and Hachin could hear his voice echoing in his consciousness. At that moment, the dragon transformation palm unleashed by the black-robed man was less than 3 feet away from Hachin's head, just as it seemed inevitable that the palm would connect. Hachin let out a furious roar, as if all his true essence was about to erupt. He pushed off with his back foot, charging toward the black-robed man instead of retreating. With hands clenched tightly, he executed the swift step, his speed more than doubling. At the instant the black-robed man's palms were about to strike his head, Hachin's body suddenly shifted, evading the overwhelming attack. What was meant to be a victorious blow was deftly dodged. The black-robed man bore an expression of disbelief as Hachin mysteriously vanished from his line of sight. The area ahead was empty. There was no trace of Hachin. Perplexed by the situation, the black-robed man paused slightly and quickly glanced to the side, only to find Hachin had materialized right beside him. How was this possible? He exclaimed in shock. Crushing fist. Ignoring the black-robed man's astonishment, Hachin seized the opportunity to unleash the spell he had long since gathered, merging the fire of pill flame into the crushing fist. His true essence rapidly diminished. He understood that he had but one chance. After this strike, all his true essence would be expended. A fierce gale accompanied by the white pill flame surged through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound as it hurtled toward the black-robed man, whose expression turned icy with determination. In a moment of urgency, the black-robed man had no time to ponder, hastily raising his defenses. Yet, confusion clouded his mind. What had just transpired? How had this youth suddenly vanished from his sight? How had his speed increased so dramatically? What perplexed the black-robed man further was the realization that the fiery punch he faced was not the strength of a mere chi refinement cultivator. Had the youth concealed his true power? A chill ran down the black-robed man's spine at this thought. Impossible. He quickly dismissed his own conjecture. After all, the youth before him was scarcely 16 or 17 years old. How formidable could he truly be? This display of power has undoubtedly surpassed the realm of chi refinement. It cannot possibly represent his true strength. Perhaps he has employed some secret technique or ingested a berserk pill. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that his prowess could escalate so drastically in the blink of an eye. Contemplating this, a sinister expression crept across the face of the man in the black robe. Regardless of whether he has consumed the berserk pill or utilized some arcane method, what difference does it make? A gap in strength remains a gap, and can he truly soar to the heavens? In that moment, the man in black unleashed a torrent of energy from within, channeling it entirely into his palms, where a radiant white light flickered, emanating a brilliance akin to that of a lightning bolt. With a thunderous roar, he charged directly at Hachin. Now is the time. Observing that his opponent did not evade, Hachin swiftly swallowed the recovery pill that had been resting on his tongue, a cold smile playing upon his lips. This was the moment he had been anticipating. He had previously worried that the man in black might choose to dodge, but now it appeared he had been overly confident. Perhaps it was due to his absolute assurance in his own abilities that he opted to withstand the attack, for in the eyes of the man in black, Hachin was merely a cultivator of the chi refinement stage. Little did the man in black realize that, under the overwhelming energy emanating from Xiangpu's, the energy unleashed by Hachin's punch was now on par with that of a foundational realm cultivator. Boom! Just as the fist and palm were about to collide, a peculiar smile, unsettling to the man in black, suddenly appeared on Hachin's face. Drawing upon the unique energy concealed within the jade pendant, he unleashed it with reckless abandon. Simultaneously, the spells conjured in his consciousness and the piercing insight of his mind were released in their entirety, all converging upon this very moment. Hachin's enigmatic smile caused the man in black to furrow his brow in confusion, pondering, what is this young man thinking? The disparity in strength is evident. So why does he display such a bizarre, cold smile? Is he in despair? Yet, Hachin would not afford the man in black excessive time for contemplation. Suddenly, the man in black sensed an unprecedented and terrifying threat. In that instant, Hachin's aura surged to a level that was no less formidable than his own. With a deep, resonant roar, Hachin's fist, ignited by the flames of the elixir, radiated a fierce energy, seemingly magnifying severalfold in an instant. At that moment, Hachin's strength had multiplied exponentially. How could this be possible? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man in black's complexion paled, and he hastily summoned all his true essence towards his hands. Simultaneously, he shifted his body to evade any critical strikes. Boom! At that moment, the man in black's mind was engulfed in dizziness, as if countless needles had pierced through, inflicting unbearable pain, and his consciousness momentarily blanked. In the fleeting moment of his daze, an invisible shockwave surged forth towards him. Caught off guard. The man in black stumbled back. The sound of a bone cracking echoed as his arm was broken. As Hachin's form momentarily halted, he too sensed the immense shock, causing him to be violently propelled backward. However, being well prepared, his situation was considerably more favorable than that of the figure in the black robe. Utilizing the force of this recoil, Hachin executed a swift somersault in midair and fled at full speed into the distance. Old Monster Shao, your abilities are merely this. I shall remember this encounter, and if the opportunity arises, we shall spar again. Wait for me, and do ensure your survival. His mocking voice echoed from afar. The recent strike had depleted the vital energy transmitted to him by Xiang Puja, and the unique energy from his jade pendant had also been entirely consumed. Even though he was aware that the figure in black was now injured, Hachin lacked the capacity to pursue a lethal assault. After transferring his energy to Hachin, Xiang Puja had also exhausted much of his own stamina, and seizing the moment amid their fierce battle, he made his escape. Damn it! The black-robed figure, having been knocked to the ground by Hachin's punch, was filled with rage. Upon hearing Hachin's taunt, the black-robed man's face twisted in fury, his blood boiling. With a furious exclamation, he spat a mouthful of blood. His arm was fractured. Though he had managed to evade a fatal blow, his internal organs suffered grave injuries, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. The impact on his spirit was particularly severe, likely requiring a year or more of meditation and recuperation to fully recover. At that moment, the black-robed man felt a searing pain in his arm, as if his very soul were being pierced, and it felt as though his body might fall apart. Damn it! I will kill you, he roared, consumed by rage. To be so severely wounded by a mere chi refinement practitioner was intolerable, marking his greatest humiliation. Throughout his life, he had always been a person of prominence, never having endured such disgrace. The fact that a practitioner of the chi refinement stage could inflict injury upon him left him feeling utterly humiliated and crazed. The black-robed figure glared menacingly in the direction Hachin had fled, his eyes flickering with a cold malice as he shouted, "Wait, if I ever cross paths with you again, I will ensure your soul is shattered." In truth, the black-robed figure had yet to recognize Hachin's true identity. From the moment Hachin departed the inn, he had undergone a transformation in appearance. By the time he arrived at the auction venue, had it not been for his prior notification to Li Yu and the others, they would have been unable to identify him. Unconcerned with events transpiring behind him, Hachin sprinted for dozens of miles, only exhaling a long breath once he confirmed he was not being pursued. Reflecting on the peril he had faced, a chill swept over his countenance, and a wry smile graced his lips as he remarked, to be chased to such an extent is indeed quite a predicament. The prowess of a mid-foundation stage cultivator is truly formidable. The black-robed man's inadvertent mention of Old Monster Shao had already led Hachin to deduce the identity of his adversary. In the realm of cultivation in Yunshou, few were unaware of the infamous reputation of Old Monster Shao, known for his cunning and treachery. It was said that once he set his sights on something, he would stop at nothing to obtain it, even to the extent of committing murder and pillaging. The notorious name of the villain had permeated the humble lives of the common folk in Baoquan village during the time when Haotian was still an ordinary mortal. The children, when misbehaving, would hear the adults invoke the name of the terrifying Xiao Leiguai as a warning. Behave, behave. If you don't, Xiao Leiguai will come and take you away. The mention of Huayang Gate Xiao Leiguai sent shivers down their spines. At this moment, Haotian's body was utterly exhausted, his dantian devoid of true essence. His internal chaos lingered, a remnant of the violent clash with Xiao Leiguai. That strike had been overwhelmingly forceful, and even now, the memory of it haunted him. Were it not for Haotian's simultaneous cultivation of both martial and mystical arts, endowing him with a physique far superior to that of the average cultivator, and his cultivation level well beyond the 9th layer of chi refinement, even a unique reserve of energy would prove futile. One strike from that hand would undoubtedly overwhelm him. Haotian once again grasped the paramount importance of having a robust physique. Only with a strong body could one accommodate formidable power. It was through unwavering determination and relentless cultivation that one could avoid humiliation. Chapter 46. A breakthrough once more. By this time, the evening mist had enveloped the last remnants of light on the horizon, obscuring everyone's vision. Seizing the cover of night, Haotian, guided by his instincts, meandered and stumbled towards the direction of the nameless valley in his escape. He sprinted through the night and stealthily traversed during the day. By the following evening, Haotian returned to the nameless valley, arriving at a hidden cave. The evening glow painted the cave in hues of crimson, casting a mysterious aura over the place. At that moment, the nameless valley was alive with the return of birds to their nests, animals lurking in the shadows, and the sound of cicadas mingling with fireflies. While the cave remained tranquil, this unique scenery evoked a sense of home within Haotian. Dragging his wearied body, he soon entered the cave. Although he had consumed healing elixirs during the fierce battle with the black-clad Xiao Leiguai and had hastily bandaged his wounds during his flight, the treatment had been rushed. Internal injuries required calm reflection for proper examination, while external wounds needed thorough cleansing and disinfection. Sitting upon the stone bed, Haotian began to meticulously tear away every shred of clothing. His garments had adhered to his skin due to the congealed blood, and he had suffered 2 broken ribs from being thrown into a pit by Xiao Leiguai's assault. The impact had also injured his internal organs, resulting in 3 bleeding points. His body bore numerous external wounds, some inflicted by the force of Xiao Leiguai's palm, others scraped by branches during his escape, and some grazed by rocks. In summary, his body was marred by countless injuries. After swallowing a recovery pill, he gathered various ointments for inflammation and wound healing, applying them liberally to his injuries as if he had rolled in a barrel of medicine, transforming himself into a veritable figure of healing salves. Once the wounds were attended to, Hachin felt utterly drained, his last reserves of essence completely expended. He could not rely solely on the recovery pill for his internal injuries. He needed to swiftly engage in meditation to cultivate healing. Only through this dual approach could he hope to regain his strength promptly. With everything addressed, Hachin finally settled his mind and sat cross-legged on the stone bed. Gently closing his eyes, he began to practice the Kinli Sanxianju technique, quickly entering a state of cultivation. In the next moment, the vital energy within the cave swiftly converged towards him. One could observe Hachin with slightly parted lips, breathing evenly, as a faint white mist visibly entered his body through his mouth and nose, subsequently transforming into true essence that rapidly coursed through his meridians. The restoration of his vital force brought a warm sensation, enveloping him in comfort, prompting a faint smile to grace Hachin's face. Time flowed inexorably. The moon set and the sun rose, with the mountains witnessing the passage of time in silence. Only when the true essence within him reached a state of saturation did he gradually awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, Hachin felt the true essence within him boiling, a clear indication of a pivotal opportunity for advancement, heralding his entry into the 10th layer of Qi refinement. During his dual cultivation with Yuan, he had already pushed his cultivation at the 9th layer of Qi refinement to its pinnacle, vaguely sensing the threshold of the 10th layer. Now, following his life and death battle with the cloaked figure, the clarity of this sensation was unmistakable. A thrill coursed through Hachin's heart. He understood that the time was ripe for his breakthrough. This time, he refrained from invoking the unique powers of the Jade Pendant. The recent battle had depleted much of its energy, rendering it incapable of assisting him even if he wished to call upon its power. With this thought, Hachin dashed out of the cultivation cave. Advancing to the 10th layer of Qi refinement necessitated an abundance of natural energy. Only by immersing himself in the world and basking in the heavens could he ascend to a higher realm. He made his way to a familiar spot outside the cave where he often practiced, settling down cross-legged to commence his cultivation. Following the principles of the Kinli Sanxianju, he absorbed the vital energy of heaven and earth, repeatedly cleansing his sinews and marrow, fortifying his dantian. Simultaneously, he arranged dozens of essence stones before him. In addition to absorbing the natural essence from the environment through his cultivation techniques, Hachin grasped 2 essence stones in each hand, accelerating the direct absorption of vital energy. Instantly, a gentle breeze stirred in the cultivation area, as the energies of heaven and earth surged wildly towards him. The vital energy surrounding Hachin grew increasingly dense, rushing into his body and entering his dantian and meridians at a swift pace. In the blink of an eye, 3 cycles of the great circulation were completed, the surging true essence tearing at his dantian and meridians, exuding a fierce aura that was nearly uncontrollable. Thankfully, his resolve remained steadfast. He did not panic, instead focusing his mind and methodically cultivating, progressively absorbing the vital energy. According to the instructions of the Kinli Sanxianju, Hachin persisted in drawing in the essence of heaven and earth, meticulously cleansing his dantian and meridians along the prescribed route. With each cycle of cultivation, he expanded and strengthened his dantian and meridians, while the residual energies from the numerous pills he had consumed during his alchemical experiments and battles began to diffuse, fortifying every cell within him. At that moment, the area surrounding Hachin was in disarray, as if a tempest were raging, the winds howling and swirling violently around him. Once the vital energy was fully harnessed, feeling the imminent surge of power, Hachin gathered his resolve and directed the pure essence of energy towards the ethereal threshold. In an instant, it felt as though all his strength encountered a barrier, instilling a sense of helplessness. Gritting his teeth, he inhaled deeply and entered a state of stalemate, gradually making breakthroughs and claiming his territory. The energy resembled a sharp spear, slowly piercing through the barrier, shattering the chains that bound him. The external vital energy seemed to sense this occurrence, flooding into Hachin's body with renewed fervor, replenishing his expended energy. Finally, with a resounding boom, the barrier vanished without a trace. Ahead lay an unobstructed path, and the force of true essence surged forth like a torrent as another meridian was unsealed, allowing the energy to flow in and fortify his being. This process continued for half an hour before it gradually subsided. At this moment, the oppressive aura from the outside began to dissipate slowly, plunging into silence. When the last trace of energy entered his body through his breath, Hachin felt the abundant true essence within him and was filled with excitement. After a brief moment of reflection, his eyes suddenly opened wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing across his deep, dark pupils. He slightly parted his lips and expelled a breath of murky air, which vanished into the atmosphere. Sensing the ample true essence and the warmth of the energy within, Hachin let out a long sigh, his face illuminated with exhilaration. He had finally ascended to the 10th level of Qi refinement. He had entered the late stage of Qi refinement, and it seemed that the next step towards the foundation establishment realm was not far off. Feeling the invigorating power coursing through him, Hachin smiled faintly, having crossed yet another threshold. Simultaneously, his martial prowess was further enhanced, rendering him robust and far superior to his peers. After breaking through to the 10th level of Qi refinement, his physical strength had ascended to a new echelon. Observing the disarray around him, he paused momentarily, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. It appeared that the commotion from his recent advancement had been considerable, Fortunately, there were no high-tier beasts in the valley. The lower-tier beasts, sensing Hachin's aura, were deterred and did not pose any trouble. The mist shrouded the valley, and all of nature basked in the morning light. At this moment, Hachin, present in this realm, stretched languidly. His bones felt as if they were reborn, producing a series of crisp sounds that startled the bathing birds. Piercing through the mysterious veil of morning mist, a beam of purple light penetrated his body, igniting a surge of ambition within him. The five-elemental fist. With a thunderous shout, he clenched his fists and struck at the air. The left fist executed a slicing punch followed by a palm strike, merging with a lethal palm technique, creating an enigmatic form of combat that left opponents bewildered as to the origin of his strikes. The right fist could jab, burst, or swing sideways, unleashing powerful cannon punches that caught foes off guard. Each punch was enveloped in white elixir flames, evoking a sense of awe. After practicing the Xingyi Five Elements fist for a while, I found myself deeply attuned to the benefits of the universe. My energy flowed smoothly, my sides felt unburdened, and my steps were light and agile, invigorating my mind and uplifting my spirits. With a final explosive punch, I released my energy with a force akin to a gushing spring, leaving me with a sensation of harmonious balance, as if both stillness and motion were perfectly intertwined. My limbs responded effortlessly, obedient to my will, combining the techniques of the Dragon Fist, Tiger Fist, 8 Steps Linking Fist, and Killer Palm. I executed the Xingyi Five Elements fist with exquisite precision. As I practiced the surprising swan technique once more, I gained new insights. This time, I integrated the fist techniques into the swan-like footwork, creating an enigmatic boxing style that elevated the Xingyi Five Elements fist to an entirely new level. The piercing sound of my breath echoed like a roar, as I embraced the profound essence brought forth by the dual cultivation of martial and magical arts. A smile gracing my face. With such mastery, I felt confident that my prowess could rival that of a consummate Qi refinement practitioner. Having broken through to the 10th level of Qi refinement, my true essence had solidified considerably, yielding effects that were incomparable to the 9th level. This explains why each tier in the later stages of Qi refinement serves as a pivotal turning point. Should I encounter the enigmatic old man Xiao again, I am absolutely certain I could confront him head-on without resorting to the unique power of my jade pendant. And my chances of victory would be substantial, certainly not as dire as the last encounter. Regrettably, my repertoire of spells remains rather limited. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I sighed softly. It is time for that short sword to shine once more. After several skirmishes, I had come to recognize this shortcoming. Currently, I only possess spells such as Flame of Elixir, Blade of Wind, and Ice Arrow, which felt insufficient. My sole magical weapon was an ordinary flying sword. And when faced with formidable opponents like Old Man Xiao, the deficiencies in my martial skills and spells became glaringly apparent. The frequent use of these techniques and spells made it easy for opponents to discern their flaws, as my movements lacked sufficient variation, offering them opportunities to counter my attacks. It seems I must return to the Danyun market to seek out additional spells and techniques for cultivation. For someone of humble origins like myself, I fear not the chaos of eclectic practices, for they will serve to mutually reinforce one another. Without a master to guide me, I must learn extensively, observe diligently, and practice relentlessly, discerning patterns, enhancing strengths, and creating martial techniques and spells that suit my unique style. Chapter 47. Return to the Market, Part 1, Time Flies. After a fierce battle with the Cloaked Man, I sought refuge in the Nameless Valley to recuperate, evading the relentless pursuit of Old Man Xiao. It has been some time, and I wonder how Yi Mei and Yuan are faring. I hope they have returned to the Danyun Market to seek sanctuary at Yiyun Pavilion. I am anxious about their situation. I have an appointment with the stall owner at the market, and it is time I honored that commitment to see what peculiar items remain. I silently mused that there are many more treasures to be traded at the market, and it would be prudent to inquire about the two women's circumstances as well. Additionally, the Wuun Mountain secret realm will open in a month, and participating in the expedition will require me to procure some supplies, necessitating a visit to the Danyun Market. Upon arriving at the Yiyun Pavilion and the Ziyun Pavilion, one hopes to discover a suitable tome of spells or martial techniques for cultivation, an arsenal of means for self-preservation in times of need. With this thought in mind, Hachin resolved to return to the Danyun Market. After discreetly altering his appearance, Hachin stealthily made his way back to the market. Upon entering, he headed straight for the Yiyun Pavilion. As he stepped inside and extended his spiritual sense, he discerned no pursuers, prompting him to scan the surroundings until he located the counter selling spiritual herbs and medicines. At the counter stood two saleswomen clad in elegant attire. One was engaged in discussion with a cultivator, while the other awaited customers. Several other practitioners, not requiring assistance, were perusing the various samples of spiritual herbs displayed on the counter. Hachin's presence caught the attention of the idle saleswoman. Noticing a customer had entered, she promptly approached with a smile, inquiring, "Esteemed friend, what items do you seek?" From the young woman's gaze, Hachin perceived no trace of disdain, which elicited a flicker of fondness within him. With a slight smile gracing his lips, he asked, "Might there be any rainbow grass available for sale?" The saleswoman nodded and replied, "Indeed, our establishment does carry rainbow grass." Hearing this, Hachin felt a surge of joy, known also as temptation grass. It exudes a peculiar aroma that attracts beasts of the 8th rank and below, possessing a unique ability to incite their passions. While perusing the Chu family's alchemy secrets, he had discovered the recipe for temptation powder, which employs rainbow grass as its primary ingredient, combined with a few other spiritual herbs, to concoct a powder perfect for luring and slaying beasts. It could also serve as a means for ambushing adversaries by scattering it upon an opponent to attract beasts. Subsequently, Hachin engaged the saleswoman in conversation, casually mentioning recent events that transpired in the market. The saleswoman proved to be quite talkative, sharing everything she knew in detail. She also relayed news about Yimei and Wanner. Following Hachin's instructions, the two had hurried to the Ian Pavilion without pause. Coincidentally, Elder Feng Xiaonan had also come to the Danyan market for an auction. Concerned for Hachin's safety, the two women conveyed their worries to Elder Feng, pleading for his assistance. Since when has our sect produced such a prodigy? How could I have been oblivious to his existence? Elder Feng mused, realizing that his prolonged seclusion had rendered him unaware of many developments within the sect. Upon returning, he resolved to investigate this disciple named Hachin. After listening to Yimei and Yuewan's accounts, curiosity about Hachin blossomed within him. Given that a disciple of the sect had been ambushed in the market, there was no time to lose. He promptly took flight with the two women, heading towards the site of the skirmish. Upon arrival, they beheld a scene of devastation, earth overturned by spells and trees stripped of their branches and foliage scattered about. Hachin and Xiang Puze had long since vanished, prompting Feng Xiaonan to inquire with the disciples guarding the entrance of the market to ascertain the details of the ensuing battle. Upon learning that Xiang Puze had fled while Hachin remained to confront the black-clad assailants, a sense of shame washed over Feng Xiaonan regarding Xiang Puze's actions. Despite being at the late stage of qi refinement, Hachin had engaged in a fierce clash with a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, resulting in a mutual defeat, yet he managed to escape with remarkable composure. What an extraordinary talent. How could the sect have overlooked such a remarkable individual? After hearing the disciples recount the events, Feng Xiaonan felt a ripple of contemplation within her. Meanwhile, Yimei and Yuan, having observed the battlefield outside the market and learned of Hachin's successful escape, felt a wave of relief wash over them as they returned to the sect alongside Elder Feng Xiaonan. After listening to the woman's account, Hachin too felt reassured. Subsequently, he spent 100 spirit stones to acquire 100 stalks of rainbow grass and various other herbs, noting that the prices of spiritual herbs and medicines here were quite reasonable. In the course of their conversation, Hachin casually inquired whether the esteemed establishment purchased finished elixirs that could enhance one's cultivation. The woman immediately replied with a smile, stating that finished elixirs held considerable value and that the establishment would certainly purchase them, with prices being negotiable. Hachin chuckled, responding, as a mere novice cultivator, I hardly possess such finished elixirs. I merely asked out of curiosity. The woman, unaware that Hachin indeed had finished elixirs, thought it unremarkable, as many cultivators who frequented Wuun Pavilion often posed similar inquiries out of curiosity. The scent of the rainbow grass was peculiar, and Hachin stowed away the 100 stalks along with the other herbs into his storage pouch. He then selected some elixirs for restoring spiritual consciousness from the counter before taking his leave of Wuun Pavilion. After exiting, Hachin chose not to linger in the market any longer. He decided against visiting Wuun Pavilion or hurrying to the street vendors. Considering that there was still ample time before his appointment with the vendor, half a month remained. Thus, he sought out a secluded inn to reside in, to facilitate cultivation. The inns in Danyun Market were equipped with formations and barriers in every room. Upon settling the payment, the innkeeper provided a token, which was necessary to access the room. Once inside, after refreshing himself, he finally settled down to cultivate. The brief session of cultivation left Hachin feeling invigorated. He retrieved 2 short swords and a dagger from his storage pouch, preparing to consecrate his weapons. Being at the 10th level of qi refinement, his internal energy was robust, and he was ready to consecrate the 2 short swords, one gifted by his grandfather and the other by Yimei, while the dagger had been purchased recently from a street vendor. As he held the short sword that had once belonged to his grandfather, he caressed it gently, lost in a flurry of memories. In the past, his insufficient cultivation and weak spiritual consciousness had prevented him from consecrating this formidable weapon. Since entering the realm of cultivation, this short sword had accompanied him through countless battles. The short sword has established a subtle connection with its wielder's consciousness, suggesting that the ritual to refine this blade may not pose any peril. Moreover, not long ago at the auction, he successfully bid for soul-nurturing wood, which he has worn upon his chest, significantly enhancing his spiritual essence. It is now time to proceed with the refinement of the short sword. Hachin possesses some knowledge of ancient martial cultivators and understands that the successful refinement of a superior divine weapon typically requires no less than 7 days. The inns in this area cater specifically to cultivators, managed by fellow practitioners who are acutely aware that a cultivator's seclusion must remain undisturbed. Thus, unless a guest emerges voluntarily, they will not intervene. The inns in the marketplace are predominantly operated by disciples of the Danyu sect and Yunhai sect, ensuring safety for Hachin as he embarks on the refinement of this divine weapon. Although the original owner of the divine weapon has perished, the lingering murderous intent within the blade is formidable. While Hachin's consciousness can rival that of a foundation building expert, the moment his awareness brushed against the weapon, it was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming wave of bloodthirst. Had it not been for the protective jade pendant in his sea of consciousness, this mere probe could have inflicted severe injury upon him. This is precisely because ancient martial divine weapons possess a weapon spirit, retaining the consciousness of their original masters. which is predominantly imbued with a thirst for slaughter. Even Yuanying realm experts hesitate to refine such divine weapons lightly, for the realms of cultivation and martial prowess are distinct. Countless masters have suffered grievously or perished in their attempts to refine ancient divine weapons. Present-day cultivators are rightly cautious about undertaking the refinement of weapons utilized by martial practitioners. Hachin, however, is an anomaly, a novice newly introduced to the realm of cultivation, blissfully unaware of these perils, emboldened to engage in such a hazardous endeavor. Fortunately, he is a practitioner of both martial and magical arts, protected by the jade pendant and fortified by the soul-nurturing wood upon his chest, thus sustaining only minor harm. Even from a brief contact, he was drenched in cold sweat, for the sword's intent was overwhelmingly potent, predominantly inclined towards bloodshed. Upon this fleeting encounter, he felt as if he had been thrust into an ancient battlefield drenched in carnage, enveloped by an insatiable desire to kill. Retrieving his consciousness, he swiftly discerned that the owner of this short sword was akin to a Shura, a martial practitioner of unparalleled ferocity. Such murderous intent could only originate from a practitioner of a particular art. Furthermore, the original wielder's prowess was exceedingly formidable, likely having attained the martial emperor realm. Such killing intent is far beyond the capacity of a mere chi refinement stage novice to assimilate. Even among martial practitioners, it is not something a mere warrior can command. With this realization, Hachin promptly abandoned the idea of refining the short sword acquired from his grandfather. Even the blade gifted by Yimei was now deemed too perilous to attempt refining. Hachin harbors no desire to be harmed by the Shura-esque killing aura, for now. He can only gaze upon such divine weapons with a sense of longing and admiration. However, Hachin did not relinquish his pursuit of the two short swords. He attempted to establish a bond with them through the method of blood recognition, yet the swords absorbed his blood without yielding any results. He had anticipated that his elevation to the 10th level of chi refinement would significantly enhance his physical capabilities and spiritual awareness, enabling him to successfully refine a short sword. Ultimately, this led to nothing but a fleeting moment of joy. When one achieves a modicum of success, it is easy to become complacent, believing oneself to be invincible. Convinced that there is nothing unattainable and that none would dare defy one's will, Hachin fell victim to such hubris, allowing his recent advancement to cloud his judgment as he recklessly attempted to refine an ancient divine weapon. In the end, his efforts were in vain, yielding no rewards. Chapter 48. Return to the market Part 2. Despite employing the refining techniques of cultivators and the blood recognition method of martial practitioners, he was unable to conquer the short swords. Gripped by frustration, Hachin reached for a dagger he had purchased from a street vendor. This dagger was remarkably longer than an ordinary one, measuring nearly a foot in length, and was not significantly shorter than the short swords he had. However, it bore the imprint of the Azure Soul dagger, rendering it unmodifiable in name. With both short swords unrefined and his desire for possession unquenched, Hachin felt a surge of desperation. If the short swords could not be refined, surely this dagger could be. This time, he resolved to employ a dual approach of spiritual awareness and blood sacrifice to begin the refinement of the dagger. His consciousness slowly penetrated the dagger, only to be met by a powerful surge of spiritual intent that engulfed him in an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Instantly, he swallowed an ice heart pill, which he had been holding under his tongue, allowing a refreshing wave of spiritual energy to wash over his mind, promptly restoring his clarity. As time elapsed, sweat soaked his garments, veins protruded from his forehead, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Hachin endeavored to suppress and tame the residual murderous intent of the dagger. Whether in ancient or modern times, artifacts refined through ritual or blood recognition invariably retain a fragment of their master's spiritual essence or consciousness. The nature of the artifact influences the remnants of intent left behind. Alchemy furnaces retain the master's alchemical principles, while weapons echo the master's murderous intent. Each artifact carries a unique imprint of its owner's essence. Hachin engaged in a fierce contest with the dagger's lingering murderous intent. Should the dagger's malevolent essence prevail, it would devour the refiner's consciousness, seizing control of one's will and transforming the individual into an instrument of slaughter. As day turned to night, 10 ice heart pills were consumed, blood congealed at his fingertips, and his complexion turned ashen. Even the life-saving soul-returning pill was swallowed. Steeled with determination, Hachin was resolute in his quest to refine the stubborn dagger. He understood that if he could successfully refine it, he could transmute its murderous intent into his own source of power, potentially yielding unforeseen effects. In the fleeting moment when the seventh wave of purple energy graced the window, the Azure Soul dagger transformed into a shimmering azure shadow, suddenly merging with Hachin's body, manifesting like a tattoo upon his right arm. Hachin sensed the murderous intent of the dagger, which was gradually consumed by his consciousness. At the moment when the murderous intent was completely assimilated by his mind, it felt as though he had momentarily flickered, and thus he fell into a deep slumber. It was not until 2 days later that Hachin slowly awakened. At that moment, he realized that the Qihun dagger had been successfully refined. With a mere thought, the Qihun dagger emerged from his body, swirling around him in a graceful dance. The Qihun dagger was a divine weapon of the celestial realm. Had it not been for Hachin's profound Xiaohao bloodline and his dual cultivation of both martial and mystical arts, it would have been exceedingly difficult to refine this formidable dagger. Now, with a simple mental command, the Qihun dagger could soar according to its master's will. After playing with it for a while, Hachin concentrated his thoughts, and the dagger transformed into a stream of light, entering his right arm. As he caressed the mark of the Qihun dagger on his arm, a twinge of fear gripped him. Had he delayed for merely a few more breaths, the dagger might have consumed him, and his consciousness would have become part of its spirit. Nevertheless, the successful refinement had granted him a powerful talisman for survival. Through his consciousness, Hachin learned that the Qihun dagger was a divine artifact wielded by the shadow assassins of the celestial realm during the ancient war between gods and demons. The shadow assassins were one of the 5 courts of the celestial realm, specifically the weapon of the Eastern Emperor's guard, Ingzhua. Although the Qihun dagger was indeed a celestial artifact, it had lain dormant for millennia, losing its original murderous aura, were it not for Hachin's serendipitous opportunity to refine it. It might have remained inert for countless more years, ultimately turning to rust and dust, its killing intent extinguished. The reasons for its successful refinement were twofold: the weakening of the dagger's murderous intent and the presence of something within Hachin's body that intrigued it. Only the blood of the Xiaohao lineage could attract its attention. In the end, the Qihun dagger conceded, acknowledging Hachin, a practitioner of modest cultivation in both martial and mystical arts. For cultivators, time is an abstract concept, devoid of years. Hachin's seclusion lasted over half a month, and soon the appointed time with the vendor arrived. Although he held little hope for the meeting, a flicker of anticipation remained in his heart. Upon his return to the market to meet the vendor, he was utterly astounded. The vendor had not only prepared over a dozen artifacts of equal quality in such a short span, but among them were several items he had never seen before, including a pitch-black iron sphere the size of an egg. Your methods are remarkable, my friend. To have procured such a plethora of divine weapons in such a brief time is truly commendable, Hachin complimented after exchanging pleasantries. You flatter me. I am merely striving for my livelihood. Might I inquire if you are satisfied with these divine weapons? The vendor replied nonchalantly. Indeed, I am exceedingly pleased. However, this location is not conducive for discussion. Shall we find a more suitable place? Hachin expressed his satisfaction with the vendor's performance. If you are comfortable, please accompany me to my residence for our discussion, the vendor invited, unreservedly extending the invitation given their previous transaction. At that moment, Hachin felt a surge of confidence in his own abilities. If the other party were a formidable cultivator in the late foundational stage, they would never propose to discuss transactions elsewhere. As you wish, my friend, please lead the way. Hachin readily accepted the stall owner's invitation. Upon hearing these words, the stall owner promptly began to pack up his stand and led Hachin into a secluded little shop. Hachin, probing with his spiritual sense, discerned no abnormalities within the shop, thus he felt at ease as he entered alongside the stall owner. To be candid, the stall owner lacked the capability for any treachery. With merely the cultivation of the 12th layer of qi refining, even if he harbored ill intentions, such meager prowess would amount to nothing. Moreover, the marketplace belonged to the Danyu sect and the Yun Hai sect. Should he dare to act here, it would be tantamount to courting death. Upon entering the shop, the stall owner addressed Hachin. Feel free to browse, my friend. If you find any treasures you wish to purchase, simply let me know, and we shall settle on the price together. Hachin nodded appreciatively, replying, thank you, my friend. He then began to examine the dozen or so divine weapons displayed on the counter with great care. Strangely, among these divine artifacts, not a single defensive item could be found. This suggests that ancient cultivators were predominantly martial practitioners, and notably, the most common weapon among these divine artifacts was the sword, indicating that sword cultivators held significant power in ancient times. For Hachin, a sword was the most anticipated choice. However, after careful deliberation, only 3 divine weapons caught his discerning eye. The first was a sword that shimmered with a reddish hue against its black surface, unmistakably a fire-attributed divine weapon. From the fluctuations emanating from the sword, it was evident that it contained the essence of heavenly fire. Should he successfully draw forth the heavenly fire, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. Alas, given Hachin's current level of power, such aspirations were merely fanciful. With his limited cultivation, he could easily be consumed by heavenly fire in an instant, leading to his corporeal demise. The second weapon was a divine artifact of the gold attribute, forged entirely from the essence of gung metal. This type of weapon is renowned for its penetrating power and sharpness, making it a beloved treasure among sword cultivators. The final item, however, appeared rather unremarkable and devoid of distinctive features. The sole astonishing aspect was that its blade was crafted from a material unknown to the realm of Tianyuan continent, prompting Hachin to select it. After making his selections, Hachin casually inquired, my friend, what is the price for these 3 items? For a significant customer like Hachin, the stall owner refrained from overpricing, knowing that offending him would yield no benefit for himself. After a moment of contemplation, the stall owner replied, the quality of these 3 divine weapons exceeds that of the previous short sword. However, since you are purchasing 3 at once, I shall maintain the earlier price. What do you think, my friend? A mere 600 essence stones was trivial for Hachin, who promptly responded, I have no objections, let it be as you say. With that, he produced 600 essence stones to acquire the 3 divine weapons. Subsequently, Hachin pointed to a few dark iron spheres and inquired of the stall owner, and how much for these? The stall owner glanced at the few inky black iron balls and remarked, the smaller ones are thunder bombs, possessing great power, with an explosive radius of 50 zhang. These are crafted by cultivators specializing in the lightning attribute. The larger ones are called sky thunder, which even those at the nascent soul level fear. Upon hearing the stall owner's words, Hachin deemed these items more practical than talismans and promptly inquired, what is the price? The stall owner casually responded, seeing that you are purchasing so many items, I shall offer you a discount. The thunder bombs are priced at 200 spirit stones each, while the sky thunder costs 500 spirit stones each. If you like, I can reserve one of each for you and sell the rest. Hachin, pleased with the stall owner's willingness to sell, affirmed, very well, I will take them all. After receiving Hachin's spirit stones for the thunder bombs and sky thunder, the stall owner asked, do you require anything else, my friend? Hachin, intrigued, queried, could it be that you possess other remarkable items? The stall owner replied, I currently do not. However, if you desire more, I can procure additional items for you. This statement aroused Hachin's suspicion, leading him to ponder, if the other party could gather such an array of divine weapons in such a short time, it was already quite a feat. If he were to continue gathering, there must be a reason behind it. Not wishing to appear foolish, Hachin stated, I am merely a collector. Having purchased 4 divine weapons from you is sufficient. Hearing this, the stall owner was greatly disappointed, yet selling 4 useless divine weapons was still a commendable gain for him. Once the transaction concluded, Hachin engaged in a discussion about cultivation insights with the stall owner. Most of the conversation was led by the stall owner, sharing common knowledge, challenges faced during cultivation, as well as experiences and lessons learned. Hachin also exchanged thoughts on the issues he encountered upon entering the realm of cultivation and the solutions he found, receiving enthusiastic guidance from the stall owner. This exchange proved immensely beneficial to Hachin, unraveling several intricate and obscure difficulties with ease. Chapter 49, Fortune bestowed upon him after parting ways with the stall owner. Hachin returned directly to his lodging at the inn. Like a pauper who had stumbled upon a golden treasure, he closed the door to his room and, with a flourish, emptied all the divine weapons and treasures he had acquired onto the bed. He examined them closely, admiring and cherishing them. Suddenly possessing 3 divine weapons along with numerous life-saving items was a stroke of luck for Hachin. Such divine artifacts, inexplicably flowing into the marketplace for cultivators, went unnoticed. Had they entered a gathering of martial artists, there would surely have been a frenzied scramble for them. Having successfully refined the Chihun dagger last time, the 2 short swords remained unrefined, and he had yet to dare attempt the refinement of the sword obtained from Wang Ziyu's storage bag. Now, with the 7 artifacts in his possession, including the 3 newly acquired swords, Hachin's collection was substantial. The successful refinement of the dagger had further inflated his desires. Gazing at the 6 unrefined treasures scattered across the bed, Hachin felt an insatiable itch, yearning to refine them all at once. After much deliberation, Hachin ultimately chose the sword he had acquired from Wang Ziyu's storage bag for refinement. This sword had accompanied him for the longest time, developing a certain spiritual resonance with him. He promptly put away the other swords, leaving only the one from Wang Ziyu's bag. Drawing from his experience in refining the Chihun dagger, Hachin did not act impulsively this time. He meticulously prepared before employing the refinement technique. As he silently recited the incantation for refinement, he bit his right middle finger, drawing forth a drop of blood to fall upon the sword. Utilizing his martial arts and cultivation methods, he commenced the refinement. Having reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, aided by the unique energy of his jade pendant, Hachin's consciousness was comparable to that of a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Were it not for a fortuitous opportunity that allowed him to successfully cultivate the Haoyan Lianshan technique, his consciousness would not have reached such remarkable clarity. Gently probing the sword with his formidable consciousness, Hachin discerned that the sword's spirit had long since become a mindless entity, its original owner's consciousness imprint having faded with the passage of time. With his overwhelming awareness, he gradually subdued the sword's spirit's murderous intent. The 2 forces remained in a stalemate for several hours, exhausting Hachin while simultaneously weakening the sword's residual malice. At this juncture, he consumed an ice heart pill, and as his consciousness regained its clarity, he unexpectedly imprinted his own consciousness upon the sword's spirit, successfully subduing it. This refinement proved surprisingly smooth. Upon completing the sword's refinement, Hachin discovered it to be a weapon designed for martial artists. The sword, which Wang Ziyu had painstakingly acquired but never had the chance to refine before his downfall, now became a boon for Hachin. With the successful refinement, a wisp of energy surged into Hachin's mind, revealing a set of 36 techniques of the Gungjin sword art, each with 3 distinct variations, culminating in a total of 108 techniques when mastered to perfection. After resting briefly, Hachin positioned the sword horizontally before him and began to meditate on the sword techniques. When he emerged from his cultivation, it was already early dawn the following day. He exhaled softly, the breath coalescing into a tangible form that resembled a sword qi, resonating with a metallic sound that reverberated through the air. With a mere thought, the sword shot forth like a beam of golden light, severing the branch of a nearby tree with ease. What a sharp blade! Once he successfully mastered the Gungjin sword art, he would wield a power that transcended mere swords. Every breath could manifest as a sword qi, with every pore capable of releasing sword energy, unleashing a torrent of blades that would sweep all before him. Unfortunately, Wang Ziyu had not been fortunate. Yet Hachin was different. He was a practitioner of both martial and magical arts. Even martial artifacts could be refined and utilized. The refinement of the sword and the acquisition of the sword art were akin to adding wings to a tiger. With the Gungjin sword art at his disposal, Hachin felt empowered with a lethal means of attack, significantly enhancing his offensive capabilities. However, mastering this sword art was no simple task. It required the absorption of substantial Gungjin energy to cultivate the sword spirit. The more formidable the sword spirit, the more potent the sword qi would become. The endeavor to absorb the essence of Gung metal is no trivial matter. Perhaps this is precisely why Wang Ziyu has refrained from hastily refining the gunmetal sword. The inability to locate abundant carriers or ores rich in gunmetal essence hinders the advancement of the swordsmanship to a higher realm. After all, even the most skilled artisan cannot work miracles without materials. Talent alone is insufficient without resources. However, Hachin is distinct, possessing a unique elemental force from a jade pendant within him, which the gunmetal sword particularly favors. This is Hachin's fortuitous fate. Nevertheless, it is merely a supplementary means. Having refined the treasured sword, albeit not meeting the usage requirements, it is still better than having none. Should he encounter items imbued with gunmetal essence in the future, he will certainly take note. Hachin remains remarkably magnanimous, displaying no impatience. The path of cultivation unfolds naturally, and haste serves no purpose. He summoned the sword that hovered outside and played with it indoors, maneuvering it gracefully for a while before reluctantly placing it beside him. With several well-suited weapons in hand, Hachin felt a surge of confidence. He then attempted to refine the 3 divine weapons he had just acquired. It must be said that Hachin's luck was quite favorable this time. In a short span, he successfully refined a sword forged from the essence of gunmetal. Interestingly, at the very moment the sword was successfully refined, the nearby gunmetal sword unexpectedly soared into the air. The two swords intertwined in a delicate dance within the confines of the room. The newly refined sword merged with the previously refined one, transforming into a luminous shadow that descended into his dantian. Hachin was elated, sensing the two swords' fusion, capable of separation and unity, their concealed intricacies allowing for surprise attacks, striking foes invisibly with the illusion of a sword within a sword. Perhaps his fortune had been exhausted, as the subsequent divine weapons proved impossible to refine, and even his consciousness could not penetrate their essence, leaving him no choice but to temporarily set them aside. Although unable to refine the remaining swords, they were not without merit. With a blade that could slice through iron effortlessly, he could still unexpectedly dismantle an opponent's inferior magical artifacts. Furthermore, as a practitioner of both martial and magical arts, he could wield them as weapons. For future convenience, Hachin decided to name several divine weapons. The sword forged from the fusion of the gunmetal sword and the gunmetal essence is now called the Fei Huang sword, and the newly developed swordsmanship is henceforth known as the Fei Huang sword technique. The two short swords he acquired earlier are named the Qingpa short sword and the Qingling short sword, the latter bestowed by Yimei. The dagger obtained from the street vendor retains the name Qihun dagger. Among the 3 swords acquired from the vendor, only 2 remain. The crimson sword is named the Fei Hong sword, while the unremarkable sword is temporarily called the nameless sword. Though unbeknownst to Hachin, it is indeed a celestial sword. Reviewing his mastery of spells and martial techniques, Hachin feels confident in his cultivation of the stunning step technique, the 5-element fist of Xingyi, the flame of Dan, and the wind blade among others. With spells and martial skills in his possession, Hachin still found himself lacking in defensive artifacts. Although he had successfully bid on a piece of mixed element armor at the auction, he yearned to procure additional protective gear, such as inner armor. Thus, Ian Pavilion became his primary choice. After all, he found nothing suitable among the market stalls, and even if there were, the prices were exorbitantly steep. It was far more prudent to visit Ian Pavilion once more. His previous visit had only led him to purchase some rainbow grass on the first floor, neglecting the second floor. Upon re-entering Ian Pavilion, Hachin was taken aback to discover that, due to the opening of a secret realm, there were few commendable defensive artifacts remaining. The remaining armor and inner armor did not meet his standards, although he intended to acquire some defensive artifacts. He was informed that no shipments would be received until after the secret realm had opened. Hence, he reluctantly abandoned this notion and turned his attention towards Xian Pavilion to purchase elixirs. Fortunately, Xian Pavilion, supported by the Danyu sect, had no shortage of medicinal pills. Recognizing the perilous nature of the secret realm, Hachin resolved that, in the absence of the necessary defensive artifacts, he should not squander his essence stones. Therefore, after reserving enough essence stones for his cultivation needs, he exchanged all of his remaining essence stones for elixirs, hoping that they might offer him an added layer of safety within the secret realm. Subsequently, he wandered through various shops and stalls, acquiring an assortment of talismans and medicinal pills, indulging in an eclectic mix of purchases. He even prepared ample supplies of gunpowder for hunting, becoming quite familiar with the owners of the roasted duck shop and the tavern. Many, like Hachin, shared the sentiment of converting all their essence stones into elixirs before entering the secret realm. Only disciples from noble families or sects refrained from such actions, as they had their own aides, making their ventures into the secret realm considerably safer. Although Hachin was also a disciple of a sect at this moment, he felt no different from a wandering cultivator. Devoid of a master to guide him or the sect's resources at his disposal, he could only cultivate in solitude. Yet, he felt a sense of contentment, for he at least had a sanctuary compared to those solitary practitioners. Determined to venture into the Wuun Mountain secret realm, Hachin aspired to rely on his own abilities to harvest cultivation resources and accumulate a foundation for his future endeavors. Having been a disciple of the sect for some time, neglected and overlooked, he held little affection for it. He had no choice but to strive on his own, with no one to support him. If it weren't for the presence of Yun Luo, Yi Mei, and others within the sect, he would have truly wished to live freely as a wandering cultivator. As he prepared for his adventure in the Wuun Mountain secret realm, Hachin was keen to keep his movements hidden from the sect, especially from Yuan and Yi Mei. If they were to learn of his intention to enter the secret realm alone, it would undoubtedly be met with disapproval. Thus, he discreetly returned to the marketplace, undergoing several transformations and disguises, and stealthily acquired the necessary items for his expedition into the Wuun Mountain secret realm. Chapter 50. The secret realm of Mount Tua. Having procured the necessary items in the Danyun market, Hachin cautiously departed the market, setting his course towards the secret realm of Mount Tua. Throughout his journey, he remained exceedingly vigilant, moving with deliberate caution, pausing intermittently, and employing stealth techniques. He took convoluted paths and altered his appearance, fearful of being pursued. After all, enemies about. First, the Chu family from Danyun market had been in pursuit. And then there were the assassins clad in black who attempted to ambush him. Moreover, at the auction, he had caught sight of a silver-haired old man on the third floor, leaving him uncertain whether that figure had also set his sights on him. Particularly concerning were the perplexing actions of Xiang Pu's. According to Li Yu's account, he had been pursued by a group of unidentified assailants before even leaving the market. Hachin surmised that Xiang Pu's identity must have been exposed, as the artifacts he had procured at the auction were of exceptional quality. It was evident that he was willing to part with treasures that would leave many yearning for them, suggesting that Xiang Pu's possessed even more valuable items than those auctioned. Hachin felt as though he had been ensnared in a web of conspiracy. If he were to fall victim to the black-clad assailants in the market, and if disaster were to befall his master and fellow disciples at the Yunhai sect, or even Yimei and Yuan, the sect would undoubtedly seek retribution. Unfortunately, due to Li Yu's inadvertent encounter with the impersonator Xiang Pu's, who was being pursued in the market, Hao Chun had decisively resolved to expedite the departure of Li Yu and the others from that perilous locale before Xiang Pu's could react. Xiang Pu's and his family's intent to auction exceptional treasures was merely a ploy to stir upheaval within the cultivation world of Yun Prefecture, facilitating the Xiang family's opportunistic expansion in the region. Regrettably for them, Xiang Pu's had miscalculated. He had placed his bets in the wrong arena, inadvertently introducing an unpredictable variable in the form of Hao Chun, thus thwarting the Xiang family's ambitions in Yun Prefecture. The journey from Danyun Market to the secret realm of Mount Tua would typically take merely a fortnight by sword flight. However, Hao Chun, through stealthy maneuvering, took over a month to finally enter the territory of Mount Tua. This delay proved advantageous for him, allowing him to evade numerous factions intent on his demise along the way. Upon entering the northeastern territory of Mount Tua, Hao Chun proceeded steadily towards the secret realm. The secret realm of Mount Tua connects to the Dangsha Ridge Mountains in the south and boasts 3 entrances. The entrance to the northwest domain lies in the western part of Mount Tua, while the northern entrance is situated in the northern section, and the northeastern entrance can be found in the eastern part. At this juncture, the Dangsha Ridge was far from tranquil. The activation of the secret realm of Mount Tua had triggered frequent minor tremors, causing many beasts and demonic creatures to flee from their lairs. While third-tier demonic beasts were commonplace, fourth-tier entities frequently emerged, and even fifth-tier beasts could be spotted. Every step outside the secret realm of Mount Tua was fraught with peril. Fortuitously, thanks to his adept cultivation of spiritual awareness, Hao Chun continuously scanned for the presence of any adversaries as he traversed the area. After meticulous scrutiny, he confirmed that the Chu family's tracking methods were no longer in effect. After the old man with white hair concealed his presence and altered his appearance, neither he nor the peculiar old man Xiao could recognize themselves, allowing them to traverse the journey with relative safety. Adhering to the principle of cautiousness, they entered the northeastern outskirts of the Wuun Mountain without encountering significant peril, thus meandering along. Hao Chun arrived at the location where the Wuun Mountain's secret realm would be unveiled, just 7 days prior to its opening. At that moment, the site of the secret realm was bustling with temporary encampments established by various sects and factions. Thousands of small groups had gathered here, eagerly awaiting the revelation of the secret realm. Most of these entities were minor sects, scattered cultivators, and the descendants of prominent martial and immortal families. Among the more renowned sects were Yunheng sect, Jiaoyang sect, Qianyu Gate, Huiyuan Gate, Ziyang sect, and Huayu sect, among others. However, the disciples from the 4 continents, 3 sects, 2 gates, and 1 royal family of the northeastern region had yet to arrive. A brief inquiry revealed that the aforementioned powers, excluding the scattered cultivators alliance, typically arrived no sooner than 3 days prior to the opening of the secret realm, often accompanied by formidable leaders adept in foundational and Yuandan levels. There exists an unwritten rule concerning the secret realm, which forbids any conflict within its vicinity during the month preceding its opening. Thus, Hao Chun safely spent 4 nights in this area, awaiting the arrival of the various sections. Although many disciples from these sects entered the secret realm, there were indeed restrictions on the number of participants. The overseers of the secret realm established regulations, allocating quotas based on the size and influence of each sect or family in the northern 3 regions. In the northeastern region, the quotas for the 4 continents, 3 sects, 2 gates, 1 alliance, and 1 royal family were capped at 20 individuals for each major sect and royal entity, while smaller sects and families were limited to 10 participants each. The scattered cultivators were organized by the alliance, forming teams of 10, with a maximum of 5 teams, thereby restricting the number of scattered cultivators to under 50. To enter the secret realm, practitioners were required to pay 200 yuan stones to procure a special transmission talisman for entry. This talisman could only be activated upon the closure of the secret realm, summoning those who had entered back to safety through the infusion of vital energy. Other beings, such as demon and magical cultivators, could not utilize this talisman. a precaution implemented by the realm's designers to prevent such entities from accessing the secret realm. If not used at the precise moment of the realm's closure, the talisman would combust and become unusable. These measures were the result of years of experience accumulated by the overseers of the secret realm. Without them, a relentless influx into the realm would not only disrupt its ecological balance but also thwart the purpose of fostering a rejuvenating environment. The overseers aspired for the secret realm to perpetually serve the cultivation community. The collection of yuan stones from those entering the realm served as a management fee, supporting a permanent team of cultivators dedicated to maintaining the safety of the area surrounding the secret realm. Hachin suppressed his cultivation level to the 7th layer of qi refinement, as the minimum requirement for entry into the secret realm was a level above that. After passing the scrutiny of the Scattered Cultivators Alliance and paying the requisite 200 yuan stones, he was assigned to the 3rd team of Scattered Cultivators. Within this team, Hachin's cultivation level is the lowest at the 7th layer of qi refinement, while the highest reaches the perfection of qi refinement. The others, noticing that Hachin's cultivation is at the bottom, paid him no heed and refrained from engaging with him, which suited Hachin's desires perfectly. He wished only to quietly amass wealth in the secret realm without drawing attention to himself. As the secret realm opened, Hachin observed various sects arriving one after another. Yet he did not spot any members of the Yunhai sect. Instead, he encountered his adversaries, the 5 members of the Chu family, who followed Chu Haoran into the secret realm. Once the secret realm was activated, Hachin entered alongside a trio of wandering cultivators. Upon his entrance, he was astounded. The environment here was exponentially superior to that outside. If one could cultivate in this place, even without foundation-building elixirs, the chances of achieving successful foundation establishment would be significantly enhanced. However, anyone attempting to establish a foundation within the secret realm would face mysterious obliteration. Entry was strictly limited to those at the qi refinement stage. This notion was merely a fleeting thought for Hachin, as he had already inquired about the conditions of the secret realm prior to entering. It only permitted those below the foundation-building level. The individuals entering the secret realm aimed to gather materials for crafting foundation-building elixirs, which had become exceedingly rare in the outside world. Within the secret realm, the lowest tier of beasts encountered were 2nd and 3rd level magical creatures, with 4th and 5th level beasts reigning as the dominant entities. A 2nd level beast corresponds to a human at the early stage of foundation establishment, a 3rd level beast to a human at the mid stage, a 4th level beast to a human at the late stage, and a 5th level beast to a human at the early stage of Yuandan. This is precisely why, throughout history, so few individuals have returned from the secret realm laden with treasures. Most precious materials are fiercely guarded by these beasts, who consume and refine them as soon as they ripen. Had the secret realm not been so perilous, the various sects would not dispatch teams of a dozen or more. The evident dangers of the secret realm are underscored by the grim fate awaiting anyone who dares to linger past its closure. Death is the only certainty. Cautious by nature, Hachin did not initially seek out herbs upon entering the secret realm. Instead, he prioritized concealing his presence to avoid detection. He intended to utilize the 3 months afforded to him within the realm to enhance his cultivation and seek opportunities. In truth, the heavy casualties among wandering cultivators in the secret realm primarily stem from their own recklessness. These individuals, driven by greed, swarm to find spiritual herbs and medicines, neglecting their safety. Ultimately, they either fall prey to other wandering cultivators or attract the attention of disciples from powerful families or sects, leading to their demise. The vitality within the secret realm is tenfold that of the outside world. Even a common blade of grass possesses medicinal properties. This being Hachin's first venture into the secret realm, he holds modest expectations. He does not exhaust himself in pursuit of high-tier spiritual herbs. Rather, he begins with the more ordinary varieties. It is worth noting that Hachin has already secured the primary materials for foundation-building elixirs at the auction. Thus, upon entering the secret realm, he need not risk competing for materials to craft the elixirs. As others hastily plunged into the depths of the secret realm, Hachin remained on the periphery, diligently searching for ordinary herbs, unnoticed by anyone. It was precisely this approach that allowed him to evade numerous dangers within the secret realm. The major sects had long reached a tacit understanding that, upon the opening of the realm, they would first cleanse the scattered cultivators. Countless scattered cultivators met their demise during this purge. One cannot deny the formidable prowess of the major sects. Outside the secret realm, they would not dare to act in such a manner. Although immensely powerful, their numbers paled in comparison to those of the scattered cultivators. Should a rebellion arise, even if they emerged victorious, it would come at a significant cost. However, within the secret realm, the situation was markedly different. As long as no survivors were left, no one would know that these scattered cultivators were eliminated by the sections. Even if someone stumbled upon the corpses of scattered cultivators, they would attribute the deaths to the fierce competition over spiritual herbs, thereby sparing the sects any unnecessary trouble. Since the ancient war, this silent agreement among the major sects had persisted, allowing them to maintain control over the herbs within the secret realm. Few scattered cultivators or minor families could gather the necessary materials to refine foundational elixirs. Since the day the Wuun Mountain secret realm was discovered, countless scattered cultivators have perished within, which is one of the reasons the major sects have sustained their advantage. Chapter 51. Schemes, Part 1. Upon entering the secret realm for the first time, without a map or acquaintances, Hachin could only linger at the rear of the makeshift expedition team. Observing the frenzied rush of others in search of spiritual herbs, he remained unconcerned, preoccupied with devising a plan to extricate himself from this impromptu group. Gradually, he consciously distanced himself from the team, opting not to press forward but rather to veer sideways, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest alone. Wandering the outskirts of the secret realm, he still managed to reap some rewards within the common perception. The spiritual herbs at the edge of the realm had long been stripped bare by earlier adventurers. Most explorers hastily traversed the periphery, placing their hopes deep within the realm, eager to seize rare treasures. This very misconception, however, facilitated Hachin's aspirations for wealth. Here, no one contested him for the spiritual herbs. In fact, in some secluded locales, he discovered a few well-aged herbs. Remarkably, he found time to meander leisurely. However, this so-called wandering was merely an opportunity to observe the geographical environment, assess the landscape, and memorize vital topographical features. One must remain acutely aware of their surroundings to avoid losing their way, and he meticulously scouted various hidden cultivation spots, marking them for future reference. Alone in the secret realm, Hachin's explorations yielded considerable rewards. He amassed a substantial quantity of materials suitable for refining lower-tier elixirs, likely enough to recoup his earlier investments in the marketplace. In truth, individuals like Hachin exist among both the sects and the scattered cultivators. However, those individuals had all participated in a secret realm expedition at least once. Consequently, they possessed experience and refrained from competing with the disciples of prestigious sects for spiritual herbs and elixirs. Instead, they focused their efforts on gathering ordinary medicinal materials. It is noteworthy that even in such an environment, ordinary herbs hold considerable value outside the secret realm. Thus, their expedition yielded substantial rewards. Nevertheless, these individuals were not masters of the chi refinement stage. They were at the 11th or 12th layer of chi refinement, lacking urgency in collecting the raw materials needed for crafting foundational elixirs. Therefore, they preferred to collect ordinary herbs for profit and exchange them for foundational elixirs at the market rather than risk their lives delving into the depths of the secret realm to contest with disciples of sects for rare treasures. Typically, one would not encounter long-aged spiritual herbs in the periphery of the secret realm. Hachin was fortunate enough to stumble upon a particularly remote location. Gazing at a small tree before him, his heart surged with excitement as he beheld the coveted tianling fruit. The tree was laden with purple-red tianling fruits, and Hachin wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. This exquisite spiritual fruit, a rare gem among spiritual treasures, is not something one can easily obtain. The tianling fruit is quite precious, known for its ability to enhance the body's absorption of the world's vital energy and to expand the meridians, serving as a primary medicinal ingredient in the crafting of foundational elixirs. Although there was no one around to contest him, Hachin prudently began to carefully place each harvested tianling fruit into a jade box to store in a spatial pouch. Just as he finished gathering the tianling fruits and had yet to depart, he unexpectedly encountered members of the Chu family, a true twist of fate. The individuals he saw from the Chu family were not the same few he had encountered outside the secret realm. The Chu family always meticulously planned their entries into the secret realm, dispersing their members among loose cultivators and noble families, then converging within the realm based on the scent of tracking potions. For centuries, the Chu family has employed this strategy to maximize their gains within the secret realm. Although the Chu family members had not yet realized that the person before them was their long-sought target, they were acutely aware of the allure of the spiritual fruit. They knew precisely how many fruits were borne by a tianling fruit tree, as they were well-versed in the art of herbalism. The ancestral figure of the Chu family had once been a core alchemist of a Danyu sect, privy to many secrets, particularly the geographical locations of numerous high-grade spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits within the secret realm, all meticulously documented. The tianling fruit tree that Hachin had unwittingly encountered was a site recorded by the Chu family in the secret realm. For many years, this spiritual fruit had been exclusively enjoyed by the Chu family, but today it had been discovered by him, who had harvested them all. This had indeed stirred trouble. The Chu family would not allow the revelation of this secret to go unpunished, as they sought to reclaim the tianling fruits and eliminate the individual who had uncovered their secret. 6 formidable masters at the late stage of chi refinement, among whom 3 are exceptionally powerful, advanced to the pinnacle of chi refinement, jointly forced Hachin into an inescapable predicament. Even if Hachin were to offer the celestial spirit fruit to the Chu family at this moment, it would be futile. The Chu family was intent on silencing him permanently. However, they merely besieged him at this juncture, refraining from launching a full-scale assault, primarily out of fear of destroying the precious celestial spirit tree that stood beside him. A lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. No matter how advanced Hachin's martial prowess, he found himself compelled to flee. If combat was not an option, escape remained a viable alternative. Yet, before his retreat, he resolved to incite further madness among the Chu family, severing their future aspirations. Fueled by indignation, Hachin devised a plan to execute a decisive act of destruction. Seizing the opportunity, he uprooted the celestial spirit tree, soil and all, and concealed it within his storage pouch, infuriating the members of the Chu family to the point of fury. This audacious act of Hachin effectively severed the lifeline of the Chu family. The celestial spirit fruit was their trump card, the foundation upon which their standing in the Danyun workshop market was built. Witnessing the outrage of the Chu family was akin to savoring ice-cold honey water on a scorching summer day, a delight to Hachin's spirit. Having meticulously calculated his next move, the moment he extracted the celestial spirit tree, he fled deeper into the secret realm. The periphery of this mysterious domain would likely provide little refuge from the Chu family's relentless pursuit. While studying the alchemical secrets of the Chu family, Hachin stumbled upon a formula for a powder that lures beasts. This concoction was a favorite among demonic creatures. Prior to entering the secret realm, he had procured a substantial quantity of rainbow grass from Wuun Pavilion, specifically to prepare this alluring powder. Following the methods outlined in the Chu family's alchemical tome, he successfully concocted 100 portions of the enticing powder for future use. As fate would have it, this was the perfect opportunity for the Chu family to indulge in the pleasures of the alluring powder. Choosing to flee against the wind, Hachin discreetly scattered the powder behind him as he ran. The Chu family, closely trailing him, remained oblivious to his cunning strategy and inadvertently became coated with the powder. The moment he released the enticing powder, nearby demonic beasts were stirred by its scent, driven by primal urges to converge upon the Chu family. The Chu family soon comprehended the unfolding calamity, but it was too late. They had fallen victim to Hachin's scheme. As the approaching beasts perceived the Chu family merely as prey, resulting in a brutal clash. Despite the presence of 6 late-stage Qi refinement masters, the Chu family understood the urgency of their situation. Lingering too long would attract even more beasts, drawn by the scent of the powder. They had no choice but to engage in a swift and decisive battle, carving out a bloody path to escape the relentless assault of the beasts. Have you noticed the scent permeating the air? It resembles the aroma of our Chu family's secret alluring powder. Chu Fan pondered aloud to his kin as they broke free from the onslaught. This powder was concocted by our ancestor. Even the Dan Yu sect lacks this formula. Yet, that individual seemed to know it perfectly. Could he be the one we pursued earlier? The Chu family members fell into deep contemplation. After evading the Chu family's pursuit, Hachin contemplated setting a trap in a secluded area deep within the secret realm, awaiting the arrival of the Chu family. No one can remain unmoved by a whole celestial fruit tree. The Chu family will undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly. As long as they dare to chase, I shall seize the opportunity presented by entering the secret realm to eradicate these individuals and eliminate the looming threat. Along the journey, Hachin has unwittingly left traces for the Chu family to follow, and to obliterate this faction, he has invested considerable effort, retreating into a concealed valley. After some exploration, he discovered that within the valley's pond resided an ironback wolf crocodile, a bona fide 4th-tier demon beast. Coincidentally, within the pond grew a spiritual herb known as the ice lotus, a prized possession of the ironback wolf crocodile. The ice lotus is a superior spiritual herb. When refined into the ice spirit pill, it can grant an individual devoid of elemental affinity a water attribute spiritual root. Anyone who lays eyes upon this water attribute spiritual herb would inevitably be consumed by greed. The Chu family, having pursued him for a celestial fruit, would be even more incited by the sight of the ice lotus. Once their avarice is ignited, they would provoke the ironback wolf crocodile. 6 late-stage Qi refining experts would likely meet their demise against such a beast, and Hachin silently wished for the Chu family's misfortune. Thus, by the pond, Hachin staged a scene of demise at the jaws of the crocodile, further shredding his already tattered garments and casting them into the water. He then extracted a demon beast he had casually hunted during his flight from his storage bag, spreading its blood about. Concurrently, he cleverly set up traps and cunning devices, admiring his handiwork before concealing himself. A 4th-tier demon beast is akin to a late-stage foundation establishment expert. However, if the Chu family is willing to expend their lives, slaying such a creature would not be an insurmountable task. After all, they hail from a family renowned for alchemy, possessing numerous magical artifacts far beyond the means of ordinary cultivators. Despite the strength of this 4th-tier beast, it is not invincible, and the Chu family, known for their proficiency in alchemy, could potentially subdue it using anesthetics or poisons, albeit at a considerable cost. Soon, the Chu family members, following the traces left by Hachin, arrived at this hidden valley. Upon entering, they beheld the ice lotus within the pond, stirring their desires. Though they were aware that a demon beast must be guarding this spiritual herb, the allure of wealth is potent. The ice lotus is a treasure, even more enticing than the celestial fruit. Chu Fan, having previously interacted with Hachin, sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. I believe caution is prudent. A person capable of eluding our grasp possesses considerable skill, yet they meet their demise here. This pond's demon beast is merely a 4th-tier entity. There must be some trickery at play. Chu Fan, being astute and meticulous, advised after thoroughly assessing the environment and detecting the presence of a demon beast. Chapter 52, Schemes, Part 2. That individual is merely at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. In our pursuit, they fled here in a panic. To encounter a treasure like the ice lotus unprepared and be slain by a demon beast is not extraordinary, remarked Chu Hauran, the Chu family's young master, dismissively. What significance does a level 4 beast hold? It merely corresponds to the late-stage foundation-building realm of humanity. With resolute determination, slaying a level 4 beast is hardly a daunting task. Our Chu family has entered the secret realm solely for the purpose of gathering the spiritual herbs necessary for crafting foundation-building pills. A single complete tree of heavenly spirit fruit can yield over 100 foundation-building pills. This is vital for the advancement of our lineage. The belongings of that individual may lie scattered beneath the pond, or perhaps have been swallowed by the beast. If we vanquish the beast, we shall reclaim that person's possessions. Moreover, with the presence of this ice lotus, should our family produce a master of the golden core stage, our status within the Danyu sect will undoubtedly ascend considerably. I believe this risk is worth taking. Ignoring the opinions of others, Chu Haoran expressed his thoughts candidly. The accomplished practitioners of the Chu family's Qi refinement stage, all elders nearing the end of their days, find themselves at a dead end if they cannot progress to the foundation building realm. Consequently, these individuals concurred with Chu Haoran's reasoning, voicing their support for his proposal to stake their lives on this endeavor. Although Chu Fan wished to oppose, the overwhelming backing from the elders silenced him. He refrained from speaking further, prioritizing his own safety. Chu Fan's retreat, however, only solidified the resolve of the Chu family to seize the Ice Lotus. Greed is an insidious force, capable of clouding one's judgment. Had the members of the Chu family exercised a modicum of thought, they might have discerned the underlying conspiracy at play. After all, the traps laid here are hastily constructed, riddled with flaws. Regrettably, the individuals of the Chu family have been blinded by their avarice, failing to recognize these vulnerabilities. The secret realm is fraught with peril. Even the disciples of major sects tread cautiously. Yet, the audacity of the Chu family is tantamount to courting disaster. They have fallen into Hachin's scheme, and the blame rests solely upon their own insatiable greed. Once unified in thought, the Chu family commenced their actions. Their primary target was the Ice Lotus, as it was the treasure most visible to them. By disturbing the Ice Lotus in the pond, they would inevitably draw out the guardian beast. Swiftly, the Chu family set up a celestial binding array in their vicinity, convinced that luring the ironback wolf crocodile into the array would constitute a significant achievement. Once the ironback wolf crocodile entered the formation, they would activate the celestial binding array, granting them the strength to withstand a late-stage foundation-building expert. With the array as their foundation, young Master Chu Haoran felt confident in his abilities. Furthermore, with the family's impending selection of a new head, he sought to seize this opportunity to showcase his prowess. Thus, he volunteered to entice the ironback wolf crocodile, seemingly willing to risk his life for power, oblivious to the gravity of his decision. Naturally, Chu Haoran's actions garnered the agreement of the majority. Volunteers eagerly stepped forward to undertake this perilous task. Much to the delight of the assembly, Chu Haoran promptly set his plan in motion, soaring towards the Ice Lotus nestled within the pond. The speed of his technique was akin to a flash of lightning, yet the ironback crocodile was even swifter. In the blink of an eye, Chu Haoran was struck by an overwhelming force and sent flying. This ironback crocodile was a formidable fourth-tier demon beast, equivalent to a cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage. Although Chu Haoran was prepared, the blow from the ironback crocodile left him gravely injured and unable to continue the fight. In truth, to withstand a strike from a fourth-tier demon beast and survive, Chu Haoran could be considered both defeated yet honored. Severely wounded, he was taken away by disciples of the Chu family for healing, and upon witnessing his injuries, the onlookers gasped in horror. Chu Haoran, originally a master at the late Qi refinement stage, had sustained damage to his dantian from the ironback crocodile's attack. Even if he were to recover, it was certain he would lose 1 or 2 realms in strength. The Chu family members focused their gaze upon the water, where a 3-meter-long, pitch-black ironback crocodile with piercing eyes of malice emerged. The sight caused everyone to collectively gasp. This is a 4th-tier ironback crocodile. It seems we are in serious trouble, Chu Fan remarked as he looked at the beast that had surfaced. Despite the trouble, it confirmed the death of the Qi refinement 7th-layer cultivator at the jaws of this ironback crocodile, a statement that garnered unanimous agreement from the elders present. It was no wonder they thought this way. A fully prepared master at the peak of Qi refinement had lost all combat capability after a single strike from the ironback crocodile. One could only imagine the fate of a Qi refinement 7th-layer individual, unprepared and seeking to pluck the Ice Lotus, who would undoubtedly be killed in one blow. At that moment, the Chu family collectively sighed in relief, finally able to ascertain that the thief of the celestial spirit fruit had met his demise within the jaws of the ironback crocodile. Thus, the Chu members steeled themselves, resolving to capture this ironback crocodile at any cost. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Hachin rejoiced at the sight of the Chu family launching their attack, believing that his opportunity for retaliation was drawing near, as immense benefits beckoned to him. As the ironback crocodile left the water and charged towards the crowd on the shore, the Chu family began their assault. In an instant, magical tools were unleashed, and spirit talismans and spells danced in chaos. Despite the ironback crocodile's formidable defense, it could not withstand the barrage of several magical and spirit-level attacks, soon becoming battered and bruised. While such wounds would be fatal to a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, to the ironback crocodile, they were but minor injuries, inciting its ferocity. Previously, the Chu family had used the immortal binding formation to confuse the ironback crocodile, but as its rage intensified, it disregarded the attacking magical tools and fixated on a single target, launching a fierce assault without a hint of retreat. Curiously, the ironback crocodile had set its sights on the Chu family's Grand Elder, charging recklessly towards him. The immortal binding formation laid by the Chu family was effective against cultivators at the late foundation establishment stage. Yet it revealed its inadequacies when faced with a 4th-tier demon beast like the ironback crocodile. Although they were capable of inflicting injuries upon each other, they could not deliver a fatal blow, which only served to further infuriate the demon beast. A frenzied demon beast is the most ferocious of all. Soon, the Grand Elder could no longer endure the onslaught. But fortunately, there were enough members of the Chu family to step in. The demon beast possessed a reserve of demonic essence several times greater than that of an ordinary cultivator. Although the Chu family had resolved to exhaust the ironback wolf crocodile, they found it difficult to withstand its reckless and relentless attacks, as it charged forward with unwavering determination, much to the annoyance of the Chu family. Time passed swiftly, and before long, an hour had elapsed. Despite the Chu family's access to medicinal pills for replenishing their essence, these were merely ordinary vitality pills. True restorative elixirs were beyond the capability of their small clan to concoct, and even within the Danyu's sect, such elixirs were scarce. Thus, in just an hour, the ironback wolf crocodile had rendered the dozen or so members of the Chu family exhausted, and the immortal binding array was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the members of the Chu family found themselves retreating involuntarily. The Grand Elder, having regained a measure of his essence, bellowed, "For the sake of our family, we shall fight to the death." In truth, even if the Chu family members wished to withdraw, it was too late. The ironback wolf crocodile had already succumbed to madness, leaving them no option but to confront it. To fight for their lives would come at a considerable cost. Everyone abandoned their defenses in favor of a full-on assault. And soon, casualties began to mount within the Chu family, while the ironback wolf crocodile also sustained significant injuries under their relentless onslaught. Chapter 53, The Scheme, Part 3. In less than half an hour, 3 of the Chu family's experts at the pinnacle of Qi refinement suffered severe injuries. Several disciples of the Chu family, at the 11th and 12th levels of Qi refinement, lost their lives to the attacks of the ironback wolf crocodile. It was truly a case of mutual destruction, with neither side gaining an advantage. Yet, the severely wounded ironback wolf crocodile began to retreat towards the water pool. However, the members of the Chu family were determined not to let it escape. The value of a level 4 demon beast was considerable. Moreover, allowing the ironback wolf crocodile to return to the water pool would render all their sacrifices futile. Encouraged by the Grand Elder, the remaining members of the Chu family resolved to fight with all their might, vowing to slay the ironback wolf crocodile. Thus, another fierce battle erupted. Both sides were at their limits, and the combat was exceedingly intense. In just a few exchanges, more members of the Chu family fell. Yet the ironback wolf crocodile also bore several new wounds. Seeing that both sides were at a stalemate, Hachin took action. He did not strike down the members of the Chu family. Instead, he seized the opportunity while the ironback wolf crocodile was preoccupied with them. Suddenly, a figure darted across the water pool, plucking the ice lotus from its depths. The members of the Chu family were left dumbfounded. Even they could comprehend that they had fallen into a trap, and it seemed they were destined to perish here today. Who would have thought that in their relentless pursuit they would be outmatched? The Chu family had no choice but to concede their defeat, pondering what price they might pay to be spared. Upon witnessing the figure they had been hunting, the Grand Elder realized they had been ambushed. The consequences of numerous misdeeds inevitably lead to one's own demise. Such is the fate that has befallen your family, the Chus. To think that I would grant you mercy is a mere fantasy. Today, none of you shall escape, Hachin resolutely declared. At that moment, he aimed to seize the opportunity to divert the attention of the Chu family members towards himself, thereby executing the traps he had meticulously laid to eliminate all of them. Upon hearing these words, the Elder's expression shifted momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure. To think you could hold us all here would require a price you cannot afford. Although we are gravely injured, should we unite in our resolve, you too shall meet your end here. The Elder countered, his tone resolute and imbued with a sense of fearless determination. However, his words did not intimidate Hachin. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain was not his desire. Is that so? Allow me to present my masterpiece before your demise, Hachin replied with a sinister smile. Casting a glance at the Elder, he then activated the traps he had previously set. Explosives, thunderous projectiles, and spiritual symbols erupted in a dazzling display, engulfing the gathering of Chu family disciples in flames, drowning out their screams with a cacophony of explosions. It must be said that Hachin's scheme was remarkably successful in diverting the attention of the Chu family members entirely towards him. However, there was an unforeseen consequence. After seizing the ice lotus, the ironback wolf crocodile became utterly frenzied, and the situation on the battlefield began to spiral out of control. Upon discovering the theft of the ice lotus, the ironback wolf crocodile, now uncontrollable, charged wildly into the crowd. Coincidentally, just as Hachin arrived, the beast mistook him for reinforcements and charged directly at him. With a gurgling noise, Hachin, seeing the ironback wolf crocodile rushing towards him, turned and fled. Realizing it could not catch him, the beast thought, if I cannot kill you, surely I can slaughter those around you. In an instant, the ironback wolf crocodile pivoted and lunged at the Chu family disciples, its sharp teeth glinting menacingly. It bit through the Elder's waist and then attacked the recently rejuvenated Chu Howren. As the ironback wolf crocodile approached, Chu Howren evaded its assault and retaliated with a powerful tiger fist, striking the beast's head with a dull thud, yet it appeared unscathed. The Chu family disciples found themselves ensnared in a brutal battle against the ironback wolf crocodile. Chu Howren unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each one infused with his full might, relentlessly battering the beast. However, his already injured left arm was bitten again by the ironback wolf crocodile. At this juncture, his arm had lost all sensation, and he bore countless wounds across his body. After the passage of 3 incense sticks worth of time, the only combatant still standing from the Chu family was Chu Howren, who continued to fight valiantly against the ironback wolf crocodile. The lower jaw of the beast had been shattered by the blows of the Chu family disciples. At this moment, The ironback wolf crocodile was too weak to bite any part of Chuhauren's body. In its fury, it leapt high, intending to crush Chuhauren with its massive form. Severely wounded, Chu Fan, witnessing the dire predicament of a young master, unleashed a flame of Dan essence from the side, aiming to divert the ironback wolf crocodile. Yet, this ferocious beast appeared resolute, intent on extinguishing Chuhauren's life, unflinchingly absorbing the blaze that crashed against his very form. A piercing scream erupted, abruptly silenced. From a distance, Hachin beheld the devastating clash between the Chu family and the ironback wolf crocodile, his heart heavy with compassion. Swift as a startled swan, he seized the creature's tail, summoning an unknown strength to hurl the beast against a nearby rock. To his astonishment, the rock shattered. Yet the ironback wolf crocodile remained unscathed. It turned its menacing gaze, baring its exceptionally sharp teeth, poised to strike at Hachin. Fury ignited within Hachin. He sidestepped the imminent attack and lunged at the ironback wolf crocodile with a fierce roar. In that moment, the beast's tail, akin to a steel whip, lashed out, striking Hachin and sending him tumbling over 3 zhang away. His left arm was broken, and a grievous gash marred his back, enduring the searing pain. Even before his body could touch the ground, he sprang forth again, undeterred, charging at the monstrous creature. The ironback wolf crocodile, undeterred, swung its tail once more. This time, however, Hachin cleverly evaded the assault, exploiting the creature's momentum. As the beast's tail faltered, Hachin seized the moment, delivering a powerful blow to it. Upon impact, the ironback wolf crocodile emitted a series of anguished cries, its bloodthirsty eyes fixated on Hachin. Clearly, the preceding battle had inflicted considerable damage upon the beast. Humiliated by being toyed with by a frail human, the creature seethed with rage, longing to devour its opponent whole. In a fit of fury, the ironback wolf crocodile lunged at Hachin once more, its terrifying teeth poised to rend him apart. If you seek your own demise, I shall oblige, thought Hachin. And with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the Qinghun dagger, imbued with Dan essence flames, propelling it toward the beast like a military dagger. The Qinghun dagger, shimmering with a cold light, found its mark within the creature's maw. At that instant, Hachin swiftly retreated, observing the ironback wolf crocodile's frantic reaction from a safe distance. The beast, feeling the searing flames within, went berserk, attacking everything in its vicinity, including the gravely injured Chu Fan, who lay on the ground. The ironback wolf crocodile's blood-red eyes were locked onto Hachin, its massive tail sweeping through the air once more. Hachin narrowly evaded, watching in horror as a deep trench was carved where he had just stood. A cold sweat broke upon him. Had he engaged directly, he would have surely met a grim fate. Continuously dodging the relentless onslaught of the ironback wolf crocodile, Hachin found himself in a precarious position. Yet his body remained relatively unharmed. With the Qinghun dagger lodged in the beast's mouth, he drew forth the Fei Huang sword, delivering strikes against the ironback wolf crocodile whenever the opportunity arose. In the end, the ironback wolf crocodile was engulfed in a fiery blaze, its maw wielding a Qinghun dagger that absorbed blood, while the flying brilliant sword relentlessly struck down upon it. Despite the overwhelming circumstances, with blood nearly depleted, it fell heavily to the ground. At this juncture, Hao Tian had already ingested the recovery pill and the bone regrowth pill. However, his grievous injuries rendered his left arm immobile, and his chest bore fractures, his flesh a muddled mess of blood. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of the ironback wolf crocodile beneath him, he waved his hand, stowing it away in his storage pouch. He swiftly navigated the battlefield, collecting the storage pouches left behind by the Chu clan members, along with scattered weapons and magical artifacts. Leaving not a single item behind, even the array foundation of the immortal trapping formation was not neglected. The stench of blood was overwhelming, likely to attract other ferocious beasts. Should another beast appear, his life would truly be in jeopardy. Moreover, the commotion he had caused might draw the attention of nearby cultivators searching for spiritual herbs. After tidying the scene, he hastily made his escape. On his journey, he moved cautiously, evading powerful beasts, and finally distanced himself from the treacherous waters. He arrived at a serene valley, where verdant trees adorned the mountains, a gentle stream murmured within the valley, and a comforting mist enveloped the area, accompanied by the fragrant scent of grass. His spiritual sense revealed no presence of high-level beasts in the vicinity. Pleased with this haven, Hao Yin decided to heal his wounds here. Discovering a cave abandoned by beasts beneath the cliff, the beasts may have perished or vacated this region. The cave, though small, offered shelter from the elements. For safety's sake, Hao Yin retrieved the thunderbolt, keeping it close at hand, as it was his most formidable asset within this secret realm. Though he had previously consumed the recovery pill and the bone regrowth pill during his battle with the ironback wolf crocodile, these merely alleviated his injuries, and he needed to tend to them further. He took out a disinfectant powder to cleanse his wounds, followed by applying the rejuvenation powder atop them. Employing his spiritual power, he rejoined the fractured bones and swallowed another bone regrowth pill, finally feeling a sense of reassurance. After thoroughly inspecting his injuries and finding no immediate threat to his life, he exhaled deeply. At this point, he knew he could not conduct any further examinations and resigned himself to rest within the beast's cave. Despite the numerous injuries he had sustained, the fact that his foundation remained intact was a stroke of fortune. His current physical condition was far from ideal, and further travel was out of the question. He resolved to recuperate before proceeding. Lying quietly in the cave, he contemplated the schemes against the Chu clan and the fierce battle with the ironback wolf crocodile that had left him utterly exhausted. At this moment, He found himself too weak to rise, only able to recline on the ground, practicing his cultivation to restore his true essence. Chapter 54. The desire for gains. After 7 days of meditative healing, his body had regained its strength. Opening his package, he gazed upon the storage pouches belonging to the 17 members of the Chu clan, his eyes gleaming with excitement, regardless of the treasures contained within. The mere value of these 17 storage pouches was considerable. One by one, he unsealed the pouches. Aside from the spiritual herbs and medicines collected in the secret realm, there were only a few elixirs. It appeared that the Chu clan had sustained significant losses during their battle with the Ironback Wolf crocodile. Hachin stored away the magical artifacts. With the exception of the 6 mid to upper grade swords utilized by the late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, the remaining 11 swords were all of inferior quality. However, within the Grand Elder's storage pouch, he discovered a rather commendable alchemical furnace and a volume entitled Secrets of Alchemy, suggesting that the Chu family intended to concoct elixirs within the secret realm for emergency purposes. Hachin meticulously organized the contents of the storage pouch, categorizing them into distinct bags: spirit stones, medicinal pills, manuals, magical artifacts, spiritual herbs, and a plethora of empty jade boxes and vials. Besides the storage pouch hanging from his waist, he had several others that could no longer be accommodated, and rather than discarding them, he reluctantly fashioned a small bundle to carry on his back. In the vicinity of the meditation cave, Hachin gathered a considerable amount of quality herbs. The local demonic beasts were only interested in certain spiritual herbs and medicines, perceiving these herbs as no different from ordinary weeds. However, if these herbs were to be brought outside, they would fetch a handsome sum in spirit stones. This valley was not particularly large during the past few days. Aside from healing his injuries, Hachin had thoroughly explored the area. He discovered that at the valley's entrance, another Sheji demonic beast had appeared. Upon entering the valley, he had not noticed the existence of high-level demonic beasts, suggesting that his entry coincided with a moment when the Sheji was absent. While healing within the valley, the lack of interference from other demonic beasts was likely due to the presence of this guardian beast. Hachin speculated that any area frequented by demonic beasts must harbor celestial treasures. Adhering to the principle of not overlooking an opportunity once recognized, he awaited the perfect moment. The Sheji demonic beast periodically ventured out to hunt, presenting an excellent opportunity to approach its lair. Hachin quietly concealed himself by the cave entrance, waiting for the Sheji to depart. The beast, over 10 feet in length, bore sharp claws and was covered in black scales, known for its bloodthirsty nature, tearing apart its prey with ferocity. As he watched the lethargic departure of the Sheji, once it was no longer in sight, Hachin surged forward without hesitation, darting into the Sheji's lair, where he spotted a plant brimming with spiritual energy before swiftly retreating. The moment he attempted to pilfer the celestial treasure guarded by the Sheji, the beast instinctively sensed the theft, a primal reaction. Hachin surmised that the Sheji had likely imbued the treasure with a unique scent for protection. Almost immediately, a deafening roar erupted behind him, accompanied by tremors beneath his feet. Hachin's expression shifted as he hastily ran forward. He had not anticipated the Sheji's rapid return and now had to traverse the valley as swiftly as possible. Despite its massive size, the Sheji was remarkably fast. Hachin could even smell the beast's rancid odor closing in behind him. Spotting a dense forest ahead, he realized that only by entering the thicket could he hope to evade the pursuing Sheji. 50 feet, 30 feet, 10 feet, without hesitation, Hachin plunged into the depths of the thick forest, quickly scaling a towering tree. Observing the prey ascend the towering tree, the fierce creature known as the Sheji roared in agitation, crashing into the trunk. Hachin, perched upon the branches, found amusement in the spectacle. Go ahead, keep colliding. The tree swayed and trembled, akin to a recliner under the weight of a relaxed occupant. After a futile attempt to dislodge the tree, the Sheji eventually resigned itself to defeat. Hachin then leaped to an even grander tree, seeking a sturdy branch to rest momentarily. It was then that he retrieved a vibrant spiritual herb, its essence radiating vitality. It turned out to be a Ning-ing grass. The Ning-ing grass served as a principal ingredient in the concoction of the Ning-ing pill, which assists in solidifying the nascent soul, enhancing its robustness. Although this pill could not directly elevate a Qi refinement practitioner to the nascent soul realm, it could fortify the nascent soul during the ascension process. Hachin felt a surge of joy. Although currently only at the Qi refinement stage, he anticipated that it would be at least a century, or even several centuries, before he could utilize such a pill. Yet, this spiritual herb was a rare find, indeed. He carefully placed it in a jade box, sealing it with intent. Within the verdant embrace of the forest, Hachin's consciousness could extend 3 miles, and after meticulously surveying the surrounding energies, he felt assured of his safety. He then gracefully descended to the ground, continuing his journey deeper into the secret realm. As he traversed the path, Hachin discovered numerous spiritual herbs, though regrettably, they were of little use to one at the late stage of Qi refinement. Nevertheless, he collected them all, filling his ample storage bags. For the next opening of the secret realm would not occur for another 20 years. With this rare opportunity to gather spiritual herbs, Hachin was determined to seize every chance. Having just harvested a spiritual herb, Hachin sensed a tremor beneath his feet, accompanied by distant echoes of thunderous roars. A fierce wind howled as a beam of dark, chilling light shattered a colossal tree, scattering countless leaves and branches into fragments, hurtling towards Hachin with terrifying momentum. It approached with such swiftness and ferocity that by the time Hachin noticed, it was already less than 3 yards away. Instinctively sensing the danger, he reacted swiftly, executing the elegant step technique. With a twist of his waist, he narrowly evaded the onslaught of the dark light. The protective layer of true essence enveloping him was instantly shattered by the passing darkness. The overwhelming force threatened to tear his body apart. Though the black light had merely grazed him, its might was evident. Should he have been struck directly, the consequences would have been dire. The dark light, relentless in its fury, obliterated tree after tree, turning wood into dust as it swept through the forest. As Hachin gazed upward, he witnessed the mighty trees falling. And through the gaps, he discerned the silhouette of a jet-black serpent engaged in a fierce battle with a shadowy figure. The intensity of the black light made it clear that the serpent was a formidable opponent. It is estimated to be a 5th-level beast, seemingly more formidable than the usual 4th-level ones. This creature appears to be guarding some celestial treasures. A thought struck Hachin, prompting him to swiftly approach, eager to seize any opportunity to acquire the precious items. The purpose of entering the Wuun Mountain secret realm was indeed to seek out these treasures, and he could not afford to miss an opportunity upon discovery, unless he was outmatched. Hachin moved with remarkable speed, darting through numerous broken trees as he hastened towards the scene of the battle. However, upon nearing the site, he discovered that the conflict had already reached its conclusion. The black giant python, though a powerful 4th-level beast, was no match for its adversary. That opponent was none other than Xiao Wei, a disciple of the Huayang sect, who had achieved the 12th level of qi refinement. Upon noticing Hachin, the disciple initially paused in surprise, then revealed a menacing grin. Looking to pick up the scraps? Xiao Wei chuckled darkly, immediately launching a punch. A fiery fist surged forth, slicing through the air with astonishing force, aiming to obliterate Hachin. The dreadfully hot punch seemed capable of scorching the very sky, incinerating the surrounding trees as if they were mere kindling. Xiao Wei's fearsome blow was a blatant attempt at murder and theft, intending to eliminate any intruder on the spot. Hachin, recognizing the peril of his situation, understood that this was not a typical opponent. Yet, he mused that this disciple was still far from the cunning and treacherous nature of the old monster, who had never bested him. If you don't mind, I may just leave you here in this secret realm, he thought to himself. Clearly, this Huayang disciple lacked the insidious and crafty demeanor of the old monster. This time, Hachin did not hold back. With a swift mental command, the Fei Huang sword erupted with a dazzling golden light. He unleashed the full extent of his power at the 10th level of qi refinement, revealing a formidable force of true essence, pushing his sword to its utmost limits. Kill, he declared. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But if one does, I will surely strike back. Upon drawing his sword, Xiao Wei's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, he had seen Hachin as merely a 7th-level practitioner. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the 10th level. Realizing that this individual had concealed his true strength, Xiao Wei felt a sense of foreboding. Yet, he dismissed any fear, confident that encountering Xiao Wei would lead to the other's demise. With fists enveloped in searing flames, Xiao Wei unleashed his overwhelming power without reservation. Both combatants revealed their most formidable abilities. Xiao Wei, in the late stages of 12th level qi refinement, exhibited tremendous strength, while Hachin, at the 10th level, proved equally resilient. Despite the disparity in cultivation, Hachin possessed extraordinary physical prowess and a myriad of techniques, enabling him to contend with Xiao Wei's formidable spells. Xiao Wei's fiery techniques burned intensely, and his martial prowess was formidable. His fist struck repeatedly, resembling a barrage of fire serpents unleashed in relentless succession. In the blink of an eye, dozens of punches were thrown, each imbued with immense power, creating a torrent of blazing flames that swept through the surroundings, reducing everything to ash in a magnificent display of invincibility. Confronted by the terrifying flames, Hachin exhibited no inclination to evade. His consciousness was extraordinarily focused, his eyes radiating an unparalleled brilliance akin to the edge of a sword, slicing through the vastness of the sky, and a sense of disdain blossomed within him, spreading outward. Faced with such a formidable pressure, Hachin once again entered a state of profound clarity, igniting an unmatched fervor for battle. In an instant, he executed the stunning step, seamlessly combining it with the flying radiance sword technique, launching himself into combat. Although he had only mastered the first 12 of the 36 sword forms, the myriad transformations within the flying radiance sword technique significantly enhanced its potency. With a fierce resolve, he unleashed a flurry of golden sword lights, which flickered in an instant. Hundreds of sword beams piercing through the air. The sword, imbued with the concealed fire of Dan Flame, was propelled by Hachin's formidable consciousness, endowing his swordsmanship with an exceptional edge, one that his opponent could not match. In a heartbeat, Hachin unleashed all 36 moves, the blinding sword light tearing through the void, transforming into a majestic torrent of sword energy that surged forward. The intense and overwhelming fire currents conjured by Xiao Wei clashed with the sharp and domineering sword radiance emitted by Hachin in midair. A cacophony of thunderous roars echoed, reducing the surrounding flora into ashes. The blinding light rendered both Hachin and Xiao Wei nearly unable to gaze directly at one another. The terrifying waves of energy surged outward, their overwhelming combat prowess colliding and causing the nearby giant serpent's corpse to be riddled with wounds. The sheer force erupted from the two was so tremendous that Hachin was compelled to retreat from its edge, seeking an opening to counterattack. Xiao Wei, employing a strategy of retreat to advance, summoned his fierce and fiery fist technique, striking through the residual waves. Chapter 55. Unexpected gains. This forest had likely existed for an eternity, with towering trees that soared over dozens of zhang, each requiring several people to embrace fully, alongside countless other majestic giants. The fierce battle between Hachin and Xiao Wei was a life and death struggle, with every sword strike and punch delivered with unrelenting vigor. The ground cracked. Trees lay fallen, and devastation marked the landscape. As they moved with agility, it was as if a ferocious beast rampaged through, leaving no obstacle in its wake. Xiao Wei's fist struck ceaselessly, transforming into an array of fiery torrents that encircled and assaulted Hachin from all directions. In response, Hachin unleashed dazzling beams of golden sword light that danced through the flames, aiming at Xiao Wei. Yet, the fists diverged before reaching their target, and the sword light was obstructed. A resounding crash mingled with the sounds of metal clashing and the turbulence of elemental energy, creating a storm that obliterated the surrounding environment. As they pressed onward in their fierce combat, despite the disparity in their cultivations, the pressure elevated Hachin's strength, allowing him to unleash the flying radiance sword technique to its utmost potential. At that moment, he had seamlessly executed all 108 moves of the 36 forms, reaching a level of parity with his opponent. With each passing moment, Xiao Wei's astonishment grew. Hachin's resilience was remarkable, continually enhancing his strength in battle. Now standing at an equal footing, given the circumstances, I am left with no choice but to unleash my secret technique and obliterate you, Xiao Wei bellowed. Danyin Fantian? With a fierce roar, he radiated an even more dazzling crimson light, an astonishing heat enveloping the surroundings. Trees within dozens of paces appeared as if they were being scorched by fierce flames, their bark gradually becoming desiccated and charred. The terrifying force rendered Hachin unable to approach. He could only reinforce his fire avoidance talisman to shield against the flames. Simultaneously, he executed the stunning crane step to evade. The flying Huang sword unleashed a barrage of hundreds of golden sword beams, intercepting the roaring Danyin Fantian. In mere moments, the sword beams Hachin conjured seemed to dissolve under the onslaught. The Danyin Fantian technique was beyond the resistance of even those at the late Foundation establishment stage, let alone you. Xiao Wei's voice carried a terrifying heat. The disparity between the 10th and 12th levels of qi refinement was stark, had it not been for Hachin's unique dual cultivation of martial and mystical arts. He would have long since been defeated. Xiao Wei concentrated the terrifying flames of Dan Yin once more into his right fist and struck fiercely. It resembled a crimson flame dragon piercing the void, the overwhelming heat accompanied by immense pressure causing the air to explode with a series of thunderous booms. Hachin felt suffocated and unable to evade. At that moment, he dared not summon the Dan Yin flames to confront it, fearing being consumed. Silently, he gathered icy brilliance, affixing it to the flying Huang sword, while simultaneously, his mind directed the Qing Hun dagger and the flying Huang sword to lie in wait. Boom. The Qing Hun dagger and the flying Huang sword suddenly clashed with the Danyin Fantian, only to be repelled. And Hachin was thrust back several dozen paces by the backlash. His back collided with the trunk of a towering 100-foot tree, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as if they were breaking. The returning Qing Hun dagger and flying Huang sword dimmed and vanished into Hachin's body. Xiao Wei, witnessing his most powerful strike being thwarted by a mere 10th-level qi refinement cultivator, was consumed by rage and madness, gathering all his strength once more to attack Hachin. Die. Xiao Wei leaped into the air, transforming into a shooting star, descending upon Hachin like an endless torrent of scorching fists. The taste of death was palpable, and such a threat often ignites the greatest potential within humanity. In this moment, Hachin was no exception, instantly gathering all his energy. With a thought, he wielded the left flying rainbow sword in one hand and the nameless sword in the other, swiftly sweeping them across. A glimmer of cold light burst forth like the stars, ultimately converging at the sword tips, radiating an unparalleled sharpness, as if nothing in this world could withstand it. Icero technique, wind blade technique. Hachin concentrated all his power, simultaneously drawing upon the special elemental force of the jade pendant, compressing it at the sword tips. Imbued with terrifying force and edge, then activating the inherent power of the divine weapon. With a flick of his wrist, both swords shot through the air, directly aiming at the approaching destructive fist. Time seemed to slow by tenfold as the dual swords he thrust forth left behind only a scintillating shadow, colliding with the onrushing fist. No sound emerged from the impact, rendering the scene eerily surreal, distorting one's senses. With a forceful strike, Xiao Wei's fist was pierced by a beam of sword light. The relentless sword aura, shrouded in the shadow of death, continued its advance toward him, instilling a sense of dread that compelled Xiao Wei to move his body in a desperate attempt to evade. However, such a sudden change in intent while exerting all his strength risked injuring his meridians. Yet, for the sake of survival, he could endure the pain. He firmly believed that if his punch connected, his foe would surely meet their demise. In that moment, a sharp pain radiated from his shoulder as the sword penetrated his body, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. The force of his punch, now wavering, nearly dissipated. Just as his energy was about to falter, Xiao Wei's fist collided forcefully with Hachin's body. Hachin had already enveloped himself with a diamond talisman and simultaneously swallowed the bone regeneration pill that he had been holding in his mouth. He could only resort to employing the 5 elements fist to counter and defend against the assault. In a state of desperation, Hachin was still struck with tremendous force by Xiao Wei's punch, driving him violently into the massive ancient tree behind him, embedding his body within its trunk. At this moment, Xiao Wei's complexion turned pale as blood gushed from the wound in his shoulder. Stealing a glance at the weakened figure ensconced within the tree, He suppressed the pain and fatigue coursing through him to unleash another punch. Following a thunderous explosion, silence enveloped the area. Xiao Wei hastily retrieved the medicinal pills to consume. But as he contemplated collecting the spoils, he suddenly sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching. Realizing his current state left him with barely a fraction of his strength, retreat became the wisest course of action. As for Hachin, lodged within the tree, Xiao Wei was confident that the impact of his strike would render his opponent lifeless. Even if he had not succumbed yet, a follow-up punch would be sufficient to ensure his demise. This was the confidence he held in his own capabilities. Just as Xiao Wei made his exit, a graceful figure swiftly approached, a woman clad in azure robes, her cheeks flushed with color, who paused to assess the scene. Who was battling here? Her melodious voice rang out, her beautiful eyes scanning the area and instantly discerning the fierce conflict. Two individuals were engaged in combat, one wielding martial arts through punches and the other employing sword techniques, both utilizing fire element spells in their skirmish. After surveying the battleground, the woman's gaze fell upon the dark pit within the colossal tree. However, it was shrouded in shadows, and she detected no fluctuations in energy, prompting her to refrain from further investigation. Finding no other significant details, she swiftly departed. Moments after her departure, a figure emerged from the hollow of the tree, Hachin, unscathed. At that moment, he had no time to ponder other matters, sensing the flying rainbow and the nameless sword buried within the earth at the explosion's epicenter. He hurriedly stowed them away in his storage bag. He then descended before the wreckage of the massive python, retrieving a dark attribute demon core from within. His attempt to acquire an advantage had instead led to a life-and-death struggle in the Wildman Valley. Seeking to capitalize on the situation had resulted in his meridians suffering from violent shocks due to the swift onslaught of the jungle gale tiger. It seemed that seeking easy gains was fraught with peril. Moving forward, he resolved to temper his avarice. Upon witnessing the tattered appearance of Hachin, adorned with numerous charred marks, one can discern that this place has endured a fierce battle. Strangely, however, Hachin bears not a single injury. Should Xiao Wei catch sight of Hachin, his astonishment would be immeasurable. 2 attacks, and yet they failed to claim Hachin's life or inflict even the slightest wound. This is inconceivable. Indeed, Hachin had sustained severe injuries from a powerful blow, but fortunately, he possessed a rare treasure. The infusion of his true essence, mingled with the unique energy of a jade pendant, formed an invisible armor of true essence, significantly diminishing the impact of the opponent's strike. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far more dire. As for the weakened breath, Hachin had naturally employed a technique to suppress his presence, rendering his aura subdued. It was only after Xiao Wei delivered another punch that Hachin's injuries worsened. Nonetheless, Hachin's robust constitution allowed him to endure these injuries, albeit requiring considerable time for a complete recovery. No one could have anticipated that within this colossal tree lay a rare treasure, the heart of a millennium-old tree. The emergence of such a heart necessitates a tree that has existed for at least a millennium, and not every ancient tree of that age is capable of producing it. Only those with an exceptionally vigorous life force may do so, and even then, success is not guaranteed. When Hachin was struck into the heart of the millennium-old tree and subsequently hit again, he penetrated deeper, ultimately making contact with the heart of the tree, which was then absorbed into his body. The heart of a millennium-old tree embodies the essence of a tree's life. It does not facilitate rapid enhancement of cultivation or directly augment one's strength. Its sole function lies in its astonishingly abundant life force. Absorbing the heart can continuously nourish an individual's physique, gradually enhancing their physical prowess and enabling swift recovery from injuries. Hachin's severe wounds could heal, in part, due to the power of this heart. Upon departing from the ancient tree, one could observe the tree undergoing a transformation, gradually wilting as if time itself were being condensed into mere moments. Within a brief quarter of an hour, the once magnificent millennium-old tree had completely withered, exuding an air of lifelessness. The heart of the millennium-old tree, the very essence of its life, was drawn into Hachin's body, effectively sealing the tree's fate. Although there was a tinge of regret, Hachin had no means to return the heart's life essence. This treasure held immense significance for him. While it may not drastically amplify his strength, it significantly enhanced his survival capabilities. After absorbing the heart, minor injuries healed almost instantaneously, while severe wounds could mend in a remarkably short time. Surveying his surroundings, Hachin realized that Xiao Wei had departed, thereby revealing the whereabouts of the second part of the Doushui Danhuaju, the Danyanju. The secret tome of Danyanju must surely be in Xiao Wei's possession. Without a moment's hesitation, Hachin set off in pursuit of Xiao Wei, determined to acquire the flames of the Danyan. Chapter 56, Opportunities, Part 1. In the realm of secrets, opportunities abound, and they hold paramount significance for every individual, often possessing the power to alter one's destiny. Opportunities dictate the trajectory of life. Missing a single chance may lead to lifelong regret. As the saying goes, opportunities, once lost, shall not return, serving as a reminder for individuals to seize their chances with utmost diligence. Thus, it becomes evident that when an opportunity presents itself, one must not waver or hesitate, but rather act with clarity and decisiveness, making timely decisions without delay. During his days in the secret realm, Hachin has reaped a considerable bounty of spiritual herbs and elixirs, as well as precious treasures such as the heavenly spirit fruit and ice lotus, inadvertently absorbing the essence of a millennial tree heart. Furthermore, he has eliminated an elite member of the Chu family who had entered the secret realm, thereby mitigating a significant threat to himself. Hachin's gains have been substantial, and naturally, others have not returned empty-handed. Following the valley stream, he collected various spiritual herbs and ordinary medicinal plants from both banks. When thirst struck, he quenched it with the crisp stream water, and when hunger arose, he caught plump fish to roast over a fire. While others risked their lives to seize rare treasures, Hachin wandered leisurely within the secret realm. Yet, a thunderous cascade of water interrupted his idyllic existence. Halting abruptly, he found himself at a dead end, confronted by a mist-shrouded cliff of unfathomable depth. After a moment of contemplation, he mused to himself, "Fortune favors the bold." Unwilling to retreat, he grasped his flying phoenix sword and leaped forth, soaring like a swallow. He then glided downwards on his sword, just as he touched the ground. Suddenly, a shadow darted towards him, and with a swift strike of his sword, he transformed the shadow into a cloud of crimson mist. It was a venomous snake. Quickly distancing himself from the cliff, he soared to the heights of a towering tree. Drawing on his years of hunting experience, he deduced that this cliff was home to more than one poisonous serpent. From his vantage point atop the tree, he surveyed the surroundings and discovered a valley that resembled a deep pot. A waterfall cascaded from the cliff, and the pool below exuded a refreshing coolness that tempered the heat of the day. The valley floor was adorned with bizarre and wondrous flora, resembling a garden of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits. With every step he took, he could easily grasp the spiritual herbs and elixirs within reach. Observing this relatively small area, Hachin's eyes glimmered with avarice. His hands grew weary from collecting, ignoring those of lesser age. His legs ached from walking, and he had no desire to examine ordinary herbs. With his jade box emptied and his storage bag filled to capacity, he resorted to wrapping his finds in his garments. Alas, why must the space in the storage bag be so limited? He resolved to acquire a larger storage bag in the future. Frustration bubbled within him as he gazed helplessly at the abundant spiritual herbs and elixirs before him. Although Hachin possessed several storage bags, gained from Prince Yu, after defeating Lu Wanjin, and 3 issued by his sect, especially the one from Prince Yu, which boasted ample space. After slaying members of the Chu family outside Uni Square and acquiring 6 storage bags, along with 17 more from this venture in the secret realm, he now possessed a total of 26 storage bags. After equipping 25 storage bags, Hachin was reluctantly compelled to leave behind a slightly smaller one. The bags filled with daily necessities, food, clothing, and essentials could not be further compressed. Gazing longingly at the spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits within arm's reach, yet unable to savor their delights, Hachin felt a restless itch in his heart. One cannot let nature's call go unheeded. After all, he was adept at alchemy. Was he not? With determination, Hachin sought out a cave away from the waterfall to serve as his alchemical sanctuary. He was undeterred by the thought of wasting spiritual herbs and elixirs, as long as the pills were of 3rd tier or below, and he possessed the recipes. He would attempt to concoct them. He diligently produced dozens of vials of various pills, including vitality pills, chi recovery pills, rejuvenation powder, fire condensation pills, and ice heart pills, even managing to create numerous gathering yuan pills and 4th-tier pills such as restoration pills and body reinforcement pills. The art of alchemy is labor-intensive and mentally taxing. During his breaks, Hachin repeatedly filled the emptied storage bags. Days passed in this cycle, and soon his supply of elemental stones had dwindled, as had the spiritual herbs and elixirs he had lavishly consumed. With no desire to continue the tedious task of alchemy, he reminded himself that he had entered this secret realm to seek treasures of heaven and earth. He could not remain stationary for too long, lest countless opportunities slip through his fingers. With the alchemical furnace stowed away and the remnants of his failed concoctions buried, he made his way to the poolside. In the days spent refining pills, he had often come here to refresh himself, enchanted by the soothing waterfall. While washing up, the exhilarating sound of cascading water brought him immense joy. Having been so engrossed in his alchemical endeavors, he had neglected bathing. Now, as he prepared to leave, he decided it was time for a thorough cleansing. Stripping down, he plunged into the waterfall. The tumultuous waters struck his body like a battering ram. What ferocity! Hachin was astonished by the power inherent in nature, pondering that this truly was an excellent place for body tempering. He began to challenge the waterfall. Initially overwhelmed after mere moments, but gradually able to endure the force for a full incense duration. Eventually, his body acclimated to the relentless torrent. Seeing nothing worth lingering for, Hachin donned his clothes and readied himself to depart. Suddenly, he recalled a saying from the mundane world: drawing a sword to sever water only makes it flow more. Raising a cup to dispel sorrow only deepens it. He thought to himself, I must witness the essence of severing water with a sword. With the Fei Wang sword drawn, he unleashed the 36 forms and 108 moves in an instantaneous display, coalescing into a magnificent and mighty sword intent, its radiant brilliance almost blinding. With a resolute shout, he aimed to cleave the waterfall in two, channeling his entire essence into the Fei Wang sword. The golden sword light, several feet long and seemingly tangible, appeared as if it might tear the very air apart. This terrifying beam of light surged forth, carrying an overwhelming force that struck towards the waterfall. Fixating on the formidable sword light, he felt the power of this strike nearing the initial stages of foundation establishment, almost approaching the mid-stage. This was merely a fleeting inspiration. He wished to grasp the moment of severing the flowing water with his sword, nothing more. It was an ideology, and should he succeed, it might lead to a profound transcendence of his understanding. This sword strike surpassed the final blow delivered during the battle against Xiao, a disciple of the Huayang sect. cleaving through the cascading waterfall with formidable force, momentarily disrupting the torrent. However, this disruption lasted but the blink of an eye before the sword light was once again shattered by the deluge. What was that? Hachin faintly sensed something during the brief interruption of the waterfall's flow. He urged his flying sword towards the mid-air position of the waterfall, hovering between the waterfall and the cliff, proceeding slowly. As he approached the center of the waterfall, he discovered a hidden opening. The gap between the waterfall and the cliff grew increasingly narrow, mere inches too constricted to pass through. To force his way would mean facing the brunt of the water pressure. Previously, Hachin had merely stood on the rocks beneath the waterfall, enduring its relentless pressure. Now, suspended on his sword in midair, he faced the impact of the flowing water, risking a fall should he misstep. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, Hachin drew forth two short swords, driving them firmly into the stone at the entrance of the opening, stabilizing his body. He focused his mind, channeling all his strength to propel himself towards the opening with great speed. This fleeting movement left him feeling utterly drained, every muscle and sinew aching as if they were being torn apart. He had no choice but to retreat for a moment, allowing his body to recover before once again standing beneath the waterfall. When he felt acclimated to the water's impact, he rose to investigate the cave once more. Taking a deep breath, he leaped forward to the concealed entrance behind the waterfall. As he activated his spiritual senses, he could only discern a blurred vision ahead and the faint sound of droplets falling rhythmically. This was a natural cave, with stalagmites jutting out from the ground and stalactites of varying lengths and thicknesses hanging from the ceiling, as if he had stepped into a wondrous realm. Chapter 57, Opportunity, Part 2. Entering this enchanting natural cave, Hachin keenly sensed the thinness of the air within. Were an ordinary person to venture here, they would likely succumb to asphyxiation in no time. However, endowed with a robust physique from dual cultivation of martial and magical arts, he could endure for an extended period. Moreover, his exceptional physical refinement had significantly enhanced his bodily functions, allowing him to remain here for days without adverse effects. As Hachin traversed the passageway of the cave, he felt a distinct difference from the outside world. The ambient energy here was far more concentrated. The rhythmic sound of dripping water grew clearer with each step he took, and he maintained a heightened vigilance, wary of any lurking dangers. Apart from the rhythmic dripping and the sound of his own footsteps and subtle breaths, there were no other noises, and he did not sense any unusual aura. Could it be that this place housed no ferocious beasts or creatures? Nevertheless, Hachin dared not lower his guard. The Tianyuan continent was rife with extraordinary tales, and such a mysterious secret realm could very well conceal unknown enigmas. The world is vast, and I have only just embarked on the path of cultivation. To traverse further, one must possess an unwavering belief, unafraid of all trials and tribulations. I shall gamble my life, regardless of what lies ahead. Navigating through the jagged stone pillars, resembling canine teeth of varying sizes, I finally discerned the source of the rhythmic dripping sound. It emanated from a small pool, roughly 3 feet in diameter, where stood a crystalline stone pillar, as thick as a calf and 3 feet tall, resembling a veritable hot pot of stone. The artistry of nature is astonishing. The harmonious interplay of yin and yang captivates the senses. The water encircling the pillar is a pristine milky white, devoid of any impurities, breathtaking in its purity. Suspended above this pool, a long, thick inverted stone pillar mirrors the one at the center of the water. From its apex, a droplet of pure milky liquid slowly coalesces before cascading down. Upon landing on the translucent stone pillar in the small pool below, it produces a crisp, melodious drip, spilling into the center pillar and sliding into the water. This treasure of heaven and earth, born from the confluence of yin and yang, exudes an enchanting fragrance that infiltrates my nostrils and pervades my lungs, enveloping me in a euphoric sensation akin to transcending reality. At the edge of the pool stands a stone tablet, hewn from the stone pillar, inscribed with the words, "Heaven and earth possess extraordinary treasures." The essence of the world's vital energy metamorphoses into what is known as stone pillar milk. This place has housed stone pillar milk for a millennium. Mortals may consume it to fortify their bones, cleanse their marrow, and undergo a transformative rebirth. Cultivators who partake shall enhance their true essence and elevate their cultivation level. To those fortunate enough to find this place, do not deplete the pool of stone pillar milk entirely. Leave some for future generations. The signature bears a name unfamiliar to me, yet upon examining the date, I discover it dates back a millennium. A millennium of stone pillar milk. My eyes gleamed with excitement, troubled by my low cultivation level, which hinders my ability to compete with others in this secret realm. I had not anticipated the serendipitous encounter with such a rare treasure. Without needing to read the inscription, I recalled references from other texts within my sect. Once the stone pillar milk reaches a certain age, it possesses the remarkable ability to strengthen one's veins, cleanse the marrow, and enhance cultivation. Particularly when it surpasses the 1,000-year mark. How much could my cultivation improve by consuming and refining this millennium-old stone pillar milk? I pondered silently. Furthermore, this enhancement may extend beyond mere strength, also augmenting my physical cultivation. Admittedly, this cave is quite elusive, hidden behind the waterfall, rendering it invisible. Had it not been for my fortuitous arrival and the spur-of-the-moment decision to sever the waterfall, I would have never discovered it. It required a series of fortunate coincidences to unveil this hidden treasure. Without any one of them, discovery would have been impossible. This suggests that this cave has remained undiscovered for over 1,000 years. Following the pattern of the Wuun Mountain secret realm, which appears once every 20 years. It has likely manifested more than 50 times before I fortuitously stumbled upon it. This is my opportunity. With a beaming smile illuminating his face, Hachin's fervent gaze fixated upon the millennia-old stalactite milk nestled within the small water pool. After taking a deep breath, he seated himself by the pool's edge and inhaled deeply, causing a milky white stream of liquid to surge forth, penetrating his throat. The moment it graced his palate, an exquisite flavor enveloped him. As he swallowed, a silky smoothness coursed through him, a refreshing sensation spreading throughout his body, flowing like water through his limbs and bones, instilling an unparalleled sense of ease. It was as though he had become weightless, capable of soaring with the winds and dancing through the air. This experience transcended mere physical sensation, extending into the realm of the spirit. Yet, rather than succumbing to this bliss, Hachin dispelled all distractions. Focusing his mind and spirit with utmost intensity, he settled into a cross-legged position, activating the Canli San Xianju technique to refine and absorb the essence of the stalactite milk that permeated his being. This ancient stalactite milk, a culmination of the world's spiritual energy, had undergone countless processes of accumulation, sedimentation, and purification, resulting in a pure, liquid form of elemental energy devoid of impurities, allowing for rapid and effective absorption by the human body. During this absorption, it subtly nourished every part of his body, facilitating transformative changes. Every individual who entered the secret realm of Wuun Mountain encountered their own unique opportunities. Of course, a small fraction of them met untimely ends due to insurmountable dangers, deceitful schemers, or encounters with formidable foes. The resounding roar of a waterfall echoed throughout the valley, its thunderous sound reverberating for dozens of miles. During this time, two figures arrived in succession but lingered only briefly, as they found nothing particularly remarkable and lacked the imaginative impulse that had driven Hachin to strike at the waterfall. Unaware of the astonishing fortunes concealed behind its colossal cascade, within the cavern, Hachin continued to refine the stalactite milk, integrating its power into his limbs and bones, as well as into his formidable and pure elemental energy. A delicate white aura enveloped him, akin to swirling clouds, emanating a fragrant essence that was both refreshing and invigorating. With a surge of vitality, he instantly became even more powerful, reaching the 11th level of qi refinement. As his cultivation advanced, the trajectory of his Canli San Xianju technique began to shift, gradually transitioning from the first stage of qi refinement to the foundational stage of cultivation. During his time at the Yunhai sect, Hachin had devoted himself to both cultivation and the comprehension of techniques, including his period in the Nameless Valley. He had now fully grasped the first stage of the Canli San Xianju. All that remained was to enhance his cultivation to naturally realize the subsequent stages. Moreover, under Hachin's own deductions, he had successfully deciphered all 36 forms of the Flying Huang Sword technique. With an elevation in his cultivation and the refinement of his techniques, his swordsmanship would undoubtedly improve in a short span of time. Thus, it became evident that his cultivation had become the sole limitation to his strength, and he was currently endeavoring to remedy this shortcoming. Beyond the enhancement of his cultivation, Hachin sensed a significant elevation in his spiritual awareness. His physique steadily grew more formidable, with muscles and organs becoming increasingly compact and his strength evidently amplified. Having cultivated to this juncture, he had only consumed a small portion of the 1,000-year stone bamboo essence. Although he did not intend to deplete the entire essence, wishing to retain some for future use, he could still continue to refine most of it. With a deep breath, he inhaled another surge of the 1,000-year stone bamboo essence, which shot into his mouth like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly swallowed and spreading throughout his being. As his technique circulated, the turbulent blood within him permeated through his limbs and bones. The white mist-like aura emanating from his body grew increasingly dense, its fragrance becoming more pronounced, enveloping him in a cocoon of aromatic white mist, rendering him ethereal, almost divine. As time flew by, a subtle tremor coursed through Hachin's body, producing a sound akin to thunder, signifying yet another breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the 12th level of qi refinement. With this elevation, the trajectory of the Canli San Xianju technique began to transform, gradually shifting from the first stage of qi refinement to the second stage of foundation establishment. The jade pendant, which had absorbed a considerable amount of the stone bamboo essence, also underwent a metamorphosis. The azure and white hues it contained deepened, and its inherent power intensified, resonating within Hachin's sea of consciousness like the booming of thunder. The process of absorption and refinement continued relentlessly, and within the small pool measuring about a foot in diameter, the 1,000-year stone bamboo essence slowly diminished. His aura surged once more, reaching the pinnacle of the 12th level of qi refinement. Subsequently, a tremendous thunderous sound erupted from his sea of consciousness, reverberating like rolling thunder, accompanied by a dizzying sensation that enveloped him. Once everything settled, Hachin concluded his cultivation session, as his body had reached its zenith and he no longer desired to absorb more of the 1,000-year stone bamboo essence. Gazing into the foot-deep pool, with remnants of the essence still remaining, Hachin adhered to the principle that wasting such a treasure was a grave sin. He retrieved several jade bottles from his storage bag and began to portion out the 1,000-year stone bamboo essence, ultimately leaving behind a thin layer of it that barely covered the bottom of the pool. Firstly, a senior from a century ago had once left a message to reserve a portion for future fortunate seekers, as the chance of entering this place was exceedingly rare and arduous. Secondly, the minute amount that remained, even if absorbed and refined, would not significantly enhance his cultivation or strength. It might instead instill demonic thoughts into his practice. With a flick of his fingers akin to a sword, he unleashed his true power, cleaving a stone bamboo stalk and planting it on the opposite side of the small pool, transforming it into a new stone tablet. He skillfully inscribed a message. Heaven endows treasures. The earth nurtures spirits. Those fortunate enough to obtain them must exercise caution and not deplete the source entirely. Excess in all matters may bring harm upon oneself. He signed it with the current year and his name, Hachin, representing his present perspective. As his cultivation advanced, so did his understanding and perspective. His realm elevated, and he grew in wisdom, gradually attaining various insights. These insights may not necessarily enhance one's cultivation or strength, yet they provide a clearer understanding of oneself and the world, pertaining to one's realm and personal path. Individuals experience varying levels of comprehension at different stages of life. The reflections penned here represent Hachin's current thoughts, which he deems valid enough to preserve for future generations' contemplation. At this juncture, Hachin meticulously examines his own transformations, realizing that he is but a hair's breadth away from achieving the pinnacle of qi cultivation. Upon careful analysis, he perceives an elevation in his cultivation. While his mindset remains rooted in the understanding of the qi refining stage, the advancement in his cultivation, marked by the practice of the Kenli San Shinju, naturally transitions towards the foundational level of construction. This enhancement is undeniably remarkable. Under ordinary circumstances, such progress would be unattainable without more than half a year of rigorous training. The evident improvement in cultivation signifies a substantial increase in strength. As he clenches his fists, he feels the latent power coursing through his arms, as if he could shatter mountains and shake the very earth. Chapter 58. The unbelievable during this period of cultivation enhancement. The jade pendant within his sea of consciousness also experiences a disturbance, leaving him curious about its current state. Hachin wishes to investigate. Previously, no matter the method employed, the jade pendant remained unresponsive to his summons. He wonders if this time will be different. With a thought, the pendant unexpectedly shifts from his sea of consciousness. What is happening? It can be summoned now? HM? It was once a blue-white hue, yet now it is transformed into a deep ebony color. Hachin gazes at the jet-black pendant, momentarily speechless. Intrigued, he probes the pendant with his spiritual awareness, and upon doing so, nearly loses grip on it. This, oh my, I struck gold. I've struck gold. Hachin is beside himself with joy, cradling the pendant in his hands and bouncing around in exhilaration. What has he discovered? An astounding revelation awaits. The interior of the pendant has inexplicably opened up into an expansive space. What kind of object is this pendant? A celestial treasure? A divine artifact? This vast expanse is adorned with flourishing flora and brimming with abundant vitality. Could it be that there are beings within this pendant? Or perhaps it conceals some extraordinary treasures? Is this not the legendary artifact of lore? Unable to contain his curiosity, he cautiously allows a thread of spiritual awareness to delve into the pendant once more. In an instant, he feels himself entering an entirely different realm. His awareness rests within a vast wilderness, and to his astonishment, the elemental energy in this space is extraordinarily dense, surpassing that of the outside world by dozens of times. Compared to the vitality of the Tianyuan continent, it is as if there exists a chasm between them. Suppressing his inner excitement, he begins to explore his surroundings. Nearby lies a pond spanning several zhang, with spring water bubbling forth, producing a series of delightful sounds as it flows along a channel into the distance. To Hachin's amazement, beside the spring stands a towering tree laden with fruit. He observes that this space, aside from its flora, harbors no other forms of life. It remains a primordial ecosystem, untouched and unspoiled by human intervention. Does this not suggest the presence of numerous treasures? Since it has yet to be developed, the soil here must be exceptionally fertile. One could cultivate spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, grow vegetables and grains, and even inhabit the space? Upon contemplating this, Hachin felt a surge of excitement. This jade pendant was indeed a remarkable treasure. Internally, he marveled at its significance. In the Tianyuan continent, there exists an abundance of spatial treasures. Any cultivator with spatial attributes, provided their strength is sufficiently formidable, can create their own space to store various items, such as storage bags, rings, bracelets, and necklaces. Disciples from prestigious cultivation families or sects possess such spatial storage devices, which are also available for purchase in the markets. However, these storage spaces are limited to inanimate objects and cannot accommodate living beings, not even a single fly. This type of storage space is referred to as the most rudimentary form of primary space. Beyond primary space, there are intermediate, advanced spaces, and even small worlds, all of which are crafted by powerful beings. Intermediate spaces can host rare flowers and small animals, yet they cannot be inhabited. Advanced spaces, on the other hand, not only allow for the cultivation of flora and fauna, but also provide living quarters. Many formidable practitioners prefer to reside in their self-created advanced spaces while cultivating, akin to a mobile abode. Such advanced spatial treasures are exceedingly rare, their value immense and incomparable, requiring not only exceptional cultivation but also an array of heavenly materials to maintain the stability of the entire space. This is reminiscent of Pangu, who, in creating the heavens and the earth, had to transform his own being into the Tao to uphold the cosmic balance. Certainly, the act of creating an advanced space cannot be equated with Pangu's monumental task, yet the fundamental principles remain consistent. Treasures of this caliber are typically unattainable for the average person, reserved only for those with profound lineage and influential sections. As for small worlds, they transcend the realm of ordinary treasures. They are either naturally formed through the evolution of the cosmos or forcibly crafted by immensely powerful beings, requiring vast amounts of cultivation and thousands of years of transformation to come into existence. Within these realms, as long as one adheres to the rules of the small world, humans or other creatures can dwell there, even marrying, procreating, and practicing cultivation, resembling the human world in nearly every aspect. Hachin gleaned this knowledge from the text's Tianyuan Anecdotes and Cultivation World, where he also discovered the method for refining advanced treasures. Learning that such artifacts must be consecrated with the blood of their owners. After a brief moment of his consciousness lingering within the jade pendant space, he emerged, eager to refine the treasure. Following the ritual for advanced artifacts, he bit his tongue, allowing a drop of blood to spray onto the pendant. With a commanding exclamation, his blood began to coalesce on the pendant, forming a vivid red character for Hao. With a flicker of thought, a strand of his consciousness settled upon the character, inscribing a spiritual imprint that gradually merged into the jade pendant. At that moment, the pendant emanated a brilliant, gentle radiance. A dazzling array of colors burst forth from the pendant, illuminating the entire cave with a kaleidoscope of hues, before slowly returning to its original state. Hachin gently caressed the jade pendant, and with a flicker of thought, it returned to his consciousness. With another thought, he summoned it back into his grasp. Hachin pondered, since the pendant's realm is adorned with mountains and waters, with flowers and trees, could a person enter it? Being inherently cautious, he decided to proceed with care. Perhaps it would be wise to first capture a small creature for experimentation. With this in mind, he ventured out of the cave, his spiritual awareness probing the nearby valley, where he spotted a kingfisher perched by the water's edge, singing melodiously. "You shall do," he exclaimed, swiftly darting towards the bird and, with lightning speed, grasped it in his hand. With a mere thought, he transported the kingfisher into the pendant's domain. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar realm, the kingfisher was bewildered. It had only just begun its song when, in a flash, it found itself in a vibrant new environment. The bird glided through the air, its head swiveling as it contemplated its surroundings. There was a tree by the pond. Perhaps it could rest there, perching on the fruit-laden tree. The bird surveyed its surroundings for some time, realizing that this place was far more splendid than its previous abode. Curious, it decided to explore for food. After a brief interval, the bird returned, disheartened by the lack of sustenance. Not even a mayfly was in sight. How would it survive? While the little bird lamented its predicament, Hachin was elated. If the bird could thrive here, surely humans could inhabit this realm as well. With a single thought, he vanished from his original location, only to reappear within the pendant space, now its master, free to navigate the realm at will. The pendant resonated with his consciousness, revealing that this space spanned a radius of merely 10 miles, shrouded in a misty haze, where his awareness could not extend. Focusing intently on the pendant's interior, he discovered numerous treasures. The fruit-laden tree bore Tianyuan fruit, rumored to extend life by 100 years. In the distance lay jade-like fungi, while among the grass flourished purple monkey flowers and 9 curved spirit ginseng, an abundance of spiritual herbs and unrecognized medicinal plants, all of which made Hachin's blood pulse with excitement. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Had he not extracted a Tianling fruit tree during his escape? With a thought, he summoned the tree from his storage bag. Given the vitality of this realm, he resolved to plant it beside the Tianyuan fruit tree, allowing the 2 spiritual trees to thrive in harmony. He then transferred a multitude of spiritual herbs and medicines into the pendant space, carefully planting and nurturing each one, especially the precious Ningyin grass, with utmost precision. After a considerable time of diligent labor, he finally took a moment to rest, satisfied with his efforts. He discarded the contents of his storage bag beneath the Tianyuan fruit tree, utilizing the pendant as capacity to store items. Thus, he decided to place all his belongings within this space, leaving only the storage bag provided by his sect, which he hung at his waist. It contained only a few basic items, some daily necessities, and a limited selection of spiritual herbs and medicines, gradually calming his mind. Hachin faintly sensed a breath of life emanating from the jade pendant. With a flicker of his consciousness, he began to explore every nook and cranny of the space, leaving no detail overlooked. At last, beneath the veil of jade essence, he discovered a small girl, approximately a foot in size. Ah, it's a girl. How curious. What might a little girl be doing here? Could she be a spirit of the artifact? Hachin pondered, gazing at the sleeping child. Since remaining alone here was rather dull, he decided to keep vigil until the girl awoke to inquire further. He promptly settled into a comfortable position nearby, sitting cross-legged. The ambient energy here was several dozen times richer than that of the Tianyuan continent, appearing somewhat viscous. After several weeks, not only had Hachin solidified his recent advancements in cultivation, but he had also made slight progress. In the outside world, it would have taken at least 10 days to a fortnight to regain such levels of power. Half an hour later, a soft murmur reached his ears. Hastily, he opened his eyes to see the little girl stretching and squinting at him. "I am the latecomer here, and you are a grown man. It is only proper to greet me first," she remarked. "You're awake?" Hachin asked the girl. "If I weren't awake, how could I speak with you?" She replied, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Haha, greetings. I am Hachin," he introduced himself. "I know you are Hachin, and I am aware of your roguishness. Am I not correct?" The girl fixed her gaze upon him. Hachin was momentarily at a loss for words. "Hee, are you angry?" she teased, casting a playful glance his way. "Oh, no, nothing of the sort," Hachin stammered, his cheeks flushing, as he realized the truth in her words. "You may call me Linger." The girl continued. "I am the spirit of the jade pendant. As the pendant space was formed, my life gradually emerged. I have lived in solitude within this pendant for countless years. To my knowledge, this pendant is a celestial artifact, having traversed many hands before arriving here. It has languished in the mortal realm for an unknown number of years, and without the support of spiritual energy, I remained in slumber. It was only when you began your cultivation that I slowly absorbed energy and gradually awakened. Hachin mused. No wonder I could not gather spiritual energy in my dantian when I was younger. You must have been feasting on it all along. What are you thinking? Had I not absorbed energy from your body, how could I have awakened? If I were still asleep, could you have entered? The little girl retorted, indignant. How could Linger know what I am pondering? Hachin thought to himself. Stop your muttering. I am the spirit, and you are the master of the jade pendant. Naturally. We share a connection, Lingo said disdainfully as she looked at him. Indeed. Hachin chuckled, scratching his head. You currently possess the right to use this space. But the authority remains temporarily with me. You must be obedient and frequently bring valuable offerings here. You must hasten to elevate your cultivation and infuse some pure essence into me. I do not wish to remain in this state forever. I long for companionship and play. For garments adorned with flowers, for delectable feasts, and for a comfortable abode. Linger earnestly declared to Hachin, delineating their respective powers with clarity. After uttering these words, she yawned and said to Hachin, I am weary. I have indulged too much in food and have yet to digest it properly. I shall retire to sleep. As she spoke, her head drooped, and she fell into slumber. Hachin reflected on the situation. The recent enhancement of his cultivation was indeed a result of the Millennium Stone Bamboo Milk. He too needed to consolidate his powers. Linga's propositions warranted serious contemplation. The jade pendant had always been his greatest secret, and finding someone to entertain Linga was quite the conundrum. He decided to assess the situation further in due course. After lingering a while longer, he reluctantly exited the jade pendant space. Chapter 59, A Chance Encounter with Wuun Luo. The secret realm, after all, is a realm of mystery. Some are artificially created, while others are discovered dimensions, existing as alternate layers of our world. The Wuun Mountain secret realm features dense forests and a myriad of stone formations. Yet it is not an alternate dimension, for the suspended sun is a product of human ingenuity. At this moment, a flying sword sped through the secret realm, carrying a graceful figure, whose presence filled the air with intoxicating fragrance. Soon after, a cold light pursued the fleeting sword, echoing ominously through the valley. Girl, you cannot escape. Before the words faded, the individual riding the sword followed closely behind, brandishing their hands to unleash a series of spells directed at the woman ahead. The crimson flames, the white blades of wind, and the azure sword energy all surged forth. The woman, panting heavily and unable to evade the onslaught, resorted to casting a protective talisman, hoping to diffuse the potency of the spells. While the wind blades were successfully blocked, the flames clung to her, and although the talisman was not yet destroyed, she had to parry the incoming azure sword energy with a swift stroke of her own. The two sword energies clashed. The azure proved slightly more potent. Despite the energies shattering one after another, the strength of the azure sword energy still sent the woman staggering, injured and bleeding from her lips. She struggled to maintain her composure, channeling her energy to dispel the searing flames. This action, however, impeded her speed further. The distance between pursuer and prey gradually diminished. The pursuer was Guansu, a disciple of the Yunhing sect, who had once been bested by this very woman. After suffering humiliation at the hands of a woman of equal cultivation, Guansu returned to his sect to face the scorn of his peers, which left him in a state of deep frustration. Determined to reclaim his honor, he sought revenge for his prior defeat. This excursion into the secret realm fortuitously reunited him with the woman who had once vanquished him. She was none other than Yun Luo, a female disciple of the Yuhai sect. Thus, he conspired with his junior, Nan Hua, to relentlessly pursue Yun Luo's trail. It is indeed a fateful encounter for Yu Luo. In moments of urgency, when the opportunity presented itself, Nan Hua took advantage of Yun Luo's unguarded state to launch a concealed attack, injuring him grievously. Severely wounded, Yun Luo was compelled to flee. With enemies blocking his path ahead and pursuing him from behind, he had no choice but to escape sideways. Just as he burst through the encirclement, soaring through the air on his sword, a sudden streak of black light spiraled toward him from the side. Yu Luo swiftly brandished his sword in defense, but the piercing clang of metal echoed as the black light deftly circumvented his blade and retreated along its original trajectory. At that moment, a shadowy figure darted forth, enveloping the black light within the voluminous sleeves of its dark robe. This figure moved with the swiftness of a phantom, and from within its sleeves, a chilling dark gleam erupted, launching another assault to intercept Yun Luo. At this juncture, Guansu, who had been hot on Yun Luo's heels, also arrived at the scene. Facing the dual onslaught, Yun Luo remained remarkably composed, his cold demeanor becoming even more frigid. With his right hand, he unleashed a blinding flash from his sword, striking forward repeatedly to counter the approaching dark gleam. Simultaneously, a swift wind blade surged from his left hand, akin to a locust swarm aimed at Guansu behind him. In terms of strength, both Guansu and the figure in the black robe held a slight advantage over Yun Luo, especially given his injuries. The prospect of combating two adversaries under such circumstances was exceedingly daunting for him. Breathless, Yun Luo felt another trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth, the crimson liquid staining his garments. Exhausted and on the brink of collapse, he ingested a medicinal pill and summoned all his remaining strength to dart aside, his speed slightly enhanced. Seizing the opportunity, Guansu unleashed a barrage of spells, attempting to obstruct Yun Luo's escape. Swords clashed, and countless sparks flew. The figure in black also capitalized on this moment, launching a dark short blade with lethal intent toward Yu Luo. The frigid aura of impending death sent shivers down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. The short blade wielded by the cloaked figure was a cursed weapon known as the Soul Blade, which explained Yuluo as palpable dread. Struggling to fend off the attacks from both assailants, Yuluo found himself forced downward, ensnared within their encirclement. Do you wish to send out a distress signal? You have no opportunity left. Guan sneered maliciously. Those who entered the secret realm from various factions typically carried 1 or 2 distress flares, intended for use in perilous situations to signal for aid from fellow disciples nearby. However, releasing such a signal could also attract individuals from other factions, bringing even greater danger. Thus, it was generally avoided unless absolutely necessary. Yunluo hesitated. Knowing that among the 20 disciples of the Yuhai sect who entered the Wuun Mountain secret realm, he was the strongest within his group of 5. While the others were noticeably weaker, once inside the secret realm, they found that moving in a group hindered their ability to gather more spiritual herbs, forcing them to disperse while remaining within close proximity to support one another. However, Yunluo found herself distanced from the other 4, as she was inadvertently left behind. The thought of firing a distress signal seemed futile. If only 1 or 2 allies responded, they would be unable to rescue her and might endanger themselves in the process. At that moment, Yunluo was unaware that Hachin had also entered the secret realm, nor could she fathom the extent of his newfound strength, which surpassed her wildest imaginings. Before entering the realm, Feng Xiaonan had sought out Yunluo to discuss Hachin's past. Yunluo recounted her encounters with Hachin in detail, and from Feng Xiaonan's words, she discerned that Hachin had grown immensely powerful. Though she remained ignorant of the precise magnitude of his strength, Feng Xiaonan had instructed Yunluo that at any time and place, should Hachin's whereabouts be discovered, he must be brought back to the sect, as both she and the sect leader wished to meet him. Nanhua, you shall stand aside and provide me cover. I intend to savor this maiden's essence, Guan declared with a mischievous grin. Beware, brother Guan, for beauty may conceal thorns. Nanhua, cloaked in black, chuckled hoarsely, yet made no move to engage, instead retreating to a safe distance. If there are thorns, I shall first remove them, Guan replied with ill intent, only to be met with the fierce glint of Yunluo's sword. Realizing that escape was futile, Yunluo relinquished any thoughts of flight or calls for aid, casting aside all distractions and embracing a resolute spirit. In that moment, her sword became increasingly fierce and relentless, radiating a chilling ruthlessness that suppressed Guan imposing aura. Guan however, remained unperturbed, knowing well that this was merely Yunluo's desperate struggle. Her momentum would soon wane, and he would seize the opportunity to retaliate. Relishing the chance to toy with this seemingly frigid woman, as he directed the fiery wind sword to parry Yunluo's strikes, he envisioned the aftermath of her submission, an exhilarating heat coursing through him. Yunluo pressed on with vigorous attacks, momentarily staving off Guan flying swords, yet she could not sustain her vitality indefinitely, her strength gradually diminishing. Sensing her change, Guan swiftly capitalized on the opportunity to counterattack. As his sword danced through the air, Yunluo, caught off guard, felt the sting of his blade pierce her left shoulder, compounding her injuries and intensifying her struggle. Guan emboldened by his advantage, leapt into close combat, wielding the fiery wind sword to mercilessly shred Yunluo's garments, seemingly intent on stripping her bare with his exquisite swordplay. At this juncture, Yunluo disregarded the encroaching sword energy, allowing it to slice through her attire. In a moment of desperation, she unleashed her full potential, channeling her essence into the sword. Its tip glinting coldly as it lunged toward Guan a final gambit, a fierce struggle for dignity, even at the cost of her life. Upon sensing the sudden surge of murderous intent from Yunluo, Guan hair stood on end. This strike could threaten his very existence. No longer willing to engage in this game, he hastily retreated, summoning his true strength to launch a flurry of flying swords, weaving a seamless barrier of sword energy to counter her lethal strike. However, this time, Yunluo was gravely injured, rendering her unable to fully unleash her formidable abilities, significantly diminishing the potency of her swordsmanship. Guan remained largely unaffected. Amidst a cacophony of jarring clinks of metal, countless sparks erupted, the brilliance of blades shattered, and as the long sword trembled violently, a tremendous force rebounded, sending Yunluo flying backwards. Brother, cease your games and swiftly subdue this girl. We have treasures to seek afterward, Southwa, clad in black robes, urged. Agreed. Guan discerned the gravity of the situation. Had they been outside, he would have thoroughly enjoyed tormenting her before indulging in the spoils. Alas, within the confines of the Mount Tua's secret realm, time was of the essence. Suddenly, Guan launched a powerful thrust with his flying sword, ignited with flames, aimed at breaking through Yunluo's armor. Struggling, Yunluo raised her arm to parry the strike. Yet her wounds worsened, and the sword in her grasp felt unbearably heavy. She could only watch helplessly as the sword light soared towards her, tears welling in her eyes as she realized she was about to fall into the clutches of doom. Just as the flying sword was about to pierce her, a dazzling streak of golden light cleaved through the void, intercepting the attack. Who dares? As the flying sword was deflected, both Guan and Southwa reacted swiftly, showing no mercy as they advanced to strike the figure that had suddenly appeared from afar. The one seeking death are you, though at a distance. Hachin's divine consciousness detected Yunluo's plight, and his murderous intent surged forth with unrestrained might, sending the surrounding stones and gravel tumbling into the air, shattering under the force of his power. As Hao Chen's final word echoed, Fei Huang swung his sword with a sweeping motion, shattering Guan Su's sword light in a single stroke, while South Hua's dark blade was reduced to mere dust beneath the same strike. Before Guan Su and South Hua could react further, the sword light had already flashed past them, vanishing behind. Guan Su cast a glance at Hao Chen, opening his mouth to speak, yet found himself voiceless, for he beheld his own body descending. South Hua, too, felt his head spinning in the air while his body lay prostrate on the ground. With just one sword, Hao Chun had effortlessly dispatched these two disciples of the Yunheng sect, both of whom had reached the late stage of qi refinement. In that moment, Hao Chun swiftly appeared beside Yun Luo. "Sister, it's me, Hao Chun," he exclaimed. Yun Luo, her eyes wide, gazed at the figure before her, then collapsed into Hao Chen's embrace, fainting from exhaustion. In that instant, she could no longer summon the strength to endure. Hao Chen gently laid her upon the ground, hastily collecting the belongings of the slain individuals, along with the ominous black demon soul blade and the wind fire sword wielded by Guan Su. He released 2 fireballs, reducing the remnants to ashes. Then, he once again lifted Yun Luo and departed the scene, seeking a secluded spot, sunlit and sheltered from the wind, to rest. Time passed, how long, he could not tell, when Yun Luo finally opened her eyes, only to be met with a pair of intense, fiery gazes. A flush crept across her cheeks as she found herself dazedly staring at Hao Chen. As Yun Luo gazed at the petite figure before her, Hao Yan felt an irresistible urge to lean down and plant a gentle kiss upon her cheeks, which were flushed with a delicate hue. Overwhelmed by shyness, Yun Luo buried her face into Hao Tian's embrace. In that moment, while nestled in Hao Tian's arms, Yun Luo savored the sweetness of happiness. Yet her mind wandered to the astonishing prowess he had displayed in vanquishing 2 formidable foes with a single strike, a feat so incredible it seemed beyond belief. When she first encountered Hao Tian, she had merely been stepping into the world of cultivation. How had he so swiftly acquired such terrifying strength? With that one effortless blow, he had dispatched 2 adversaries stronger than herself. Such might surely surpass that of many talented disciples within the Yuhai sect. Perhaps only the late-stage qi refinement expert, Brother Su Fei, could rival him. With a sudden impulse, Yun Luo playfully pinched Hao Tian's waist, causing him to yelp in surprise. "Ouch! Sister, why are you pinching me? I promise I won't do it again." Hao Tian mistakenly believed that his kiss had angered her. Upon hearing his exclamation and apology, Yun Luo realized this was no dream. Hao Tian truly possessed formidable power. No wonder Master Feng Shan held him in such high regard. A wave of sweet joy surged from the depths of Yun Luo's heart, and she felt genuine happiness for Hao Tian's achievements. After lingering in Hao Tian's embrace for a while, Yun Luo steadied her emotions and hesitantly withdrew from his hold. Acutely aware that her body had already been thoroughly seen by him, during her unconsciousness, Hao Tian had diligently tended to her injuries. Guo Su had deliberately insulted Yun Luo, inflicting cuts upon her outer garments. Though the numerous wounds scattered across her body were not life-threatening, without timely care, she could succumb to excessive bleeding. Currently, she was left clad only in her undergarments. Yet even the wounds beneath were tended to by Hao Tian. Draping herself in Hao Tian's clothing, she retrieved her personal garments from her storage pouch to change. At this moment, there was no need for her to feel shy about changing in front of Hao Tian. Her body had already been exposed, and dressing seemed trivial. With graceful confidence, she swiftly donned her attire. After consuming a recovery pill and channeling her energy to dissipate its potency, she felt her injuries begin to mend rapidly. Meanwhile, Hao Tian stood guard beside her, ensuring she could recover her cultivation and tranquility. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Tian opened 2 storage bags, discovering an assortment of spiritual herbs and elixirs, alongside some pills that failed to pique his interest. He also found 2 magical artifacts, one of which he promptly handed to Yun Luo, keeping the other, the demon soul blade, for himself. Yun Luo then presented a storage bag, obtained from the slain Lung Yun, to Hao Tian, saying, "This is something I acquired from defeating Lung Yun. It's for you." Every cultivator, aside from their storage bags, also carried a satchel, often due to their lower cultivation level, which prevented them from possessing larger spatial storage. Furthermore, spatial items like storage bags could not contain another spatial item. Observing the earnestness with which Yun Luo offered her storage bag, Hao Tian felt deeply touched. It was clear that she had been thinking of him all along. Hao Chen did not hesitate, taking the storage bag and preparing to pour out its contents. However, upon probing with his spiritual sense, he discovered that the seal of the bag was still that of its original owner. Casting a glance at Yun Luo, Hao Chen began to unravel the seal of the storage bag. As he examined the contents, he swiftly repacked them, realizing that there was nothing within that he required. While tending to her wounds, Yun Luo recounted the events that had transpired since their separation. It was then that Hao Chen learned of how, gravely injured, senior sister Yun Luo had introduced herself to the Yuhai sect before retreating to recover. Hao Chen narrated his own experiences upon joining the Yuhai sect in return. As he spoke, Yun Luo alternated between laughter and tears, feeling joy for Hao Chen's achievements while also worrying for the life and death struggles he had faced. Naturally, matters concerning the jade pendant space were not to be disclosed, not even to her. After stowing away the Millennium Stone stalactite milk, Hao Chen exited the cave and caught a kingfisher by the pond, tossing it into the jade pendant space. Satisfied that the space was secure, he then slipped into it. Upon emerging from the jade pendant space, he bathed in the pond, and finding nothing worth lingering for, he ascended on his sword to fly away. Although he was flying on his sword, it merely involved crossing the mountain peaks with a rise and fall. Hachin dared not engage in prolonged flight. For should he attract the attention of the aerial beast lurking in the secret realm, his life would be forfeit. By coincidence, had he not flown briefly in the air, he would have been oblivious to the deadly battle between Yunluo and the other two. While airborne, Hachin drew a sword and struck at the blade aimed at Yunluo by Guansu. 3 days later, Yunluo's injuries healed completely, and her cultivation was fully restored. During her recovery, Hachin refined the Demon S blade. The two shared a profound understanding as they moved together. Yunluo did not express her gratitude verbally, for her appreciation was deeply buried within her heart, more profound than any words could convey. She refrained from inquiring how Hachin's cultivation had surged so dramatically in such a short time, recognizing that each individual possesses their own fortunes, which are personal matters. However, as disciples of the Yuhai sect, they were expected to support one another, and given their budding feelings, they chose to act in unison. While they were advancing, a spark suddenly erupted in the sky, blossoming like a chrysanthemum. It's a distress signal from the sect. Yunluo pointed to the spark in the sky and called out to Hachin. It seemed to have originated from a nearby mountainside, glowing with purple light. Hachin gazed at the sky where the spark had burst forth and remarked, "Let us hurry towards that purple light." The two hastened toward the mountain that glimmered with violet radiance. "Senior sister, there is an entrance ahead," Hachin announced, his spiritual sense still surpassing Yunluo's as they reached the foot of the mountain. "Let us take a look," Yunluo replied, soaring forward, with Hachin following closely without a moment's hesitation. The secret realm is rich with opportunities, yet whether one can seize them depends on their conviction and capability. The two individuals unleashed their agility, hastening towards the so-called entrance. The entrance presented itself as a grayish-blue stone door, towering over 10 feet, with a width of 2 spans, exuding an aura of ancient weightiness. From the vicinity of the ajar stone door, one could discern the intricately carved depictions adorning the flanking rock walls, illustrating the past tribulations of its long-gone master. Scenes of battle shrouded in smoke, and the grim aftermath of conflict were vividly rendered, evoking profound admiration from Hachin and Yunluo. The precision of the carvings and paintings hinted at the extraordinary prowess of the individuals depicted within, who had once commanded the winds of fate. Alas, the relentless march of time had buried all heroism beneath the relentless dust of history. As the two continued their advance, the lifelike narrative unfolded, chronicling the tragic end of heroes. The passage of time could not erase the weight of antiquity. The cyclical nature of history invariably left behind a profound sense of reflection. At that moment, a figure resembling a gust of wind swept past them, compelling Hachin and Yunluo to press against the rock wall to allow passage. The silhouette plunged into the depths of the corridor, vanishing from sight. After observing the figure's passage, the two gathered their courage to proceed, but as they traversed merely a short distance, Yunluo pointed to the ground nearby, exclaiming, "Look, there are numerous remains." Hachin followed her gaze, discovering scattered bones that had long lost their luster, now weathered by time. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the skulls bore numerous small perforations, as if pierced by some sharp instrument, with the edges of the holes remarkably smooth. Hachin remarked, "This place teems with uncertainty. We must tread cautiously." No sooner had he spoken than the sound of bowstrings twanging erupted around them like a torrential rain, arrows raining down upon the rock walls, creating a deadly net above them. "Danger!" Hachin exclaimed, stepping forward to shield Yunluo. "What are those?" she inquired, her voice tinged with barely concealed trepidation. "Perhaps they are mechanisms or traps," Hachin explained. As they ventured deeper, the signs of conflict within the passage grew increasingly apparent. The ground was strewn with decayed bones, some resembling monstrous beasts while others appeared to be human. "What is happening?" Hachin marveled at the rising number of skeletal remains. Since entering the corridor, they had encountered more than 100 corpses, each one bearing an expression of sheer terror, as if they had endured some unspeakable horror. Suddenly, 2 anguished cries echoed from ahead, abruptly silencing. "It's the person who passed earlier," Yunluo gasped, rushing forward. The pair arrived at the scene, finding a body sprawled on the ground, covered in bite marks, surrounded by diminutive, rodent-like beasts. "Why did the corpses appear this way?" Hachin inquired. Yunluo merely shook her head, speechless. The attire of the fallen was unmistakably that of the individual who had dashed past Hachin and Yunluo moments earlier. Yet, both the corpse and the surrounding remains of the beast bore an eerie stillness, as if all vitality had been drained from them. In the midst of the astonished expressions worn by Hachin and Yunluo, the lifeless body upon the ground had entirely vanished, leaving behind only a skeletal frame. Witnessing this sudden and shocking transformation, terror filled their eyes. Humanity is invariably fearful of the unknown. A once vibrant corpse had, in the blink of an eye, been reduced to mere bones. They had just surveyed the area, and there was no sign of any nearby presence. Yet, the body had turned to a desiccated skeleton, devoid of flesh in an instant, truly bizarre. Hachin cautiously swept his spiritual awareness across every corner of the surroundings once more, yet found no discernible clues. It appeared that the remains they had encountered were not merely aged to the point of decay, but rather had been drained of their essence by some unknown force. As Hachin walked, he spoke to Yunluo, contemplating the eerie atmosphere that surrounded them. Holding her hand, they proceeded cautiously forward, aware that such strangeness must conceal some enigmatic spirit. Hachin understood that curiosity often leads to peril, yet his inquisitive nature was overpowering. He could not simply withdraw without unraveling the mystery of their surroundings. As they delved deeper, the number of skeletal remains dwindled, while the bones of the monstrous beasts increased. "How are the others in the sect faring?" Yunluo expressed her concern to Hachin. We have not seen their bodies. They should be all right, shouldn't they? Hachin reassured her. As they advanced a short distance further, the passageway gradually widened. In a spacious hall, 3 pathways presented themselves before them, each leading into unfathomable depths, with their spiritual probes revealing convoluted routes. Which path shall we take? Yunluo inquired, drawing her gaze away from the choices. This one. Without a moment's hesitation, Hachin opted for the left passage, firmly grasping Yunluo's hand as they stepped forward into its depths. Chapter 61. The Mysterious Passage, Part 2. Not far along, a cacophony of squeaks echoed from ahead. They're coming. Be cautious, senior sister. Hachin whispered urgently to Yunluo. It had been some time since they had encountered those beastly creatures, yet it seemed their arrival was now imminent. Around the corner, a swarm of scrawny beasts emerged, their eyes glowing red as they charged towards the two. Damn it! Hachin exclaimed, witnessing the horde of over 100 beasts rushing toward them, overwhelming his field of vision. Faced with the imminent threat, Hachin swiftly concentrated his magical energy into his hands. With a short sword in his left hand and another in his right, he launched himself at the oncoming horde. The narrow passageway prohibited the use of fire-based attacks, a fundamental principle, for the flame's intense heat could cause collateral damage. Even flying swords were impractical in this confined space, but fortunately, Hachin had an arsenal of defensive tools at his disposal. In this moment, wielding the short swords against the beasts proved to be the most effective strategy. With one decisive strike, at least 10 of the creatures fell lifelessly to the ground. However, the remaining beasts grew more ferocious, surging toward Hachin and Yunluo. Yunluo did not remain idle. She unleashed a blast of explosive stones, obliterating and injuring numerous beasts in her wake. Though each beast possessed only first or second tier strength, even the mightiest tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. Hachin and Yunluo, with every strike, managed to slay numerous beasts. Yet, the creatures charging at them only multiplied. It was then that Hachin comprehended why so many had perished in the passage. Faced with such a multitude of beasts, one's stamina was bound to deplete. Observing the throng of beasts, Yunluo resorted to a more potent explosive stone technique, continuously annihilating the monsters, each attack draining a considerable amount of their spiritual energy. After a relentless confrontation, both began to feel the strain of exhaustion, ultimately resorting to alternating their assaults. During their brief rests, they disregarded the recovery pills, throwing them into their mouths in haste to restore their inner energy. As Hachin and Yunluo busied themselves with slaying the beasts, they remained oblivious to the fact that the creatures they defeated were rapidly turning to bones, with each passing moment as their kills mounted. The beasts lost their vital essence at an alarming rate. Half an hour elapsed, with the duo persistently felling the creatures that surged towards them. Faced with the salivating, fang-bearing beasts, Hachin ignited with fury, drawing forth the flying radiant sword and soaring towards the passage ahead. Each beast that charged at him fell under the sweeping arc of his blade. To his horror, Hachin discovered that the already deceased beasts, suspended in the air, had transformed into skeletal remains before plummeting to the ground, shattering upon impact. Gazing down, he saw that all the slain beasts had become mere bones. At this moment, no more beasts emerged. Leaning lazily against Hachin's shoulder, Yunluo observed the stark whiteness of the bones below, a glimmer of confusion flashing in her eyes. The two continued onward, treading upon the carpet of bones towards the passage ahead. Were it not for their superior stamina, coupled with Yunluo's assistance, they would have surely succumbed to fatigue amid such overwhelming numbers. Is it truly over? Yunluo inquired, glancing at the absence of further skeletal remains. Perhaps, Hachin replied, patting her back. Since their entry into the passage, they had encountered a trail of bones at intervals. Yet, having traveled a considerable distance now, they had not spotted a single corpse. The recent horde of beasts should have seen at least some cultivators pass through, had they coordinated effectively. Indeed, Hachin pointed ahead towards a hall where 3 bodies, each in varying states of demise, leaned against the wall. As they approached, they noted multiple fractures on each corpse, as if struck by tremendous force. While they marveled at the sight, a beastly roar erupted, followed by a crackling sound. A bipedal King Kong ape, wielding an iron rod, charged towards them. It appeared that the trio had met their end at the hands of this formidable creature, gripping the flying radiant sword. Hachin prepared to confront the approaching ape head-on. As the mighty gorilla observed Hachin brandishing his sword in welcome, it swung its iron rod, sending both Hachin and his weapon crashing through the air. Hachin had not genuinely engaged the gorilla in combat. Rather, he had merely feigned a strike to gauge the creature's strength and vulnerabilities. At that moment, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, a chill coursing down his spine as cold sweat trickled steadily down his back. The gorilla was indeed a formidable opponent, especially with that iron rod, which rendered close combat nearly impossible. Hachin could only resort to long-range attacks, for any attempt to approach could result in being reduced to pulp. How could he disarm the beast of its weapon? He maintained his composure, diligently observing for any advantageous opportunities. With a resounding thud, Hachin executed his agile steps, evading the crushing blows of the iron rod. Each strike that fell sent a jolt of fear through him, as he feared that one misstep could result in a gruesome fate. The creature was undeniably ferocious, yet Hachin refused to believe that its strength was boundless. It could not continue to wield that rod indefinitely. If it were to pause, it would meet its demise. A cold smile crept upon Hachin's lips as he skillfully avoided the creature's onslaught, refusing to engage in a head-on clash. Although the iron rod's might was indeed formidable, it was not without its flaws. In the confines of the narrow passageway, its swings were hindered, and the resistance it encountered from the air was considerable, producing a loud whoosh that made it easier to evade. As long as he maintained a distance of at least 10 paces from the gorilla, he had little to fear from its sweeping strikes. After a brief interval of continuous evasion without counterattack, Hachin ensured that Yuluo remained at a safe distance, avoiding the risk of being struck by debris from the rock walls. The gorilla eventually paused, realizing that Hachin was consistently dodging its attacks and refusing to confront it directly, leaving the creature panting and glaring at Hachin. Haha, you have ceased your assault. Then it is time for me to retaliate. A smirk crept across Hachin's face as he suddenly vanished from sight. During his evasive maneuvers, he had discreetly familiarized himself with the surroundings of the hall. He was acutely aware of every nook and cranny, even noting the loose rock formations and the presence of several depressions in the ground. His mental acuity was formidable, rivaling that of a nascent soul practitioner. His perception far surpassed that of the gorilla, allowing him to clearly discern every movement within a radius of several paces. With a thunderous boom, a powerful punch tore through the air, sending ripples in its wake. Hachin reappeared suddenly at the gorilla's left side, startled by the sudden presence of its opponent. The gorilla initially hesitated before erupting into a furious roar, raising its iron rod to sweep toward Hachin. With a resounding crash, the rod struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Yet, in the next instant, Hachin had vanished again, reappearing on the opposite side of the gorilla. A sly grin spread across Hachin's face as he swiftly raised his arm, poised to strike before the gorilla's weapon could reach him. A sudden flash of darkness erupted, accompanied by a terrifying wave imbued with a profound mystery, crashing down with the stench of decaying hell. The assassin's palm struck like a meteor, wielding the horrifying power of a falling star, slamming into the chest of the diamond ape. The impact left a deep dent in its chest, followed by a cacophony of cracking bones. Simultaneously, a piercing scream escaped the diamond ape's lips, accompanied by a roaring shockwave. As Hachin vanished from sight, the iron rod swung violently but struck nothing but air. Haha, beast, if you have the capability, come over here. Hachin taunted from a distance of 3 zhang, a look of disdain on his face. Enraged by Hachin's mockery and the pain in its chest, the diamond ape swung its iron rod in a furious arc toward Hachin. The ground became riddled with craters and gaping fissures as the diamond ape unleashed a relentless barrage, its movements so dense that not a drop of rain could penetrate. Even from Hachin's vantage point, it was evident that the diamond ape was employing the most rudimentary and primal form of staff technique. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain, an utter waste of energy. It could not touch Hachin in the slightest, who effortlessly evaded each strike, leaving the diamond ape with the futile sensation of hitting cotton. After a while, the diamond ape plunged the iron rod forcefully into the ground, panting heavily as it gazed at Hachin. The injury on its chest, exacerbated by the recent exertions, bled profusely, staining half of its body crimson. This time, the diamond ape's eyes no longer bore the cold malice of before. Instead, they were filled with creeping dread, its pupils constricting at the mere sight of Hachin. Beast. It's my turn now. A smile grazed Hachin's lips, exuding confidence as he stepped forward and swiftly maneuvered to the diamond ape's side. Again with this trick. Do you think I am so easily fooled? The diamond ape's pupils widened in fury as it roared. Instead of striking down with the iron rod, it prepared to attack the other side where Hachin was poised to make his move. Aha, a beast is indeed a beast, utterly lacking in wits. At that moment, Hachin laughed heartily, approaching the diamond ape as if strolling leisurely. He raised his right arm, and in an instant, the energy surged. The azure soul dagger glowing ominously as it lunged fiercely toward the diamond ape's brow, causing its body to tremble uncontrollably. Concurrently, his left hand plunged a pitch-black demon soul blade into the diamond ape's wound. With a wail, the diamond ape was consumed by both the azure soul dagger and the demon soul blade, falling lifelessly to the ground. At last, I have slain it, Hachin exclaimed. Looking at the fallen diamond ape as Wuun Luo breathed a sigh of relief behind him, exhilarated, Hachin knelt on the ground, probing the earth beneath him. At the moment of the diamond ape's demise, he distinctly sensed a surge of energy coursing downward into the ground. The lifeless bodies of the monstrous beasts and humans had their essence absorbed by the underground. Hachin reflected on the journey thus far, murmuring to himself. He stowed away the Chi-Hun dagger and the demon soul blade, not neglecting the iron staff wielded by the diamond ape, before continuing deeper into the passage. As they ventured further, the number of human remains encountered dwindled. After dispatching a few more monstrous beasts, Hachin and Wuun Luo finally emerged from the tunnel. Chapter 62, The Perils of Greed, Part 1. Before them stood a faintly crimson stone door, intricately adorned with bizarre patterns. Approaching the enigmatic portal, Hachin and Wuun Luo exerted themselves in an attempt to push it open, yet it remained immovable. They searched the vicinity thoroughly, but found no hidden mechanisms. How can it be opened? As they exchanged puzzled glances, a sudden noise erupted from behind them. Turning around, Hachin beheld Xiao Wei of the Huayang sect, accompanied by a severely injured companion, emerging from the central passage. Is that you? Xiao Wei exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Hachin, who stood before the stone door unscathed. Xiao Wei's group had endured several waves of monstrous beast attacks within the tunnel, leaving only 2 survivors, both of whom bore significant injuries and depleted energy. At that moment, Xiao Wei was taken aback to see Hachin alive and well, standing before him. His mind raced with questions. Hadn't he been killed in the hollow of the tree? How had he returned? Xiao Wei pondered in confusion, speculating on the possibility that Hachin had navigated a route through the tunnel that spared him from the beast's onslaught. Suddenly, Footsteps echoed from the opposite side of the passage, and two figures emerged, wielding legal swords. It was Luo Lin and Qianyu, disciples of the Yunhai sect. Hao Chun had encountered Qianyu a few times during his time at the sect, although they had not spoken. Nevertheless, he was aware that Qianyu was a disciple of Luo Yun and was considered a person of integrity. It appeared that only these 6 individuals remained from those who had entered the passage. What lay beyond the stone door remained a mystery. As Hao Chen and Yun Luo leaned against the door, they noticed the 4 newcomers gazing at something behind them with peculiar expressions. A sudden chill ran down Hao Chen's spine. He quickly grasped Yun Luo's hand and leaped aside from the door, peering sideways at the stone door. His eyes widened in horror as he observed crimson streaks of blood flowing across its surface, tracing a grotesque pattern along the grooves. With a soft sound, the door that had resisted his efforts to open suddenly swung wide, revealing a thick wave of sanguine odor that washed over them. What lay before the 6 standing at the door was astonishing. In the vast chamber, a blood pool, several yards in circumference, bubbled with fresh blood, while crimson liquid continuously flowed into it from the surroundings. The essence that vanished in the passage has all been drawn here, Hao Chen thought, gazing at the boiling blood pool with a sense of dread. As Hao Chen and his companions stepped into the stone chamber, their expressions were etched with astonishment. For the entire space was permeated with the metallic scent of blood. The blood lotus, they exclaimed, their gazes drawn to a spiritual herb situated in the center of the blood pool. Previously, they had maintained a distance, but as they approached, they discovered a blood-red lotus, resembling an infant, floating atop the crimson liquid. Waves of sanguine energy surged and splashed, repeatedly washing over the blood lotus, its features gradually becoming more anthropomorphic. The sight of the spiritual herb filled the group with apprehension. The blood lotus, nurtured by such an abundance of essence blood, would undoubtedly yield extraordinary effects in the cultivation of one's consciousness. The purpose of entering the secret realm was to acquire rare treasures, and now, with such a rare specimen before them, who could resist the temptation? At that moment, Xiao Wei and a disciple beside him exchanged glances, and in an instant, they launched a surprise attack on Hao Chen. Xiao Wei unleashed the Dan Flame, his fist transformed into a formidable force, hurtling toward Hao Chen with tremendous power. The terrifying fist was intensely hot, as if it sought to incinerate everything in its path. From the moment Hao Chen noticed the blood lotus, he had been vigilant of the others. Sensing the ambush from Xiao Wei and his companion, he had already cultivated the Dan Flame within his grasp, manifesting a peculiar boxing technique that surged directly toward Xiao Wei. Last time, I failed to eradicate you. This time, I shall not repeat that mistake, Xiao Wei declared furiously. Had he not underestimated his opponent, a mere punch would have sufficed to end Hao Chen's life. If he had unleashed the full force of the Dan Flame, would Hao Chen have made it this far, daring to contest him for the prized treasures? Anguish and irritation brewed within Xiao Wei, feeling aggrieved by his earlier miscalculation. Now, witnessing a defeated foe daring to oppose him, Xiao Wei's rage intensified. A defeated opponent dares to challenge me? You seek your own demise, he scoffed, belittling Hao Chen's lower realm. Little did he realize that Hao Chen had always acted with discretion, concealing his true cultivation level and hidden strengths. He frequently played the role of the underdog, leading Xiao Wei to mistakenly perceive him as merely a practitioner at the 10th level of qi refinement. Unbeknownst to Xiao Wei, Hao Chen was akin to an indomitable cockroach. Having reached this juncture despite his seemingly meager abilities, what astonishing fortune, Xiao Wei thought disdainfully. As the duo attacked, Hao Chen swiftly mobilized the vital energy within his body, concentrating it in his arms. With a left strike followed by a palm and a punch, he melded lethal hand techniques, creating an enigmatic style that left his opponents unable to discern the trajectory of his strikes. His right fist struck with various techniques, drilling, bursting, horizontal, and even a cannon punch, each making it impossible for his adversaries to defend themselves adequately. Both fists, enveloped in white Dan Flame, surged toward the two assailants. Meanwhile, Yun Luo, witnessing Xiao Wei's ambush, launched a blade of wind towards Xiao Wei's companion. Xiao Wei, observing the impending assault from Hao Chen, dared not underestimate it and prepared to resist with all his might. A resounding explosion echoed through the chamber as Xiao Wei stumbled backward, astonishment flooding his heart. Simultaneously, the other disciple was struck by the dual spells from Hao Chen and Yun Luo, plummeting directly into the blood pool. Ah! Came a terrified scream as the unfortunate disciple emerged from the depths of the blood pool, his face a mask of horror. The entire visage seemed to melt away, as rivulets of flesh and blood flowed downward. The man struggled to swim towards the edge of the pool, but the blood within it transformed into countless tendrils, ensnaring his body. Amidst heart-wrenching cries, he was ultimately reduced to a mere skeleton, sinking into the depths of the pool. Witnessing the demise of the individual in the sanguine waters, Hao Chen and his companions were engulfed by terror. Fortunately, they had refrained from recklessly entering the blood pool to collect the blood lotus, otherwise, they would have met the same grim fate. Catching sight of the still trembling Xiao Wei, Hao Chen swiftly glided towards him, his hand morphing from a striking fist into an open palm, directly advancing upon Xiao Wei. Luo Lin and Qianyu observed the ever-churning blood pool, noting that Hao Chen had once again engaged in combat with Xiao Wei. Despite their awareness of the dangers posed by the blood pool, the allure of the blood lotus within it rekindled their greed. Keep an eye on those two from our sect. Do not concern yourself with anything else, for I shall handle everything. Hao Chen communicated telepathically to Yun Luo as he glanced at Luo Lin and Qianyu. In truth, the skirmish had only lasted a few breaths. As the battle intensified, Xiao Wei grew increasingly astonished. Had Hachin truly surpassed the 10th level of Qi refinement? The explosive power of his true essence matched Xiao Wei's own. And the spells he cast were equally formidable, particularly the lethal palm strike just unleashed. Observing that Xiao Wei was gradually falling behind, Hachin unleashed a series of strikes enveloped in pill flames, advancing relentlessly, while he also drew forth the Fei Wang sword, preparing to slay Xiao Wei. Luo Lin. Finish him quickly. Xiao Wei shouted towards the distant Luo Lin, who wore a sinister smile. Originally, Xiao Wei had believed that with the aid of his fellow disciples, they could easily eliminate Hachin. However, he had not anticipated that his companion would inadvertently be struck into the blood pool, dissolving into the sanguine depths. In a moment of distraction for Yun Luo, Luo Lin evaded his vigilance, unleashing the accumulated black flames towards Hachin. Hachin had long sensed the unusual demeanor of Luo Lin and Qianyu. While engaged in battle with Xiao Wei, his consciousness repeatedly scanned Luo Lin and Qianyu. The instant Xiao Wei called out Luo Lin's name, Hachin wasted no time in summoning the Fei Huang sword against Xiao Wei, while simultaneously executing the swift step. Instantly appearing beside Yun Luo and swiftly pulling him aside, Hachin feared that Qianyu might strike unexpectedly, catching Yun Luo off guard, being disciples of the same sect. Yun Luo, at that moment, did not heed Hachin's warning, his focus primarily on Hachin's peril. When did Luo Lin ally himself with Xiao Wei? Was it Xiao Wei who sought refuge with Luo Lin, or vice versa? Qianyu stood bewildered, lost in thought, while he remained ensnared in confusion. Yun Luo showed no restraint, casting a binding talisman upon Qianyu. Unresisting, Qianyu continued to ponder the implications of Luo Lin's actions. Amidst Xiao Wei's calls, the blade of the Fei Huang sword had already enveloped him. Swish! To Xiao Wei's astonishment, the Fei Huang sword surged with murderous intent. Now, Hachin had revealed the peak prowess of the 12th level of Qi refinement, and the Fei Huang sword had locked onto Xiao Wei. What an eerie technique! Xiao Wei mused internally, then summoned all his strength, unleashing a surge of demonic flame mixed with pill fire, striking towards the net of the Fei Huang sword. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air, as Roland believed that his unexpected assault would catch Hachin off guard and lead to his demise. However, his attempt was in vain. The dark flame unleashed was the newly mastered demonic fire, his most formidable trump card. It was this very spell that had allowed Roland to reach this point alongside Qianyu. Yet, his arrogance blinded him, and in casting the demonic fire, he had neglected to guard himself. As Hachin wielded the flying phoenix sword to strike at Xiao Wei, he sensed the recently refined demon soul blade stirring restlessly, as if it had caught a whiff of a delectable feast. The demon soul blade, now attuned to Hachin's consciousness, was summoned forth, darting toward Roland's chest. Chapter 63, Death for Wealth, Part 2. Hachin's ascension and cultivation had begun to manifest changes in his physical attributes. The dark attribute gradually aligned itself with the others, forming a vibrant halo within his dandion. Attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, darkness, wind, lightning, and electricity swirled around the peculiar energy emanating from the jade pendant, which was revealed to possess chaotic properties. When Roland observed Hachin casting a spell against him, he was confident that his spiritual armor could withstand the attack for some time. He promptly channeled his entire essence into the armor for defense. Yet it was too late. As he felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, he realized a gaping wound had formed in his chest, large enough to fit a bowl. The demon soul blade, imbued with a heavy aura of darkness, had stealthily reclaimed Roland's storage pouch and returned to Hachin's side. At that moment, the demon soul blade radiated an ominous hue, eerily resembling the demonic fire that Roland had unleashed. A glance at Roland revealed him lying motionless on the ground, devoid of life. The returning demon soul blade circled around Hachin, akin to a mark of allegiance, before a shadowy glimmer pierced into Hachin's left arm, manifesting like a tattoo. Now, Hachin's right arm bore the azure soul dagger, while the left arm showcased the demon soul blade, achieving a harmonious symmetry. Relying on the formidable Dan flame to transform into demonic fire, Xiao Wei shattered the sword net that ensnared him. Yet, what awaited him was the explosive rock technique that Yun Luo had meticulously prepared. With a splutter, blood erupted from Xiao Wei's mouth as he was propelled backward by the explosive technique, just as he escaped the sword net. As he perceived the blood pool drawing ever closer, terror gripped his heart. Just moments prior, his fellow disciples had plunged into that very pool, transforming into mere bones in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grasping Xiao Wei's half-submerged body, preventing him from plunging into the blood pool. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, he gazed back at the ominous pool with a sense of relief, witnessing Xiao Wei's near fall into the blood pool. Hachin felt a pang of regret. The hand that had reached out belonged to Qianyu, who had just extricated himself from the binding vines. Qianyu's intention was not to save Xiao Wei, but rather to extract information regarding Roland and the subsequent demonic techniques to pave his own path forward. Should the sect discover that he had been practicing such nefarious arts, he would be deemed unfit for existence. Yet, the allure of such techniques, capable of rapid enhancement and cultivation and formidable spells, was irresistible. Kill him! Kill him! Xiao Wei cried desperately at Qianyu. The sensation of impending death that Xiao Wei had just experienced was one he never wished to encounter again. He had narrowly escaped being consigned to the blood pool, and a shiver coursed through him at the thought. Qianyu mused to herself, if you weren't of some use, would I even consider saving you? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Hearing Xiao Wei's roar, Hachin was about to summon Yun Luo to join him in an attack when a faint sound echoed from outside the door. Could there be another person who had just emerged from the passage? At that moment, both Hachin and Yun Luo refrained from taking any action, instead fortifying their physical defenses and cautiously peering toward the entrance. To their astonishment, a voice filled with malicious glee rang out from beyond the door. I never expected you to reach this point so swiftly. The blood lotus is mine. A figure cloaked in black robes darted past the four and made a beeline for the blood pool. Recalling the gruesome fate of the individual who had recently fallen into the pool, they hesitated to intervene, anticipating the cries of this dark-robed intruder. However, as the figure leapt into the pool, it emerged unscathed, seizing the blood lotus and heading toward the exit. How could this be? The four were utterly astounded to witness the black-robed figure's apparent invulnerability. The sudden appearance of the cloaked figure, having achieved its goal, immediately sought to flee the scene. Instinctively, Hachin and the others summoned their spells and directed their energies toward the black-robed figure, who was already nearing the stone door. With a resounding thud, the Dan flame unleashed by Hachin struck the fleeing figure's back, causing it to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Humph. Once I refine these rare materials and elevate my cultivation, I will make you wish for death. Just wait. The cloaked figure shouted in fury, propelled by its momentum as it escaped down the distant passage. Xiao Wei, furious at the loss of the blood lotus that had slipped from his grasp, pursued it without hesitation. Qianyu, witnessing the two figures vanish into the corridor, glanced at Hachin and Yun Luo standing nearby, and with a determined resolve, she followed suit. Although Qianyu yearned for the blood lotus, her curiosity about the blood pool outweighed her desire. With Xiao Wei in pursuit, she realized she would not stand a chance against Hachin and Yun Luo alone. Observing the three figures disappear, Hachin turned his attention back to the blood pool, noting the extraordinary appearance of the blood lotus. Yet, its resemblance to an infant left him feeling rather uneasy. Furthermore, within the confines of the secret realm, there would be ample time, and he was certain that more rare materials would present themselves. Though the blood lotus had vanished from the blood pool, a swirling mist of blood lingered in the center. The blood within the pool circulated continuously around this mist, suggesting that given sufficient time, another blood lotus would come into existence. As Hachin gazed at the mist, which bore a faint outline of the blood lotus, he turned to Yun Luo and said, "It seems that the secret lies within the blood pool." Observing the incessantly flowing blood surrounding the pool, Yun Luo queried with a hint of perplexity, "How did this blood come to flow here?" The stone chamber, aside from the blood pool, was encircled by pale red stone walls. Hachin scanned the area with his consciousness, finding no other anomalies, and regarded the lone blood pool with intrigue. It appears that the mystery resides within the blood pool, he remarked, watching the boiling blood water with keen interest. Suddenly emerging from the channel, the monstrous beast, the mysteriously vanished essence of blood, and the purple light on the mountainside, all these extraordinary occurrences are intricately linked to the blood pool. As he approached the edge of the blood pool, Hachin concentrated his primordial energy in his fingertips and cautiously extended them into the crimson depths. Despite his belief in the uniqueness of his physical constitution, he refrained from recklessly plunging his hand into the pool. Tiny tendrils of sanguine energy swam towards his fingers, and upon contact with the primordial energy, he felt the surrounding energy grow increasingly turbulent. The energy on his fingers was gradually devoured, yet as he activated the Kenli Sanxian Ju technique within him, a stream of vital energy flowed to his fingertips. He soon discovered that when he channeled the technique, the energy around him calmed, ceasing its advance towards his hand. With a flicker of inspiration, he continued to operate the Kenli Sanxian Ju, slowly submerging his entire arm into the blood pool. To err on the side of caution, he kept the primordial energy enveloping his arm. Moments passed, and Hachin felt no immediate danger. After half an hour, he remained unscathed. As he gradually dissipated the energy in his hand, he found his right arm entirely intact within the blood pool. Astonished, he marveled at his own arm, exclaiming in disbelief. Intrigued yet cautious, he gestured for Yun Luo to remain by the pool's edge. Subsequently, he activated the Kenli Sanxian Ju once more and leaped directly into the blood pool. The overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses, prompting him to seal his orifices with true essence as he descended towards the pool's bottom. To his surprise, the blood pool was deeper than he had anticipated. After descending for about 10 feet, he gazed upon the pool's floor, where blood-red stones lay scattered. His heart sank at the sight of white, desiccated bones. How many souls had perished in this vast pool over the years? Gradually, he swam towards the center, when suddenly, a powerful suction force pulled at him. The bottom of the pool was devoid of any foothold. Caught off guard, he was swiftly drawn in, and feeling the pull, he activated the Kenli Sanxian Ju, enveloping his entire being with true essence as he slid into the vortex that had manifested within the pool. Noticing that Hachin had not resurfaced for quite some time, Yun Luo felt a surge of urgency and leaped into the blood pool herself. With a resounding splash, the world spun around Hachin as he felt himself suspended in a void before landing safely with a roll. As he glanced up at the vanishing vortex, he realized he had arrived in a dimly lit cavern. In this tranquil space, the sound of dripping water echoed incessantly. What is that? Ahead, a crystal ball atop a stone pedestal emitted radiant beams of light. Drawn closer, Hachin peered into the crystal ball, his face awash with astonishment. The images within depicted Xiao Wei and Qianyu, who had pursued the figure in the black robe. At that moment, the two were engaged in a fierce battle.